Chapter 150, Planet Jakku, 2. Chapter 150, Planet Jakku, 2. Woojin stood in front of the building that was the center of the colony. It was a tower made out of steel, and a green light was surging forth from the top of the tower. Occupation? Was this choice given to him because the Dimensional Lord was dead right now? For a brief moment, Woojin thought over the additional option he was given. Master! Give this to me. Please give me this castle. Bibi stamped her feet, but Woojin came to a decision. It'll be meaningless. What was his goal? Was he like the other Dimensional Lords, who were focused in raising their rankings? The colony and the numerous dungeon buildings were important in gaining the currency called energy. Energy was important in determining the ranking, and he would be able to plunder this place endlessly. However, his goal wasn't to conquer other planets. I'm going to destroy it. Woojin chose the destruction option. Kurururu, Kwang. The steel tower fell over, and it exploded. Additional explosions occurred as the entire city was destroyed. The randomly looted items were automatically deposited into Woojin's inventory. Woojin shook his head when he saw the enormous quantity of items. That is a lot of stuff. While one was dead, the system was set up where one could be taken to the cleaners. Woojin now understood what Leah had been trying to say. She had said one couldn't raise one's ranking through duel. It had to be done through dimensional battles. The risk of dying in a duel was too high. The dimensional battles was the more prudent option. If one didn't have a decent strategist, one would have to give up entirely on the dimensional battles like Leah. Or else one had to go all in on increasing one's skill at dimensional battle. It was best to gather energy while minimizing one's risk. Moreover, if one allowed the domain residents access to hunting grounds through dungeons, one would make a pretty good amount just from collecting taxes. I just have to stay alive. Woojin smirked. Maybe the simple act of not dying would lead to a much bigger gain. If one fought while worrying about death, one was already fighting a losing war. He had no choice but to win. He'll clear all the colonies and dungeons. He'll seal the link from the source. If Woojin couldn't do it himself, he would form a coalition on Earth to bolster his force. There will be a time when others would have to do their part to share in the burden. I wonder if he is doing well. More time might be needed for Jaemin and his party to gel. I wonder if Jaemin will get along with them. Woojin was slightly worried about Jaemin's sneakily timid nature. In the end, Jaemin had to overcome his timidity on his own. Kun. Baekjundo's fist finally crushed the ogre's head. When it fell, everyone turned to look at Jaemin. Hurry up and drink from it. Then we can move on. At Chai Haesol's words, Jaemin put on a tearful face. In the end, he approached the ogre, and he bit into its throat. Gulp, gulp. Unlike the repulsion he felt, the blood tasted sweet. It couldn't be compared to a human's blood, but he still felt a good amount of pleasure. Ooh. He felt an uncontrollable power surge up within him. He felt the power of an ogre. Jaemin's body shook before his body calmed down. Ha! I've had my fill. Let's go. Let's head over there. A considerable number of monsters were already following Haesol around. There were flying-type beasts like the small bird that could see far, and they alerted her of any danger. Then there were the predatory animals like wolves that could be used to track down her enemies. However, her true ability was displayed when a battle suddenly started. A mole-type monster suddenly surged out of the ground, and Haesol used her telepathic ability. This was the result in progressing in her ability. Thought sharing. Haesol didn't have to bother with consulting back and forth with her party members with words. Her ability allowed the party to share their thoughts in real time. Any plan she came up with was shared with the party members. Hue HP. Baekjundo struck a mole with his fist. Blanca took out a staff he used for self-defense, and he casted a speed and strength buff on everyone. The mole's sharp claws shot towards Jaemin. Jaemin bit into its arm. Gulp, gulp. Kayak. When he started to drink its blood, the mole struggled as it swung its limbs. The struggle created wounds on Jaemin, but the wounds quickly closed from the effect of drinking the mole's blood. The struggling monster's movement slowed, and in the end, it shriveled up as it died. Blood was dripping from his mouth as Jaemin dropped the mole. Jaemin's body shook. Ooh. He could feel it. He felt the power of the mole's strong hands. His fingers moved in the air as if he was playing a piano, and the sounds of joints cracking was heard. Haesol's telepathic ability allowed her to project her thoughts. Jaemin should take the front. This was like a simulation where everyone's role was clear. It would be great if everyone carried out their role, but... Cool. Jaemin's eye turned red, and Jaemin ran forward to slaughter the monsters. Ha! He is going berserk again. Haesol shook her head from side to side as she gathered the party members. Let's hurry up and catch up to him. Let's do this. It seemed Jaemin earned power and savagery when he drank the blood of the monsters. Once in a while, he would act out while being drunk on the blood. The number of monsters in front of them had increased suddenly, so it would be dangerous to leave Jaemin alone. Jaemin wasn't calm. Woojin. The party quickly ran forward to give assistance to Jaemin. Jaemin was in the midst of his berserk state. The party worked in concert with him, and their surrounding was filled with the corpses of monsters. Hoo! Aren't there too many of them now? We are in trouble. Look toward the front. At Blanca's words, Haesol looked around her surrounding. She shared in the hawk's vision. Oh no! A green pillar of light was rising up into the sky. It indicated where a dimensional lord's colony was located at. The number and variety of monsters were increasing, and it seemed they had traveled closer to the location of a colony. I think it'll be too dangerous for us to get any closer. Melody gave a stern warning, but Blanca shook his head from side to side. We are too late. Look over there. His finger was pointing at a large flock of airborne monsters flying towards them. Shouldn't we call the president? We should call him even though he is in that state. Baekjungdo pointed at Jaemin, who was still in his berserk state. Kuru-ulu. Jaemin's eyes had turned red, and he wasn't showing any signs of recovering his right sanity. Haesol made a decision as she looked at the large flock of airborne monsters. Let's bounce for now. I think that would be wise. Baekjungdo grabbed Jaemin. Kuok, cook. Jaemin instinctively bit down on Baekjungdo's forearm, and his fangs broke. Baekjungdo's arms had turned black, and his skin wasn't weak enough to allow the fangs of an undeveloped vampire to pierce it. Baekjungdo was in extreme physical roused. Let's hide first. Then we can lure the monsters from near the colony in small numbers, and we can get rid of them. All right. The party moved faster after they came up with a plan of action. He was dying. He was really going to die with the way things are going. Hoo! Sungu focused all his senses to track the Lich's staff. Does this mean lashing on an idiot like you is useless? Waroruk, Kwang. Sungu gritted his teeth as he avoided the flame attack. No one in their right mind would think such a large fireball was equivalent to a lashing. If he got hit by it, he would burn to death. How long are you going to run away like a coward? Waruk, Kwang. Kwang. The Lich's attack wasn't like consecutive rockets exploding. It was more like an endless stream of firing coming out a flamethrower. It didn't matter if he was far or close. The flame kept coming towards Sungu, and the Lich didn't give him any time to rest. What am I supposed to learn from this? He was told the Lich would make him into a top flame magician, yet it just seemed like the Lich was impatient to kill him. Sungu took stock of his surrounding as he rolled on the ground, and he picked up a wooden branch. Who? He detonated the magical energy within his body to create fire. Sungu charged towards the Lich, while holding a sword made out of flame. Goo ha ha. Do you finally feel like attacking me now? The tree branch had turned into a flame sword, and Sungu swung at the fireball that was flying towards him. Shea! Waruruk! Sungu ran forward as he cut apart the flame. The Lich was right in front of his eyes. This was the first time he had gotten this close to it. Die! Sungu used all the enmity he felt to fuel his sword swing, but the Lich just reached out its hand to stop the blow. Its bony hands grabbed the tree branch. It was as if the Lich didn't feel the heat as it didn't even move an inch from the attack. The flame around the flame sword was sucked into the Lich. Your fire can't distinguish between allies and enemies. The words were too unexpected, so Sungu dropped his guard for a moment. This was when an explosion occurred. Guahung. He was surrounded by flames as he was sent flying into the air. Ooh. He felt a sense of vertigo as he lost consciousness for a brief moment. He was in a daze when he recovered his senses. His body was plummeting to the ground. Dead. He would die if he proceeded to fall like this. He desperately flapped his arms and leg, but he couldn't fly. Poo-uck. Sungu was jammed into the ground. His eyes bugged out as he felt an incredible amount of pain. Shit. The incredible pain awakened his other sluggish senses. It felt as if he was about to die, but he wasn't dead yet. Sunggu's body had been in a freefall for about 10 meters. However, his body had become strong and sturdy. His body was able to take that damage. It was the result of him consistently taking reinforcement stones that increased his strength, agility, and stamina. Hoo! He didn't have the strength to twitch a finger, but he was at peace. He had given it all, yet it hadn't been enough. It seemed this would be the end of today's training session. Sunggu looked towards the sky. An enormous storm of fire was falling towards him. Did you give up? Do you dare give up your life on a battlefield? Waruruk. Shit. Crazy. This lich had lost its mind. It was really trying to kill him. This was all absurd, and he felt a sense of urgency. This sense of urgency allowed him to move his body. A handful of magical energy responded to him, and he sucked in the flames from his surrounding. Hooing. From the outside, it looked as if the flames surrounding Sunggu was burning up his body, but the opposite was occurring. Sunggu was using flame absorption. The magical energy that had bottomed out was recovering. It revitalized his body. He quickly stood up, but the firestorm was too close to avoid it. Will I be able to do it? He thought about the method used by the lich when it absorbed his flame sword. The flame magic was a phenomena that occurred when magical energy was burned. The magical energy possessed by Sunggu was different from the magical energy possessed by the lich. Even if both of them were using fire, the character of the fire was different. It would be extremely difficult for him to use the lich's flame. It would be impossible unless one had an incredible amount of control over one's magical energy. Shit. It wouldn't benefit him to think about the probability of his success. Sunggu spread both his arms. He didn't resist against the flames as he accepted it. His two hands were getting hot, and he was trying very hard to feel the magic. Waruruk. The fire looked as if it was about to burn Sunggu's hands. However, it was being rapidly sucked into his hands. Goo ha ha. You were barely able to learn the basics. The energy from the flame filled Sunggu's body, and his body didn't know what to do with it. He felt his chest being overwhelmed by the surge of energy. This is Janie's magical energy. He had absorbed the magic that had been detonated and sent out as a flame. Janie's magical energy was bucking like a caged wild beast. His life had been threatened, but he had learned something valuable. Thank Waruruk. He was about to give his thanks, yet a smaller flame was sent towards Sunggu. It was smaller in size, but it held an explosive power. Kwaang. When did I say it was the end? Shit. Sunggu's hair was singed from the flame. He gritted his teeth. In the end, the lich was trying to push him until his died. Sunggu was filled with fighting spirit as he prepared for a proper fight. However, Woojin stood in his way. Let's do this after we eat. When did you arrive? When you were sent flying into the air. You should have saved me. Are you a child? Even if he wasn't a child, Sunggu felt as if a rescue was in order. Let's have a quick meal. Then we are moving. Yes. Maybe it was because the flow of the battle had been interrupted, but Sunggu welcomed the break. What? Was it because the tension dissipated? He felt the magical energy inside him boil. It felt as if he was about to cough out blood. He sat down, and he tried to gain control of his magical energy. Hyungnim knew what would happen, so he stopped it. When Sunggu opened his eyes, Woojin was sitting next to a fire eating some unknown meat skewered onto a stick. Eat? Woojin tossed one to Sunggu. Sunggu bowed his head. Thank you. Woojin smirked as he turned his gaze away. The flames had died down, and the fighting on the battlefield had settled. Woojin had unsummoned his familiars, and he was sitting next to the fire with only Sunggu by his side. Did they look beatable? New enemies came into view. A group of humans were approaching them from a far distance. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 151, Planet Jakku, 3. Chapter 151, Planet Jakku, 3. Woojin's eyebrows arched when he saw the group approaching him. What the hell? It was a group of wary elves. Woojin chewed on his meat as he stood up. Janies. Shu-ro-ro-ro-ok. Accompanying a black smoke, Janies appeared, and it stood in front of Woojin. Take care of them and follow me with Sunggu. His stomach was full. It was time to start his hunt again. I follow the Lord's wishes. Waruruk. A black flame surged forth from the lich's staff. I'll see you later, Sungu. Ujuk, oo. Yes, Nim. Sungu seemed to have burned a lot of calories through his intense movements. He was quickly stuffing himself with food. When Woojin started to move, the elves rushed forward to get on their knees. They did it right before Janie's flames exploded. The timing was exquisite. What the hell, Dot? The handsome silver-haired elf was on his knees as he spoke. We had heard a noble personage had visited our planet. I would be honored if you would give me an audience. Woojin stopped walking. It had been a while since he met the elves. It had also been a long time since he heard the elves try to butter him up while speaking nonsense. Let's see. That won't be too difficult. I am moved to tears by your assent. The silver-haired elf stood up as he kept his head slightly lowered, and he looked at Woojin as he spoke. A smile formed on Woojin's face. That's all you wanted, right? Yes. I want to introduce myself to such an esteemed being. Nope. When Woojin cut him off, the elf lowered his head again. Did something he said incur the other's displeasure? The elf was in the process of replaying his previous action and words. If you are finished with your business, you should die. Woojin started to walk away again, and fire erupted from the lich's staff. Waruruk. Ku-ah-ah-ak. Red light flickered in the eye sockets of the skull. It gave off the impression that it was laughing. The scream of elves are always heartwarming. 3 elves were put on fire, and they started rolling on the ground. They tried to use water magic, but the hellfire was too hard to extinguish. I serve the leader of the Red Hammer Coalition named Morponim. Pun. The elf spoke with a shaky voice when his head exploded. Fire exploded forth from where his head used to be. Sparks flew from Janie's staff as if a current was running through it. The lich's red eyes headed towards Sungu. There is no ingredient that burns as well as fear. Ha! It was burning what? Sungu quickly chewed and swallowed the meat inside his mouth. The lich continued his speech. You have to make the enemies shake in fear. Then the stage will be yours. Guhaha. Even though Sungu had swallowed his food, he was having a hard time answering back. There were 2 elves still alive. Do you realize what you just did right now? You attacked all 3 coalitions, who has colonies on planet Jakku. Woojin stopped walking when he heard the elf's rage-filled voice. So what? Let us see how long your insane overconfidence lasts. You won't be there to see it. Since you will be dying right now. Kwaon. Kuhaha. It is time for us to redeem the planet Jakku. A light emanated from the lich and the skeleton magicians under its command was all summoned. K-ha. The skeleton mages let out a bizarre laugh as they appeared. They were all fire-type monsters. They all possessed slightly different magical energy. The skeleton mages gathered their 2 hands to form a fireball, and every single fireball was sent towards Sungu. What the hell? Why? Janie said he wanted to redeem Jakku, yet why was the lich attacking him? Kwang. Woojin started walking again when the training session restarted. It didn't matter if it was the yellow lizards, black hats, or the red hammer. He'll destroy them all, and he will take everything from them. He'll use them as a stepping stone to get rid of every single dimensional lord of Tronet. Raksha ran for a full day with the help of her wind sprite. When she saw a large tower over the horizon, she increased her speed. It was the symbolic representation of her town. All of the ancient pillars used for their prayer rituals had been stolen from the Radic tribe. This was a tower they had to build artificially. There were houses made out of white stones, wood, and clay clustered near the tower. When she entered the forest that led to the town, the warriors of the Radic tribe suddenly appeared in front of her. Raksha! Ribito! How did it go? I have to go see the shamaness. When Ribito saw Raksha's urgent expression, he opened up a path for her. Raksha ran down the forest path. When she arrived at the tower's innermost chamber, an old woman of the Radic tribe greeted her. Raksha! Shamaness Chochusha! What have you seen? Why are you so startled? Please calm down a little bit. Raksha felt her heart calm down a little bit just from seeing Chochusha. She felt her worries and anxiety lessen. However, the sense of crisis didn't lessen at all. Leah's fortress has fallen. The calm lasted for quite a while. I guess the war is starting up again. The enmity between the coalitions resulted in them biting at each other. The infighting between these powers had created a small crack. It wasn't proper to say they survived, because of it. It was more apt to say the Radic tribe had been forgotten from their interests. No. It wasn't the coalitions. It was the new predator who defeated Relic. Ha! He did? They were existences that were close to being gods. As they erected dungeons and colonies, they were able to perform godlike miracles. It had been a long time since a new predator that wasn't affiliated with the three coalitions had appeared. If it's Leah, isn't she part of the Black Hats? Yes. The problem is he also offended Morponim. Even the Red Hammer. Shamaness Chochusha had an expression full of worry as she shook her head from side to side. From the information I received from our scouts, this new predator had friction with the Yellow Lizard Coalition. This new predator had just ticked off the three coalitions on planet Jakku. It basically meant he had declared war against every predator on planet Jakku. He'll be erased soon. Raksha shook her head at Chochusha's words. He's the one who defeated Relic. He might be the one from the legend, Shamaness. Relic, who was the best warrior from the Radic tribe, had died by his hands. Raksha had barely escaped from his grasp, so the sight of what happened was very vivid in her mind. She had seen overwhelming strength and spirit. Which legend are you talking about? The legend where it says a predator that eats other predators will save the planet. Raksha was shaking from excitement. Chochusha looked at her with pity as she hugged Raksha tight. You poor thing. What's wrong? That legend is false. What? Chochusha stroked the head of the Radic tribe's young sorceress. That version of the legend was made up to give people hope. What? Do you want to hear the real legend that had been handed down to us? When a predator that eats other predator appears, the planet will draw near to its demise. It was demise instead of salvation. Raksha shook her head vigorously from disbelief. Let us pray he isn't the legendary predator, but if not, they will be the last generation of their race, and they will come to an end with their planet. Hook. What do we do? There was no hope. The planet's future only held despair. Raksha cried. She didn't have the presence of mind to notice her smiling shadow. It had been 2 days since she had locked herself inside her house. In front of Raksha's gaunt figure, Chochusha spoke with a worried expression. Chochusha was basically like her mother. Please have a drink, Raksha. I'm fine. Chochusha looked on as Raksha put on a weak smile, and she was regretting telling her the truth. She knew this child was strong, so she had expected her to overcome this news. Maybe she should have let Raksha keep her false hope inside her heart. Raksha was slowly dying, and it was starting from her heart. Gurururung. At that moment, a vibration made the windows rattle. Chochusha and Raksha looked at each other in surprise. A loud bell started to go off, and the noise assaulted their ears. It was a signal that notified the others about intruders. I have to go out. When Chochusha exited the house, the town was in a disarray. Black smoke was rising up into the air from across the forest, and the town was busy getting ready to evacuate the children. Chochusha grabbed a person running by her. What is going on? Ah, Shamaness. There is an enormous undead army marching on us from across the forest. Ha! This is unexpected. The predators gathered into groups to form coalition, and they had always been busy fighting each other. They didn't show any interest to the very small number of the Radic tribe that was still alive. An army hadn't been sent against them for the past 10 years. What did he say? Raksha exited her house, and she spoke with worry in her voice. It seems there are intruders. You should evacuate with the others. No. I will help the warriors. There was life within Raksha's eyes. However, that life would be put on the line to fulfill her role as the sorceress. Chochusha's heart ached, since this might be Raksha's last act. You go do that. Yes, mother. Thank you for everything. Raksha gave a sincere farewell to Chochusha. Chochusha had raised her, and she had taught her sorcery. Chochusha had basically been a mother to her. When Raksha arrived, the forest fire was already too big to stop. The warriors of the Radic race, who had hidden themselves in the forest, quickly ran away to form in front of the town. This was their last-ditch effort to buy time. This was the last battle to buy enough time for their children to run away. Raksha. Who are they, Ribito? It is an army of a predator who I've never seen nearby. They are skeletons. Skeletons. She was sure it was the man who defeated Relic. He had already advanced to this place. What happened to the other predators' pillars and cities that should have occupied him along the way? Keek. Soon, the uniquely unpleasant laugh of the skeletons were heard. They marched through the burning forest to appear in front of the town. Knights in armor were riding their phantom steeds, and they were letting out an overbearing atmosphere as they charged forward. TSK. We have to buy some time. Ribito was the leader, and his words lit a fire under the fighting spirit of all the warriors. He had been the only survivor that came back after encountering the undead army. Woojin urged forward Xing to come to the forefront. What the hell is this? He frowned as he looked at the crude tower. This wasn't a colony city. It seems they are the inhabitants of this planet. Woojin pulled in his shadow. Why did you guide me to a place where there isn't much EXP? Return. At his command, Gaby exited from Raksha's shadow to be absorbed into Woojin's shadow. Everything Gaby experienced was turned into information as it was absorbed into Woojin's brain. So this is the refugee camp for the indigenous people. The warriors of the Radic tribe had a worried look in their eyes as they lined up across the undead army. The immortal looked at them, and the shoddy town that was behind them. A smile formed on his lips. Sweep them. So what if it was a small amount of EXP? He had traveled all the way here, so he should at the very least harvest them. Indigenous people didn't drop any bloodstones, and his achievement point wouldn't increase either. Coo. The army was about to march forward when a black smoke coalesced in front of the warriors of the Radic tribe. A death knight was summoned. Kuung. He was on one knee and he bent forward. My king. Relik? It was his servant, who submitted only through his control. It took Woojin 320 control points to maintain him. However, it had been decreasing steadily. I ask you for magnanimity. Please spare them. Ho-oh. Was it because Relik hadn't completed yielded to him? He had dared to appear in front of his king to deliver his wants. This is interesting. Woojin got off Xing. There was a stirring behind Relik amongst the warriors of the Radic tribe. Woojin slowly walked towards Relik. It had been a long time since he experienced the push and pull between a defiant familiar. What if I say no? What if I tell you to kill your fellow tribesmen? I'll kill them. Ho! Relik stabbed his curved sword into the ground, then he cowed out as his head hit the ground. I'll do whatever you want. Woojin felt a familiar announcement ring in his ears. Woojin smirked as he opened both his arms wide. Choot. The undead army that had burst through the burning forest was all gone. Woojin and Relik looked at each other, then Relik stamped his head against the floor once again. The control needed to maintain Relik was rapidly decreasing. In the end, it reached 1. All right. I'll head back. Woojin looked through the nervous faces from the Radic tribe, then he turned his back to them. To repay the king's generosity, I pledge my loyalty and sword. Relik turned back into black smoke as he disappeared, and Woojin took about 10 steps away. None of the warrior from the Radic race moved. Raksha's eyes were overflowing with tears, and she looked at the trace left behind by Relik. However, Woojin suddenly came to a stop. Wait a moment. He turned back, and his gaze came to rest on the top of the tower. That looks familiar. With the help of his eyesight, he was able to see a cloth hung atop the tower. Woojin's eyes narrowed. It seemed he wouldn't be able to just head back. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 152, Thresh's Protection. Chapter 152, Thresh's Protection. Relik. Did you call me? At Woojin's call, black smoke solidified to form Relik. He was on one knee as he showed his respect. Bring me that. Cut down anyone who gets in your way. I follow your order. Since he knew what the piece of cloth hung atop the tower meant to his people, he hesitated before he moved. Relik almost flew towards the tower, and he brought back a billowing piece of cloth. There was unrest in the town, and a group from the Radic tribe came running towards them. Woojin took the piece of cloth being offered respectfully by Relik. The warriors from the Radic tribe started backing away in fear when they saw this. Thresh's protection. The protection cape was part of the Thresh's set items. He never expected to see it here. Stop. Accompanying a booming shout, an old man from the Radic tribe appeared. The warriors respectfully bowed their heads towards him. Chieftain. He was the highest-ranked adult here. He was their leader. Chieftain Pipio blared at Woojin. That's the god of destruction's holy relic. It isn't an item that should be taken by a lowly predator. You know about the god of destruction? At Woojin's question, a vein bulged out from the side of Pipio's neck. He is one of the primal gods. Even the ignorant and arrogant predators runs away from him. Woojin smiled. Will you block me from taking this? Relik became more nervous at Woojin's question. He was saying he would kill anyone who got in his way. Chieftain Pipio snorted. Hong. Predators may arrogantly act as if they are gods, but this is a holy relic from a true god. Your body will melt the moment you put it on. Woojin's eyes shone. So it will melt one's body? If a dimensional lord took the Thrash's set item for himself, his body would melt away. This is Thrash's protection armor and cape. The shoulder armor and breastplate is missing. Only the cape is left. Its true effect cannot be displayed. Effect, control plus 100, sealed, sealed, sealed. Skill, infinite soul storage, sealed, sealed. Set effect, sealed. It had many effects, but most of it was sealed since the item was damaged. Even the control stat that was present was much lower than its original option. However, the number of souls hovering around him as the spirit armor won't have an upper limit anymore with this item. He would have to always wear the cape, but the effect it provided was an incredible skill. If he could store tens of thousands of souls, he could block any surprise attacks and ambushes. Even if a nuclear bomb went off around him, his barrier of souls would allow him to survive it. The name was Apartment. It really was an item with Thrash's protection. Woojin kept grinning as he looked at the old cloth. A warrior standing next to Pipio whispered into his ear. What do we do? If we lose that item, we'll have to live out our lives as nomads. There was only one reason why the Radic race had put up Thrash's protection as a flag. The holy relic let out a dismal curse just from its presence. Its mere presence stopped the regular monsters from approaching it. Of course, if a predator was leading a horde to attack them, then the item wasn't enough. Don't worry about it. The moment he takes it for himself, he'll die from the curse. Pipio was sure of this. In his lifetime, he had seen 3-dimensional lords put it on, and he had seen all 3 of them die. This might work out better for us. The predator, who had threatened their village, was about to swallow a poison. Everyone's eyes followed Woojin's hands, which held the cape. Pool rock. Woojin billowed out the cape once to get rid of the dust, then he put it around his neck. Since he didn't have the breastplate, it was hard to tell the difference from his outward appearance, but Woojin could feel his stat immediately increase. He also felt the force limiting his spirit armor's soul storage disappear. Woojin let out a satisfied laugh. Pipio's 2 eyes widened, and he shook his head as if he couldn't believe what just happened. How come the curse? In the past, everyone who had put on the cloak had died. However, the predator in front of his eyes. How? How can this be? Woojin spoke to the surprised Pipio. I'll take this. If you have any grievance, hurry up and tell me. If he expressed his grievance, Pipio knew he would be killed. Just go. All right. Let's not cross path in the future. He had gained a spoil of war without actually fighting. Since his limit on soul storage was gone, he was a little bit disappointed that he couldn't harvest the Radic tribe's souls. However, there were still a lot of monsters left. Woojin turned away in a good mood, and Pipio sank to the floor. The legend. Chieftain. Raksha ran forward to prop up the chieftain. The god of destructions. In the end, the planet will be destroyed. It was a predator that ate the other predators. The god of destruction's new collector had appeared on planet Jakku, and he had taken the relic for himself. Raksha had a complicated light in her eyes as she watched Woojin disappear. They had spent 3 days near the colony as they hunted down the monsters, but in the end, they had fallen into a trap. Their confidence had soared as they got comfortable working with each other. This was when they decided to attack their enemy's weak spot. However, the table had been turned, and the party was forced into a corner. Shit. Baekjungdo let out a curse word. He had received Blanca's buffs, but his body was littered with wounds. Weeing. Melody's prayers surrounded his body as it healed him. If it wasn't for her, he would have been dead long ago. We are at our limit. Even in such an extreme situation, Haesol had calmly led her party, but she was out of ideas now. They were like mice that had fallen into a jar. They could struggle, but they were already inside the jar. What about the immortal? At Melody's words, Jamin put on an apologetic expression. I contacted him, but he is far away. It will take him a quarter of a day to get here. If seen in a certain light, this was all his fault. He had become overconfident as his stats grew exponentially. His thirst for blood grew, and Jamin had run amok drunk on his own power. It is my fault. I should have been more careful. No. I made the decision. You don't have to feel any guilt, Jamin couldn't lift his head even as he heard Hazel's words. If you weren't here, we would have died long ago. It was as Hazel had said. If it wasn't for Jamin's explosive attack power, they wouldn't have even been able to survive here. Well, we aren't dead yet, and we are wasting time talking about this. Let's hold out as long as we can. Yes, Hyung. Jamin clamped his lips together. A mistake was a mistake. However, he couldn't act as if they were already dead in front of his teammates. The task looked insurmountable, but they had to somehow last until Kong Woojin showed up. Hooah! It seems another horde is coming our way again. Let's get ready. Yes. They had experienced urgent battles where their lives were in each other's hands. The camaraderie between the party members had gotten much deeper, and it couldn't be compared to what it was 3 days ago. When facing an incredible number of enemies, they had made the mistake of heading towards a canyon. As the road narrowed, the party had to face fewer number of enemies. It was quite advantageous for them to fight here, except there was nowhere to run. After an endless battle, they couldn't help but be fatigued. They were barely holding up, because of Melody and Blanca's support magics. Baekjunko and Jamin stepped forward towards the horde of orcs charging towards them. Since healing magic doesn't work on you, don't overdo it. Yes, Hyung. Melody couldn't heal Jamin, since he had become a vampire. He had to drink blood to heal himself, or Blanca had to cast support magic like the recovery magic. Let's go. Yes. Baekjungo's fists were dyed black as he ran forward. Jamin ran at a speed twice as fast as the Baekjungo. His movement was very different compared to before. Pot. When Jamin clashed with the enemies in the front, Jamin's hands accurately pierced through the neck of the orcs. A vampire's sharp claws were being used like fine swords. Gu-ah-ah. While Jamin used his overwhelming quickness to move all over the ground to cut the throats of the orcs, Baekjungo charged in like a bulldozer. Everything that got in his way was broken. Kwang. Hew. Let's see who becomes tired first. With the addition of Blanca's buffs on top of Baekjungo's reinforcement ability, he was basically like a human made out of steel. The exploit of the two men caused the casualty of the orcs to rise steadily. However, the party was inevitably being pushed slowly deeper into the canyon. As the corpses pile up to form a mountain, the horde's advance also slowed. As they were moving farther into the canyon, Melody used her energy to put a blessing on Baekjungo. Jamin sucked the blood out of a barely alive orc he had dragged back with him. We are literally at a dead end. What should we do? Hazel took a peek behind, and she let out a voice full of worry. Once the corpses were pushed to the side, the battle would start again. Moreover, her taming ability didn't work well against the orcs. If she focused all her concentration into her taming ability, she'll be able to tame a single orc. However, that wouldn't be of any help to their plight. She had made the mistake of coming near a colony where the orcs had made their residence. If it comes to it, we'll just climb the cliff. The dragonflies in the sky won't leave us alone. Still, there are less dragonflies than the orcs. One of the reasons why they had escaped to the canyon was the fact that the dragonflies had been attacking them from the sky. They looked like a bug, but they were as big as a helicopter. Moreover, they had spider-like legs that allowed them to snatch their prey. They grabbed their prey with their legs, and they munched on their prey as they flew. I think I'd rather face the orcs. If they were caught by the dragonflies as they climbed the cliff. The orcs had moved the pile of corpses to the side, and they charged forward. It seems the orcs thought this battle was almost at an end. It was overwhelming to see the black mass gathered in front of them. There were too many of them. They had killed so many of them, yet more of them were pouring forth. It was a frightening sight. Let's do this again. Baekjungo stoked his fighting spirit. As he was about to step forward, he narrowed his eyes. What the hell is that? Maybe Hyungnim is already back? Jamin also looked at the red fireball falling from the sky. If it wasn't some additional attack from the enemy, it was most definitely an ally. As the fireball approached closer, they could discern the shape of the fireball. I think it's Sungu Hyung. It really is Mr. Sungu. Baekjungo agreed with Jamin's words. Sungu was falling from the sky, and he dropped into midst of the orc horde. Kwaan. Accompanying the loud sound of an explosion, fire exploded forth into the air. The shockwave caused the hot air to sweep over the canyon. Look at that. Hazel had a shocked expression as she pointed towards the front. Warurururuk. The heat was filling the canyon, and the orcs were screaming as they ran around in chaos. Kwang, kwang. The flame moved freely as Sungu moved his hands and feet. Everything in his surrounding was being burned. Hazel couldn't believe her eyes. Mr. Sungu is... He had become unbelievably strong. Han Sungu had looked like a dolt when they had went around clearing the dungeons. Was this really him? Waruruk. Sungu walked through the flames to approach the party. Jaemin ran forward in greeting. Sungu Hyung. What are you doing here? Huu. What do you mean, what am I doing here? Hyung Nim sent me ahead. Ah. Sungu patted down his hair where a stray flame was burning his hair. Then he suddenly asked them a question. I've got some good news and some bad news. What is it? Which one do you want to hear first? I want the good news first. I'm incredibly strong now. I just learned how to fly through the air. Jaemin's eyes was shining brightly. He couldn't believe a day would come where Han Sungu looked so cool. Did you learn how to do it from the lich you talked about before? Yes. What's the bad news? The lich is trying to kill me. What? Sungu's face suddenly darkened. From a long distance away, a dark shape was flying towards them. The shadow of death was approaching. Shit. I'll have to head out first. What about us? You guys are coming with me. It was a dead end. Where were they supposed to go? Before they could ask the question, Sungu took in a deep breath. He ran past the fire, and he headed towards the exit of the canyon. Guang! Flame erupted every time Sungu took a step. He used his enormous fire to create a narrow path. The party ran after him as they watched the canyon turned into a complete pandemonium. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 153, Thrash's Protection, 2. Chapter 153, Thrash's Protection, 2. Goog. Dulcie's iron fist put his opponent on the floor. Kong. Huiyuing, Quang. Dulcie's movement was unbefitting of his bulk. Dulcie took an agile leap to land on top of his opponent. Dulcie immediately put pressure on the head of his opponent. Kuu. A drake was being squashed on the floor by Dulcie. It spread apart its alligator-like mouth to let out a moan. Where the hell did such monsters show up from? Woojin approached the drake, which was completely pressed to the ground under the weight of Dulcie. Are you on the yellow lizard side? Gururuk. I'm part of the Black Hats Coalition. I guess not all lizards joined the Yellow Lizard Coalition. Gurururu. Woojin shrugged his shoulder as he took off his cape. Well, whatever. He draped the cape from the Thrash's protection over the drake's nose. He waited for something to happen, but nothing happened. Maybe it has to wear the cape. Coo. You stupid bastard. You don't even have the code, yet you took accursed items for yourself. Woojin tilted his head in puzzlement. You know what this is? Isn't this an item from Thrash's set? Yes. What is the code? You aren't qualified. Do you think I'll just give you the answer so easily? It seemed the drake knew it was done for, so it growled as it shut its mouth. Woojin smirked as he tapped its snout. This is why drakes aren't included in the dragon race. They are too dumb. Gururuk. Woojin turned to look at Dulcie. Kill it. Quang. Dulcie's steel fists pounded on the head of the drake that was pinned underneath him. The head turned into a pulp as it burst open. Its body was swept up by a gray light before it disappeared. Qualification. As Woojin was mumbling to himself, Death Knight Ramzan approached Woojin. What do we do with the city, Master? Destroy it. I do as the Master desires. After Ramzan disappeared, Lich Janies appeared next to him. Woojin looked at the Lich in surprise. I thought you were going to save the kids. Goo-ha-ha. I sent him ahead. Sungu? Will he be enough? He is enough. What? Sungu had already made that much progress? It had only been 3 days. Anyways, Woojin asked Janies about something he was curious about. Janies. You said these words when you became my familiar. You said I'm special. The Lord is special. Is that the reason why I won't die after wearing this? Woojin held out the Thrash's protection in his grasp. Yes. The Thrash's curse veered away from you. He looked at Janice, who saw the downfall of Alphen for the past 200 years. Was I the first one to take this? 12 minions of Tronet coveted it. All of them disappeared. They all died? Those bastards would have just come back to life. They didn't just die. They ceased to exist. Woojin nodded his head. Is this the reason why you wanted me to find Thrash's executioner? The relics he had gathered on Alphen had all been defensive gears. The items were meant to protect him. However, he never acquired an item that would cause harm to his enemies. Correct. In my opinion, that is the only course of action. It is also the reason why I volunteered to become your familiar. Janice had turned himself into a lich to save Alphen. Well, alright. I've never seen this executioner, but if I kill all the dimensional lords, I bet I can find it in one of their storage. Woojin wasn't hasty with his thoughts. He just had to find a clue. Of course, he had no idea if this weapon really existed, so his first order of business was to gather the rest of the set items. I have a request, Master. Well, what is it? Do you think I can grow that bastard here? Sunggu? In terms of magical talent, his senses might exceed Master's. Ah. Somehow, he felt a little bit of jealousy. That bastard, Sunggu. He was a talent that even Janice went out of his way to acknowledge. You do whatever you want. I'll make Master's first living underling. Well, if he does die, will he be my second lich? That's not a bad idea. Woojin and Janice looked at each other as they grinned. Goo ha ha. Then I'll go and watching his back now. All right. Go. When you get there, kill everyone who revives again. Even if Woojin burned the planet Jakku to the ground and clear all the dungeons, new dimensional lords will try to link here again. They would be good practice partners for him. He would be able to gain EXP for him. Since he wanted to train, they were exactly what he was looking for. I should head out after I catch couple more of them. The dimensional domain's protection period was about to run out. The colony fell. The Holy Maiden carefully put away the dimensional fragment. Phew. It's done. Du Jaemun let out a sigh of relief as he flopped to the floor. Baek Jungdo had also pushed himself to the point of exhaustion. The two of them were always at the forefront, so their exhaustion had multiplied. I'm sorry for not being much of a help this time around. Haesol expressed her sorriness through her apology. Her taming ability wasn't great against intelligent races. It was more suited for the simple-minded monsters and the wild beasts. If she had brought Jackson from Earth, then she would have been in a better position to help. However, she hadn't, so her presence in the party had been greatly diminished. The only ability that was useful was her telepathic ability, but it was only used to sync everyone's thoughts. She had basically taken the role of a walkie-talkie. What is there to apologize for? If it wasn't for Ms. Haesol, we wouldn't have been able to recover so many spoils of war. The moles were disassembling the corpses, and they were gathering the bloodstones. There were also a growing pile of items they had taken from the enemies. It was an incredible amount of stuff. This wasn't an amount one could gather just from clearing 1 or 2 dungeons on Earth. We also have a lot of artifacts now. Blanca spoke excitedly as he activated his detection magic. The artifacts were more important than the bloodstones. Currently, they were taking items with hidden abilities. Phew. Let's rest a little bit before we explore. Lil Bro Kong said he'll be here. Yes. However, do you think that Flame Roused will be okay? Baek Jungdo smirked at Blanca's careful question. Who? Mr. Sunggu? Yes. He seemed to be in an urgent. After he burned the colony to the ground, he also burned the dimensional lord to death. Then he was immediately chased away by the lich. Sunggu quickly disappeared into the distance. No, they just couldn't see him, but they could hear terrifying sounds of explosions coming from nearby. It seemed they weren't too far away from their location. Don't worry about him. Mr. Sunggu is sturdy. Ha ha. Still, I wonder if we should help him. The monster that was chasing after him looked very dangerous. Haesol laughed at Blanca's words. It isn't a monster. It is President's familiar. It is a lich. What? That was a lich? It disappeared so fast. He searched through his memory, and he thought he had caught a glimpse of the lich. Blanca scratched his head. Haesol spoke as if to say he shouldn't worry about Sunggu. Normally, Mr. Sungu looks unreliable, but he's also the person who lasted the longest next to our president. Blanca queried with his expression as if to say, why would you say that? Big incidents always occurs near the president. The fact that he is still alive is a big accomplishment in itself. His skill was unquestionable. Sungu had burned all the enemies to death at once. These were the monsters the party had struggled to kill. Baek Jung-do licked his lips in regret. As expected, magic is the way to go when kiting. Why did his ability have to be body reinforcement? Of course, it wasn't as if his ability was bad. Baek Jung-do was quite satisfied with himself. His body reinforcement ability was able to show its true worth during the night. Jaemin thought Sungu had looked cool, but Sungu had a desperate expression on his face. Let's join up with Sungu Hyung after he finishes his training. Ha ha! It seems we'll have to start training for real if we want to keep up with Mr. Sungu. They were all rank A. The Holy Maiden was rank SS. If Han Sungu became a SS ranked 9th Circle Master, the party members doubted whether they would be able to keep up with him. In truth, the Holy Maiden was the only party member who hadn't become exhausted. She was the main reason why they were able to hunt until now with the currently constructed party. Her healings and blessings had been a big boon. Jaemin had retroactively become a vampire, and the problem was he wasn't compatible with the Holy Maiden. He couldn't gain any benefit from her. Well, let's gather all the artifacts. Let's go. The moles tamed by Haesol could dig through the corpses to gather the bloodstones, but they couldn't collect the artifacts. They would have to do it themselves, so everyone stood up from their seats. At that moment, Woojin suddenly showed up. President. Hyung Nim. Lil bro is here, Woojin smirked when everyone was happy at his appearance. We haven't seen each other for only few days, yet you guys are this happy to see me? Were you on your way to loot? Blanca shook his head from side to side at Woojin's words. We are going to gather the items. Don't be a hypocrite. Woojin looked around his surrounding to see the colony that had been burnt to the ground. There were monster corpses everywhere. You killed, destroyed, and took what you want. One's words were correct, but Blanca had an unknown urge to deny it. Looting is looting. Did the president want to become a villain? Blanca felt a surge of anger, so he spoke out. Are you trying to say we did something bad? Woojin shrugged his shoulders. When did I say looting is bad? Blanca was having a hard time coming up with a retort. Blanca wanted to give a counter-argument, but he couldn't come up with anything. There was no deceit on Woojin's face, and it was hard to guess what Woojin was thinking inside. I'm going to visit my domain with Jaemin for a brief moment. What do the rest of you want to do? Woojin asked for input from the party members. Do you want to continue on here? Do you want to return to Earth? We've spent 4 days here, so only 1 day passed on Earth. Blanca rejoiced at Woojin's words. We can return? Not you guys. I'm asking what Jung-do Hyun wants to do. Shit. He should have been clearer from the start. Blanca pouted. I. Baek Jung-do looked at the party. Everyone here was from Allendale. There was no ulterior motive behind Woojin's question. He was wondering what Baek Jung-do's intended to do. He was an outsider. Baek Jung-do shook his head from side to side. I can't give up a hunting ground of this caliber. If he rolled with these people, Baek Jung-do's ability would increase. The caliber of monsters that showed up here was totally different from Earth. Moreover, there was a lifeline here. The Holy Maiden would make sure no one would die here. All right. Let us hunt, then we can head to Earth to attend the Guild General Assembly. Understood. Then you guys loot the items. I have a business I have to attend to. I'll be back soon. When Woojin waved his hand, a red portal opened in midair. Zing. Let's go, Jaemin. Yes, Hyung. Jaemin and Woojin disappeared after they passed through the portal. Everyone knew where the portal was connected to. It was Won's dimensional domain of Allendale. He was someone who could travel between planets. He was a human who possessed a dimensional domain. Baek Jung-do couldn't hold back his bitter laugh. Maybe I'm calling a god my bro. While the party was looting the colony, Woojin and Jaemin arrived at the dimensional domain. We have 10 minutes left. You should relax and take it slow. Yes, Hyung. Also, I have a request. What is it? Jaemin spoke carefully. May you loan me some points? Ha? What are you going to do with it? I want to get some items. Ah. Woojin touched his chin as he thought about it. It was bad to rely on items, but at a certain point, one had to be equipped befitting one's ability. It was important to know how to use one's ability, but it was also important to learn how to use items. The ones I gave you aren't enough? After Jaemin took the post of strategist, he frequently won the dimensional battles. Woojin gave a fixed amount of points every time Jaemin won, so Jaemin should have amassed quite a lot of points. There is something I've been eyeing, but it's a little bit expensive. All right. Buy whatever you want. Yes. Thank you. First, let's reset the protection period. Yes, Hyung. Jaemin sat in the strategist's seat, and Woojin sat on his throne. He wanted to find a suitable opponent before his protection period came to an end, so he opened the catalog to search for lords. It was at that moment when he saw it. What? Is she alive now? She would be furious right now. Woojin couldn't help but laugh when he thought about her. She is spunky. Fools rush in where angels fear to tread. It seemed she was blinded by anger and vengeance. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 154, Allendale in Seoul. Chapter 154, Allendale in Seoul. He stood opposite of Leah on a frozen land. He had expected her to be enraged, but Woojin's prediction was way off. Leah didn't mince words. She brought up the reason as to why she was here. Do you mind if I make you an offer? You challenged me to a duel, yet you want to give me an offer? I don't have a point of contact on the planet anymore. You destroyed all the footholds I had on planet Jakku. If one wanted to visit the dimensional domain of others, one had to go to their dungeons. This was why the only way she could meet with Woojin was through dimensional battle or duel. So you want to give me an offer instead of pursuing your revenge? After I was revived, I heard the news on what happened. In truth, I was a little bit surprised. You seem to have the power to act with reckless bravado in regards to protecting your planet. Reckless bravado. Ah, sorry. It doesn't matter if you are strong or not. You are trying to do an impossible task. Are you desperate to be killed again? Woojin took out his warrior's weapon. Her method of battle was probably the same as before. She wasn't smoking a cigarette this time, but he thought she was trying to buy time through their conversation. Whoa. Calm down. I'm suggesting an alliance. Instead of crossing swords with a person of significant power, it would be more beneficial for me to join up with you. Don't you have any pride? How much did you lose to me? If I can get an alliance with someone as strong as you, it is a small amount of points to pay. Woojin's eyebrows twitched. He couldn't understand her. She was putting out her hand towards a man who had killed her. He had destroyed her colony, and he had killed all her subordinates and domain residents. However, it seemed she thought all of them in terms of points. They were items she could purchase once again after she gained more points. I refuse. Woojin grabbed his axe. Leah laughed. You can't refuse me. I can't win against you. However, the humans around you is a different matter. Woojin headed towards her with his axe in his hand. However, Leah didn't even flinch at his approach. Isn't that a pretty lame threat? Woojin raised his axe. Do you really think you'll be able to block all the links from forming on Earth? It seemed he had an incredible amount of confidence in himself. A single person was thinking about defending against countless dungeons. Woojin snorted at the invidious remark. I'm sure some will break through. This was the first Leah's expression changed. So why won't you accept my offer? You don't mind if the people around you die? It isn't all right. He had his family, and Sua. Then there were the people of Allendale that he had somewhat gotten attached to. He had to protect them. This was the goal Woojin had set for himself. Then why? Even if it isn't you, I have a truck full of bastards threatening me. Next time, you should attack me with some more spirit. Woojin split open Leah's head with his axe. It really seemed she had no intention of fighting from the start. Leah allowed herself to be defeated easily, and she was reduced to a gray light. That was an easy win. I choose loot the storage room. If he could get something like the Skia's boots, which was a main ingredient in making Thrash's set item, he would be thrilled. If he could get a precious treasure, it would be more profitable than looting a domain. Well, my situation will remain the same even if I took out that bitch from the equation. Leah wasn't the only one gunning for Woojin. Even if he was to appease her, there were still a lot of enemies left. He also would be allying himself with someone who would betray him at every turn. It would be better for him to have her remain as an enemy. I have to step on her. Woojin smacked his lips. The best place to loot was at a dimensional domain or a colony of the Dead Lord. If he knew the location of another colony or dungeon owned by Leah, he would have immediately gone there to loot what she had. It was too bad. TSK. She doesn't have any good items. He was left with possession of mediocre items. After the loot was complete, Woojin's sight returned to his own dimensional domain. Jaemin was waiting with a confused expression on his face. He asked Woojin a question. Should we do another dimensional battle, Hyung? No. We gained the necessary protection period. He would gain 4 days if he won the duel or dimensional battle. If he lost, he would gain 12 days. Then the points. You can borrow from me. How much do you need? When they had some spare time, he was going to use Jaemin to gain points through dimensional battles. It wouldn't be bad to give him the points in advance. I need 170,000 points. Ha! The figure was much higher than expected. At Woojin's response, Jaemin scratched the back of his head. I guess it would be difficult. It was enough points to be able to buy a decent dimensional domain. The amount wasn't the problem, and Woojin didn't mind giving it to him. Sunggu, Jaemin, and the people around him had to grow. This would allow them to protect his family in Allendale when a group composing of dimensional lords like Leah shows up. Woojin wasn't like some poltergeist that'll always stick around in one place. It's just that he was curious as to what Jaemin wanted so bad that he was willing to spend so much points on it. What are you trying to buy? I want the vampire lord's heart. What? Woojin wondered if he had misheard Jaemin. I'll slowly save up and buy it later. Jaemin regretted his decision to ask, since it felt like he was making an unreasonable request. Kang Woojin had already done so much for him, and it felt like he was taking advantage of Woojin's generosity. Jaemin had felt his weakness deep within his bones. His request must have arose from the desperation at wanting to get stronger. Wait a moment. Yes? He looked through his dimensional store, and he found the vampire lord's heart. It really is priced at 200,000, but it seemed Jaemin had saved up 30,000 points, but he was strapped for points at the moment. Woojin purchased it. Count Kiet's heart. His previous rank will be passed on. Originally, Jaemin had been bitten by a low-level vampire, and he had become a thrall. Jaemin had killed the vampire, and he initiated the blood ritual to steal the vampire's power to become one. Still, there was a cap to his growth no matter how much blood he drank. If he wanted to become a high-ranked vampire, he had to go through another blood ritual. A heart of a vampire noble. Jaemin was aiming for the heart of a lord. The vampire had to have a station of count at minimum. Once a vampire becomes a lord, it could use blood relations to command the lower-ranked vampires. This wasn't a case where he would only be able to command the blood-sucking monsters. He'll be able to gain underlings from the same race as him. The lord was given the qualification to start a vampire clan. Even if one didn't covet having the underlings, a lord's growth potential was on a different level. If one had the potential to reach 100, the potential would grow 2 to 3 times larger as a lord. Eat it. Thank you. Woojin held up the heart as if it was nothing, and Jaemin didn't refuse the offer. He could show his thanks in the future with his life. Currently, he needed power, and the heart in front of him was the means. Once you finish the ritual, you should return to planet Jakku, and try to imbibe as much blood as possible. I'll be heading to a different planet soon. Another planet? Alphen. Ah. Jaemin was well versed with the planet Alphen. He had become close with the Holy Maiden, since they hunted in the same party. She kept talking about her home planet until his ears had hurt. Are you going to hunt more, Hyun? You should worry about yourself rather than worrying about me. Hurry up and do the ritual. Woojin stayed for the off chance that the blood ritual could go wrong, then he head to Earth. It wasn't as if planet Jakku was the only hunting ground available to Woojin. It was still important for him to clear dungeons that couldn't be handled by anyone on Earth. He wouldn't be able to come back for several days if he went to Alphen. He'll have to leave after clearing the dungeons that are about to break. SSSA. Even in death, the heart was beating. When Jaemin grabbed the heart, blood shot out as it formed a fog of blood, and it was directly absorbed into Jaemin. After the ritual was done, it felt as if something had changed. However, the change was marginal. Jaemin was a bit out of step as he stepped out of the starting block. However, every time he took a step, the change that would occur would become bigger. He'll get to taste a growth that couldn't be compared to before. Good luck. Yes, Hyung. Jaemin was different from his previous self. His face was overflowing with confidence. After Jaemin gave his goodbye, he stepped through the portal heading toward planet Jakku. Woojin entered into a portal heading towards Seoul Station's first exit. President. You are back already, my king? The employee guarding the Seoul Station's first exit greeted Woojin. The title of king was awkward for most people. But Woojin really didn't care. Where's Sunghoon? The Minister of Foreign Affairs went to the headquarters when he heard the guests from overseas had arrived. Is that so? Shall I contact him right now? No. It's fine. It's right around the corner. Woojin stepped out of the exit, and he was showered with clicks from the reporters on a stakeout. He headed towards Alandal's main building. In the building considered to be the headquarters, a portion of the building was designated to be the Foreign Office. Amongst the office spaces, Woo Sung-hoon had an office as the Minister of Foreign Affairs. They want a lot of stuff. Sung-hoon saw the negotiators sent by each country, and he shook his head from side to side. The men here still seemed to be unaware of who was holding the hilt of the sword. Minister. The delegation has arrived at the Prime Minister's office. All right. Let's go. Sung-hoon and the employee left for the Prime Minister's office. Alandal's Prime Minister Young Minchin, a director from Japan's Kaneda Guild, and the delegation from Britain was already present inside the room. It is nice to meet you. My name is Sung-hoon. I'm the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Woo Sung-hoon spoke in flawless English as he greeted everyone. There was no awkwardness to his speech, and a translator was unnecessary. Sung-hoon sat next to Young Mikan, and Minchan quietly whispered into his ear. Minister Woo. This negotiation is Prime Minister. Sung-hoon looked at Minchan with a straight face. Please trust in me. Let me handle the negotiation. Minchan had a serious expression on his face as he looked at Sung-hoon. For a moment, he struggled over the decision, but he nodded his assent in the end. The position makes the person. Woo Sung-hoon was different from his previous self. When they were finalizing Alandal's treaty, Sung-hoon had worked in lockstep with him. This was why Mikan thought Sung-hoon wouldn't make any big mistakes even if he wasn't a professional negotiator. He'll stay to see if there were unforeseen problems. He would be able to immediately make corrections if needed. All right. I still have to make the final decision, so you'll have to discuss it with me. Of course. Aside from the king, the Prime Minister personally dealt with the day-to-day running of Alandal. He had the power akin to a president, and Minchin's influence in Alandal was absolute. Alandal was a small country, but the country had the power to influence the world. As the first Prime Minister of Alandal, many countries were interested in him. Sung-hoon sat in front of the person from Japan's Kaneda Guild. I've read all the data and requests you provided us. Let us discuss the issue of giving a fair warning when a 6-star and above dungeon shows up. We also have to negotiate the joint clearing of. Sung-hoon was skillful in taking the lead, so Minchan nodded his head in approval inside. Sung-hoon was meticulous in gathering data, and he was adept at stealing away the initiative in the negotiations. Sung-hoon was well aware of the fact that Alandal held the absolute high ground in regards to dungeons when talking to other guilds and countries. He used this fact well in the negotiations. After coming to a mutual aid agreement regarding dungeon clearing with the Kaneda Guild, they finalized on the stake Alandal would have on the cleared dungeons. After that negotiation came to an end, Sung-hoon faced the United States Bad Sector Guild. I'm sure the president will decline the offer you made in regards to making a movie. Moreover, Alandal is currently in an alliance with the Titan Guild. They had been having an intense conversation for over 30 minutes, yet they weren't even close to coming to an agreement. Sung-hoon decided to push the negotiations to a different date. We'll start the negotiation again tomorrow. Bad Sector was the second biggest guild in the US behind the Titan. The negotiation hadn't been easy. Sung-hoon sat in front of the delegation from Britain. He frowned. You guys didn't send any data our way, and you just dropped in on us. What is the reason behind this move? President Kong Woojin said to come to Alandal. Aha! He is our monarch. I did as King Kong Woojin instructed. He told me to talk to the people within his own country. This is why we came here. So the president sent you here. Woo Sung-hoon's expression relaxed a little bit. All right. Why are you here? I'll go straight to the point. We want to purchase the dimensional fragment. Ah. You are here to purchase an item. Yes. I was told to negotiate with Allendale. Ah. Did President finally recognize Woo Sung-hoon's skill? The President even entrusted him with this work. He was so happy that the question just fell out of his mouth. All right. What price did you have in mind? The King of Allendale suggested a price to us. He wanted an aircraft carrier for it. What? What did you just say? Sung-hoon thought he had misheard, so he repeated his question. Young Minchin looked at him with surprised eyes. What is this dimensional fragment? Is it supposed to be something precious? He didn't even have to voice the question out loud. Sung-hoon fiercely asked the question with his surprised expression. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 155, Allendale in Seoul, 2. Chapter 155, Allendale in Seoul, 2. Ha! He asked for an aircraft carrier? Yes, that is what he said. The British monarchy and the parliament went over the decision. They came to the conclusion that the dimensional fragment was a very important item, but they decided the aircraft carrier as a payment was unreasonable. Instead, we propose dispatching an aircraft carrier to the East Sea for 5 years. It will shore up your defense. It was such an enormous offer that Sung-hoon's mouth dropped open. He had never thought about this before. He couldn't keep the surprise and confusion off of his face. He had lost the pace of the negotiations through his own fault. He had basically gave up the upper hand in the negotiation. We can come to an agreement on the money it takes to operate the aircraft carrier. If we split the cost down the middle, we'll agree to station it here for the next 5 years. This isn't something I can make the call on. I'll have to meet the king later on, then. As Sung-hoon was speaking, the door suddenly opened, so he shut his mouth. The person he had been waiting for had appeared. I guess everyone's here. Welcome back. Young Minchin greeted Woojin in a welcoming manner. An aircraft carrier wasn't a child's toy, yet he was asking for it so matter-of-factly. He wondered how valuable this dimensional fragment was. When Woojin saw the negotiation group from Britain, he immediately asked a question. Do you speak Korean? I can. Sung-hoon had on a shocked expression when the blonde British man started to speak eloquently in Korean. Of course, the man knew how to speak English, but he never expected his counterpart to know how to speak Korean. If you give me what I want, I'll give you this. Woojin took out the dimensional fragment from his inventory, and he held it out. The gem was letting out a brilliant purple light, and it was emitting so much magical energy that normal people could feel something was off. It takes several thousand people to maintain and operate an aircraft carrier. To my knowledge, Allendale doesn't have that many people. That's my business. Just give me the boat and everything within it. I don't need the people. Did Allendale have enough people to pull this off? There weren't that many people that knew how to operate an aircraft carrier amongst the entire population of Korea. This small country had never even owned an aircraft carrier before, so why was he coveting it so much? I'll take care of it myself. Will you buy it or not? We want the dimensional fragment for the purpose of research, but we have no idea what it can do. You can purchase a dimensional gate that leads to another planet. Basically, with this one item, you will be able to own a dungeon. At Woojin's words, the negotiation group and the people from the US and Japanese guild became surprised. It wasn't known to outsiders, but each of them had also gained a dimensional fragment. Currently, there were researches going on. Will you buy it or not? If you don't want it, I'll sell it to someone else. The negotiation group expressed their dismay at Woojin's unreasonableness. I have to discuss it with my home country. Do you mind if we give our final decision tomorrow? I have to wait until tomorrow? Are you willing to purchase the time that I'll waste? How much was a single day of calm Woojin life worth? He was able to clear a dungeon in few hours. How many dungeons did he crush during his trip around the world? Yet they dared to keep him waiting for a whole day? Can you handle that? Please give me 30 minutes. Woojin turned his head. Can Ida and Bad Sector? If this isn't resolved within 30 minutes, I'll sell it to you guys. Does Japan have any aircraft carriers? Woojin asked the question as he looked at the man from the Bad Sector Guild. When the man from the Bad Sector Guild quickly took out his phone, the negotiator from Britain suddenly stood up. We'll buy it. Woojin smirked. In the end, they were going to buy it no matter what, yet they had acted as if they weren't interested. Bring me the aircraft carrier. Woojin placed the dimensional fragment on the negotiation table. The man didn't know what to do as he looked at Woojin. Woojin shrugged his shoulders. Take it. Just like this? What kind of a dealing was this? The decision had just been made, and there were still uncertainties surrounding the deal. Was it really okay to just hand over something so valuable? Woojin eradicated the negotiators' worries. If you guys plan on reneging on the deal, I'll erase Britain off the map, but all of you can all leave. No, you guys come with me to the president's room. Woojin spoke as he looked at Minchan and Sung-hoon. Then he exited the prime minister's office. For a while, the office was silent as a grave. The air was heavy as it was sucked into Woo Sung-hoon's lungs. What the hell just happened now? The aircraft carrier had been thrown back and forth in the negotiations. In a flash, an item worth billions of dollars had exchanged hands. Is this how it feels to have the world at one's beck and call? Sung-hoon had stood at the center of the negotiations. He felt afraid and thrilled at the same time. Well, let's conclude the negotiations with the Bad Sector Guild tomorrow. Minchan tidied up the situation as he sent away the other delegations. Afterwards, Sung-hoon and Minchan walked the corridor together. Phew. I wonder what the king wants to do with that aircraft carrier. Maybe he just wants one? Sung-hoon had just tossed that idea out there, but somehow there was a ring of truth to it. Minchan let out a groan. Well, they could just go ask him right now. You guys are finally here. Woojin buried his body into sofa as he greeted them. The other party members didn't come with you? They are still rolling along. I thought we were going to do a guild general assembly. Why is it being put off from day to day? The size of assembly got too large. What do you mean? All the guilds of the world showed interest in it. They are all hoping to attend. TSK. Is that so? The Hammer Guild is doing their best. It is scheduled to be in 15 days. That is way too late. He had planned on going to Alphen after the General Assembly ended. This is why you don't outsource tasks like this. Woojin looked at his dependable subordinate Young Minchan. Woojin didn't want any constraints on his work. This was why he had founded a country, and he chose Young Minchan as the prime minister. We'll have it in 6 days. I'll talk to all of the guilds before I head towards Alphen. If they can come, they'll be there. The ones that can't attend can watch it on the news. If you suddenly propose such a tight schedule. I've waited this long. That's enough. Those people from Hammer are too slow. You take over. If he was told to do it, he would do it. However, the thought about doing it made Minchan's head hurt. So why do you need the aircraft carrier? I have something I want to test. Are you trying to make a golem? I can give Dulcie scrap metals, so why would I buy an aircraft carrier for him? There was no good reason to buy such an expensive aircraft carrier for the purpose of using it as ingredients for his golem. Minchan's eyes turned round. What can we do with just the aircraft carrier? We really need a lot of people to move that big thing, but... Woojin grinned. You'll have to fill it up. Woojin didn't have to worry about the task, since he had someone else that would be doing the worrying for him. Minchan's head was hurting already. Or I might fill it up in some other way. Perhaps? From the dimensional domain? Yes. It'll be beyond our ability to fight the war with only people from Earth. Woojin looked at Sung-hoon. Do you know how to do the SNS? Sign me up. What? You want me to register President's SNS? Sung-hoon was surprised. Bring me my handphone. Yes, sir. Sung-hoon fiddled with Woojin's handphone, and he registered Woojin to the SNS. The country of Allendale wasn't even available at registration. As a dual citizen, Sung-hoon registered Woojin as a Korean citizen. So that is how you put up a post. All right. I'll put up on the official Allendale account that President has joined the SNS. Woo Sung-hoon worked quickly, and suddenly, Woojin's handphone kept vibrating. DDI ring. What's going on? I'll turn off the notification. Woojin's followers were increasing rapidly, and he was jumping the total followers ranking several dozen spots at a time. He'll pass me by in a flash. Woo Sung-hoon had a lot of followers. He had as many followers as famous actors. However, it seemed Kong Woojin was going to pass him by at any moment. I'll use this later. Is there any dungeons that are about to break? Do we have any requests that are already in? That's. Minchin's face darkened. There are several imminent breaks, yet none of the governments are asking for help. So they want to take care of it through their own efforts. Yes. I don't know the exact reason behind it, but I would hazard to guess it has something to do with the dimensional fragment you showed earlier. Woojin tapped on his armrest. Greed might burn them, but that was the natural consequence of their deed. They'll get a stomachache. What? It's nothing. Just leave them be. Anyways, Woojin couldn't shut down all the dungeons. The places that'll break will break. The ones that are able to defend their dungeons will defend them. If they were desperate, they'll ask for help. It wasn't a bad idea to give them autonomy. How's the recruitment of new roused for the guild going? The resumes for the recruitment are flooding in. In the end, President will have to make the choice. Please tell me the time, so I can send out a notice. Woojin didn't care about resumes. Their current ability to clear a dungeon had nothing to do with their growth potential. Who would have expected Han Sunggu to become one of the top roused of this world? Woojin will choose them based on what he saw. Then schedule it 3 days from now. I've said all I needed to say, so I'm heading out. The future work would be done by the people left behind. Where are you going? I'm heading to the dimensional domain. Before you do that, could you leave behind a photo? It's for verifying your identity. No one is posting on the president's SNS bulletin board. All right. Photograph me. Could you tilt your head a little bit this way? Yes, like that. Sunghoon put Woojin in the right pose, and he took a photo with the handphone. Click. You upload it. I'm going. Yes. Take care. Also, you should just give up being the Minister of Foreign Affairs. You should continue your work as my secretary. It feels awkward seeing other people. I saw your negotiation skills earlier. You weren't that great. I don't think you have the aptitude for it. My king. Didn't you buy a hand phone from this hopeless negotiator? What does that say about you? Well, I'm going for real now. Yes. He didn't have to go the Seoul station. Woojin opened a portal that connected to his dimensional domain, and he disappeared. So did I just get promoted or demoted? I think it is a promotion. He was the chief secretary directly under the king of Allendale. Woo Sung-hoon uploaded the photo he took with Woojin's hand phone up on the SNS. Allendale Guild is recruiting new roused. The Noah's Ark of the modern age. Your only chance to gain citizenship to Allendale. Kingdom of Allendale finalized a deal for an aircraft carrier. Nationality doesn't matter. Recruitment for support division. Preference given to those with experience aboard an aircraft carrier. Breaking news. Woojin started his SNS. There were several hundred articles pouring out. Moreover, the trending search words were all related to Woojin. Cindy was holding up her phone as she sighed. She had received a big shock from what happened at the reunion. She had stopped working, and she was resting at her home as she received psychiatric treatment. Maybe I should apply. There was no meaning behind being an entertainer, or having money. This was a world where one's death could happen at any moment. It was an end to an era where money protected oneself from everything. Moreover, will I be able to see him more often? When she thought about Woojin, it pulled at her heartstrings. Cindy scrolled down the address book in her handphone, and she located Du Jaiwan's information. She was about to press the call button. However, she just sighed as she lowered her head. I must have gone mad. She was insanely jealous of Du Jaiwan. F you. Get a hold of yourself. What was the point of pining for a man that is taken? She just couldn't stop thinking about him. However, it wasn't as if she had fallen for him at first sight. It wasn't to the point where she loved him. Yearning? It was a feeling her fans felt when they looked at her. This was the feeling Cindy felt when she looked at Woojin. She had never gave this level of interest and attention to a man before. She wasn't passionate enough to commit her life to something based on a brief flash of feeling she felt. She was level-headed enough to control herself. A few. I should start working again. There was a limit to how much break she was willing to take. She couldn't take time off for the rest of her life. He threw her phone on her pillow as she got up. She took out a cold bottle of water from the refrigerator and she drank it. Kaya. Her head felt refreshed when she drank the cold water. She was picking up her hand phone to call her manager when Cindy's body stiffened. Hello? What's up? Speak to me, Cindy. Jaiwan's voice was heard through the phone, and Cindy had no idea what to do. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 156, Recruitment of Roused. Chapter 156, Recruitment of Roused. When Woojin arrived at the dimensional domain, he sent his will towards his strategist Du Jamin. What are you doing, Jamin? I'm beating up a really big bear. What about defending the portal? We have to defend it? Of course. He had left open a return portal just in case they wanted to return. It led directly into the Lord's castle of Allendale. It was his fault for not giving them a heads up, so he could only let out a sigh. What about our loot? I left it open, so you can move it. Is that how it is? No wonder the portal didn't close after I returned. We are traveling around using a wagon, but there are too much stuff. Wait a moment. Woojin wondered if there was a better solution to the problem, and he found the answer in the dimensional domain's admin option. He assigned points, so his vassals could use the storage room at their discretion. He gave Jamin, who was his strategist, access to his dimensional storage room. Open the inventory. What? Inventory? Uwak. What the hell is this? Put all the loot in there. Wow. Jackpot. Wow. This is amazing. Jamin kept letting out exclamation as he put all the loot into the storage. New items were uploaded into his inventory. A domain administrator. The domain residents used the dungeons to explore and hunt on other planets. They brought back bloodstones and items as earnings. Even if a dimensional lord did nothing, the points would accumulate, and the dimensional lord's ranking would go up. One had to just manage everything. Whatever. Woojin looked through the inventory to see if there were any items he needed, then he called out to a wyvern. It had a saddle attached to its back. He passed through the portal heading to planet Jakku as he rode the wyvern. When he passed through the portal, he immediately closed it. He brought out Gaby to scout his surrounding. Dungeon is great. Colony is great. Just find me anything. Cook. All right. I'll bring a really good prey. Woojin tried hard to ignore Gaby's creepy laugh. If he had to pick a familiar that was crazy about killing, he wouldn't hesitate to pick Gaby. Gaby endlessly walked that fine line, and it made Woojin feel uneasy about Gaby. Should I head out too? Woojin got on the back of a wyvern. Keek. The wyvern let out a roar as it pushed off with its back legs. It jumped into the air, and it started to flap its wings. After a moment, it had ascended quite far into the air, and Woojin chose the direction of their flight through his will. Schwack! The sound of the wind assaulted his ear. It made one's eardrum feel numb. If it had got worse, his barrier of souls would activate automatically. After flying for a while, Woojin saw a colony being bombed. Dimensional Lord Joseph was with the Red Hammer's coalition. When he heard the colony he had built on the Jakku planet was being attacked, he quickly traveled to his colony. Which bastard dared to attack my colony? Which coalition was it? The vassal, who had been left behind to manage the colony, bowed his head. It wasn't one of the coalitions. Recently, some crazy bastard came to the planet Jakku, and I believe he is the one responsible for this. The one that smashed the yellow lizards? Yes. It was a famous story being passed around the dimensional lords. Recently, they had all been synchronizing with a planet called Earth. The entirety of the Yellow Lizard Coalition had decided to invade Earth, and they had all met an untimely death. There was only one roused linked to the planet Earth. Woojin was from Earth, and he was the only dimensional lord there. The Red Hammer Coalition and the Black Hat Coalition had heard the news that Woojin had come to planet Jakku with revenge in his heart. How dare he? Activate the last line of weapons on the fortress. It has already been destroyed. What? What will we do now that our fortress final weapon was destroyed? How many guards do we have left? Most of them are still alive. The enemy's attack was so intense that they didn't dare get any closer. What kind of nonsense was this? His final weapon was destroyed, yet almost all his guards were still alive. Then who is fighting the intruder? Two beings attacked us, and they are fighting each other. Did he hear wrong? Joseph picked at his ears. The two of them are fighting each other? Yes. Are they crazy? There were plenty of open land to fight on, so why were they fighting here? Kurururung. Joseph frowned when he heard his castle shake. Those bastards. His city was about to be destroyed as collateral damage to someone else's fight? The infuriated Joseph stormed out of the castle. His weapon of choice was a large staff. He ascended to the top of the tower with his weapon in hand. Kwang! Kwang! Is it a small fire golem? A fire golem, which had the stature of a human, was flying around the sky. That was what it looked like to Joseph. Kwang, kwang. Goo ha ha ha. As it was letting out a deranged laughter, it shot out consecutive magic spells that was causing explosions. The one doing this was not a living being. Lich? Joseph assessed the situation. They said Kong Woojin was a necromancer. It seems his real identity is a lich. A poisonous bastard, who had turned himself into a lich, had become a dimensional lord. Ah. It isn't like that. The dimensional lord Kong Woojin is a human. The lich is his familiar. What? Joseph furrowed his brows. What the hell was the lich chasing? They are coming toward us. They dare. Joseph raised his staff, and he gathered his magical energy. Before his planet went under, he had been one of the top 10 archmages. A lich and some mysterious fire golem dared to trash his colony. Warururuk. An extreme heat that could rival the conflagration of hell was gathered. I'll turn you into ashes. Shua huck. It shot out like a dragon's breath. The unknown being he considered to be a fire golem was hit with the heat. This was Joseph's ultimate attack. It wasn't a joke when he described it as an attack that rivaled a dragon's breath. However, the fire golem was made out of something very sturdy. Shushashuk. It burst through the heat. The being suddenly grew in size, and its fist covered in fire was extended. You dare! He hurriedly erected a barrier to stop it, but Joseph experienced something he had never experienced for the past 10 years. Kwang. His body and barrier was sent flying, and he was nailed to the outer castle wall. How can there be such a humiliation? He got up immediately to find his opponent, but his opponent was already beside him. A foot encased in fire descended towards Joseph's head. Kwajik. Geez. It's really hot. Sungu grumbled as Joseph's head exploded. Sungu's eyes widened when the body dissolved into a gray light. He was a dimensional lord? Was a dimensional lord supposed to be this weak? This thought briefly passed through Sungu's brain when he remembered Janie's promise. He'll be given a break if he killed a dimensional lord or if he destroyed a dungeon. Sungu looked to the sky, and he saw a long-bodied dragon that had been generated out of fire. It had the property of chasing after its target. Sungu had run away, but in the end, it had followed him here. Give me a 10-minute break. I caught one. Goo hoo hoo. Too bad. Too bad. Did the lich really plan on killing him? He didn't have the energy to give a reply. His time was too precious. Sungu quickly sat on the floor, and he absorbed the flames that was present in the surrounding. During all of this, the lich sent the flame dragon towards the city. Kwang. Every time the flame dragon passed by the city, the buildings erupted in flames. When he felt enough fire was in his body, Sungu opened his eyes. He saw Woojin standing in front of him with the lich. When did you get here, Hyung Nim? Just right now. You are pretty good now. Ha. Sungu was able to take him down a dimensional lord. He had made an incredible leap in his development. Woojin grinned as he looked at the lich. You have to do it properly. Do it properly. Goo ha ha. I was about to start his training for real right now. Excuse me, Hyung Nim and Skeleton Nim. How can you have so much fun when having such a conversation? Shall we fight for real now? We haven't been fighting for real. There is nothing more useful than a real fight in a training. Goo ha ha. What are you talking about? Woojin spoke as he looked at the confused Sungu and the gleeful Janies. While you are at it, you should clear out the surrounding a little bit. Goo ha ha. All right. I'll do you a favor. If you kill or destroy 5-dimensional lords or colonies, you will get a 10-minute break. Sungu had a tearful expression on his face. I'm so thankful that tears are. I'll kill you in 10 seconds. Shit. Kwang. Sungu's body exploded up into the air. In a flash, Sungu had already flown away a great distance. Woojin put on a satisfied smile as he looked at Sungu. He's like a rocket now. Useful roust were slowly forming around him. Kia! The wyvern had been roaming around the sky. It let out a roar, then it lowered its head. Woojin got on the saddle, and it flew into the air. I wonder how much Jaemin has grown. Jaemin had drunk from the vampire lord's heart, and he had gone through the ritual of blood. He was now able to turn subordinates, so he could make his own troops. Moreover, his physical growth limit had risen to a sky-high level. Woojin's expectation of Jaemin was on a whole different level now. Woojin unnecessarily felt excited as he drove the wyvern towards Jaemin. The madness that made him lose his mind was gone. He didn't recklessly charge into his enemies. Hoo. Now he was constantly insane. Quang. Every time Jaemin moved, blood exploded. He wasn't alone now. Goo. His subordinates were now dependent on blood. They were like red-eyed zombies as they ran in towards the enemies. There were orcs, goblins, and even ogres amongst them. Jaemin walked into a battlefield that was a complete pandemonium. Corpses that had been bitten were strewn everywhere. The eyes of his subordinates became redder and much sharper. One could even feel a sense of dignity from them too. One couldn't look down on them. These pawns were all his subordinates, but at the same time, they were challengers that could attack him at any time. Jaemin had killed and drank from the vampire that had bitten him. This allowed him to absorb the vampire's power through the succession of blood. If he showed a little bit of weakness to his underlings, they'll challenge him. Ooh. Jaemin came to a stop in front of a moaning human. His 2 legs had been severed, and his arm couldn't be moved from being crushed. One could see his eyes through the blood covering his face. One could see fear, and at the same time, there was malice in those eyes. Do you want to live? Help me. The malice turned to begging as his eyes started to fill up with tears. He liked seeing the fear. He liked seeing the will to live in this man's eyes. This would be the foundation to the loyalty that would be given to Jaemin. Death was the end of the road for the refugees wandering around the dimensional domain. Jaemin bit his hand, and he wetted the lips of the dying human warrior. Ooh. His eyes opened wide as the vessel in his eyes burst open. Then his body started to shake. Kuaa. The man let out a scream as his body was surrounded by black blood before his body exploded. The pieces of his body turned into several dozen bats as they flew around Jaemin. Jigg. The bats coalesced in front of Jaemin, and it formed into the warrior that had been about to die. His face was whiter than before, but his severed limbs were completely regenerated. His purple lips was bloodless, and it was proof that his life had gone through a change. Name? Cabal. His cracked voice gave an answer. Jaemin could feel it. He could feel this man's hate and fear towards him. Moreover, he could feel his thirst for blood. It was all transmitted to him. If he showed a fraction of weakness, this man would try to eat Jaemin. Kneel. At Jaemin's words, Cabal got on one knee, and he lowered his head. This underling was different from the monsters he had turned. He was the first member of Jaemin's tribe. His family of blood had been born. Drink the blood of the enemies. Kya. When he got Jaemin's assent, Cabal immediately ran towards the battlefield. It seemed Cabal was thirsting for blood so much that he couldn't maintain his rationality. This reminded Jaemin of his old self, so he put on a bitter smile. He felt an indescribable thrill at gaining an underling that would follow his every word. Jaemin's 2 fists were trembling. I'm pretty cool now. Jaemin was slowly turning in a noble of the night. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 157, Recruitment of Roused, 2. Chapter 157, Recruitment of Roused, 2. I would like to take a break. Phew. Let's regroup. At Haesol's signal, Baekjungdo let out a long sigh as he wiped away the sweat on his forehead. After he had developed an ability to become aroused, he had thought he had walked the hard road as he went around attempting the fairly difficult dungeons. However, it felt as if he had deluded himself up until now. He had hunted on planet Jakku for the past couple days, and he was pushed to his limit daily. Maybe this was why he saw his abilities actually progress compared to before. The constant suspense gave him a lot of stress, but the change it caused was not bad. How are you doing? Oh. Brother Kong. When did you get here? When Kong Woojin suddenly appeared, Baek Jungdo greeted him warmly. I arrived a little while ago. Anyways, how are you doing? This has been a good stimulus for me. If you want, we can walk the same road. At Woojin's words, Baek Jungdo shook his head from side to side. He was an outsider, and he shouldn't continue to impose himself upon Woojin's hospitality. No. I've already gained a lot from this expedition. Moreover, I have a lot of work to do after I return to the guild. Do as you like then. Woojin didn't go out of his way to keep him. If he was short on roused, he could just hire more. This is what he did with Sungu, Haesol, and Blanca. Baek Jungdo couldn't hide the disappointment in his eyes. However, he couldn't abandon the KH guild to work under Woojin, so he didn't say anything more on the subject. Where's Jaemin? Haesol had been organizing the battlefield. She approached and answered Woojin's question. He went to a fortress up ahead. He looked towards where Haesol was pointing. He saw a castle perched on top of a small mountain. By himself? Yes. Woojin stroked his chin. Jaemin had gone through the ritual of blood using the vampire lord's heart. However, he had never expected him to be able to already attack a dimensional lord's colony city by himself. He went there to scout, so you don't have to worry about him. It doesn't look like he was scouting. What? He's coming back after a fight. When Woojin started to rub his chin, Haesol turned her gaze away. She could see a cloud of bats in the distance. However, there was a group of monsters chasing after the bats. It seems he's on the run. Nope. What? Never mind. You can return to what you were doing. Yes. Woojin headed towards the bats. The cloud of bats coalesced in front of him to form Jaemin. He looked calmer than the past, and there was a little bit more presence to him. Woojin met Jaemin's eyes. A queer smile formed on Woojin's face. What is that? I thought there would be a limit on what I could do by myself. The underlings were like zombies with red eyes. They looked to be a bit dangerous, and at a conservative estimate, there were 300 of them. Kayak. The bats next to Jaemin coalesced, and Cabal revealed his teeth towards Woojin. It was as if he was trying to show his own loyalty towards his master in his own way. Shua Huck. Black smoke coalesced, and a large hammer dropped on top of its head. Kwajik. A puny mosquito dares to be rude to the king. Even though Ramzan's hammer had bludgeoned his head, Cabal was still alive. Can you handle them? Jaemin didn't know the reason behind the question, so he stared blankly at Woojin. It looks as if you are trying to copy me. I don't think you are doing a good job. Woojin didn't deal with any undeads that exceeded his control. Once the undead broke free from his control, the undead were basically reduced to being monsters. The underlings created by Jaemin was similar in nature. Undeads had a hatred for the living, and it looked as if the Jaemin's underlings were much worse than the undead. It seemed they had an endless thirst for blood. As their lord, how much control did he have over them? I can do it. Really? Then tell me with more confidence. I have no idea. Woojin fired the souls he had in storage. It was like tracking missiles, which followed the enemies until the target was hit. The spirit spears flew in towards the head of the underlings. Shushushashuk. Poo-puck. The sound of watermelons exploding was heard as the underlings fell over with their heads missing. Jaemin felt dispirited when he saw his vampire army be dispatched so easily. Woojin put his arm around Jaemin's shoulders. Jaemin. Yes, Hyung. Quantity isn't important. First, try to get good at controlling one. If one didn't have complete control over one's familiars, it was better to not have them. Cabal had used a large amount of energy to quickly regenerate his head. Cabal looked at Woojin with fear in his eyes. This kind of bastard won't do you any good. He was barely hit once yet he was showing so much fear. A familiar should be willing to die to protect one's master. It was better to not have one like him, who would put his tail between his leg from fear. Waru-rook. Gu-aak. The spirit spear shot out by Woojin pierced through Cabal. Cabal immediately exploded as he burned up. The subordinates he had made were killed in less than 1 minute. Woojin's voice pushed into Jaemin's ears. No matter how many you have as support, it is all useless if you are weak. He was right. The power of a lord could be stolen by a member of a vampire clan that he had shared his blood with. His position could be stolen. Even if you build up your troops, you should be slow and careful in who you choose. Look at what I did. Hyung has a lot of troops. Woojin smirked. The skeletons and zombies are disposable troops. Look at my familiars. He had accumulated them over a 20 years period. If one thought about the amount of time Woojin had lived, 54 death nights was a small number. I think I get what you are trying to say. All right. Woojin mussed up Jaemin's hair. Also, you should relax your eyes a little bit. Yes. Woojin smirked as he patted Jaemin's back, then he turned to look at the party. In 6 days Earth time or 24 days here, there will be a general guild assembly. I want you guys to do your best to destroy all the dungeons and colonies on this planet by then. It was finally D-Day. Melody's eyes twinkled as she asked her question. Where's your next destination? You already know, so why ask? There were traces of tears in Melody's eyes. The smile on Woojin's lips deepened. I'm going to Alphen. She was finally going back. She had voluntarily thrown herself into Earth with her homeland in mind. She'll be returning to her bleak planet with a helper. She was deeply moved. The most unbelievable part of all of this was the fact that the helper was the immortal. While Jaemin and the other party members started to clear dungeons and colonies one by one, Sunggu was destroying the dimensional lords, since he wanted to live. When Jaemin's party cleared 1, Sunggu cleared 3. During all of this, Woojin was like a person gathering grains. He put pressure on the dimensional lords. The dungeons were in the form of pillars. There were much less dungeons on this planet compared to Earth. However, the dimensional lords had made a lot of colonies with artificial gates. There were clear pros and cons to making a colony. The fact that one could construct a dimensional domain on a planet was a pro and a con. In a dungeon, there was a cap of how many challengers there can be. At most, only 10 people could enter. However, one couldn't limit the number of challengers attacking a colony. One had to have a lot of troops and facilities. However, a colony solved one of the most important problems. Only the roused could enter a dungeon. However, those with almost no abilities could enter the colony. This was the reason why Woojin was trying to make a colony on Earth. He had snatched around 20 dimensional fragments, so it wouldn't be much of a loss if he used one of them to form a colony. Woojin had faithfully kept up with his dimensional battles, and Jaemin had won every single one of them. After 12 days or 3 days in Earth time, Woojin exited the Soul Station's first exit. My king. An employee had been put on standby. At Woojin's appearance, the flustered employee called Woo Sung-hoon. Yes, sir. He's just arrived. Yes, sir. Now he was the chief secretary of a king. There was a big difference between these posts, and his current job might be more important than being a minister of a department. You didn't have to call him. I'll be heading there immediately. Yes. I'm sorry. What are you sorry about? Woojin made fun of the overly cautious employee several times before he moved on. 12 security guards in suits moved with Woojin. Why are there so many people here? It is the interview day. The people packing the street was all here to apply to Allendale? Woojin concentrated as he looked at the crowd. Most of them were between level 11 and 30. They were rank F and E roused. Isn't that Kong Woojin? I think it is. He looks exactly like the pictures. Their murmurs reached one's ears. It was obvious that Woojin was someone of importance. He was surrounded by 12 security guards. When Woojin reached the front gate of Allendale, Prime Minister Young Minchin, Woo Sung-hoon and the employees were gathered there to greet Woojin. Today is the interview day? Yes, President. We haven't let them in yet. People were gathered in front of Allendale's front gate. It was as if they were examinees waiting to enter the testing ground. Also, it wasn't as if there were only Koreans present here. There were plenty people from around the world who wanted to join Allendale. I'm busy. Let's pick them right now. What? We haven't even separated them into ranks. It was still early in the morning. If he knew Woojin would arrive so early, he would have sent out an early notice. It's all right. Ranks aren't important. Woojin climbed the front wall. Quiet. His voice hadn't been loud, but everyone's attention was drawn towards Woojin. He had put magical energy into his voice, and even the people in the back could hear him clearly. The people I choose will become citizens and roused of Allendale. I'll start the selection. This wasn't an interview process. It was a selection process. He was going to pick those with high potential for growth. Woojin used a combination of basic skills like observation, measurement and analysis to sort out the people. You, and you. Pass. Me? The process had started very abruptly. The people that were chosen were confused, but they passed through the front gate with delight. The support given to the roused of Allendale was the best in the world. They would be trained by Kong Woojin, the best roused of Earth. Moreover, each chosen roused would be given a support staff much larger than what other guilds gave. After making the selections, Woojin drew a line. All right. Everyone else beyond this point can go home. The people behind the line should step forward now. The 500 people addressed by Woojin started to talk amongst themselves. One of the braver souls spoke up. How can you do this to us? That right. How can you judge a person from a single glance? Woojin smirked. If you have a problem, you should become a king. What an unreasonable. Don't you have to give us a fair opportunity? That's right. I have confidence I'll do well if chosen. Please let us take a test. Being noticed by Kong Woojin was the test. Even if he chose people with high potential, there might be people he might not get along with, and some might not be able to adjust to Woojin. Everyone good at swordplay didn't correlate to everyone becoming a great killer. Everyone had different potential and propensity. The first step was to sort them out through potential. All right. I'll give you all a chance. These people wouldn't understand him even if he explained it. It would be better to show them. Shuk. He summoned the Death Knight Al-Assad in front of the gate. Al-Assad had just barely reached the AA rank or the 7th circle when he was alive. When he was reborn as a Death Knight, he was able to gain the abilities of an S rank or an 8th circle. I don't have time to waste. If you last 30 seconds, you pass. However, the price of failure is your life. Anyone want to take up the challenge? The cat got everyone's tongue. A challenge with one's life on the line. It was basically a choice of dying or lasting for 30 seconds to get into Allendale. Several people shook their head from side to side, and they left without any regret in their heart. However, most of the people just stood there watching how the situation would develop. They were waiting for Kong Woojin to give them some other options. I'll attempt it. At that moment, a roused standing in the backline stepped forward pompously. Woojin's eyebrows twitched when he observed him. Ho-oh! It's a 7th circle. He never expected an AA rank roused to show up. This was the first time Woojin had seen him, but this wasn't the case with everyone else. It's Kim Konchul. That's right. It's Kim Konchul. He was the number 1 ranked roused in Korea before Kong Woojin had appeared. It was the free roused, who wasn't affiliated with any guild. Kim Konchul had appeared. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 158, God of Earth. Chapter 158, God of Earth. Kim Konchul? Woojin tilted his head. Even Woojin had heard about him. Kim Konchul was the fastest to reach rank A as a roused in Korea. He was an eccentric roused, who had refused to establish his own guild, and he also refused to join the other guilds. He had a somewhat stocky body. His hairline had receded halfway, and he had broad facial feature. He was someone that gave off a favorable impression. May I speak with you for a brief moment? Why? You want to join us? All I want is a conversation with the King of Allendale. Then come back later. I'm Kim Konchul. I know. Woojin looked at the security guards below him. Take him out. Yes. The security guards rushed towards Kim Konchul. Please leave. Kim Konchul shut his mouth, and he dug in his heels. The security guards could do nothing. Kim Konchul used to have the title of being the best roused of Korea. The security guards were normal people, so they didn't know what to do. When they hesitated, Woojin frowned. Kim Konchul looked up to look at the man standing atop the wall. If I last 30 seconds against this Death Knight, will you set aside some time to have a conversation with me? Woojin shook his head from side to side. You are barking up the wrong tree. I'm busy. Come back later. If I don't talk to you right now, wouldn't it be difficult to get a hold of you later? Then we won't have to ever meet again. However, Kim Konchul stuck to his guns. If Kong Woojin went into a dungeon, Kim Konchul had no idea when he'll get to meet him next. I just need a moment of your time. How annoying. Woojin jumped down from the wall. Woojin wasn't a small man. When he faced Kim Conchal, he was very imposing. When the crowd felt the volatile atmosphere, they stepped backwards to give the two men space. You are turning out to be a headache. What do you want? Do you want an interview? At Woojin's words, Kim Conchal shook his head as if he had been put in an awkward situation. I have something else I have to do, so joining your outfit might be problematic. I just need a little bit of your time to talk. Cha-on. Woojin summoned his longsword and he swung it. Kim Conchal reflexively withdrew a dagger from his jacket. He parried as he retreated backwards. What the hell are you doing, Dot? This is the start of a special interview that will be conducted by me. Woojin continued to speak. If you last 30 seconds, you're hired. What kind of nonsense? Gaong. Kim Conchal couldn't protest any longer. Woojin's sword strikes were getting very close to hitting him. He didn't dare speak or breath wrong. Kong, Kong. The sudden sword fight had everyone in the surrounding retreating backwards. He's really trying to kill me. Kim Conchal felt the threat to his own life. Kong Woojin's eyes twinkled. He's pretty decent. 10 seconds. Woojin's sword strikes changed. Shu-shuk, chak. Woojin's movements was much faster. Kim Conchal was moving his hands and feet in a dizzying manner, but blood was starting to erupt from various parts of his body. However, these were very superficial cuts on his skin. Is he taking it easy on me? When that thought entered his mind, he allowed a significant attack to slip through his defense. Puwuk, Dot. Shit. The sword had pierced through his shoulder, and Kim Conchal stabbed back with his dagger with ill intent. If he had known he was going to fight, he would have brought his main weapon. He regretted not bringing it. The dagger swung by him couldn't even graze against Woojin's clothes. Kwadong. At Woojin's kick, Kim Conchal fell over. Before he could right himself, a low kick flew in to knock him down once again. Uwuk. The unfortunate part was that a sword had come flying in instead of a kick on the following attack. Sukuk. Ku-ah-ah-ak. Kim Kanchal's leg was cut by Woojin's sword. This is insane. I'm leaving. There was unrest amongst the spectators, and they were moving away as if they were running away. The scene was a pandemonium. Woo Sung-hoon became mute, and Young Minchin put his hand on his forehead. The president had made another accident again. Kim Conchal was. Puwuk. Kuwuk. The sword didn't stop. He cut the tendons in Kim Conchal's sword arm, and Woojin planted his sword on the opposite shoulder. The blade went through the shoulder, and it embedded itself in the ground. Ooh. As the blood was leaking out all over the floor, Woojin crouched in front of Kim Conchal. 30 seconds has passed. See, crazy bastard. Woojin grinned at Kim Conchal's words. It is a waste to kill you like this, so you pass the interview. Kim Conchal displayed hostility at Woojin's bright words. Hong. Just kill me. Yes, I will. In the end, it didn't matter if he was alive or not. Some people were more easy to deal with in their death. Woojin gripped the sword that was embedded in Kim Conchal's shoulder. The sword had been placed in an excellent location. If he used a little bit more force, he would be able to separate the head from the body. Wait a moment. What? Keep your last word short. Please spare me. Dot. Hadn't he been the number one roused in Korea? Did he have no backbone? As if he had read the intent in Woojin's eyes, Kim Conchal spoke quickly. I'll join your guild. Yes. You will join in your death. I want live and join. You do? Please. Kim Conchal felt a sense of urgency. Woojin frowned as if what he heard was disagreeable. Wouldn't it be more convenient to use a bastard like you in your death? You can't. I have something I have to do to save the earth. Geez. Are you trying to feed me a lie? When Woojin gripped his sword again, Kim Conchal revealed his final card. I'm here to give you a message from Dr. Toppler. Where is that son of a bitch? Woojin's reacted as if he was infuriated. Kim Conchal realized he had been too careless in coming here. He regretted his lack of preparation. He said I just needed to deliver a message. Anyways, the situation had turned for the worst. It seemed Kong Woojin didn't have any good feelings towards Dr. Toppler. No matter how he looked at it, Kim Conchal was in a bad spot. Let's go in. There were still too many eyes in their surrounding. Woojin pulled out the sword stuck in Kim Conchal's shoulder in an annoyed fashion. Cool whoop. Woojin unsummoned his sword, and he looked around his surrounding. It seemed most people had run away, and only several dozen people remained. They were hanging around with fear in their gazes. You guys over there. What? Are you talking to us? When Woojin's attention fell on them, the remaining people spoke out with trembling voices. Yes. You guys all pass. Come in. Woojin turned around, and he headed towards the front gate. Al-Assad had been watching from the side. Al-Assad picked up Kim Konchal by his mangled leg, and it slung him over its back. Kuwa-uk. The bones in his leg was twisted in an unseemly fashion, yet Al-Assad didn't pay any attention to it. It just followed after Woojin. Please be a little bit more gentle with me. Be thankful you still have your flesh and blood. Al-Assad's terrifying nature was briefly revealed, and Kim Konchal shut his mouth. He had been famous for being Korea's #1 roused, but he didn't get any special treatments in Allendale. Should we head in? Should we run away? They were the leftover roused, who had come here for the interview. They gulped as they saw the trail of blood. The chosen roused were standing on other side of the front gate, and their faces were white from fear. I would like all the successful applicants to gather here. Woo Sung-hoon quickly organized everyone, and he quickly gathered the conflicted applicants. The security guards and the employees quickly cleared away the mess in front of the gate. Aside from Kim Konchal, Allendale had just finalized in hiring 23 new roused employees. The president's room had turned into the king's office. The owner of Allendale was having a private audience with a sickly patient that needed to be sent to the emergency room immediately. I'm busy. Hurry up and tell me. Can you heal me? Why should I? You are going to die anyways. What do you plan to do? Then I won't speak. Then I'll just kill you. When Woojin stretched his hand out, the warrior's weapon in its dagger form was summoned. I'll speak. I don't want to listen to you anymore. When Woojin took a step closer, Kim Konchal spoke rapidly. He said if you want to save Earth from the Tronet, you have to gather the codes. You forgot to introduce yourself. Woojin was another step closer. His sharp blade was gleaming. Kim Konchal's Adam's apple moved as he gulped down the saliva produced by his fear. Kim Gongchul. I have no affiliation with any guilds. No, I'm being sponsored by the Moon World. Moon World? Woojin stopped walking. Kim Konchal let out a sigh of relief. What is that? Dr. Toppler is part of that organization. Is it the name of their planet? That's my guess too. Woojin remembered Dr. Doppler's words. We share a same goal. Woojin wanted to sever all the links between Tronet and Earth. Toppler wanted to do the same for his own planet. Kim Konchal, who was in front of him, said he wanted to protect Earth. What is a code? I have no idea. I was just told to deliver this message to you. A code. Woojin touched his chin. Well, all right. Phew. Then you'll treat me now. You will defend Earth. You'll work for Earth in your death. If you kill me, you will be unable to contact the Moon World. If they get frustrated, they'll contact me again. You have no credibility. It is easier to use you in death. He was trying to kill a person, because it was convenient for him. I'm not a bad guy. If you let me live, I'll join Allendale. Just allow me work independently. Ha. Geez. He had just found a guy similar to Sung-hoon. No, he couldn't read Kim Konchal's intent unlike Sung-hoon. Does that mean he was worse than Sung-hoon? He was going to be dead soon, so why was he suggesting these ridiculous proposals? As expected, he should just... Woojin raised his dagger. Wait a moment. Didn't I tell you I'll join Allendale? I'll make sure you do. No, he wanted to do join in life rather than death. Kim Konchal desperately tried come up with something to say. However, he saw Woojin's expression, and he realized he would be killed no matter what he said. What kind of a devil was this? Before Woojin could bring down his dagger, the door opened. What is it? I left instructions that no one may enter here. President. That is. What? Woojin asked when he saw Sung-hoon's urgent expression. Miss is awake. Miss? I'm talking about Kang Soo-nim. Woojin had his dagger in his hand as he looked at Kim Konchal, who was on the floor. I'll pledge my loyalty to you. Please spare me. How could he trust such a lightweight? It was a wonder as to how this guy had become the first rank aroused in Korea. He didn't even receive help from a guild. Moon World. A picture was forming inside his head. They had sponsored Kim Conchal. Money? Nope. Dr. Toppler was able to brazenly create a dungeon in his house. Woojin had chased after him, but Toppler had disappeared using some unknown method. He was a strange one. At the very least, he was someone who had gotten closer to finding out the fundamentals and secrets of the dungeons. A group of people like him had groomed Kim Conchal. What was their purpose? President. We have to. All right. Woojin dismissed his longsword. If he wanted to find out more information, it would be better to make Kim Conchal a death knight. However, Kim Conchal might have more value as a hostage. He might be more useful that way. I'll see you a little bit later. Woojin looked at Woo Sung-hoon. Keep a watch over him. Yes, sir. Woojin exited through the door. Sung-hoon and Kim Conchal was the only one left in the room. Ooh. Woo Sung-hoon looked at Kim Conchal's tattered appearance. One of his leg was cut, and his right arm was mangled. Just a brief look at Kim Conchal's state had made Sung-hoon become nauseous. However, Kim Conchal was lying there calmly as if he wasn't feeling any pain. Look here, my man. I'm the chief secretary. All right. Anyways, have you ever thought about this? How could he speak when he was basically a half-dead corpse? Woo Sung-hoon replied as he felt a mixture of uneasiness and curiosity. About what? Do you believe in coincidences? Ah. What the hell are you talking about? He was talking about nonsense. Sung-hoon was about to express his irritation when a rock flew towards him. Puwuk. He saw what was flying towards him, but Sung-hoon couldn't dodge it. Kim Conchal's shoulder was a mess, so he had thrown the stone with the flick of his wrist. However, it was still a stone thrown by a rank AA roused. Tulsuk. Sung-hoon fell over as he foamed at the mouth. When he saw this, Kim Conchal reached forward in midair, and he brought out a potion. He took it out from the other dimension. It was akin to an inventory. Chi-keek. He sprayed the potion on various wounds, and he soon found his strength returning again. God is taking a kindly interest in me. Kim Conchal opened the window, and he jumped out of it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 159, God of Earth, 2. Chapter 159, God of Earth, 2. There was a crowd of people in front of Sua's room. When Woojin arrived, he saw Do Jaiwon and Cindy within the crowd. Woojin-ah. Jaiwon's voice was filled with worry and misery. However, she couldn't console Woojin. No, it wasn't a situation where she needed to console him. The unconscious Sua had just woken up. I'll talk to you later. All right. Woojin walked past the people, and he entered the room. His mother's face was filled with tears, and her nose was running. She feebly turned her head towards him. Woojin-ah. My Sua. Sua doesn't recognize her mother. Puwuk. It's all right. Woojin patted his mother on the back. She had temporary amnesia? She had become a priestess that will deliver the divine words. However, he had never encountered a situation where the host's memories were erased. It wasn't an amnesia. Some being had borrowed her body, and its aura was surrounding the small girl. A god was manifesting itself by borrowing the body of the priestess. Currently, this girl wasn't his Donsing, Sua. It was literally the unknown god itself. Please leave for a moment. Lee Suk-young's feet was heavy from worry, but they weren't going to get anywhere by her staying here. She exited the room. When the room was occupied by the two of them, the being opened her closed eyes. A blinding light was leaking out of her eyes. It was almost impossible to face her. Woojin frowned as he asked a question. Shouldn't you at least give an introduction? You don't know your name? Try picking one. Jesus, Shakyamuni, Allah. What else is there? Woojin made invidious remarks. She opened her lips when she heard him. However, the sound wasn't delivered to his ears. I was born from the seed when this planet went through the quickening recently. Why would I have a name? Ho! You are a nameless god. The quickening happened recently? Was there no other gods on Earth? This might be the first god to arrive. I met you when I took my first step. However, I've known you for a long time. The smile on Woojin's face disappeared. Why don't you speak intelligently, so I can understand what you are saying? I've been watching your deeds. the light being emitted by her eyes dimmed. Ha! The gods are all the same. The gods he met on Alphen was like this. He didn't know why they spoke in such a transient manner. Accompanying a moan, the falling little girl returned to being his dongsing, Sua. The oppressive magical energy surrounding her had disappeared. Woojin hugged her as she was about to fall to the floor. Ooh, okay. Sua's eyes were half closed, and her vision flickered. When she saw Woojin, she labored to part her lips. Appa. Yes. It's your Appa. She had suffered a lot. If she hadn't been able to endure the process, she would have died. She managed to endure, and she had delivered the god's voice. In a flash, Kang Sua had gained the power of the fifth circle. In Earth's rank, she was already a rank beroused. Appa. In my dream, Woojin gave Sua a tight hug. You did good. He was thankful she was able to endure the process, and he was thankful that she was still alive. Sua blinked her eyes at Woojin's uncharacteristic gesture. So what is the name of the friend that appeared in your dream? Ha? I don't know its name. All right. I'll call Mother. You should rest a little bit. Yes. She had the ability of a fifth circle priestess. She would be able to use her abilities through her prayers. Sua will grow up to be a special existence. She would be like the current priestess of the Arya Church, Melody. When Woojin exited the room, an employee with a panicked face ran towards him. Something terrible has happened. Kim Conchul has run away. Woojin wrinkled up his forehead. He turned his head slightly to look into Sua's room, which he had just exited. Woojin. When Jaiwan called his name, Woojin's gaze landed on her. Her pristine soul was shaking a little bit. I'll see you later. Yes. All right. Woojin must Jaiwan's head once, then he walked down the corridor. Cindy was by Jaiwan's side, and she asked in a small voice. Phew. Woojin is incredibly busy. Yes, he is. Are you okay with that? It was announced that you are his girlfriend, but in truth, you don't get to see him often. Ha ha. I'm all right. She wasn't lying. Du Jaiwan really didn't mind. Kang Woojin was busy, and she completely understood it. He had saved her life. How shameless would it be for her to complain to get attention from him? Jaiwan was just thankful that she was able to watch him from close by. He was a dangerous and busy person. He was the hero that was saving Earth. Aee. Did you even kiss him yet? Ha? At Cindy's question, Jaiwan's face turned bright red. Then she looked around her surrounding, and she spoke in a small voice. We shouldn't speak about such things here. This was the room where the unconscious Sua had just woken up. It wasn't the place to joke about such stuff. Jaiwan led Cindy by her hand as they exited the room. A few. You have it pretty rough. Cindy let out a sigh. She was the lover of the most famous man in the world, yet it looked to be a hard life to be loved by him. So when are you going back home? Am I a bother? I didn't mean it that way. Cindy was surprised by Jaiwan's sudden question. When she replied back, Jaiwan shook her head. A couple days ago, Cindy had called her out of the blue. Cindy seemed to have suffered lingering trauma from the reunion, and she had halted all her media activity. She was on a break. However, it seemed she still had anxiety attacks, so she had asked Jaiwan for help. Cindy had wondered if she could recuperate in Allendale. Du Jaiwan received permission from Minchan, who was the Prime Minister, and she had invited Cindy over. Cindy had already lived with her for 3 days, and Jaiwan had a feeling that this living situation would last for a long time. Fu. It seems not everyone can be the lover of a hero. I don't think I could do it even if it cost me my life. Jaiwan didn't have a retort for Cindy's words. Woojin looked out the broken window as he surveyed the bustling training ground. Then he turned his gaze towards the fallen Woo Sung-hoon. He isn't conscious, but he is still alive. At the security guard's words, Woojin plucked a soul that was hovering around him, and he let it absorb into Sung-hoon. Ooh. Sung-hoon had regained his vigor. He let out a moan as he got off the floor. President. No, my king. What happened? He was talking nonsense when he suddenly threw something at me. Afterwards, What did he say? I can't remember. He was saying something about whether coincidences can happen in this world. Coincidence? Woojin let out a bitter laugh. Was it called the Moon World? Toppler was part of this organization, and they were supporting Kim Konchal. Those bastards wanted to talk with Woojin. However, they wanted to do so while hiding their real identities in the dark. You should take care of your body more. You should exercise a little bit. How could he face aroused just from doing some exercise? In the first place, there wasn't anyone in Allendale right now that could keep Kim Konchal aside from Woojin. It was partially Kong Woojin's fault. He had thought Kim Konchal was in a defenseless state. Well, you should get some rest. You over there. Tell Min-chan to come to my room. Yes, sir. Before the secretary could exit, he started to backpedal. It seemed young Min-chan had already heard the news, and he had come running to this location. It wasn't necessary to call him. What happened? What do you think happened? Put Kim Konchal on the wanted list. What? For what crime? If one objectively looks at the circumstances, the president. It looks as if the king had kidnapped Mr. Kim Konchal, but Kim Konchal had appeared for the interview, and Woojin had abruptly fought with him. Woojin had dragged a half-crippled Kim Konchal into Allendale. As if troubled by Min-chan's words, Woojin stroked his chin. Then he looked towards the damaged window. Just say he committed vandalism. He just had to make up a crime. This won't hold up in Korea. I'm not trying to catch him. Just do it. Understood. Min-chan was quick on the uptake, so he understood the purpose behind Woojin's order. If a bulletin on his wanted status was sent out, the suspect will have to constantly look over his back. He'll be extra careful as not to be found, and this will restrict his movements. Woojin wanted to suppress Kim Konchal's activities. Tell me if the preparation for the General Guild Assembly is going well. I'll be out in 3 days' time. Yes. People from numerous guilds around the world are arriving in Korea. We've provided them a place to stay at the KH hotels. You take care of those details. What about the newly chosen employees? We are doing a background check, and we have to gauge each of their abilities. Send them into my room. I'll return after training them for about 3 days. He said 3 days, but it was 12 days' time inside the dungeon. They had just joined an hour ago, yet they would be going into a dungeon with Kong Woojin. Will they be able to quickly adapt? Isn't it too early? Maybe we should prepare them a little bit more before deploying them. The problem is whether they'll be able to adapt. Min-chan. Yes, sir. Woojin's single word stopped Prime Minister Jung Min-chan's words in its track. The ones that adapt well will survive the battle. Right? Yes. If they are to adapt well to the situation, they need to be trained well. You are correct. I'm not taking them to a war zone. It is only a hunting ground. Depending on the person, it wasn't a hunting ground. It was a place where one had to fiercely compete for one's survival. However, Min-chan did refute his words. I'll immediately prepare them, and I'll send them up. I won't wait long. Ready them quickly. Yes, sir. As if he had said all he needed to say, Woojin exited the room to go up to his office. Phew. Young Min-chan let out the breath he had been holding. He didn't know if it was Kim Konchal's escape or Kongsua's recovered consciousness, but Kong Woojin's mood was sharp. It was different from his normal mood. Min-chan immediately went to the conference room where the new recruits were waiting for him. They were going through the contract with a fine-toothed comb. When they signed it, they'll gain citizenship to Allendale. They would become citizens of Allendale, but business were conducted like any other guild. They had to clear and maintain dungeons. Moreover, they had to suppress the monster when breaks occurred. The only thing different was that no country held jurisdiction over this guild. Moreover, Allendale operated with the world as its stage. No, they even operated in planets located in different dimensions. I want all your attention. The 23 pairs of worried eyes headed towards Prime Minister Young Min-chan. Everyone will be following the king into a dungeon right now. What are you talking about? We haven't even signed the contract yet. That's right. We haven't even decided if we are going to join, yet you suddenly spring a dungeon run on us. Min-chan shook his head from side to side as if he was in a difficult spot. That isn't important right now. I want you all to engrave my words into your heart. It will increase your chance for survival. When you enter the dungeon, do not stray far away from the king, and this includes the Death Knights. Look here. Don't we have any rights here? Isn't this too forceful of a method? I don't want to join this guild. I'll be leaving. Please let me out. The people, who passed the interview, continued to complain. Minchin's complexion darkened. It seemed these people were under some kind of a delusion. At that moment, the conference room's door opened, and Woojin entered. Everyone's gathered. It seemed Woojin hadn't planned on waiting. He immediately came looking for them. If everyone is here, we'll go. Zing. Woojin opened the portal heading towards Allendale. Nervousness appeared on the faces of people when the portal was suddenly formed. I'm out. Woojin looked at the person who spoke as he tilted his head. Says who? What? Woojin looked at every single face once before he opened his mouth. I want to protect Earth. What about you guys? Why was he talking in such grandiose terms? Everyone was having a hard time answering the question. Woojin continued to speak. If you are here for a free ride, you can leave. Really? We can leave here? Of course, you'll have to leave Earth. What kind of? Woojin smirked as he stood in front of the portal. If you want to pass through this portal as a dead skeleton, take a seat. If you want to be alive when you leave, get in a single line. Start. Coup de tongue. Before one's words could end, people pushed aside the desk. They scrambled to form a line in front of Woojin. Tell me your numbers. 1. 2. 23. I am the last number. Woojin put on a satisfied smile. I want to welcome all of you for becoming members of Allendale. Woojin's voice sounded like the voice of a devil guarding the entrance to hell. In fact, the red portal looked like the entrance to hell to the newly recruited roused. They had on an agonized expression as they passed through the portal entrance. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 160, We Are the New Recruits. Chapter 160, We Are the New Recruits. They had expected a dangerous dungeon to be present across the red portal. However, their expectation was broken as a well-maintained castle appeared in front of them. They couldn't help but be puzzled by this. Woojin was unlike his previous self where he had put the fear of God in the new recruits. He was unusually free and easy. Get in line. I have a question. I don't take any questions. Yes, sir. His words were still very rough. You. Step forward. Yes. Woojin stared at the man in front of him. You are rank E? Yes. You are correct. How many abilities do you have? I have 3. Show it to me. You want me to do it here? Of course. Where else are you going to do it? Hurry up and show me. Yes, sir. Kim Junyoung possessed a simple electric attack, telekinesis that could move objects, and a buff that slightly improved his physical ability. You really learned a motley of skills. I'm sorry. It wasn't as if he had learned these abilities because he wanted to learn them. He naturally developed these roused abilities. The problem was that his abilities didn't complement each other at all. Then he had hesitated in determining which ability he wanted to focus on. This in turn delayed his growth. He was what many people referred to as a mutt. What are you sorry for? However, Woojin liked the mutt characters the most. The strengthening of abilities could be resolved by working them hard. However, it was better to have numerous abilities. This man hadn't used skill books. He had naturally developed 3 roused skills, and that was respectable. It meant he had high growth potential. Eat this. Woojin purchased a reinforcement stone that went well with Kim Junyoung from the dimensional store. The items he bought from the achievement store was non-transferable. However, the items bought from dimensional store could be given to others, and the intrinsic effect within these items weren't diminished at all. Then there were the items from the miscellaneous store, reinforcement stone store, weapon shop and others buildings located in his domain. He had access to their products through the dimensional store. What is this? I won't take any questions. He didn't know what it was yet he was expected to eat it? Kim Junyoung looked ready to cry as he received the reinforcement stone. The roused next to him had been watching Kim Junyoung, and he was cautious as he spoke up. It looks like a reinforcement stone. Just shut up and absorb it. Really? Kim Junyoung held the reinforcement stone as if he couldn't believe what was happening. Kim Junyoung was confused by his current situation. His eyes met Woojin's eyes. I'm always right. Hurry up and eat it. Do it before you die. He wasn't sure if Woojin was nice or brutal. Kim Junyan opened his eyes after absorbing the reinforcement stone, and he saw several more laid out in front of him. Eat it in order. When he turned his gaze, he caught sight of all the other people absorbing the reinforcement stones. Is it really okay to shovel all of this into us? He wanted to ask the question, but he knew he would be disciplined again. So he didn't dare voice his question. Even the ones that inadequately increased one's abilities were expensive. Even if he was given an inefficient reinforcement stone, it was basically a luxury item. He couldn't believe his luck today. He'll be able to absorb numerous reinforcement stones in a row. The reinforcement stone were of the highest quality. He could feel his strength increase. How much was this all worth? Several $100,000? These were amazing items that he couldn't even dream about eating, yet Kong Woojin was shoveling these items towards him. Kong Woojin looked like an angel to him right now. I want you to learn all of this. Woojin gave him consecutive skill books. Even the worst skill books were worth couple $100,000. This was how laughable money was in regards to skills. The amount of items he consumed was worth couple $100,000, no, it might sell for millions on auction. He was only a rank he roused. The gifts were too excessive to merely call it a kindness. I'm sure he is at Sundara. Kim Jong-un thought he had a rough idea on what was going on. He now knew what kind of man Kong Woojin was. Kim Junyan looked at him with eyes full of goodwill. Woojin silently waited as the 23 new recruits absorbed the reinforcement stones, and they learned the skills. They needed a basic foundation of skills and stats. Then they could be trained. The fact that he knew their level, and what type of abilities they possessed didn't mean he could discern their battle style and tendencies. This meant he had to let them loose after teaching them the basics. The path for their growth will eventually be revealed. Well, if you are done, we are going to the training ground. He had already closed the earlier portal he had used to return here. He had no choice but to go through Nisha's pillar if he wanted to reach planet Jakku. When they followed him through the portal, they arrived at a dungeon where the enormous Nisha's pillar was located at. These new recruits exited the domain, and they took their first steps onto the planet Jakku. Their expressions varied. There were fear, excitement, anticipation, confidence, tension, and other emotions. There was a broad spectrum of emotions on their faces. They were scared, but it seemed they wanted to test out their newly learned skills, and the newly absorbed power from the reinforcement stones. However, it wouldn't be efficient for him to teach each one of them. This was the reason why he had trained underlings beforehand, so they could do the work for him. Ka-huk! A roar split the sky. The new recruits whispered to each other as they saw the wyvern approaching their location. It's a monster. It's a wyvern. Shit. Isn't it too strong for our first battle? No. Look over there. There is a person on top of it. They were talking to each other as if they were on a picnic. Woojin smirked when he saw this. Grow up fast and well. The person, who appeared on the wyvern, was none other than Che Haesol. She had come here when Woojin called for her. I'm sorry I'm late. It's fine. You'll do well in teaching the new recruits. Try to find out their tendencies. Yes, sir. We are returning to Earth in 12 days. These guys will now be directly under your command. A unit under me. This is why you learned the telepathy skill. Now you can use it properly. Haesol felt her heart beat faster. She had learned the telepathy skill, so she would someday directly command a unit. How much do I have to train them? Well, it is up to you. Just make sure they are adequately useful. Adequate. She spoke softly as she repeated his words. Woojin patted Haesol's shoulder. I'll see you later. Yes, sir. Woojin summoned his phantom steed Xing Xing. He got on, and he disappeared in the opposite direction from where Haesol had arrived. She was trying very hard not to smile as she looked at the 23 new recruits that had been abandoned on a foreign planet. They are my new recruits. How long had it been? This was different from looking at the new recruits during her military days. These were her subordinates under her direct command. It felt as if she had been given the opportunity to lead a special forces unit. Get into a column with 4 lines. Haesol grinned when she saw their puzzled face. Do as you are told. The group was still slow to move. Kim Junyan, who was in the front of the line, asked her a question. Excuse me. Are you Director Che Haesol? These were roused, who had interviewed, because they wanted to join Allendale. There were only few roused in Allendale, so Che Haesol was already famous. Of course, he recognized her. I am. Had ha. I look forward to working with you. Haesol stared at the hand extended by Kim Junyoung. Shuk, Puwak. Haesol's fist moved past Kim Junhyang's outstretched hand, and it buried itself deeply in his stomach. If you aren't given an order, don't move. Guuk. Kim Junyoung was writhing on the floor as he moaned. The new roused recruits were frozen in place. Did everyone in Allendale not know about human rights? Eat? Why did you suddenly do that? I want to be trained by the president. It looked as if Che Haesol was posturing unnecessarily to make herself look strong. Kong Woojin had unhesitatingly given him items, so he thought Kong Woojin was 1,000 times better than her. Instead of answering, Haesol's foot answered his hostile attitude. Puwak. Kuwuk. Junyoung was sent flying 3 meters. He rolled across the floor as he let out a moan. You can't even crawl, yet you are trying to fly? He wanted to be trained by Kong Woojin? He was asking for his own death. The only person here that would most definitely kill a person for being slow was the king of Allendale, Kong Woojin. He didn't differentiate between the living and the dead. You can't crawl yet. However, I'll make it so that you can walk. She had received an order from the king. She was told to make them into adequate roused. I am tasked to making you guys into rank B roused in 12 days. This is the start to your hellish training. Most of them were rank E. There were only several rank D roused sprinkled in the group, yet she was suddenly aiming for rank B? If one reached that rank, most guilds promoted one to director. We'll start the training. Kia. Che Haesol somehow looked very cheerful. As if to answer her cheerful voice, the wyvern let out a long answering cry. Lava was boiling across this large stretch of land. It would have been better if this lava had been emitted by a volcano. He couldn't avoid it. Dodging was useless. From within the lava, the flame dragon Hydra was continuously letting out flame from its mouth. There was a person flying across this hot stretch of land, and he was nimbly dodging the flame breath. There was one living being and one dead being watching from afar. Sungu is pretty decent now. Goo ha ha. The bastard got quickly used to being wrapped in flames. Sungu's ability to adapt to flame-type magic was peerless. No magician would get burned from the flame that was made by oneself. One was able to safely control one's flame through magical energy. However, there were those few that could assimilate others' magical energy. This type of person could then absorb the enemy's attack. Sungu had just entered into a level where he was able to do this. He always talked about wanting to be a magician. He got his wish. Sungu was desperately dodging from location to location. If one saw his face right now, it made one question if he was truly happy from achieving this goal. However, Woojin had helped him achieve the goal he always talked about. We have 11 days left. I want you to teach him well until then. Goo ha ha. I'll make it so that he'll be fine even if he was roasted by the fires of hell. Woojin nodded his head in satisfaction. Janie's was always reliable. The colony took 4 days to clear. The colony city was occupied by a very striking ogre with a red beard. Du Jaemin and his party members continued to use guerrilla tactics, and they were able to lure out the Dimensional Lord and kill it. It was easy to clear a colony without its Dimensional Lord. The Dimensional Lord could no longer refill his forces using the Dimensional Store. They were slow and steady in their attack. The number of enemies were decreasing incrementally, and their eradication was only a matter of time. Moreover, the forces defending the colony weren't all elite troops. Kneel before me. This is the difference between you and I. Jaemin. Stop playing around. We have to go quickly. Yes, Hyung Nim. Du Jaemin's movements were more relaxed than before, and his battles were more even-keeled. It looked as if he had lost some of the majesty of being a noble of the night, but this only proved to enhance his presence more. Phew. Allendale is all full of monsters. Ha ha. Jungdo Hyungnim should join Allendale. I have so many families depending on me. How can I do such a thing? Had ha. We'll move after I drink from this one. Baek Jungdo couldn't help but laugh. Allendale was really filled with monsters. Even now Hong Sungu was the main reason behind the wildfire spreading across this planet, and Du Jaemin had easily leapfrogged Baek Jungdo in terms of power. Then there was the powerful holy magic of the Holy Maiden. She could bring anyone back to life if the person had a single breath left. Blanca's improvement in his abilities were slow, but he was quickly meshing well with the party. Du Jaemin drank the blood from the troll he defeated. He was able to receive a portion of its ability, and his stats would increase a little bit. His regeneration ability would slightly improve too. You are eating well now. Woojin appeared on his phantom steed. He dismounted. Hyung. You are here? Is it time to do a dimensional battle? Yes. We have a little time left. I want you to finish what you are eating. Yes, Hyung. Jaemin started to drink from the troll's neck again. It seemed he had fully accepted that he was a vampire. It seemed his sense of identity as a human had lessened. He looked pretty natural when he drank the blood. However, Baek Jung-do wasn't still used to it. He looked on with a bit of uneasiness on his face. We have 2 days left. Phew. Time really flies. In terms of Earth time, 1 week had passed. In terms of how much time passed here, it had been almost a month. They would be returning to Earth in 2 days. Baek Jung-do also had gained a lot during that time. It was a little bit of a letdown, only because the people around him were growing at the pace of monsters. Will Hyung go to Alphen on the first trip? Hoo. I'm thankful for the offer, but I can't. I have to form an official expedition group that'll be sent from the KH Guild. Alphen was a completely different situation from Jakku. Over half of the dimensional lords in Alphen occupied one of the 72 great thrones. Woojin had made a clean sweep of the Yellow Lizard Coalition on Earth, so there had been a power vacuum in Jakku. The difficulty of the situation on Alphen was on a whole different level. Well, I'll see you in 2 days. With pleasure. Woojin opened a portal, and he took Jaemin, who was used to traveling now, back to his dimensional domain. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 161 We are the new recruits, 2. Chapter 161 We are the new recruits, 2. I'm dead. Kim Junyoung already had this thought before, and this thought had repeated itself countless of times. The ground was sticky, and the overgrown trees were blocking his vision. It caused him to feel irritated. Shit. He was now used to the sound of the lizardman's cry. It was telling its comrade to gather, since it had found the praise. Unfortunately, the praise was the humans. The prey was his Allendale comrades, including himself. There are 2 target to your 9 o'clock. Set the trap, then retreat to your 3 o'clock. Shit. When Haesol's commands rang out in his head, Junyoung hurriedly set the magical trap, and he retreated. Unlike his grumblings, his footsteps didn't cause any sound as it brushed by the surrounding vegetation. His movements were stealthy. Kwang. At the sound of the trap's activation, Haesol's additional order rang out in his head. Rejoin the team by heading toward your 7 o'clock. You'll be participating in the close combat. Junyoung hurriedly oriented himself towards the direction indicated. The battle wasn't too far away from where he had set the trap. Kayak. His comrades will be there. High HP. He let out a shout of concentration, and he started running with a low-grade sword in his hand. It was something he stole from a lizard man. It had a pretty good balance, so it was quite useful. Kwajik. Die, please. He was trying to extract the sword that was stuck on its thick hide. Junyoung was frantically kicking at the lizard man, and he gathered his magical energy to emit an electric shock. Pa-G-G equals Jeek. Before he came here, he was a Ranky Rouse that was able to use telekinesis and electric shock. He was most often sent to the rear of the party. However, it was useless to have a strict structure in this place. He had a role, but the work he had to do differed depending on the situation. One had to swing a sword, cooperate with others, use magic, and set down traps. However, this wasn't special to him. All the members of the group had to learn numerous skills, and they were now quite adept at using those skills. Only those who adapted quickly survived. There were only 7 comrades left around him. Hoo. Kim Junyoung looked at the battlefield with a cruel light in his eyes. 12 lizardmen had been ruthlessly killed. Good job. Junyoung quickly turned his head when he heard her actual voice. Che Haesol was looking at him as she smiled. He looked back at her with murder in his eyes. Lower your eyes. If you have a complaint, come at me. Junyoung grudgingly lowered his gaze to the floor. He could oppose her, but it would all be in vain. He couldn't even measure up to the tip of her toes. She was only a tamer, yet she was very good at fighting. All right. We'll end the hunt right now, and we'll head back to the camp. Gather all the loot. Everyone wordlessly cut apart the lizardmen to extract the bloodstones. They were used to doing this now. Afterwards, they collected their weapons and defensive gears. They had reached a point where it was more awkward to talk to each other through spoken words. Hazel's telepathic ability was most useful when commanding her own troops. However, the actual people being commanded felt like puppets on a string. It felt dirty to them. We are heading back. Kua Hine. Hazel got on a puma that had been tamed in a jungle. Hazel led them to a hidden camp that was located within a cracked boulder. Moreover, there were others already there. Junyang Ah. Li Sujin. The one that yelled out in joy was Junyang's teammate. Hazel had taken him away in the prior battle. Ah. How? His limbs had been cut, and he had received a wound that would have killed anyone in short order. However, the Holy Maiden healed me. Ha! You are alive. You are still alive. Had it only been several days since they started working together? It had only been 6 days. However, they had formed an indescribable sense of kinship and camaraderie from the experiences they shared. They operated under the stress of battle, and the devilish Che Hazel kept pushing them forward. Of course, a tight bond would form under these circumstances. The comrades he assumed to be dead were all alive. Moreover, they were in better shape than ever. Che Hazel threw cold water on top of this meeting. Get in a column of 4s. At Hazel's command, they quickly moved to get in formation. This is the supplies sent by the king. Only take the ones with your name on it. Go to it. There were numerous supply boxes stacked at the corner of the camp. It meant the content of each box varied. They all picked up pretty large boxes, and they returned to their original spots. After you absorb all the reinforcement stones and skill books, you will all put on your equipments. Start. Get to it. Junyang's eyes widened when he opened his box. He held up a reinforcement stone that was the size of his fist. His eyes were spinning. In the past, he had guessed that the reinforcement stones given to him were expensive. However, he could now feel the immense magical energy within it now. His magical control and detection ability was heightened as he experienced near-death situations. As expected of our king. He was giving them such precious items without any qualms. Junyang absorbed all the reinforcement stones, and he learned 3 additional skill books. These skills. When one inserts magical energy into a skill book, the knowledge contained within the book was absorbed. He could see in his mind's eye as to how these abilities would be used. Kim Junyang's body was trembling. These were all the abilities he had wanted to learn in the past. These were the abilities he needed. I'm sure of it. He is looking over me. The media spoke about Khan Woojin's overwhelming martial abilities, but they didn't look too kindly at his policy of ruling by force. However, Junyang knew the truth now, since he had experienced it. Khan Woojin was a caring and thoughtful man. Even the roused on the lowest rung was getting personal attention from him. Oh. I can't believe this. This is everything I needed. It was the same for his comrades. They were all happy when they found out that the supplies were customized for them. It wasn't just the skill books. The equipments also differed. Wow. Look at this bodysuit. It's a sword. This is perfect for me. This sword couldn't be compared to the one he stole from the lizard man. He didn't know how his personal preferences were different. Everyone held in their hands weapons that were perfect for them. Then there was the armor that looked like a motorcycle suit. It clung to their body, and the key parts of the body were protected by a reinforcement of metal. This armor would allow them to avoid critical blows. The armor was a mixture of red and black. Moreover, there was an engraving of a yawning cat on the shoulder and the chest. It was the distinct emblem that represented the dimensional domain of Allendale. Aside from the equipments, there were all types of consumables in there too. There were expensive potions and antidotes one could use in emergency. Then there were the artifacts that could be used for offense. The king's kindness is. Junyang couldn't stop his body from trembling. What other guild would support their members to this extent? He was only a rank he roused. He had never received such a treatment before. Hurry up and put it on. If it wasn't for the ball-busting drill instructor Che Hazel, who was also his immediate superior, he would have basked a little bit more in this ecstasy. However, there were still 6 days before they were scheduled to return to Earth. Che Hazel had on a strict face, but she was smiling inside. Everyone is happy. Hazel had kept track of all 23 new recruits. She had come up with suitable weapons and skills that would complement their battle styles. She also assessed their abilities before she had sent a report. Woojin unhesitatingly bought the equipments and items from his dimensional store, and he had sent it to her. In terms of worth, these items was worth millions. However, if one thought about the task they would have to accomplish in the future, it was a good investment for him. We'll start the training again. Haseol's Special Forces troop revved up their training. The promised 12 days had passed. The portal to the dimensional domain Allendale was opened. The 23 roused under the care of Haseol appeared. The look in their eyes and their auras were completely different than before. We've finished our training. Woojin listened to Haseol's report from his throne. He once again purchased reinforcement stones from the dimensional store. Every time the absorption standby period ended, it was best to provide the reinforcement stones on time. The development of abilities was important, but the advance of one's personal stats had a big influence on one's combat ability. You guys all did well. He looked indifferent, but he looked dignified. When Woojin took out the reinforcement stones as rewards for their training, the new recruits became stunned. This was very true for Kim Junyoung. It looked as if he was about to cry. What a benevolent person. He really is the king of our time. He couldn't even be compared to his instructor Che Haseol. She was someone he didn't want to come across even in hell. Haseol's actions were all done for the training. However, Kim Junyoung had challenged her authority the most, so Kim Junyoung had been beaten the most by her. He wasn't burning with a sense of revenge, but he couldn't think favorably of her. He was mature enough to recognize the hierarchy of their positions. This was why he was keeping silent. You guys should eat it. We are worthless. Are you sure you should be giving these items to us so freely? Investment. It is an investment. As expected, he was magnanimous. He was the king of kings. Junyoung was moved. Woojin grinned. If he killed them now, they would merely be corpses. At the very least, if he could raise them to the 7th circle or rank AA, he could recycle them into Death Knights. Haseol. Yes, sir. Well, do you have a name for your team? I haven't thought about it. Woojin looked at the newly recruited roused. Well, do any of you have a good idea for a team name? Junyoung was the first one to pose a question at Woojin's words. We are always going to work as a single team? Of course. Moreover, this team will be under Haseol's command. At Woojin's words, everyone including Junyoung frowned. Chat. I don't like it, but it is an order from our king, Woojin was deep within his thoughts as he started to tap on the throne's armrest. Kim Junyoung raised his hand high into the air. What? How about Phantom? Phantom? We want to become your elite guards, who will protect the king, even in our death as ghosts. Woojin smirked. Was he giving Woojin permission to take their souls if they died? Their souls would cease to exist. Well, all right. The name is cheesy, but it fits. Woojin looked at Haseol, who was standing in front of her unit. Let's call it the Phantom Unit. As their commander, you have the discretion to separate them into further teams. Haseol's eyes shone. I am willing to give my life for Allendale. Why is everyone talking about serving me in death today? If they died, he would have to waste his control points on them. It would be better if they worked for him in life. At that moment, Baekjungdo, Do Jaemin, Blanca and Melody appeared as they passed through the open portal. Ho-oo! The end is finally here. You all did a good job. The tension they felt dissipated when they arrived at Allendale. They were patting each other on the back when they realized the new recruits were lined up in front of Woojin. Most of the new recruits were slightly acquainted with the other group. When they were at death's door, the Wyvern raced towards the Holy Maiden for treatment. Several recruits expressed their thanks to her with their eyes. You guys should greet each other at a later time. Let's head back to Earth. I don't think Sungu Hyung is here yet. Do Jaemin looked around once again as he asked the question. Sungu died. Waha-ea? Do Jaemin and, of course, everyone else had a surprised expression on their faces. Woojin smirked as he opened the portal connecting to the Soul Station's first exit. I'm joking. Sungu will join us when he head towards Alphen. Let's head to Earth. Phew. I really thought he died by the hands of the Lich. Janice continuously chased after Sungu. The Lich's power was overwhelming. Jaemin had really thought Sungu was dead. Do Jaemin let out a sigh of relief, and he followed after Woojin. Kim Junyoung passed through the portal to arrive at the Soul Station's first exit. They were standing atop the Soil of Soul. This is structured like a high-rank dungeon. He was a rank E roused, so he had never experienced going into a high-rank dungeon. However, he knew about them. The dimensional domain Allendale was set up similarly to a high-rank dungeon. No, this was beyond being similar. This really was a high-rank dungeon. Junyon's eyes landed on Kong Woojin's back. What's the identity of our king? Every deed he did created a huge ripple across the world. His curiosity as to the real identity of Kong Woojin was skyrocketing. There was a crowd of reporters that was several times larger than usual in front of them. They were continuously taking pictures. They walked between the parted crowd, and it felt as if they had come back from winning a war. It felt a little bit weird for Kim Junyon, since this was a reception one would get in a return from a triumphant campaign. He was merely a rank aroused. He used to make rounds at the mines, but now numerous people were giving him attention as aroused of Allendale. They walked down the road, and when they arrived at Allendale, there were people gathered at the front gate. Junyon's eyes widened. Ego. Junyon. Mom? It wasn't only Junyon's family. The family of all the newly recruited roused was all gathered here. Their family had been waiting for their return. The new employees didn't know what was going on, but Prime Minister Young Minchin laughed as he spoke. You guys are now soldiers of Allendale. Of course, your family has the right to become citizens of Allendale. Young Minchin had invited the family of the newly recruited roused, and he had taken care of almost everything regarding their family's daily needs. Moreover, the newly recruited roused would be issued credit cards, private cars, and even personal drivers. They had spent 12 days on the planet Jakku, but only 3 days had passed on Earth. All this preparation had occurred in 3 days' time. Well done, sir. Woojin grinned at Young Minchin's words. He whispered into Minchin's ears. Are they hostages? Ha ha ha. I merely wanted to protect the family members in the safest location possible. Young Minchin gave a wink. Woojin put on a satisfied smile. As expected, Minchin was good at his job. It had been worthwhile to make Minchin the Prime Minister. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 162, BB's Castle. Chapter 162, BB's Castle. Yes. They'll all be safe. Woojin was very serious about this subject. While he was out in the battlefield, he had to believe that his family was safe. It wasn't just about his workers. Woojin's mother and Suo would be here. What happened to Kim Konchal? He completely fell off the radar. Tisk. The bastard will someday try to contact him again. Woojin didn't need to put much effort into catching him. He had more important tasks to accomplish. When is the Guild General Assembly? It is scheduled to be at 7 at night. We still have a lot of time left. It was a little bit past 9 in the morning. There was quite a lot of time left until dinner. The aircraft carrier is anchored at the Busan port. Woojin had been heading towards Allendale, but he stopped walking. Already? Yes. However. What? Is there a problem? We've sent employee ahead to receive it at Busan, but it seems the aircraft carrier is not in a good state. So they gave me an old one. The aircraft carrier was going to be put out of commission about 5 years ago, but the UK lent it out to India when they asked for its use. In a Landals deal, the same aircraft carrier was sent to Korea. Young Minchin had a slightly seriously expression on his face, and he carefully spoke to Woojin. If you don't like it, I'll renegotiate the deal. It's all right. Can it move? What? I'm asking if it can sail. It can sail, but... Then it's fine. Woojin didn't care about types of weapons mounted on it or what was given along with the deal. The deck of the ship is in rough shape, and it'll cost us a lot of money to mount more weapons on it. Moreover, we'll need to hire people to operate it. The convoy ships were also excluded from this contract. If we want to make a decent fleet, we'll have to spend 2 to 3 times the money. I don't need that stuff. What would an aircraft carrier be without aircrafts and convoy ships? Then it would basically be a really big boat that can move. That's the most important part. I want a ground that moves. What? I'll be back before 6. Woojin headed towards a Landal safari. He headed towards the nest of the wyverns. Where are you going? I'm going to go tidy up our new house. Did he hear wrong? Slowly, get everyone ready to move. Are you perhaps... Woojin grinned as he got on top of a wyvern. Kia. The wyvern pushed off forcefully against the ground with Woojin on it. When Woojin was far into the distance, the surprised Baek Jung-do approached young Minchen. Prime Minister Young. Where is Brother Kong going? He said he was going to go claim the aircraft carrier. What? Young Minchen opened his smartphone, and he called Kim Hammon, who was already down in Busan. Hammon, ah. The president just left towards your direction. Ah. Is that so? When is he getting here? Which route is he taking? He is riding the wyvern over there. What? Then where should I go greet? Ah. You can take care of everything. Prime Minister Nim? Young Minchen ended the call, and he looked at the people around him. The new employees were talking to their family, and the reporters across the gate was taking pictures. Then there was Baek Jung-do and Do Jaemin, who had come here in a moment of confusion. So have you seen Mr. Sung-gu anywhere? I haven't seen him. Ah. Sung-gu Hyung still has some training left to do. He nodded his at Do Jaemin's words. Sung-gu was able to solo clear a 6-star dungeon, so he didn't have to be too worried about Sung-gu. Sung-gu Hyung might die. Planet Jakku is that dangerous? No. Janie's Nim and Sung-gu Hyung is playing hide-and-seek over there. Why the heck would they be playing hide-and-seek? Do Jaemin left behind the puzzled young Minchen. I'll go see my sister. Oh my. You guys just came back from the battlefield, yet I'm holding you guys up. Usually, when Roust comes back from a dungeon exploration, they were high-strung. Recently, young Minchen had been supporting Kong Woojin and Hong Sung-gu, so he had forgotten about this fact. Hurry up and go rest. Also, you can move around during the day now? Jaemin grinned. Well, I'll be a bit lethargic, but it won't kill me. Not anymore, haha. He was a vampire lord. He was a noble amongst nobles now. His existence itself was too esteemed for him to die from the curse of the sun. I'll have to go too, if I want to participate in tonight's General Assembly. Yes. I've already contacted KH, so they will be here soon. After sending off Baek Jung-do, Minchen furrowed his brows. Ha! We are moving? Minchen knew Woojin's personality. He brought to fruition anything he said, so their move was basically guaranteed. There were 1,000 family members living here, and Minchen's head hurt just from thinking about moving them. They were in the control tower of the aircraft carrier, Invincible, which was anchored at Busan. Kim Hammon looked down at the decks. Is this bigger than the ROKS Dokdo? Yes. It is a little bit larger. He nodded his head when he heard the words of the specialist that had joined the Allendale city-state recently. If at this short, will we be able to launch planes into the air? It doesn't matter. I thought our state didn't have any pilots? We could just hire them. If it is a vertical takeoff and landing aircraft, it might be possible. Can't we just stick to using the helicopters? Currently, there were 15 helicopters placed atop the deck. I don't know. I'm not sure what he wants to do. A few. We bought it, but I have no idea of their uses. We have to quickly hire the right personnel. Kim Hammon let out a sigh. The crew had exited before they were able to claim ownership of the aircraft carrier. It was the property of Britain, but it had been used by India for the past 5 years. Since they finished their duty, they were heading back to India. If there was a problem, the crew told Hammon to take it up with the British government. What the hell is this? Is this supposed to be some form of a fuck you? Hammon had quickly come to Busan with 30 members of Allendale. How long would it take for them to gather enough people to actually get this aircraft carrier moving? They would have to replace the weapons, which was old by several generations. Moreover, they would have to purchase the convoy fleet, and the deck had to be redone. He didn't get why a small country like Allendale needed an aircraft carrier. Gee ah huck. At the monster's roar, the surprised Hammon looked around his surrounding. The king is here. Let us go out. Yes, director. When they descended the control tower, they saw a wyvern lightly land on the deck. Woojin jumped off from the saddle. Hammon quickly ran towards him as he waved his hand. How did you know it was this one? Didn't you say it was the biggest boat here? Woojin saw a man arrive with Hammon. When Woojin looked at him, the man bowed towards him. This is Park Gil-soo. He used to be a lieutenant commander. When he was an officer, he was dispatched to an aircraft carrier for 6 months. Oh. An experienced person. Woojin shook his hand. The rest of the employees came running towards them, and Hammon introduced all of them. These three here has helicopter pilot licenses. Helicopters? Woojin took a peek at the helicopters. Will we ever use it? He guessed he could give it to Dulcie, but he couldn't think of any other uses for them. Heyman's eyes turned round. What? If you don't want helicopters, are you planning to purchase the vertical takeoff and landing aircrafts? Vertical takeoff and landing aircraft? Woojin slightly turned his head to look at the wyvern that had been calmly sitting on the deck. It was as big as a fighter jet or a helicopter. There were wyverns that was much bigger than this one, and it wouldn't be a problem for several people to ride it. I have one of them right here. He had never thought about this possibility. Wyverns on the aircraft carriers. That didn't sound like a bad idea. I think that'll be an appropriate location. When Woojin headed towards the control tower, Heyman and Gilsu followed after him. I'll give you a tour. No. It's all right. Woojin didn't go into the control tower. He just stood in front of it. I hope this works. Woojin took out a dimensional fragment from his inventory. He didn't know the prerequisites needed to form a colony. However, he knew the other dimensional lords had done it, so it was possible for him to do it. Why won't it work? He stared at his dimensional fragment for a long time, and nothing happened. Woojin took out another one. If this didn't work, he planned on combining 3-dimensional fragments to make a dimensional proof. When he held 2-dimensional fragments in one hand, he heard a familiar voice. It seemed he had found the easy way to do this. Woojin combined the 2-dimensional fragments to make a dimensional shard. It looked like a long crystal pagoda. The dimensional shard was about the size of a small wand. Woojin embedded it into the control tower. Of course. Light leaked out of the dimensional shard, and as if it was a projector, several symbolic icons appeared as holograms. The pictures started to flip before it came to a stop on a tree symbol. Who cares on what it looks like? The important part was the fact that he'll be able to create a colony on a movable aircraft carrier. As the dimensional shard let out a light, a tree started to grow. The dimensional shard acted as a seed. It was like the jack and the beanstalk. In a flash, the tree vines grew as it surrounded the control tower. Heyman and the employees, who had been watching, became surprised at the sight. Don't let anyone touch it for a day. Yes. So what the heck is this? What do you think it is? It is our new home. The vine-like roots had completely surrounded the control tower, and the tree was starting to grow slowly. Woojin looked at it with a satisfied smile on his face. A dungeon and a colony allowed him to use his full power as a dimensional lord. Anything was possible through using the points. Of course, it had to be within the sphere of influence of the symbolic icon. Woojin would basically be akin to a god in this place. If one wanted to travel through his portal to his dimensional domain, one had to be aroused. However, the colony city created on a planet can be accessed by almost anyone. It was a place where Alandal's family members would stay. They would be staying in a powerful colony city protected by the power of a dimensional lord. In one day, it would be possible to move this powerful fortress city after its creation. Shall we start the cleaning it first? The deck was large, but it felt small if one was thinking about building a city on top of it. Weeing. When Dulcie was summoned, Woojin looked at Heyman. How many helicopter pilots did you say we have? 3. I guess we don't need the rest. What? After being summoned, Dulcie acted as Woojin willed. It charged towards the helicopters. Zhuang, cuckooing. The steel plates on the helicopters were crumpled, and it coalesced to form an iron golem. In the corner of the deck, a pile of crushed old metals were starting to form. Those were very expensive. If Woojin was just going to move it to the side, Heyman could have sold it instead. Heyman's lips became drier as Dulcie cleared away the helicopters one by one. Jejudo Island's Manjang Cave. There was a magic circle drawn on the flat ground, and it was letting out a bright light. The magical energy of the bloodstones placed in various locations around the cave was feeding it. Moreover, this had been going on for the past couple days. When the magic circle's light disappeared, a portal was formed. Finally, Lee Sanggo knelt in front of the portal. The Warang Guild members took notice, so they knelt alongside Lee Sanggo. They lowered their heads. Zia hung. The portal rippled, and a yellow appeared. The cave was dark and dank. This was why he liked it. You are pretty useful. It is an honor. Yellow could feel that the light from Magic Circle had spread throughout the cave, and now he had control over this location. Lee Sanggo had made a foothold, where he would be able to safely materialize on Earth. He had gained a dungeon that would directly connect Earth to his dimensional domain. Yellow didn't immediately start his takeover of Earth. Bring me the information regarding the immortal. I will carry out your order. Lee Sanggo and his underlings carefully exited the cave. Yellow was careful, and he had humans of Earth, who could carry out his orders. Earth. Yellow was still not synchronized with Earth. It was unfortunate that he couldn't use 100% of his power. However, as time passed on this planet, magical energy would become abundant. He didn't feel down about it. He felt incredibly happy. Has it returned? It was the planet that had been sealed away for so long. He had returned to the starting point. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 163, BB's Castle, 2. Chapter 163, BB's Castle, 2. KH Hotel. Only the people invited could enter the assembly hall, but the content of what they would be discussing wasn't a secret. The main participant hosting this general assembly hadn't appeared yet. The assembly hall was decorated like a dinner party, and everyone was having a conversation as they gathered into various groups. No one was paying attention to the food that was being laid out in a buffet style. Everyone that had been invited were the best roused that the world could offer. Moreover, the main figures of the guilds were all here. This was a gathering hosted by Kong Woojin. Some only needed this fact to move like migrating clouds to attend this meeting. The medium-sized guilds weren't even able to get a seat in this event. They were dissatisfied, but they couldn't do anything about it. Young Minchan caught sight of a man with drooping shoulders within the crowd. Minchan smiled as he approached him. "Ego. Is that you, President Park?" Hammer Guild's President Park Sanggo was about to drink his beverage, and it had gone down the wrong hole. He let out a cough. KM. Should I call you Prime Minister Young now? Ha ha ha. Yes, I am Alandal's Prime Minister. At one time, he had been the president to this former team leader, who had been in charge of a lower-end support team. There was an awkward apprehension that was unfolding between them right now. I heard you had a hard time trying to set up this General Assembly. It was ridiculous. Various guilds threatened me for an invite, and there were also terrorists that forewarned me of attacks. Then there was the requests for. It seemed Park Sanggo had a difficult time. There were dark circles under his eyes, and his skin looked dull. He looked to have aged significantly. I guess we were unnecessarily demanding with our requests. No. I fully understand why those requests were made. It wasn't as if Minchan couldn't sympathize with Park Sanggo's troubles. This wasn't a birthday party. One couldn't just book a place, then send out the invitations. This meeting was being led by Kong Woojin. This General Assembly was being done to disseminate more information about Alphen and the dungeons. Of course, the world's attention couldn't help but be focused on this event. Countless people sent requests or threats to obtain an invitation to this General Assembly. Park Sanggo had to carefully plan out how they would be able to protect everyone. First, he had to do an exhaustive search on finding a building, then the security personnel. As time continued to pass, the interest in this event grew proportionally. There was so much factors to worry about that it had been hard to advance in his work. Park Sanggo had suffered under such conditions. When the KH Guild insisted on managing the General Assembly, Park Sanggo immediately shoved the responsibility to the KH Guild as if he was attempting to blow away all the stress he was feeling. The location of the General Assembly was decided to be held at the KH Hotel, and the new invitations were resent. Funnily enough, the new invitation was sent by email. The effort and preparations paid attention to by Park Sanggo was all for naught with the change in venue. The KH Guild was relaxed in their preparation. The complaints and threats reached a fevered pitch, but KH Guild and Allendale ignored it all. Is this really going to be okay? What do you mean? Some guilds didn't receive personal invitations, so they took it as Allendale ignoring them. Our invitation was extended to every guild in this world. No. You guys only put up a post regarding that issue on an SNS post. That should be enough. They were dealing with the VIP roused of this world. One didn't need to look too far. Several large guilds in China had their pride hurt when they hadn't received an official invite, so they weren't attending this event. Park Sanggo thought about his past hardship, and these discontented guilds had caused a lot of friction. That's their choice. Ah. Was this really the young Minchan he had known? It was said the office makes the man. When did he develop such large balls? At that moment, a stocky man approached them. Oh. Prime Minister Young. President Beck. KH Guild's President Beck Jungdo approached as he massaged his shoulders. I roughed it for so long that any amount of sleep won't recover my body. Ha ha. You exaggerate too much. I heard you measured your rank again, and you were determined to be rank AA, congratulations, but... Ha? Did the news already spread that far? There are articles being poured out right now. How could I not know? Ooh ha ha. That is true. When Beck Jungdo returned to his guild, he had remeasured his rank. He wanted to check the result of his training. Unexpectedly, his rank had turned out to have gone up to rank AA. If one didn't count Kong Woojin, he would officially be the first rank AA of Korea. Well, Jaemin will probably be measured to be rank AA. Of course, the Holy Maiden is at least a rank S. Don't you think Blanca and Haesol is also rank AA? We haven't measured them yet, so it is all speculation at this point. Kook. Allendale is too humble. We don't even have to measure Brother Sungu. I'm sure he is at very least a rank AA. Young Minchin wordlessly smiled. Hong Sungu's growth speed was the best in this world. Of course, it is contingent on him coming back alive. Ha ha ha. Young Minchin couldn't just laugh at Beck Jungdo's joke. Park Sang-go's eyes widened in surprise as he listened to their conversation. All the roused of Allendale is at such levels? Ha? I guess President Park doesn't know much about it. Even the new recruits they just picked up looked pretty good. Ha? Was Allendale some kind of factory that churned out monsters? How are they able to scout all these geniuses? Park Sang-go eyed Young Minchin. When he was with Hammer Guild, team leader Young Minchin had a knack for unearthing talented individuals. Now he had moved guilds, and he had started out as the vice president. However, he had risen to help found a nation, and he had become the prime minister of the said nation. I shouldn't have let him slip away. He should have held on to him. He should have listened and given full support to Minchan. However, it was too late to regret it. Ah. It seems the president has arrived. The entrance became crowded, and the flashes caused by the cameras could be seen. Young Minchin headed towards that direction. All the people in the hall focused their attention on the entrance. Minchan saw Woo Sung-hoon hanging around near the entrance, so he asked Sung-hoon a question. Where did the president go? I directed him to the ready room. He said for you to hurry up and prepare everything. Have you prepared the data? We've been thorough in our preparation. All right. Let's hurry up and go. There was still 1 hour left until the appointed time, so why did they have to be so urgent? The two headed towards the ready room. Soon, an announcement was heard informing everyone about the start of the General Assembly. The room was reminiscent of a large lecture hall at a college. People were packed into the seats. Even if it was uncomfortable, no one complained. Some of the guilds here were already aware of the information that was about to be discussed here. The people, who knew this information, had kept it a secret. However, Kong Woojin would be revealing everything to the world. There was no way to predict what kind of ripple it would cause. The cameras were running, and it was being live broadcasted to the world. Young Minchin ascended the stage. My name is Young Minchin. I am the Prime Minister of Allendale. He had put on a relaxed smile on his face, but he was shaking inside. His mother could have never expected this. She probably never expected him to rise to a position where the world would pay attention to him. Young Minchin had wanted to be successful, but his ambition hadn't been this large. However, things somehow turned out like this after he had met Kong Woojin. Before the king gets up here, I'll go over a summary of the information we were able to find out about the dungeons. Minchan put the PowerPoint he readied on the screen. Tronet. This word has entered our sphere of consciousness not too long ago. It was first used by Alandal's king. It was introduced by Kong Woojin Nim. The word, Tronet, appeared on screen, then planets started to form around it. We look at it as a network between planets. Roads are constantly being made. The screen changed. It was a picture of the monsters that appeared in the last worldwide break. It especially highlighted the dragon that seemed to be wrapped around an enormous tree as if it was protecting it. The Dimensional Lords use these roads to invade. They are also called the Monster Lords. The monsters are their troops. Then the pictures of the subway stations appeared next. The Dimensional Lords each have their own separate dimensional domain. This is what we call the high-rank dungeons. These dungeons are like gateways. However, they cannot open all the doors to come to Earth. Afterwards, the screen changed, and the picture of a green gem appeared. If the dungeon is a gateway, then the return stone is comparable to a key. A successful clear created a mine and a failure created a break. Currently, 30 days are needed for synchronization. If no one is able to take away this key, they are able to open this gateway. This is called the dungeon break. If one is able to steal the key, the monsters would haunt the dungeon until the energy is all used up. It'll turn into a mine. Someone quickly raised their hand high into the air. How do you explain the dungeons that broke even though the requisite 30 days hadn't passed? The information regarding that issue will come out right after this. Young Minchin moved on to the next slide. Basically, the owner of the house had opened the door. A person from Earth opened the door. Our king deterred the ex-Warang Guild's president Li Songo. He was the root cause. The screen changed again. It was footages of when Kong Woojin had visited the US. It showed the missile terrorist attack and the Iron Golem Dulcie fighting the monsters. This place had been a test site. It was the first time a dungeon was formed outside of a subway station. These experiments had been conducted by the Rivers Organization and Professor Riola. As you can see, they had succeeded. This had moved beyond just defending the subway stations now. What could they do? The sense of crisis pressed down heavily on the assembly hall. Now we will hear from Alandal's king. No one directed it, but everyone got up from their seat when Woojin appeared. It felt as if he was getting up to give a lecture. He didn't show his pleasure or displeasure regarding this situation. He had a nonchalant reaction as if he had expected such a reception. Everyone should sit. Everyone should know who I am, so I won't introduce myself again. I'll just deliver my message. Woojin took out a purple-colored gem from his possession. It was letting out a bright light, and massive amount of energy was being emitted by it. In the recent fracas, didn't some countries pick this up? Britain also bought one from me. Currently, research was going on in many quarters of the world. Woojin had put this secret information out in the open. He spoke about topics and items that was potentially worth billions, no, trillions of dollars. If you can gather 3 of these, you'll have the qualification to become a dimensional lord. Moreover, you can gain a dungeon if you use one of these. Someone got impatient, and this person raised his hand as he spoke. Then Kong Woojin Nim is also a dimensional lord? Of course. The assembly hall stirred. Moreover, the general atmosphere indicated that they had come to an understanding. They assumed Kong Woojin's inexplicable amount of personal power wasn't all his own. Aren't you being very shameless? You sat on something that is so profitable? Woojin turned to look at him. Profit? He grinned. If seizing power was a form of profit, Woojin was enjoying the benefit of his actions. However, it was also true that he had much more responsibility because of it. Why don't you go find one for yourself then? It was a bit cheeky to say what Woojin had said, but it made the person sit back down. Young Minchin couldn't help but let out a laugh. It was a very Kong Woojin-like answer. The important part is the fact that the road to Earth is open now. The invasion attempts will continue. This isn't about profit for me. Why would I be telling all of this to everyone if that was my aim? There was a hubbub. Woojin continued to speak as a buzz was building amongst the crowd. I want to protect my family. On a smaller note, I want to protect Earth. The fact that I protect the Earth is secondary. The safety of my family is my primary goal. Ah. Isn't that supposed to be the other way around? Is there a way to do it? There is. Kong Woojin spoke confidently. I bought an aircraft carrier. I'll put my family on it, and I'll protect it. At Woojin's words, someone mumbled, Noah's Ark, under their breath. The atmosphere inside the assembly hall turned a little sharp. The change in the general mood darkened young Minchin's face. It wasn't evil for a man in power to be hypocritical. Maybe Kong Woojin was too honest. Are you saying you'll only save yourself? No, this is a warning. My enemies aren't all located in different dimensions. It was a warning. Kong Woojin, the greatest roused of this world, revealed what was most important to him. He said he would put his family above all else. He was telling everyone not to mess with them. I don't want to unnecessarily ramble on after calling all of you here. This is what I wanted to tell all of you. Kong Woojin looked at his stirring audience, and he spoke. What can we do when the enemies are gathering here? Was there a solution? No. They weren't all gathered here, because the solution was known. We can lessen the number of roads connecting to our place. Then we can all fight against the enemies together. Currently, he was telling them the obvious. This wasn't anything groundbreaking. It was the stock answer. Currently, they were doing all they could do to decrease the links to the dungeons. The unavoidable dungeon breaks were blocked using a combined force. The only thing different in this proposal was his plan to unite the world. You already have a method that'll ensure your own survival. Do you want us to act as meat shields for the bullets? Someone yelled out in anger. Woojin smirked at those words. No way. Woojin boldly let out a shout. I'll be leading the vanguard. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 164, BB's Castle, 3. Chapter 164, BB's Castle, 3. Over half of the participants in the assembly were representatives from foreign nations. One of them was from Japan. He yelled out. In the end, aren't you just saying you were going to monopolize the spoils of war? The word, vanguard, might just be a pretty word to cover up the fact that Kong Woojin was trying to monopolize all the glory. Then you go first. What are you? If there is someone willing to go before me, I welcome it. I won't stop anyone. I'll just go when everyone in front of me gets wiped out. The man had nothing to say. Kong Woojin had overwhelming strength. That was the problem. The war itself broke down if Kong Woojin was absent. Still, he wouldn't gain much if he just followed behind Kong Woojin's back. Why are you being so greedy? I guess no one is taking this situation as serious as me? I'm estimating 90% of the world's population would disappear in a month. Kong Woojin's words had caused a disturbance, but a heavy silence descended on the group. Let's not get greedy. Let us pool our strength together. A good number of people became troubled at Woojin's words. Several people became surprised at his words. Melody had been watching from the side, and her surprise was beyond imagination. The immortal is trying to reason with others. She never expected such a thing to happen. If she told this story to anyone on Alphen, they'll think she was making a joke. They would tell her to buzz off. Please don't sugarcoat it with your hopeful words. Even if we do start a wasteful war, wouldn't destruction be waiting for us in the end? A man's face alternately turned pale and red as he asked a question. Woojin smiled. In the end, Earth will probably be destroyed, but there is hope. We have to find a way to permanently destroy the dungeons. We have to last until that time. What choice do we have? Woojin looked at the crowd, and he gave a meaningful laugh. I'm sure there are some of you that wants to take the easy road. There will be those like Lee Sanggo. You probably want to attach yourself to a dimensional lord. I'm sure there are traitors that would sell Earth to save their own lives. I'm sure that it will happen. Those bastards are the first ones I will kill. Woojin stopped speaking, but none in the crowd was able to easily open their mouths. Some were making calculations regarding profit and loss. Some became resolutely determined on the course of action they would take. There were also those that couldn't think in such state of confusion. This is the end of the open data. This is the end of the guidance I'm willing to provide before we have to act to save the Earth. The topic was heavy and grim. However, Woojin was speaking in such a cheerful tone, so hope started to sprout in everyone's heart. All the roused of Earth should share in the task when the dungeons reset. You all have to do your best to clear them. They had to lessen the number of paths the enemies could use to invade Earth. When a dungeon breaks, don't be cheap about using your resources. Do your best to eradicate the monsters. They had to defeat the enemies by being on the same page. The best defense is offense. Therefore, I'll be trying to find a way to demolish the dungeons once and for all. This is why I'll be going to Alphen, which had been encroached on recently by Tronet. Woojin spoke as if he had repeated these words to himself before. I'll be taking a vanguard to Alphen tomorrow morning. You all have to do a good job protecting Earth until I get back. It did seem like Woojin would go on for an extended amount of time. If you have any questions, I want you to direct it towards Prime Minister Young. Woojin turned around, and he left the stage. Minchan replaced the empty spot with a dark expression on his face. I have a question. Let me ask one first. How many members will be in this vanguard? The rights to the loots one obtains from the Alphen expedition. The questions were pouring out, and Minchan was a bit faint when he became bombarded with the questions. He wanted to run away, but he was in charge of cleaning up after Kong Woojin. He started answering the questions one by one. After exiting the KH Hotel, Woojin immediately left towards Allendale. He searched for his mother and Dongsing. Suwa was playing with the dog, Bokwi, which had gotten larger again. His mother had only eyes for her daughter, and she couldn't tear her eyes away from Suwa. You are back? Yes. Hey, Suwa. Yes, Appa? Suwa ran up to Woojin. Even Bokwi was shaking his tail as he whined. Are you having any weird dreams lately? Nope. I don't dream anymore. After joining the ranks of the roused, Suwa returned to being her normal self. She would be able to use her holy power, and she'll probably hear the god's voice sporadically. What about your abilities? Ha. I'm like a ghost. Suwa looked at her 2 hands, which was dyed blue. When he saw the energy filled with blessings, Woojin reacted like a magnet being repelled. Other people really like it when I do this. It isn't working on Appa. Appa is a little bit different from others. Anyways, we are moving tomorrow. Ha? Why are we suddenly moving? The one who became agitated by Woojin's words was his mother Lee Suk-young. I bought a boat. We'll be living there. How can we live on a boat? It's a big one. Is it something like a yacht? Does it have a kitchen inside? It is something similar. All right. You don't want to ask me any more questions? Lee Suk-young shook her head from side to side. I know how hard you are working. I know how much you think about us. I know you have your reasons for doing this. Woojin just smiled. Suwa's ability had awakened. If he wanted to, he could take Suwa to his dimensional domain. However, his mother Lee Suk-young was different. She was a level 2. One had to reach level 10 if one wanted to develop abilities of a first circle. If one looked at her growth speed, it was very unlikely that she'll become aroused. This was why he had bought the aircraft carrier, which can move in a time of emergency. He was building the colony city solely for Lee Suk-young. He had gathered a significant amount of dimensional points. Even if he was absent from Earth, the colony could use the points to defend itself. I just wanted to give you a heads up. All right. If you are busy, you should go do your work. Lee Suk-young had a look in her eyes as if she wanted more time to spend with him. However, she couldn't take time away from him, so she couldn't look him in the eyes. Woojin felt her feeling, and he felt sorry. However, he just didn't have the time. One hand couldn't block all 10 hands that was coming towards him. The enemies were numerous, and there were over several hundred entrances that led to Earth. It would be impossible to clear all the dungeons in time. The battle would start to slowly shift from the dungeons to Earth. He had to make it so that he could at the very least be able to summon Yon. He was curious about the goddess that had made Suwa her vassal. However, he couldn't find out more about her until she appeared again out of her own volition. He didn't even know her name, but she didn't seem like a malicious existence. In the Alphen expedition, he'll save the surviving allied forces. Then he'll let Suwa learn everything about being a holy maiden from Melody. Woojin visited Jaiwon's room next. He entered after knocking. When she saw Woojin, she scrambled towards him. Cindy was with Jaiwon, so Woojin glanced at her. Ha? She hasn't left yet? She received trauma from that time, and she knows this place is the safest location. Safe. We are going to move. Ha? Where? Where are you guys going? The surprised Cindy asked Woojin. He spoke in a nonchalant manner. I bought a boat. We'll be moving there. Huck. Is it perhaps the aircraft carrier? Any news regarding Woojin was published in a matter of minutes. His purchase of the aircraft carrier was a topic of discussion for the past couple days. Yes. At Woojin's words, Cindy's expression darkened. What is it? If you have something to say, then say it. Stop acting like a constipated puppy. Do you think I can go too? Did you retire? No. I haven't, but it is only for the employees of Allendale. To be more precise, it was for the employees that took up the citizenship of Allendale upon their hire. It was for their family. He didn't want his employees to hesitate in going out to fight. He had arranged it in a way that their families would be protected at all cost. So I'm not allowed on it? What do you know how to do? Ha? You are useless, so why should I let you on the boat? It seemed Cindy had received a significant amount of shock from his words. She looked at him with a blank expression. When had she ever been treated as being useless before? It seemed Cindy's pride had taken a big hit, so Jaiwon intervened. Cindy is under my care. Can't she say until she gets a little bit better? What is she recuperating from? Woojin looked Cindy up and down. She doesn't look like she is hurting anywhere. The trauma her mind received from that event. Woojin smirked when Jaiwan advocated for Cindy. Even a kid is coping better than her. Is she being a little bit too whiny? Cindy bit her lower lips at Woojin's words. She recalled Sua, whom she had seen before. She was aware of it. She knew there are a lot of people that were living a hard life on top of having mental trauma. She knew she was speaking with a full stomach. Cindy's eyes turned red. Yes, I was immature. I'm glad you realize that now. Wow. His words were. I'll be going. All right. I'll see you next time. Cindy was trying hard not to cry, and she strode out of the room. Cindy. Jaiwan was about to chase after her, but Woojin grabbed her arm. Ah. Let me go. What are you going to do if you catch up to her? Did she really need comforting at this moment? You were too harsh. You could have told her in a more softer manner. Calm Woojin was too much of a straight shooter. Jaiwan's reproachful gaze slid off of him. Woojin shrugged his shoulders. For what purpose? Whatever. Let me go. Jaiwan looked up at Woojin. When you act like this, I get really scared. Will you throw me away like her if I'm useless? No. The weight of your soul differs from her soul. Tears were about to be shed from Jaiwan's eyes. She turned her head away from him, and she headed towards the direction Cindy had disappeared to. Woojin was left alone, and he shrugged his shoulder. You were a bit too harsh, Hyung. Du Jaemin suddenly appeared out of the darkness. Woojin looked at him with a sour expression. How long were you there? I saw the whole thing. So you've grown a little? Jaemin's camouflage ability was on par with Gaby now. Ha. Anyways, when is Sungu Hyung Nim coming back? I don't know. He'll be back when it's time. He'll be coming back after he finished his training. Woojin had no idea how long that would be, but Sungu would be coming back within a day. He needed Sungu and Janice in the Alphen expedition. The presence of both of them were a must. Hook. When she exited the door, Cindy let out the tears she had been holding back. She knew it. Her whining didn't suit this crazy new world. Excuse me. She ran outside as she cried. The employee that had been passing by her tried to call after her, but she didn't look back. You evil bastard. Heng. She couldn't control her tears. The fact that she had been attracted to such a cold man for even a brief moment made her that much more angry at herself. If you go out right now. The employee was calling after her, but she continued with her walk of shame. This is so embarrassing. She planned on calling her manager immediately after she exited this place. She headed towards the front gate. She followed the wall, and she arrived at the front gate. Several dozen cameras started flashing at the same time. They hadn't been waiting for her. The reporters were on standby. They were targeting anyone that was leaving this place. Cindy had gotten herself caught in this maelstrom. Wow. What the hell? Isn't that Cindy? Jackpot. Why is she crying right now? Is it a scandal with the king of Allendale? Click, click. Her tears dried up when she heard the endless sound of the shutters being pressed. She hadn't expected to run into the swarm of reporters, so she had a dazed expression on her face. This is bad. She had regained her wits too late. Her eyes became focused again. She was embarrassed, taken aback and flustered. She had to get out of this situation, but she couldn't come up with a solution. Her unsightly look was secondary. What would happen to her public image when the gossip tabloids print out stories about her? She had created a situation that was ripe for gossip. Allendale was the hottest news around right now, and an entertainer had just exited the place in tears. She didn't know how to minimize the damage, so her eyes started to fill with tears again. She turned her body away, but the sounds of camera shutters being pressed didn't end. She felt a panic attack coming on. Her world started to spin in a dizzying fashion. At that moment, a warm fire fell from the sky and it encased her. Waruruk. When she turned around, there was a burning man there. Why are you crying? Huwuk. Kaang. Huwukung. That evil son of a bitch, Huong. The reporters and their cameras, ooing. Please don't cry. Human flame. The flame that was surrounding Sunggu disappeared, and it ignited somewhere else. Poo poo puck. Ak. What the hell? The lens from the cameras all exploded, and all the memory cards started to burn. Cindy was so surprised that she looked up at Sunggu's face. Ha. Are you from Yuri Girls? Can you give me an autograph inside? Hong Sunggu's bright and untainted smile was reflected in Cindy's tears. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 165, BB's Castle, 4. Chapter 165, BB's Castle, 4. Woo Sung-hoon came across Hong Sunggu in one of the hallways within Allendale. Sung-hoon gave a bright smile towards Sunggu. You are back? I heard you've endured hardship. A few. Don't even mention it. Anyways, was there something going on today? I saw an entertainer here. What? You know. It was Ms. Cindy from the Yuri Girls. I even got her signature. Ha. Sunggu fluttered the paper as he smiled brightly. Ah. She is a high school alumni of the King in Dujaiwan Nim. She came over for a visit couple days ago. Wow. Hyun Nim is friends with an entertainer? Yes. It is what it is. That's big news. Isn't her popularity on the rise as she transitioned towards acting? Ah. Well. In terms of popularity, the King of Allendale received more public interest than an entertainer. Hiya. It must be great. It means Hyun Nim ate at the same table with her. If you like her, why don't you ask her out on a date? Hull. How could I ask out an entertainer? Woo Sung-hoon looked dumbfounded as he looked at the embarrassed Sunggu. Did this guy have any idea what position and renown he held within society? If it's Director Hong, I don't think she'll refuse. No way. How could I? Ha. I got her signature, so it's fine. Was this guy really clueless about how famous he is? If one said Flame Man, there is no one in Korea who wouldn't know about him. No, Hong Sunggu was even known all around the world. Yet he had no self-awareness about it. What about Hyun Nim? He is in his office. All right. I'll see you next time. Yes, Director. Sunggu carefully folded Cindy's signature as he put it away. Then he started walking again. Allendale King's office. Sunggu entered after knocking, and he saw the people sitting on the sofas. Woojin slightly turned his head to look at him. You are back? Yes, Hyun Nim. Janie said it is okay for you to go? When he mentioned Janie's, Sunggu instinctively frowned. Well, at the very least, he said I won't die wherever I go. Woojin smirked. If Janie spoke that way, Sunggu would be able to carry his weight. You did well. Ha. So why are we all gathered here? You should sit. Yes. Sunggu sat next to Jaemin. Blanca and Che Haesol was sitting on the other side. We just have to wait for Melody to get here. Sunggu asked a question again when he heard Woojin's words. So why are we all gathered here? Why do you think? This is the meeting before the expedition. Will this be different from going to planet Jakku? Don't we just have to go there and cause havoc? Woojin shrugged his shoulders. It'll be different. There are more formidable foes there. There are countless dungeons owned by the 72 thrones. Who are they? Are they supposed to be strong? These 72 beings have the most points amongst the dimensional lords. Are the points proportional to one's strength? It's something like that. The points could be used to replenish their forces. However, there is no chance they'll run out of points. They have too many dungeons. Their dimensional domain was large, and they had many dungeons. Then there were the points paid as taxes by the domain residents. It was like a spring water that never dried up. It is the same as a wealthy person going on a spending spree, yet they don't put a dent in their wealth. I guess that's an apt comparison. At that moment, the door opened as Melody entered. The only reason why the immortal was able to fight against them was the fact that he could replenish the forces under him. Woojin's forces had made up 1/3 of Alphen's forces. There was the coalition made out of the indigenous people, Tronet's dimensional lords, and the unyielding immortal, who occupied Allendale. Two of the three powers never diminished in power as the fight continued on, but the coalition couldn't replenish their dead as quickly. This was why the balance of power had started to tilt. While this was ongoing, the immortal went missing, and the downfall of the coalition happened in an instant. If you are here, then you should sit. Before Melody took her seat, she bowed towards the people present here. To be precise, she bowed towards Woojin. I want to really thank you for being so forward in your help to save Alphen. Well, we have to help each other. Melody had helped in Woojin's work. Moreover, he had to find the Thrash's set items, so he had to go to Alphen anyways. However, Melody couldn't help but be deeply moved by it. She had never expected aid from the planet of Earth and the immortal. The gift of foresight possessed by her goddess Arya was amazing. She had predicted this. Then I'll start explaining the plan. Woojin told them the simple plan he came up with. I've finished establishing the gates that leads from my dimensional domain to Alphen and Earth. There were occasional challengers, but Kiba defeated them all. Kiba was doing a good job protecting the return stone. Woojin continued his explanation. The vanguard will be Sungu, Melody, Jaemin, and I. When are we supposed to head over there? You guys come after 2 days. That means 8 hours would have passed on Alphen. During that time, we will find the coalition force that is still alive. Then I will create a colony city. It'll be our headquarters as we attempt to reclaim Alphen. He'll be able to use the portal to directly connect Earth and Alphen. At that point, Blanca and Hazel will bring over the new employees. Afterwards, we'll divide the group into the rescue, extermination, and search unit. Everyone listened carefully to Woojin's words. The rescue unit will consist of Hazel, Blanca, and Melody. You guys will work with the Phantom unit. The synergy between these two groups were great. Blanca had his buffs, and Melody was powerful in her own right. The Phantom unit will also show great strength under the control of Hazel. Sungu tilted his head in confusion. So I'm in the reconnaissance team with student Jaemin? Woojin shook his head from side to side. You guys are in the extermination party. You guys will destroy the Dimensional Lord's colonies and dungeons one by one. What? It'll probably be hard with just the two of you. You guys should combine forces with Alphen's coalition. You guys are in charge of taking the lead with them. He planned on making a counterattack force that'll contain the coalition's remaining forces. Currently, Sungu and Jaemin were the only ones qualified to join in this unit. Then Hyung Nim will. Woojin grinned. I have to go on a treasure hunt. Of course, he wouldn't be quiet in his search. I'll destroy everything in my path. As silence continued, Sungu raised his hand. Then I can play until the morning? Sungu had been doggedly fighting for his life forever minute in every second of every day. However, you have to get ready to move. We are heading to Busan. Sungu had just arrived from planet Jakku. Everyone knew about the move except him. Then let's disperse. Ha! Hazel lead the still confused Sungu outside. As everyone started to trickle out, Melody and Woojin was the only two left inside the room. You aren't going? I have something to tell you. What is it? I received an oracle. It seems I have to inform you of its content. Talk. Melody hesitated. She let out a light sigh as she opened her mouth to speak. Jeju Manjang Cave. A barricade had been formed at the entrance. The construction was used as an excuse. There was a commotion at this barricade. Hey! I'm just here to see the progress of the construction. I can't even do that? We are restricting access to this location. I've worked here for over 10 years. The employees were adamant in blocking Kim Tae-shik, who was being unreasonable. He had been at it for 30 minutes. At that point in time, a black sedan stopped in front of the entrance. Zing! When the window was rolled down, Lee Sanggo's face appeared. Kim Tae-shik hurriedly approached him. Ago, Manager Lee Songjun. What is going on? It's nothing. I'm just here to see how the construction is progressing, yet they are blocking me from entering. Why would you be curious about it? Isn't it natural for me to be curious about it? I've worked here for 10 years, and I've never heard or seen a maintenance work of this scale. Moreover, I keep seeing more and more stuff entering. I'll show you. Please get in. Ha ha. It seems the president and I are on the same wavelength. Kim Tae-shik got on next to Lee Sanggo. After passing through the entrance, the car was parked at the lot. As Lee Sanggo started to move, Kim Tae-shik continued to press Lee Sanggo. Well, I know Manager Lee is good at his job. Still, isn't this a treasured protected site? I'm worried there will be damage. Of course. I understand. Let's head in. Kim Tae-shik was a bit daunted by Lee Sang-go's dark mood, but he willingly followed after him. He had been coming to the construction site several days in a row to gain entrance. They had stubbornly barred Kim Tae-shik from entering, and this just made him more stubborn about getting in. Of course, Kim Tae-shik thought he had the right to do this. They had shut down the ticket office, and even the restaurant staffs were sent home the other day as they conducted this maintenance work. He had never seen construction work be carried here by closing down the whole place. There were a lot of suspicious things going on, yet he couldn't say anything in front of the man in charge of the construction. He wanted to check if everything was going well with his eyes. Well, let's head down. Kim Tae-shik was heading down a stairway that led towards the Manjang cave. He shuddered when he felt some unknown dark energy. Keek, keek. He heard a sound coming from the cave, and the hair on his head was standing on end. What is it? Didn't you hear that sound right now? What sound? Was it a bat? When Lee Sang-go just shrugged his shoulders, Kim Tae-shik scratched the back of his head before he started moving once again. No. He was about to move. Weak. Puwak. He lost control over his body as he felt himself become airborne. Then he started rolling down the stairway towards the floor. Puwak. Accompanying the impact, the pained Kim Tae-shik yelled out. Uwak. Ego. I'm about to die. Help me. Please. Kim Tae-shik put forth his hand to ask for help, but his expression soon froze. Lee Sang-go had a wide smile on his face, and he looked deranged. You can't even take care of your body, yet you are trying to take care of this natural monument. After speaking those cold words, Lee Sang-go walked past him to disappear into the cave. Ki-heek. After Lee Sang-go disappeared into the cave, a terrifying screech was heard, and a monster snatched Kim Tae-shik into the air. Ooh-ah! Kwajik, quack. He let out his final scream as he became food for the monsters. After leaving behind Kim Tae-shik, Lee Sang-go headed towards the heart of the Manjang cave, which was filled with cold air. He arrived at a location where a yellow was sitting on a throne made out of ice. What about the immortal? He is moving his base to a colony city. Colony city? Yes, an aircraft carrier. He is constructing a colony on a boat. Do you have any other news? He plans on heading towards planet Alphen for an expedition. Planet Alphen? Yes. He is heading out tomorrow morning. Hoo. Foolish, he is leaving this planet unattended. Yellow looked at Lee Sang-go, who had his head down in respect. He had asked for this information not too long ago, yet Lee Sang-go had brought back a significant amount of information. I would have never guessed you would be this useful. For a short amount of time, Lee Sang-go had traveled to downtown Siagwapo to visit a PC room. Lee Sang-go thought hard on whether he should tell Yellow about the existence of the internet and the various form of news available. I'll give you a reward. Thank you. Lee Sang-go got on his knees, and Yellow extended his finger. A cold energy exited his outstretched hand, and it was absorbed through Lee Sang-go's nose. Gasp. He felt an abundance of cold energy within his body, and he saw several abilities flash in front of his eyes. I will serve you with more loyalty. It seems he would have to hold back on telling this being about the existence of TV or smartphones. Woojin stroked his chin as he looked at the climbing tree that had matured in a single day. At that moment, he hadn't summoned her, but Bibi appeared next to him. Then she started jumping up and down. You should give it to me. Give me. You said you'll give it to me. Heeing. You said you'll let me have it. Woojin looked down at Bibi, who was hanging off of his leg. He nodded his head at her. In any case, he had to hand over the command of the colony city to someone else. Someone else had to summon defenders and coordinate the city's defense on his behalf. Well, all right. However, I won't give you much points in decorating it. It would be problematic if she decorated it like his dimensional domain. He didn't want another field of flowers. Of course. If it is for defense, you can use all the points, but don't worry about it. Leave it to me. He didn't care if the points were all poured into this venture. The safety of his family was more important than points. All right. I'll leave you in charge of the colony. Yahoo! I like masters so much. Bibi jumped up and down. The floating fortress in the sky. It was the emergence of Bibi's castle. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 166, Entry into Alphen, 1. Chapter 166 Entry into Alphen 1. In a nameless abandoned temple. There were several pillars at this location, and it was overgrown with weeds. Then there were the ancillary stone fragments that used to decorate the temple. People started coming out from between these pillars one by one. Whoop! After taking a deep breath, none other than Kong Woojin appeared. It's been a while. Woojin had purchased the rat's temple. It was located on top of a mountain, and there was nothing obstructing one's view. One could see miles around. Of course, the view wasn't that great. Ooh. This place is Alphen? This place looks too desolate. Sunggu and Jaemin had appeared behind Woojin. They frowned as they looked at their surrounding. The mountain was patchy with burnt trees. There were bones and corpses that one couldn't distinguish if it was from animals or monsters. There was a horrible stench in the air. There were quite a few fresh-looking corpses amongst the dead. I guess they fought each other to be the ones to enter my dungeon. When the abandoned Rat's temple was purchased by Woojin, a dungeon reset would have occurred. If there was no rule in determining the order in which one could attempt the dungeon, strength would determine the order. It looked as if a big fight had gone on here to resolve this issue. Melody was the last to come through. She swallowed a moan when she saw the terrible sight around her. The entrance was collapsed, so it was hard to see where the entrance to the dungeon was. He left behind his temple as he asked Melody a question. Where do you think we are? I believe we are west of the Rat's Plateau. When Woojin didn't say anything, she studied his face. He spoke with a sour expression on his face. How would I know where that is? Where will I be able to find the coalition? If we head northeast, we'll be at the old Allendale. If we go east, we'll arrive at the lands owned by the coalition. I'm not sure what has happened to them, but... All right. Let's go and check them out. Woojin turned to look at Sunggu and Jaemin. Both of you can fly? Yes, Hyung Nim. Yes, Hyung. After he heard their answers, Woojin summoned Xing, and he got on. What are you doing? Come here. What? Yes. Melody was taken back at Woojin's out-of-character offer. She grabbed his hand, and she got on Xing. Heeing. Xing didn't like the holy maiden being on it, so it let out a rough snort. However, it didn't do anything rash. After we look around Allendale, we can go to the coalition lands. He didn't know if Allendale remained or if it was destroyed. However, he would have to check up on it with his own eyes. He'll have to check to see if a colony could be formed there. Oh yeah. Before I do that. There were welcome presents all around for his return to Alphen. He couldn't just leave them behind. Wake up! Chua huff! Magical energy flowed out of Woojin's body, and it swirled around the corpses nearby. The corpses were raised as undeads. The ones that looked mobile were brought back as zombies. The rest were returned as skeleton warriors. Let's go! Xing ran across the sky. Sunggu gave his body to the burning flame, and he flew across the sky like a rocket. Jaemin chased after them after morphing into a bat. In a flash, several hundred undead had been created, and they madly dashed after Woojin. Xing was running at frightening speed, and Melody was afraid she would fall off the phantom steed. She grabbed Woojin's waist tighter. The enormous praying mantises, Vesics, were chasing after the people. Keh Rook. They were dripping poisonous spit from their mouths as they tirelessly moved their legs. If the Vesics caught up to the humans, it meant death to the group. Muster up your energy. The leader was a big and strong man. He yelled out loudly. He was taking up the rearmost position of the group that was running away. Who up? The bald heroic man held a mace in his hand. He swung it to break open the heads of the Vesics. He had killed 3 with a single blow when one jumped high into the sky. Look above, Torik Nim. At the girl's shout, Taurek reflexively swung his mace. He was able to strike the body of the Vesic. The side-like appendage grazed across his head. A shallow wound formed as a thin red line appeared on his bald head. Geez. Hurry up and run away. Taurek turned his body to increase his speed. He grabbed his bald head with the hand that wasn't holding the mace. Ulun. Accompanying a pure light, the wound on his head was completely healed. When one of the girl that couldn't keep up with the group fell down, he ran while holding her by his side. Huok, Torik Nim. Don't cry, my child. 1. The light flowed out of Torik's body, and it surrounded the 20 people that was running in front of him. Muster up your energy. They ran as if their lives were on the line. They had to live. Strength returned to their shaking legs. Each of the adults were holding one or two children. They hugged the children tighter as if they cherished them more. Are we going to die? At the little girl's question, Taurek put on a smile that was always overflowing with energy. Don't worry. We just have to survive as we sincerely hope for a miracle. It will happen. Hook. Yes. I can run by myself now. Taurek put down the girl as he ran. The girl quickly caught up to the back of the running adults. There were 20 Vesics chasing after them. More would gather at this location when they heard the sound of the pursuit. However, the only thing they could do right now was to fight and run at the same time. The people that were running right now were all that was left of their village. If they wanted to fight, they could. However, the children would be killed or injured if they did so. Even if it was a tough task, Taurek would whittle down the number of Vesics chasing them from the rear. Kwajik. What tenacious bastards! A Vesic died every time Taurek swung his mace. If he was injured, he healed himself. After killing 2 Vesics, he was about to run again when his eyes turned round. Ha! Why did you stop? The people in front of him had stopped running. When he joined the group, he didn't even have to ask the question. There were 12 spider-like monsters with tentacles called launchers in front of them. Keik. The Vesics finally caught up to them, and they surrounded the group of humans. Taurek Nim. Everyone's faces were filled with despair. The adults put down the children, and they grabbed the weapons on their waist. They had no choice but to fight even if they would most likely be wiped out. No, they wouldn't all be wiped out. Monk Taurek, who served the god Skia, wouldn't die. Oh Skia. Taurek spoke a quiet prayer as he grabbed his mace. At that moment, he wasn't swept up by despair. He had traveled too hard of a road to give up now. His muscles expanded as the clothes on his body billowed around him. In a battle, he couldn't protect everyone. Children would die in this battle, and sadness would seek him out afterwards. He decided to use his rage, so he could preemptively strike fear into the enemies. Hooing. A radiant pink light surrounded Taurek's body. Taurek Nim. Look over there. At that moment, the girl let out a shout. Wah hung. A fireball was falling from the sky. It was heading for the spider monsters called launchers. Kwa hung. Ha? Taurek's eyes widened in surprise. Shui hak. Kwajik. An arrow pierced through the Vesic that had charged forward. Taurek turned his gaze towards where the arrow had come from. Oh, my god. There were only few heroes left in this world. These were the heroes of the coalition. They were the last hope of this land, and they were gathered to collect the dimensional fragments from the bases of their enemies. Mage Graham and the elven lady Latasha appeared. We are saved. It's Graham Nim. It's the Silver Arrow. Some in the group had fought alongside these heroes in battle, so they cheered when they recognized the two. When the two groups joined forces, the Vesics and launchers were defeated in an instant. Taurek greeted them with a happy face. You were right on time. Well met. You've done a good job. What happened to the town? Taurek shook his head from side to side at Graham's question. The hidden village had been found and destroyed. Most of the villagers had died. The 30 people here were all that was left. Moreover, half of them were children. Shit. Those Vesic bastards are everywhere now. The beautiful elf Latasha had a delicate face, but she let out a string of cuss words. Her forest had been destroyed, and there were no longer any elves that prohibited themselves from taking life on this planet. Only the warriors were able to live. What happened to the rest of your party that went to attack the Goshushu colony? Graham shook his head from side to side at Taurek's question. We failed to clear it. The rest of our members have dispersed to save as many people as possible. The news only held despair. Taurek's face darkened. Goshushu was the dimensional lord that had newly built a colony city in this region. The monsters that lived in this domain was massing in numbers, and they were encroaching on the surrounding territories. If the bastards' colony was destroyed, they would be able to stop the proliferation of the monsters. It would give them some room to breathe. However, they had failed. They would have to abandon this land to find a new place to live. The attack hadn't just happened at the town where Taurek was in residence. Other towns had all been attacked, and the heroes decided to go in 2s and 3s to save the towns. Kihik. At that moment, a large lifeform appeared in the air as it let out a long screech. Shit! It's a ferris. It was a massive stingray that could fly through the sky. It was large enough to blot out the sun if it flew over you. In terms of size, it was a flying monster that rivaled the size of a dragon. The true reason why everyone was afraid of this monster was the fact that it acted as a carrier for other monsters. Shoo shoo shook. Vesics were on top of the ferris. The Vesics unfurled their dragonfly-like wings as they flooded down from the skies. Do. These weren't the only monsters. The ground shook around them as the mole monsters named Tutan pushed their heads out of the ground. The Tudons were coming up all around them. Ha! It seems the offensive capability of Goshushu's army is beyond imagination. Taurek, Graham and Latasha's faces darkened at the overwhelming number of monsters. They could run away, but if they did, 30 people would die. Even if they fought, they couldn't guarantee the lives of the people. The most devastating part was that these children could become heroes and archmages in the future. The lives of these children would be snuffed out, and it would have been all for naught. Let's retreat. Graham nodded his head at Latasha's words. Monk Taurek held his mouth firmly shut. Taurek was about to open his mouth when he felt a delicate touch on his rough hand. A child had grabbed his hand, and she was looking up at him with tear-filled eyes. Are we going to die? Is there no miracles left? It was as if the child, who was close to tears, knew what her future held. Taurek turned to look at his companions. Let's fight. That's unreasonable. Then the two of you may escape to safety. I'll do my best to save these people. Graham spoke with great care at Taurek's words. You are Skia's monk. You shouldn't recklessly use your body like this. You have bigger tasks to accomplish in the future. I can't let you die in vain. Taurek's power wasn't weak. It is my mission to save the lives of the children. There is nothing more important than that. Ha! Graham shook his head from side to side at Taurek's stubbornness. To make matters worse, 2 more ferris had appeared, and the Vesics were jumping off of them too. The sky was covered with the praying mantis monsters. It wasn't a beautiful sight. If dying in this place was arranged by Skianim, I will not refuse it. Taurek was firm in his words. At his words, Graham raised his staff. I guess we have no choice then. Taurek was someone the survivors of Alphen needed. He was essential to them. The Holy Maiden was gone now. There was no hero that was as well versed in healing magic as Taurek. He had no choice but to help the monk. If they wanted to run away after defeating this swarm of monsters, this was their last chance. They had to do it before the dimensional Lord Goshushu made an appearance. Waruruk. They were getting ready for battle when something extraordinary occurred. Kwahung. Accompanying a large explosion, a ferris in the sky was suddenly falling in flames. Do. Eventually, they heard the ground ring out, and they saw a large undead army appear from over the ridge. In front of this army, one could see Death Knights charging on their phantom steeds. My God! Latasha's face turned white. It's the Immortals' army. Graham's body trembled as he dropped his staff. It was futile. There was no point in struggling to live. Even the icon of hope, Taurek, shook his head. There is no miracle coming. He never would have expected to meet the Immortals' army here. The townspeople fell to the floor in despair as they saw the large undead army charging towards them. All that was left was to wait for their eventual deaths. At that moment, a child let out a shout. It's the Holy Maiden. It's Melody Nim. Taurek raised his head at the child's shout. He looked toward the rear of the undead army. The immortal was on top of a large phantom steed, and it was walking slowly towards them. Unbelievably, the Holy Maiden Melody was riding behind him. Shit! The immortal was the one that had kidnapped the Holy Maiden? The Holy Maiden had been their beacon of hope. There had been no news of her for a long time. They had endured enormous suffering during her absence. However, they would have never thought that the immortal had gotten in the way of the Holy Maiden. While Taurek was glaring at the immortal, the undead army charged towards the Vesics that had landed on the ground. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 167, Entry into Alphen, 2. Chapter 167, Entry into Alphen, 2. Key. The goosebump-inducing sound of the skeletons hovered around their ears. Have I met that elven bitch? Oh haha. It's a festival. A festival. You want to make a bet? As always, I will win. The Death Knights were boisterously talking, and the humans held their breath as the Death Knights passed by them. The Death Knights didn't show any signs of hostility in their conversations, yet the humans knew how frightening they were. These beings would cut off their heads as they laughed. Immortals' army. Death's executioners. These beings just walked past the people. The skeletons and the unsightly zombies also passed by them. The humans were treated as if they were non-existent. Poo-puck. Quack-eek. The Vesics and Tudons were helplessly taken down. No, they were being swept away. Once the army swept past them, the humans let out the breath they had been holding in. Hoo-ah! They couldn't even move their mouth from feeling overpowered. What's going on? The Immortals' army held a great hostility and hatred towards the living. Yet they were just passing by the humans right in front of their eyes. Moreover, the Immortal had shown up with the kidnapped Holy Maiden. Look over there. We have to rescue the Holy Maiden. The army is at a distance now. This is our golden opportunity. However, the bastard has other familiars. They couldn't come to a decision. While they were indecisive, the Immortal approached them on his phantom steed. Yo, what's up? It's been a while. He didn't know their names, but there was a faint memory of their faces left inside Woojin's head. He raised his hand in a welcoming manner as he greeted them. Taurek and the other heroes tensed at the sight. They glared at him. What are you planning to do by kidnapping the Holy Maiden? What kidnapping? Woojin let Melody down. Melody couldn't control the expression on her face. She was thankful and apologetic at seeing the surviving people. Her expression switched back and forth. I'm sorry for my late arrival. To save Alphen, I went to the planet Earth to bring reinforcements. What are you saying? The Immortal has agreed to help us reclaim Alphen. Taurek, Graham, and Latasha looked at each other when they heard Melody's words. When she saw their expressions, she laughed with tears in her eyes. Melody had also been very surprised. It had almost been unbelievable. The Immortal's name had been synonymous with calamity, yet he had become her ally. The Holy Maiden is dead. She's become the Immortal's corpse puppet. You evil bastard. Melody was taken aback when she saw them grasp their weapons as the tension in the air spiraled upwards. No. It is a misunderstanding. He really has come to help the coalition. Stop speaking nonsense. I'm sure the Shadow Ghost is controlling her. I can't believe the Holy Maiden of Aria had passed on in this fashion. Taurek seemed genuinely sad. Tears started falling from his eyes. This is a true misunderstanding. I'm still alive. The Immortal really is. Yes. She's the illusion witch. I'm sure this is an illusion. Oh, Skia. Please give me strength. Taurek was swept up in a pink light. As if to let out his pent-up anger, Taurek was getting ready to charge. When he saw Melody become taken aback at seeing these people become enraged, Woojin let out a sigh. Well, do we really have to explain it in such a lame way? I have to resolve the misunderstanding. This isn't something you can resolve with words. Woojin jumped off Xing Xing, and he summoned the warrior's weapon. There was a playful smile on his face. You just have to let them feel the truth with their bodies. When Woojin showed signs of getting ready for battle, Taurek was the first to charge towards Woojin. He couldn't control the tears falling from his eyes. I dreamed of this day. I have the chance to eliminate the Immortal when his army isn't around him. Isn't this the culmination of my life destined by Skianim? Taurek charged forward. No one had been able to eliminate the Immortal, since he was always surrounded by his familiars and the tens of thousands of undeads. He didn't know the reasoning behind the Immortal's actions, but his army was focused on eliminating the Tronet's army in the distance. This was Taurek's golden opportunity. Hong, Kwang. His mace was blocked by Woojin's steel staff. Taurek was the monk of Skia, the god of adventurers. Monk Taurek's strength wasn't insignificant. His eyes widened from surprise. Schwak, Quonk. His surprise didn't end there. Woojin used his strength to push him backwards. Taurek was skidding backwards when the steel staff impacted on his knee. Kuwa-uk. He had thought there was no way he would lose in terms of strength. Taurek was being overwhelmed by strength. Was the Immortal always this strong? Moreover, the consequent attacks were swift. He was as fast as Latasha when she was going all out. Quajik, Quack. Taurek was victimized by the Immortal's cruel hands. The immortal's steel staff crushed Torik's knees, and Taurik was also struck on his head. Blood exploded forth as his scalp bled freely, but Taurik was barely able to avoid death. However, he couldn't stop himself from passing out. One could see the white of his eyes as he lay on the floor. Woojin left behind Taurik, and he immediately surged towards Graham. Hot! Pot! Graham's body disappeared in a flash as he reappeared a little ways off from his original position. He had used the close-range teleportation spell called Blink. However, Schwak! The souls that inhabited Woojin's soul armor turned into several dozen spears, and the soul spears chased after Graham. Ha-hot! The soul spears followed until it impacted on their target. Graham was tirelessly moving to avoid the soul spears. Kong Woojin changed his warrior's weapon into a bow, and he shot an arrow. Puwak! Kuwak! Graham had deployed his defensive magic, yet his shoulder exploded in a bloody mess. Graham rolled on the ground. My father's murderer. Latasha. She was only 60 years old, yet she had risen to the position of Elf Lord. She had filled the position out of necessity as countless elders had sacrificed themselves in battle. The immortal had killed her father. Kong! Latasha danced with daggers in each hand. In a flash, Woojin had transformed his warrior's weapon into a daggers as he faced her. Huak, Kong, Shuishik, Shuk. The four daggers clashed against each other, and the battle was becoming prolonged. Latasha possessed the tragic elven blood in her veins, and the elves were second to none in terms of agility. However, he was as fast as Latasha. She would have never imagined the immortal was this fast. There were only a handful of times the immortal had personally entered a battle, so it wasn't surprising that Latasha had no idea about the capabilities of the immortal. She had heard countless stories about his notoriety, but she had only faced him twice before. This would be her third time. Quack! The immortal used the split-second opening to strike Latasha's thigh. Uuk! It wasn't a critical wound, but it was an effective blow that was enough to decide the outcome of the battle. Shushuk, shock! Kong Woojin's daggers danced as wounds opened up all over Latasha's body. Kwajik! In the end, each daggers were embedded in her shoulders. Her arms were sealed from moving. Ha-ak! As a last-ditch effort, she attempted a low kick. Maybe it was because she couldn't control her strength, but her shin broke. Her lower leg was hanging at a weird angle as she lost her balance. Son of a bitch! I'll curse you even in my death. Woojin smirked at Latasha's struggle. Let's just forget about the past. You want me to forget about my enmity against you for killing my family? You caused harm to my subordinates too. Even if Latasha had fought against the immortal army, how many could she have killed? In the battle where she had face-off against him, she was placed in the rear guard unit. I destroyed the soulless undeads. How can you compare it to losing family? I don't care. They are precious to me. Despicable. We have enmity against each other, so let's just call it as being even. He unsummoned the warrior's weapon jammed into her shoulder. More blood spilled out through her open wounds. Woojin glanced behind him, and he saw the pale Melody. Then there were the terrified village people that couldn't even meet his gaze. Well, shall I go out and help in earnest? You should be a little bit more merciful. Melody started mumbling something as she looked at Woojin, but she gave up on it. The three of them were still alive. The only problem was the fact that they were in critical conditions. You take care of it. Woojin got back on Xing Xing, and he summoned Janice and Dulcie. Are we going to save Alphen yet? Woojin grinned as he looked at Sungu, who was fighting a fierce battle with the Ferris. It's about to start. Janice's body flew into the air. I'll save you all from this dreadful life. Janice's staff started to emit fire as it ruthlessly impacted on the incredible number of Vesics that were swarming towards them from distance. Shall I gather the souls first? Woojin possessed Fresh's protection. Most of its abilities were sealed from being damaged. There were no limits on how many souls he could store inside his soul armor, so he welcomed the presence of the thousands of ingredients he would be able to use. He could also see the dimensional Lord Goshushu, who was personally leading his army into the battlefield. Let's go, Dulcie. Weeing. Dulcie started to gather all the blood spilled on the battlefield. Since Bibi wasn't here, it would be hard to calm down the blood golem. However, there was no better warning he could give to this world than the rampaging blood golem. Kong Woojin's. No. The Immortal's undead army had returned to Alphen. The giant Cyclops Goshushu was lying on the floor. He was a bloody mess. A bad egg has returned. I know you missed me. Isn't that right? Kuru. Choose your territory. I won't encroach on it. Woojin had his axe rested on his shoulder, and he stood in front of the Cyclops' single eye. What should I do? What the hell are you talking about? I want to take possession of the whole planet. Goshushu's big eye blinked. So you are aiming for the Alphen's code? Woojin furrowed his eyebrows. What is this code supposed to be? Goshushu's eye rolled as he looked over the immortal. I see. You don't know about it. This is why you are uselessly helping the residents of this planet. If he knew about it, he probably would have spent more effort on the dimensional battles. The immortal's deeds were eccentric. It was hard to see him as a dimensional lord. You could be a little bit more friendly by telling me what you are talking about. Would that be a problem? Why should I do that? Woojin knitted his brows. He brought down the axe in his hand with force. Kwajik. If you plan on playing 20 questions, you can just fuck off. The axe was embedded inside the Cyclops' head, and his body started to fade away into gray light. This is annoying. Maybe all the 72 thrones of Tronet were gathered at Alphen for this code. The dimensional lords at planet Jakku was comparably weak to the ones in Alphen. Woojin brushed off his hand, and he looked at Jaemin and Sungu. Do you think you'll be able to do this? Well, I don't see much differences from any previous tasks we had to do, but... Woojin looked at the location where Goshushu had disappeared, and he looked at all the corpses of monsters filling up his surrounding. This bastard is on the level of being a small fry. Don't let your guard down too much. Yes, Hyung Nim. Yes, Hyung. Then you guys clear the surrounding. If you see something useful, pick it up. Yes, sir. When they moved away, Woojin absorbed all the souls floating around the surrounding. Moreover. Pot. Keek. Several thousand skeletons rose up once again, and they replenished his army. I have to gather all the set items as fast as I can. If he gathered the set items once again, he would able to maintain a much bigger army. Woojin headed towards Melody. She had healed Taurik, Graham and Latasha. Then she had healed the townspeople. She was in the process of blessing them. Since they had confirmed that her holy power wasn't fake, Taurik and his party looked at Woojin with dumbfounded expressions. Why did you spare us? You want me to kill you? They weren't asking him to kill them. They were just curious about the reasoning behind his actions. Why are you helping the coalition? Well, is there some rule that says I can't? The immortal was strong, and he was still an asshole. I'll clean this up for you guys. Just don't interfere with my work. He'll hunt them all down. At the very least, he wanted to return to Earth with Yong. Woojin ended the conversation by walking away. Everyone gathered around Melody when he left. Is that person a hero, holy maiden? She let out an awkward laugh at the child's question. I'm not sure. Latasha let out a low growl as she looked at the immortal's back. I don't know what he is thinking. I'm sure he will cause us harm in the end. I'm not sure about that. The holy maiden looked at Woojin with slightly saddened eyes. Even after hearing the oracle, she had delivered Arya's words. Nevertheless, Woojin's behavior hadn't changed. He didn't show any reluctance in entering Alphen. She didn't know his true intent, but it was true that she should be thankful towards him. Melody bowed her head towards his back. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 168, Reconstruction, 1. Chapter 168, Reconstruction, 1. Goshushu's army was annihilated. They hadn't been repelled. They hadn't had the opportunity to retreat either. They were simply annihilated. The corpses on Goshushu's vanished territory rose up as undeads, and the immortal was leading this army. The people, who were confused, were the refugees that had hidden from Goshushu's offensive campaign. I don't believe it. This is the prelude to a calamity. That's right. What reason does the immortal have for helping us? The fear and repulsion towards the immortal was almost an instinct for these people. Many people here had lost their family members in the war with Alendal. They couldn't even recover their corpses as they became undeads. Melody was barely able to gather the people here, and they were talking in hushed voices. They were nervous. The heroes, who had been the hope of the coalition, was also confused by the situation. What is his endgame? I don't believe it. You are saying he is doing this as an act of goodwill without any payment expected in return? Melody was in the middle of this dispute. Melody thoroughly understood the confused feeling of her people. She had also been surprised time and time again by the immortal. She looked at the 6 heroes gathered here. Graham, Taurik, and Latasha was present. Then there was the young king of the Honshu kingdom named Kans, Orc chieftain Kruger, and the dwarf king Raoul. There is something you should all know. When everyone's attention was focused on her, she opened her small mouth. Immortal is human. He is the same as us. Nonsense. Your joke is in poor taste, voice of Arya. She calmly raised her voice at the heated responses. I followed my goddess oracle. I was guided to Earth, and I saw the true identity of the immortal. We were the ones that had misunderstood him. Dwarf King Raoul asked a question amongst the silence. How was he over there? Was he less rash, less cruel, and less tyrannical? On Earth he. Melody thought over the question, and she pursed her lips. Even on Earth, the immortal had been rash and tyrannical. He had done whatever he wanted to do. I knew it. The immortal is the immortal. He is calamity personified. We won't dance from happiness, because he is capricious in nature. We lost too many to do that. His words were correct. However, it is also true that he is helping us. That was true. Goshushu's colony was being dismantled right now. Goshushu's dungeons were all cleared, and he no longer had foothold in this world. If he wanted to come back to Alphen, Goshushu would have to return through another dungeon. However, this was a long ways off. Basically, a dimensional lord that had caused terror in this region was gone. This was also the reason why the people that had escaped in every direction was able to gather here. There were over 1,000 people here, who were sick and tired of being afraid and exhausted. He is our hope. This is the word of my goddess. The hero still wasn't satisfied even after hearing Melody's appeal. It didn't matter if her words were true. They had too much enmity and feelings stacked against the immortal. Moreover, they couldn't hide the fear and worry they had towards the immortal. I wonder if this is like chasing a wyvern away to bring in a dragon. That's right. Our future will still be very uncertain if we rely on him. Melody's face darkened a little bit as she spoke. The important part is that he is making a sacrifice for our sake. Ha! What sacrifice is the immortal making for us? While they continued this hopeless conversation, a phantom steed galloped towards them. When the immortal got closer, the heroes unconsciously grabbed their weapons. They were tense as their palms became sweaty just from the immortal appearing. Yo! Woojin jumped off Xing Xing, and he stood amongst them. What are you all doing? Woojin furrowed his brows. They were either looking at each other or they looked at the ground. What? What's with this atmosphere? The heroes tensed at Woojin's playful words. Melody spoke quietly into this tense atmosphere. They still feel awkward at receiving help from Immortal Nim. Eventually they will adjust. Woojin grinned as he looked at the people that was unable to look him in the eyes. We've been fighting a life and death battle, yet it looks like I'm suddenly pretending to be friendly with you. Is that how it is? Alliance. This is an alliance. Who doesn't have enmity against others? Stop acting like children. Woojin looked over them when his gaze stopped at Latasha. Are you going to keep acting up? Woojin unfurled 2 fingers to point at her eyes. She looked up at him. If you continue to glare at me like that, I'll string up your bones. Her pride didn't allow her to avoid his gaze, but Latasha's eyes were unfocused as it shook. The light in the immortal's eyes said he was telling her the truth. He wasn't joking. It isn't as if you guys are the only ones with enmity. I'll bury my enmity towards you all. So let us refrain ourselves. If you really don't like me that much, you can attack me. Do you think it'll make much of a difference if I kill 1 or 2 more people? He was probably the only one that could speak those words so naturally on this planet. No. Even if one searched through this dimension, the immortal was unique. If you don't have a death wish, don't look at me with that look in your eyes. Okay? You aren't going to answer me? Understood. It was as if Latasha had unwillingly squeezed out those words. Woojin smiled when he heard it. All right. Give me your opinions about the colony. Which colony are you talking about? I'll have to set up a base of operations where all the forces of the coalition would gather. The heroes looked at each other, and their face was glowing. They were going to rebuild the scattered coalition forces. Don't we have to pick a place that is easy to defend? Dwarf King Raoul started drawing a map on the floor. There is a deep ravine here. It'll be a good enough place to gather the people. Woojin looked at the map, and he pointed at a location. Where's this? This is the Sorrows Mountain. The surrounding region is quite open around this pointed mountain, so one would be easily found by one's enemies. An open space. The area is elevated, but it is debatable as to whether one could use that to one's advantage in defending the place. Moreover, it is an easy place to isolate and cut off the supplies to the mountain. The most important factor is that Juliel has set up his colony there. So this place is where the doghouse is located at? Tronet's great lord. Second throne Juliel. Woojin laughed as he picked up a stick to plant it at the location. I'll build my colony here. As I said, that place is. Raoul was about to protest, but he shut his mouth when he caught sight of Woojin's eyes. I'll do the cleaning. Just get ready to move. After Woojin finished talking, he called over the two dongsangs that was approaching them. Waruruk. A ball of fire suddenly dropped from the sky accompanied by a small explosion. When the flames died away, a man with a warm expression greeted the others. Hello. Jeek. A swarm of bats coalesced to form a person. This person lowered his head. Nice to meet you. The heroes awkwardly nodded their heads when Hong Sungu and Du Jaemin arrived. Both of you get acquainted with them, since you'll be traveling together often. Ha. I look forward to working with you all. Let us all get along. Woojin secretly smiled at their naive greetings. This reminded him of the time when he was first summoned to Alphen during his third year of high school. I was a hellish period in his life. Where are you going, Hyung? I'm cleaning up the place where we'll be moving in. What? This place has apartments? It wasn't even worth his time to respond to those words. Woojin rode Xing as he waved his hand, then he disappeared far into the distance. He. Since the atmosphere is a bit awkward, how about we introduce ourselves over some alcohol? The people were still being awkward at Sungu's words, so he turned to look at Jaemin. Hey, Jaemin. Why don't you bring out some stuff from that dimensional storage or whatever? Alcohol and... Yes. Woojin had granted authority to Du Jaemin, so he had a partial access to the domain storage. It was usually used to put in any loots they gathered, but it could also be used to take stuff out. Jaemin started taking out food and alcohol. Sungu diligently filled each cup. Shall we drink? As the alcohol started being passed around, Sungu had a bright smile on his face. It seemed like a distant memory, but his college life hadn't been all for naught. What better way was there to break the awkwardness? Alcohol and games were the best way to become friendly with others. Well, since we've started, let's go full tilt. Let's share it with everyone. There were almost 2,000 people gathered here. However, the dimensional domain's storage was massive. The storage would still be overflowing with food even if they fed everyone here. Du Jaemin didn't hold back in taking out the food. It had been a long time since the village people were able to satiate their hunger. Maybe what the people really needed was a solution to hunger and safety rather than revenge. They had been fighting tooth and nail to live and have some semblance of life. Maybe they'll have to live in the shadow of a being that lived in order not to die. Drink! Chug down that alcohol. Sungu took the lead of the party, and it continued into the dawn. Summit of Sorrows Mountain. Juliel had a stunned expression as he looked at Necromancer Khan Woojin, who had brought his undead army to his doorstep. I don't understand you. What? What enmity do you have against me? We are dimensional lords, so why do we have to waste resources to fight each other? You think this is a waste? It is a waste. In the end, there is nothing to be gained from this. Isn't this a waste of points? Woojin stroked his chin. If one excluded death, what did one gain from this? Maybe he'll be able to find out a little bit about how the dimensional lords think. Woojin discreetly threw a bait out. So do you have the code? Are you coveting the throne? If so, why the hell are you doing this? Woojin's eyes shone. Weren't you on the second throne? You are very clueless about the rankings. I stole one throne. I'm in the third throne now. He understood it. There were 72 great lords of Tronet. The throne were numbered from 1 to 72. This was a ranking they kept, and it depended on how many one possessed. If one wanted to steal a seat, one had to accumulate points. Once one gets to the 73rd ranking, one had the qualification to challenge the first throne. There's the code I haven't found yet. Woojin's mumbling was well received by Juliel. Ah, you are talking about the code. Ah. You came back to Alphen to look for it? Isn't one code the same as all the other codes? What the hell are you talking about? Each code's authority. Juliel's expression hardened in mid-sentence. He suddenly stood up. You bastard. You don't know about the code. Woojin shrugged his shoulders. If I knew about it, why would I need to put out my feelers? How dare you? How wary are you? Juliel became enraged when he realized he had been tricked. Woojin smirked as he took out his warrior's weapon. Our Bibi is the best in taking care of dogs. If Bibi was here, she could have used her illusions. Wouldn't she have been able to gain more information? Woojin was disappointed, but he quickly let go of those feelings. Well, Bibi has her own work to do. She was probably having a good time decorating the colony. She had the experience of building up the dimensional domain, so she would do really well in her current task. You bastard! How dare you trick me? You were the one that allowed yourself to be duped. Kuwa-ak! Woojin and Juliel clashed. Bibi was in the control tower as she looked over the large aircraft carrier. The vine tree had grown over the control tower to become the colony symbol, and one could enter the control tower from the root like a house. The deck was large, but most of the living facilities were at the passengers' quarters. What's troubling you, Bibi? Ah, Sua. Bibi happily greeted Sua, who was as tall as her. Did this little child know that she was the cat? Currently, they both looked like little girls. I was thinking about how I should decorate this place. Aha. Do you know what an aircraft carrier is, Sua? Aircraft carrier? Sua tilted her head in confusion. She was barely a kindergartner, so maybe the word was too difficult for her. Sua had become the holy maiden of Earth's unknown goddess, yet this didn't mean her knowledge had expanded. I know what aircraft means. Aircraft? It is a more difficult word, but it has the same meaning as a plane. Aha. So that is why they call it an aircraft carrier. Bibi looked at the wide deck as she nodded her head. No wonder. So that's what an aircraft carrier was. Aircraft was a plane. So that's why it is called an aircraft carrier. I wonder what carrier means. Bibi tilted her head in puzzlement. She used her authority over the colony to search through the store. She needed an expert that would be able to renovate this rundown colony city. 400p. One of the dwarf engineers of the Black Mine tribe. He is adept at creating magical machines. Design option, flying boat, mechanical golem, tank. Build option, siege-type Vulcan cannon, offensive buckshot. I found it. She found the talent that'll renovate the aircraft carrier. Bibi didn't think twice about consuming the points needed to appoint this talent. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 169, Reconstruction, 2. Chapter 169, Reconstruction, 2. Dwarf Nozem was an expert in mechanical engineering. He scouted out the aircraft carrier, and he returned to Bibi to give a report. It is excellent. I'm surprised by planet Earth's technical skills. Is that so? Will it be able to fly? This is unsuitable for flight. This ship is supposed to be used to float on water. What are you saying? Are you saying it won't be able to fly? Bibi's bright eyes glared at him, and the surprised Nozem bowed his head. As a dimensional refugee, the admin of a colony was the next highest person in terms of ranking after the dimensional lord. I'll do my best. That's right. Hurry up and fix it. I think it can't fly, because it is broken. Are you saying you can't fix it? No. I'll do my best. If you need anything, don't hesitate to ask. I've received the authority to use unlimited amount of points. Ha-uk. Nozem lowered his head deeper towards Bibi. If a dimensional lord allowed her to use unlimited amount of points, it meant she was in his inner circle. There was no downside in getting on her good side. I'll release a blueprint soon. All right. I'll look forward to it. Bibi's eyes were twinkling from anticipation. Nozem bowed, and he was about to leave when he came face to face with young Minchin at the doorway. They gave each other an awkward greeting. After passing by Nozem, Minchan approached Bibi. What are those things that suddenly formed on the deck, Steward Bibi? What do you think it is? Those are essential buildings. She had bought several buildings from the dimensional store, and those buildings were being built on the deck. There were new workers she had hired, and the dimensional domain residents of Allendale were naturally coming back and forth from the colony and the domain. If you build all those buildings on the deck, what are we going to do about the planes? If the runway was taken over by the buildings, they would only be able to operate the several helicopters they owned from that space. Minchan didn't know what Bibi was planning, so he had come looking for her. Ah. Don't worry about it. Master decided to give the heli whatever to Dulcie. He prefers to use the wyverns flying in formation. Bibi had already been told about Woojin's plans. The wyverns were able to take off vertically, so they didn't need a long runway. The outer parts of the colony city would be decorated by Bibi. It was up to her discretion. I guess if we use the wyverns. After imagining it for a moment, Minchan nodded his head. However, what did that have to do with constructing these buildings? Why are you building a cafe and a dessert store on top of the deck? He would understand it if she erected a wyvern's nest or a training facility. Why was building a cafe the most important task on the agenda? They are very important. Minchan became momentarily speechless at Bibi's sure attitude. Currently, restaurants, entertainment facilities and cultural facilities for the residents had already been built beneath the deck. However, Bibi was filling the top deck with buildings that had nothing to do with battle. Moreover, the other races were crossing over from the dimensional domain, and the residents of Allendale wasn't used to this sight. He worried there would be friction amongst these two groups. More importantly, our residents aren't able to communicate with the dimensional domain residents. Oh yeah. I'll have to sell some of the language drugs. She was direct in her actions. How could there be such an easy solution like this? Minchan was at a loss for words. Bibi immediately bought a store that sold language drugs from the dimensional store. She would build it right at the base of the control tower. In the end, the colony city was built through point consumption. If she could complete a blueprint, it'll all be built within the day. I want you to tell the domain residents to buy and eat the language drug. Tell them to buy it with the blood stones. Alandal's Prime Minister Minchan spoke a long time with Bibi, who held authority over the colony. They discussed various issues. A city where the current domain residents and the residents of this planet could gather bloodstones on Earth was being made right now. Zing. What is that? On the deck below the control tower, a new portal was formed. The eye-catching part was that this new portal was different in color to the red portal next to it. It seems Master has made a colony in Alphen. Of course, it hasn't been fully activated yet. The aircraft carrier had several portals. There was the one heading to the dimensional domain of Allendale, Sol Station's first exit and Nisha's pillar on planet Jakku. When the newly added portal was activated, a portal heading towards Alphen would be formed. So I can head to Alphen if I pass through that one? Yes. However, you'll need permission from Master. So the king was successful in building his colony. Isn't that a given? Bibi's faith in Kong Woojin was the deepest compared to anyone by his side. She was his first familiar, and she had aided him for the longest time. Minchan spoke as he laughed. I'll go ready the second party. It wasn't too long before Chehesol, Blanca, and the Phantom unit would have to cross over. You do that. Bibi gave a general answer, then she opened the dimensional store. She busily started decorating the aircraft carrier. The point total for the domain was dropping at a rapid pace. A tree was planted on top of the Soraus mountain. Latasha was shocked when she saw how fast it grew. How do you have a world tree? Tree of life. The mother world tree communicated with the world, yet a necromancer, who studied death, had planted it. He was the most unlikely person to interact with the world tree. Of course, it was only a symbol chosen for the colony, and it didn't hold much significance to Woojin. However, each person felt differently about such symbols. What did the crest of your coalition look like? Alphen's heroes were surprised at Woojin's words. Why are you so surprised? Do you think people will gather if I put up my flag? They had to make it known who was residing at the Sora's mountain. In the first place, he hadn't picked this place with his enemies in mind. He had placed the colony here with the surviving coalition members in mind. Why, yes, that's right. We have to make it known that the coalition is alive and well. The shocking part was that those words had come out from the immortal's mouth. Currently, the person that was breaking down everything in a rational manner was the immortal. Melody made a suggestion as she looked at Woojin. You should put up Alandal's flag. If I did that, wouldn't people avoid this place? Melody let out a sigh. Just from looking at the expression on the heroes here, she knew everyone held a deep-seated fear and wariness towards him. She realized how much her way of thinking had changed. Kong Woojin Nim isn't a bad person. No, he might be a bad person. However, he wasn't the unbelievably scary necromancer that she had vaguely imagined in her mind. At the very least, he was someone she can converse with. She had watched Woojin as she lived near him on Earth, and this was her feeling on this subject. All right. Let's put this out too. Woojin took out the flag that had been purchased by Bibi. It had the picture of a cat that seemed to be roaring. It was quite different from the symbols and imagery that had been associated with Allendale and Alphen. Is Lisha's high priest still alive? He tried to resist against the undead army. It seemed he had killed the high priest. Woojin let out a bitter laugh. Shouldn't there be a successor? Melody had come back from Earth with Woojin. She didn't have the answer to his question. The answer came from Latasha's lips. The high priest that received Lisha's holy item is staying in the north. He is staying at the city of Litan. Ho-oh. That's great. You should lead the way. Why would I? Let's just go. Latasha frowned, but she didn't have much choice. She stepped forward. The colony will be activated in a day. Do a good job and protect it. His colony had just been formed. Until it activated, Woojin didn't have much to do here. He'll be able to build a city later through the dimensional store. It would be better for him to go out and find the items he needed. I'm going to clean the surrounding. You should rest a little bit. I'll be back. Goshushu's army had been annihilated, and he had even stolen Juliel's colony. 2-dimensional lords in this region was dead, but their underlings were still out and about. However, Woojin didn't need to stay behind to clear them out of this region when there were no dimensional lords nearby. Sungu and the heroes of Alphen was sufficient in being able to take care of them. The most important part was the fact that he was forming a base camp here. He needed either a colony city or a town. As time passes, monsters will start to gather around the Soraus mountain. As he methodically take over the dungeons and colonies of other dimensional lords, they'll start to counterattack. Well, let's go. Latasha looked at the world tree once again, then she floated into the air. Follow me. Her body was encased in a fierce wind as she accompanied a wind spirit into the air. Woojin got on Xing Xing as he chased after Latasha. When they left, Melody unfurled the flag. Is that really the symbol of Allendale? The combination of those two is a bit. What sane person would think about Allendale when one saw a picture of a cat? She had already seen it several times before, but Melody couldn't stop her laughter from coming out. Let's hang it up. We have to advertise the alliance between Alphen's coalition and Allendale. They put the two flags representing the two forces in front of the world tree that was growing atop the Saurus mountaintop. So why is the immortal trying to find Lisha's high priest? That's... When trying to predict a person's action, one usually thought about their past actions. In the past, the immortal threatened, stole, and killed all the time. This was why everyone's expression darkened. The immortal's relationship with the priests, who worshipped the gods, was especially poor. Maybe. I wonder if he is planning on stealing Lisha's holy object again. Taurek was God Skia's monk, and his face crumpled. He had experienced it before too. He gnashed his teeth when he thought about the time when the holy item called Skia's boots were pulled off his feet. It seems his desire to collect the holy items is still present. It had been a subject that had been discussed for a long time in the past about the immortal's peculiar collection. He broke a branch off the world tree, and he stole holy items from each temple. The immortal's army had been getting to become a serious problem when he started to gather all these treasures. Taurek suddenly looked at this boots. As expected of being a god of adventurers, Skia's boots allowed one to run without getting exhausted. A holy item was newly made when a new high priest appeared. His boots were the 21st Skia's boots to be made after the immortal stole one. The boots were a treasure that proved that he was the first monk of the god Skia. Why wasn't he covetous of my item? If he still coveted the holy items, Taurek's item should have been the first one he should have taken. The fact that the immortal left him alone made him feel leery. I have no idea. They didn't know why the immortal went to look for Lisha's high priest, but there was no way he would just unreasonably steal the item like before. They were allies now. Maybe. They were at the biggest lake in the northern region. Is that the Litan's lake? Yes. There is a city there? This is the final city of the coalition still left standing. However, only the chosen people could enter this place. Litan's lake was large like the sea. There was only a single green island floating atop the waters. You have to be chosen? The water dragons bar intruders from entering the Litan's lake. This was the reason why the city of Litan was able to avoid attacks from the dimensional lords. At the same time, there weren't many in the coalition that had access to this place. This was their hideout, and it was also the final supply depot for the coalition. The food from the Litan's island provided the main supplies for the coalition. Latasha sat down at the dock and she turned to look at Woojin. Even I do not have permission to enter this place. The lookouts at the Litan island probably caught sight of us already. A person will appear soon to talk to us. Woojin's brows furrowed. We have to wait until that time. This is the only way you will be able to meet the Leash's high priest. If one couldn't go to the Litan island, one had to wait for the people on the island to come out. However, Woojin smirked as he grabbed the collar of Latasha's shirt. What the hell are you doing? In this world, there is no such thing as an only method. It was a binary choice. There was a road or there wasn't. Instead of walking on the road, Immortal frequently made his own roads to travel. He grabbed Latasha's back collar, and Xing Xing flew into the air. The water dragons will attack. She was dangling in the sky, and Latasha's face turned pale. A whirlpool started forming in the lake. There were 17 of them. The water dragons readied their dragon's breath. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 170, Oracle 1. Chapter 170, Oracle 1. Poo-hoo-hoo. The water from the lake flew into the air as if it was ascending into the heavens. Each breath let out by the water dragons were streams of water. Each stream turned into something akin to sharp assassin needles. It was hard to maintain a sane mind when watching several 100,000 sharp needles flying through the air. Elf Lord Latasha was hanging in the air. She felt dizzy when she saw that attack coming towards her. Her body was stiff as a board, and she was so surprised that she forgot to breathe. It felt as if several dozen water drops containing the sharp energy would pierce through her. No, it was going to happen. Pot. Latasha let out her breath as she saw the water droplets disperse as it impacted on an invisible barrier. Hoo-ah! Do-do-do-do-duk. It felt as if she was watching a heavy rainfall from below the eaves. The water came flying at incredible speed, yet it dispersed into the surrounding after impacting against the barrier. One couldn't just laugh it off when one thought about the power behind attack. They aren't that big of a deal. Latasha reflexively turned her head. She looked at the man flying in the air as he held onto the collar of her shirt. Immortal. She had never seen or heard of someone that was as unreasonable as him. He was trying to brute force himself into the Litan city, which was protected by the water dragons. It was something even the dimensional lord of Tronet avoided doing. The breaths aren't the end of it. Even if the soul barrier allowed him to avoid any damage, there were dozens of additional reasons why water dragons of the Litan lake were dangerous. What? It isn't as if the water dragons can fly. Can they? They can. What? Woojin was dumbfounded as he looked at Latasha. They can fly? We have to take shelter. Poo-ah-ah. The whirlpool split apart as the heads of the dragons surfaced. Coo-ah-ah. Accompanying the roars, the dragons appeared. They were so long that their tails were still within the water even though the dragons had almost reached Woojin. Oak. Woojin quickly shifted his body, and he avoided the sharp teeth of a dragon. The dragons had long whiskers as long as its body, and it was reminiscent of a catfish. Moreover, it was closer to looking like an eastern dragon from legend than a western dragon. There were 17 of them, and they rose into the sky as if they were swimming through sky. When they earnestly started to attack Woojin, he couldn't defend against it for too long. My souls will dissipate first. If the soul armor had enough souls in storage, it formed a barrier to automatically protect Woojin. The continuous threats were quickly dissipating his souls. He had diligently gathered souls after he arrived at Alphen, yet he might regrettably lose all he had gained. This was the first time Woojin felt taken aback. Shit. They quickly changed direction, and they escaped from the skies above Litan Lake. They landed on the ground as if skipping across the ground. The 17 dragons, which had been swimming in the air, glared at Woojin, then they returned below the surface of the water. Cha-aak! The lake waters became waves as it wetted the land. Kook! What the hell? Woojin got up, and he looked at the sloshing lake. Kook! What did I tell you? Latasha had rolled alongside Woojin, so she scolded him. He had pompously stepped forward, yet he had come up with empty results. Latasha was about to say something more, but she shut up when the furrows on his forehead deepened. There was nothing good about unnecessarily getting on his nerves. Anyways, the water dragons were a disaster-level power. It was so bad that Tronet's dimensional lord left this place alone. Just because he was the immortal didn't mean he'll do any better. Latasha made this accusation inside her head as she checked up on the immortal's expression. Laughter? Was he really laughing right now? This is fun. After he laughed for a brief moment, he took out his warrior's weapon. Was he trying to attempt it again? Was he going to go against the water dragons of the Litan's lake? Why, you are being reckless. We won't know what will happen unless I try it out. In the past, the first dragon he had caught was hard, but it got easier as he hunted several more of them. It would be a bit troublesome fighting 17 of them, but it wasn't as if it was impossible. He wasn't alone either. Shoo shoo shook. Black smoke coalesced around Woojin to form Death Knights. Are we hunting dragons? It has been a while since we've seen dragons. I think this is the Litan's lake. All the Death Knights were Woojin's familiars, but they were all from different races. Moreover, they all had distinct personalities. Their memories all varied, so several of them knew about the water dragons residing in Litan's lake. It didn't matter what they remembered. If Woojin ordered it, they wouldn't hesitate to charge forward. Goo ha ha. Are you trying to make friends for Yong? Lich Janice was summoned besides Woojin. It would be possible to hunt all of the water dragons at the same time if Janice was by his side. It would be possible with the help of a lich, who was unrivaled at debuff magic. Wee-ing. Moreover, they would be unrivaled if Dulcie joined the party. It would be best if Yong was with him, but he had enough power to hunt down the dragons. Woojin was about to confidently step forward towards the lake. Let's do this, AG. Woojin was about to speak gallantly when he swallowed his words. Shah. A boat was swiftly moving through the water towards Woojin. In front of the boat, a 10-year-old boy was steering the boat. He was wearing clothes that were way too big for him. Woojin tilted his head in confusion when he realized the clothes looked familiar. What the hell? The boat docked, and the boy placed a ladder over the railing. When he got off the boat, he approached Woojin. There were Death Knights lined up all around him, yet the boy didn't back down at all. The boy stood in front of Woojin, and he gave his greeting. A cowl was precariously hanging on top of his head, but it refused to fall off. Are you the immortal? Woojin's eyes twinkled when the clear voice came out of the boy's lips. Are you Lisha's high priest? Yes, I am. I hadn't called you, so why did you come out here? I didn't invite you, so why did you come here? Woojin didn't say anything. He silently stared at the boy. If the sacrifice of myself could protect the Litan's island, it is worth it. Why do you think I'm here to kill you? Aren't you here for the Lisha's gloves? The boy pushed Lisha's gloves towards Woojin. It was a holy item that could grow a bud from all seeds, and it guaranteed the harvest of fruits. This was Lisha's treasure. He was the god of fertility. Of course, a high priest's authority was diminished when one lost the holy item. In certain circumstances, it was a worse offense to lose the item than to die. He was voluntarily giving away such a treasure. Was he a plucky little guy? Or was he being sensible? I'll use it well. Woojin unhesitatingly took the gloves. It was the ingredient item needed to make Thrash's punishment. The holy items were basically tokens of the high priests. However, as Lisha's high priest, he didn't look bothered at losing the item. I pray that the oracle comes to pass. The oracle. Woojin let out a bitter laugh. What did Lisha say? The boy let out a faint laugh at the question. The immortal was a being that had faced the gods. He wasn't an insignificant being to the priests, who worshipped those gods. He had received an oracle yesterday night. I was told to give you the treasure. She told me my wishes will come true if I do. Woojin blankly stared down at the gloves. He had gathered 3 items that were crucial in making Thrash's protection, march, and punishment. He only had 2 left. Woojin unsummoned his familiars, and he left behind the Litan's lake. New colony on the Saurus Mountain. People were gathered in groups of 2s and 3 around the World Tree. They were building houses, and the 2 flags were planted in the middle of everything. So that's what you were talking about? That's right. The people kept talking about the identity of the flag besides the coalition's flag. It was a roaring baby lion. No, it kind of looked like a cute tiger. I can't believe that is the immortal symbol. What does it mean? Isn't it roaring towards the world? I think it is just yawning. The common thread amongst these discussions were the immortal symbol. They were guessing the meaning behind it. The cute image didn't match up with the immortal, and this incongruity fostered their curiosity. I'm sure it is a lion. What are you saying? It's obviously a tiger. This was a topic that kept flaring up between the people. The one that was the most curious was the young king of the Honshu kingdom named Kans. He had heard about the immortal through oral history, and this was the first time he had seen the immortal. It was the first time he had seen the undead army fight. The immortal was much different from the stories his father had told him. The immortal's existence was sufficient enough to draw the curiosity and admiration out of the young ruler Kans. There were several dozen lookouts around the Soros mountain hastily made out of wooden logs. Both the flags of Alendal and Coalition were hung out on these outposts. Kans had climbed up one of these lookouts, and he let out a bright laugh when he saw a fireball coming towards them. Sungbanim is back. The heroes that had accompanied the immortal was no joke. There was a vampire lord and a fire spirit. Weren't they worthy of being companions of the immortal? Sungu was very good at drinking alcohol. His shoulder dance made everyone want to dance, and he was great at leading a party. Kans had never heard of a fire spirit that was great at drinking alcohol. Sungbanim is back. Kans had become fairly close with him as they shared alcohol. Kans quickly came down from the lookout, and he vigorously shook his arms in greeting. The arc of fire in the air located Kans, and the fire landed right in front of him. Kans. Thank you for your hard work. Ha. I have to practice a little bit more before I head back to training. As expected. He was so strong, yet he's still thinking about training. There is something I always wanted to ask you. What is it? Anyways, hasn't it been a day since the colony was built? Shouldn't it be done by now? I think it should be done soon. Kans looked up at the sun in the sky, and it looked to be in the same spot as yesterday. He nodded his head. Let us talk as we walk. Yes. What do you want to ask me? The people are very curious about Alandal's symbol. Is it a lion or a tiger? Ha! Sungu tilted his head in confusion as he looked at the flag. The first person that came to mind was Bibi when he saw it. It is probably a cat. What? You don't know what a cat is? I do, but I'm sure. I think? Kans looked disappointed by Sungu's answer. It looked as if his high expectation was stabbed in the back. Sungu shrugged his shoulders as he looked at Kans' sulking face. He knew the flag was hung around Alendal, but he had never asked about how it came to be. This was why Sungu didn't know the story behind it. The only thing he knew was that the picture made him think about Bibi. That was what came to his mind first. Ha. I'm pretty sure the Holy Maiden knows the story behind it. Of course. I'll have to quickly go see Melody Nim. In any case, all the heroes of the coalition was climbing up the Soros mountain to watch the completion of the colony. They had superior physical ability compared to the civilians, so they would be able to climb the mountain in a short amount of time. Ha! Jaemin had gotten there before Sungu. He approached Jaemin, who had a sour expression on his face. Jaemin. Is something wrong? Hyung. What's up? Did you hear about the oracle? Sungu didn't know what Jaemin was talking about, so he tilted his head in confusion. Jaemin discreetly pointed towards Melody, who was kneeling in front of the world tree. I heard the goddess Arya gave an oracle before Woojin Hyung came back to Alphen. What about it? Didn't anyone who went to school know that gods and goddesses gave oracles? Wasn't it a given? Goddess Arya is the goddess of prophecy. Ha! Was he talking about a prophecy? Sungu's expression also got serious, and Sungu asked a question. What did she say? That is. Jaemin opened his mouth with a dark expression. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 171, Oracle, 2. Chapter 171, Oracle, 2. You will finally find the answer, yet you will lose your way. Illusions and truths are alike. Life and death is also a choice. Sungu turned his head when he heard the sweet voice. He asked Melody a question. Is that the words given to Hyung by the goddess Arya? Yes, it was. So why is it bad? Melody furrowed her forehead when she heard Sunggu's innocent question. Jaemin also shook his head from side to side as he spoke. It isn't positive. Is that so? What did Hyungnim say about it? I'm not privy to. Jaemin's gaze shifted towards Melody, so Sunggu turned his gaze towards her too. She was the Holy Maiden, and she had delivered the oracle to Woojin. She probably also heard his answer to it. The immortal. The Holy Maiden hesitated before she repeated his words. Stop saying shitty things that doesn't answer anything. Just do a good job in gathering the coalition. Of course, Hyungnim would say something like that. Sunggu stroked his chin. Then there won't be any problem. Melody had to bite her lips at Sunggu's conclusion. She had never expected to meet someone besides Kang Woojin, who treated the prophecy of Goddess Arya as a footnote. No, she never expected to meet another man, who treated it as a baseless fear. Hyung. This is the words coming from the goddess of prophecy. We should weigh her words carefully. We have to get ready for the worst possible scenario. Melody nodded along with Jaemin's words. At the very least, there was someone around the immortal that thought like a normal human being. A goddess is saying these stuff, so how are we supposed to prepare against it? We have to analyze the prophecy, and we have to minimize the dangers. I don't know anything about that. It is too complicated. I trust Hyungnim more than a goddess. Sunggu waved his hand, and he headed towards the colony that was almost completed. I thought you were trying to say that the oracle was important. That is what they were trying to say. It is important. It might be talking about our deaths. Aren't you leery about it? Sunggu shrugged his shoulders at Jaemin's words. If I was going to die, I would have been burnt to a crisp by now. Hyung. Jaemin couldn't come up with more words to argue with Sunggu. He had looked into the deep depth of Sunggu's eyes. The light in his eyes said that Sunggu had moved beyond death, and it was all the answer that was needed. The best way to handle this is to not think about it. Yes, Hyung. Was this the difference in how much they trusted Kang Woojin? Jaemin reflected deeply on Sunggu's words. Sunggu Hyung believes in him more than anyone else. If I keep thinking about it, it'll just make my head hurt. The reason behind it was a bit strange. Han Sunggu had been by Woojin the longest on earth. As he stood by Woojin, it seemed faith in Woojin wasn't what had grown inside Sunggu. Maybe Sunggu's brain was cleared? At the very least, his words made one become suspicious of such a possibility. However, they didn't have enough free time to discuss such topics. Somehow, it will all work out. I think. Was he trying to cheer her up? Melody silently nodded her head at Jaemin's words. Goddess Arya's prophecies were never wrong. The message she had delivered was clear. If Woojin obtains the treasure he had long been looking for, he might get lost. He might lose the path back to his home. It is a horrible thing. Holy Maiden Melody had already experienced it before. She had gathered the dimensional fragments, and she had become a dimensional lord to look for help. She had lost all her points when all the other lords attacked her, and she had lost her dungeon. In the end, she had no idea how she would get back to her home planet of Alphen. She was barely able to throw away her domain before she had headed towards Earth. She was able to come back to Alphen after a long period of time. She had delivered her analyses of the oracle to Woojin. Of course, the words that were spoken to her in return wasn't that nice. What the hell do you want me to do? The immortal would come to his own conclusions, and he would make his own choices. Melody's words wouldn't be able to change his actions. It isn't something that should go in one ear and out the other. The problem was they were treating the oracle as a divination coming from a fortune teller. However, Arya's oracle wasn't something that could be easily ignored. Arya's prophecy was never wrong. Maybe I am being presumptuous by worrying for him. He himself wasn't worrying about it. The fact that Melody was putting herself out there worrying for him was ridiculous. She became surprised when she realized she equated Alphen's peace with Kang Woojin's well-being. Isn't that Hyungnim coming toward us? At Sunggu's words, everyone gathered under the matured world tree looked up at the sky. The phantom steed was using its phantom gallop, and they could see Woojin on top of it. Latasha was being dragged along. When they were almost at their destination, Latasha jumped down to land on her own. Woojin got off the phantom steed, and he looked at the colony symbol. I'm right on time. He'll have 2 gates on Alphen. The dungeon will be protected by the defenders of the dimensional domains, and the colony will be protected by the coalition. There was no way he would lose his way back home. Did you accomplish what you set out to do? Woojin's eyebrow arched at Melody's question. It was well received by me. Ah. As she had surmised, he really went to steal a holy item. Woojin took out the gloves as he shook it playfully. Melody closed her eyes when she saw it, and the other heroes frowned. Monk Taurek, who worshipped god Skia, couldn't help himself. He yelled out at Woojin. We are supposed to solidify our alliance, yet what is your motivation behind gathering the holy items? I needed it. The immortal had committed theft, yet he was speaking in an imposing manner. It needled Taurek's feelings. Are you covetous of god Skia's treasure? I already have one. If I didn't have it, I would have asked for it. If one went by the tone of his words, it felt as if the immortal was taking back something he had loaned out. Now that we are talking about it. Kong Woojin looked at Melody. Her eyes shook from uneasiness. Why have I never seen Arya's holy item on you? He already possessed Thresh's protection, which was the chest piece of the armor. It just needed to be repaired. Moreover, he had obtained the ingredient items for the gloves and boots. The only thing left was the helm and the belt. He needed the holy items from goddess of prophecy Arya, and the god of time Herace. He was a bit puzzled at the fact that the holy maiden Melody didn't carry around her holy item. Her expression darkened as she spoke. After you took away my predecessor's holy item. The holy item was given to the servant that was closest to the god. Whether it was a holy maiden, high priest or a monk, it was symbol of power given to the person that'll act as an avatar for the gods. Melody was an acolyte of the previous holy maiden, who had her holy item stolen. Melody was the holy maiden now, but she was incomplete. The High Temple is in enemy territory. I wasn't fully able to complete the succession, so I do not have my holy item yet. She hadn't lost the item that symbolized her position as the holy maiden. She had never received it in the first place. Well, I'll recover it. He'll recover the High Temple, then he'll take the holy item from her. Kong Woojin was in a good mood. It didn't matter how Melody felt about it. He needed the items to make Thresh's set. He was steadily gathering all the items, and now he had completed a colony. Since he had his gates, he'll earnestly help in recovering Alphen, and he'll complete Thresh's set items. The problem was the mysterious Thresh's executioner, but he'll eventually find the answer to the problem. I'll carry out the obligation I have towards the alliance. Woojin opened his dimensional store when his colony was completed. The Saurus mountain underneath the World Tree was considered to be his territory. First, the walls. Woojin purchased castle walls, and he started placing it around the perimeter of his territory. Cooing. As if by magic, castle walls emerged out of the ground as a barrier was formed. Everyone was in disbelief as they watched the miracle occurring in front of them. I have organized the roads. His points were being quickly consumed, but he had saved up a lot from before. The more important part was the bloodstones that would be gathered through taxes and selling items at the stores. This could be seen as an investment. He needed the coalition to have a solid base, so they could protect the place. Moreover, he would be able to collect on taxes. It was logical to prioritize making a stable colony. When the castle walls finished forming a perimeter, the grounds in various locations were smoothed out. The space that would be used as drilling grounds in a square was formed. Then the roads started widening. The trees disappeared and the boulders were moved. Houses were being made. Numerous facilities were being built, and in a short amount of time, a town came into being. Then several more towns were formed. Lookouts formed in various parts of the mountain where the troops would be stationed. He also made 4 wyverns' nests that'll protect the skies. He had spent an incredible amount of points, but he still had half his points left. Did I build all the basics? When he first decided to make Saurus Mountain his colony, everyone worried about supplies the most, but it wouldn't be a problem. They would be able to buy everything from the colony city's stores using bloodstones. He wasn't going to use this place as a shelter. He wasn't planning on supporting a resistance that hid and ran away. This would be the launching pad of a counterattack. It didn't matter if they were visible to their enemies. The battle won't be conducted here. He was going to take the battlefield to his enemies. After closing his store, Woojin looked around his surrounding, and he saw that everyone was on their knees. Jaemin and Sungu also had dumbfounded expression on their faces as they looked at Woojin. Hyung Nim. In such a short amount of time, the Saurus Mountain had changed in too many ways. God. Woojin smirked when Jaemin mumbled the word. If there was a god, it would be the being that made the dimensional stores. He was just someone that used it. However, it seemed the natives of Alphen didn't share his views. What the are you guys doing? Woojin was dumbfounded when he saw the people on their knees with their head lowered. He was most suited for destruction, yet the followers of gods, who were known for creation, was worshipping him. Hey! Get up! They didn't dare raise their heads even at Woojin's words. He spoke in a low voice. If you don't want a beating, you guys should get up. Yes. The heroes stood up as they eyed Woojin. This was especially true for Taurek, who had expressed his anger towards Woojin. Taurek didn't know what to do with himself. You are give me the creeps. Why are you suddenly being so shy? I can't believe I was able to see the god of creation's miracle. Woojin clicked his tongue as Taurek's words trailed away. You don't know shit about miracles. If this was considered to be a miracle, wouldn't that mean the dimensional lords of Tronet were all gods? Woojin could act like a god only in a limited portion of this land, and his influence only extended to the colony city below him. Woojin was checking the status of the colony city through his information window when a large portion of his points was suddenly drained away. Half the points of the points he had left was used by someone. There were only 2 other beings that could use the points besides Woojin. Bibi was in charge of the colony city on Earth, and there was Kiba, who was in charge of defending the dimensional domain. A massive amount of points were suddenly used, so it meant that most of his defenders had been replenished. Zing! 2 gates opened up in front of the world tree. One headed to his dimensional domain, and the other one headed towards the colony on Earth. While Woojin was deciding where he should go, a person popped out from one of the portal. King! A line of people were exiting the portal. It was none other than Chehesol, Blanca, and the Phantom unit. Is anything unusual going on? How's everything on Earth? Everything is fine. We came here as soon as the gate was activated. If the colony on Earth was safe, was the points being used at the dimensional domain? Alright. You guys should greet everyone here, then go get ready for the mission. Yes, sir. Woojin looked at Melody. I'm going to go visit my domain for a little bit. I want you to settle the nearby locations with my men, and I want you to gather the coalition. When Woojin entered the portal heading toward his dimensional domain, her heart beat faster at some unknown worry. Please return safely. Worry was squeezing her heart. The Holy Maiden was unsure if the worry was for Alphen or Kong Woojin. She couldn't make out her feeling. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 172, Airstrike, 1. Chapter 172, Airstrike, 1. Shushuk. When Woojin arrived at his dimensional domain, it looked the same as before. However, when he exited the castle, the town looked totally different. Waruruk. Houses were burning, and there were corpses strewn everywhere. It looked as if they had put up a fight against the adventurers. The corpses had yet to be cleared away, so they were strewn in various locations. Then there were the soldiers on patrol. If one looked at the broken houses, one could tell the fight had happened not too long ago. Kiba. My lord. Black smoke coalesced to form Kiba, and he got on one knee. Did strong adventurers come this time around? It was a rebellion. Rebellion? An uprising sometimes occurs amongst the dimensional residents. Woojin stroked his chin. There were several factors that could threaten a dimensional domain. There was the dimensional battle, duel requests, and the adventurers that come through the dungeon. There were also the possibility of a rebellion from the dimensional residents who had migrated here. Then there were the thieves that intentionally came here to steal the domain. The difference between a dimensional resident and a dimensional lord was the fact that one possessed a domain. There were a lot of wanderers that were very strong. If Woojin lost his dimensional domain, he would wander around doing the same thing. Moreover, there were a lot of wanderers that banded together to form their own mercenary units. These groups wandered around from place to place as they caused trouble. However, there were only one reason why an uprising would occur. It wasn't the fact that he was weak, but... Do they think I'm a pushover? No way. No one here would dare to think of our lord as a pushover. Kiba suddenly yelled out. Kiba continued to speak as he looked at the corpses. They were intentionally sent here. It looks to be a mercenary outfit that took a commission from Leah. Woojin let out a sigh. Why does she keep aiming for me? Leah had failed in taking him down in the dimensional battle and the duel. Now she was using subterfuge to take down his domain. She had said that he'll never be able to protect his home planet of Earth. Her words kept ringing in his ears. Maybe she wanted to prove her own words. This might be why Leah kept harassing him. If he didn't have Death Knights like Kiba, he might have had his domain stolen from under him. If it wasn't for his reliable familiars, her relentless attacks might have worked. Were they a bit hard to put down? It wasn't too hard. I barely had to replenish our forces. Woojin tilted his head in puzzlement. Then where did my points go? He'll be able to get a full accounting of how his points were spent by sitting on his throne. He'll find out what had happened by opening his domain management window. When Woojin was about to turn away, Kiba suddenly spoke. I want to run alongside the Lord in the battlefield. Woojin looked at Kiba. He could feel a desperate longing emanating from the large Death Knight. There were only a small number of adventurers that attacked the dimensional domain of Allendale through the dungeons. There were the occasional uprisings, but Kiba could count those instances with a single hand. He was the defense commander of the domain, and his duties were boring him to tears. Woojin thought he had neglected Kiba for too long. All right. I'll replace you with someone else. I'll spread a carpet of blood on the Lord's battlefield. Undead army. He was the strongest Death Knight. The declaration suited Kiba, since he was the spearhead of the army. I like what you are saying. Woojin grinned as he glanced at Kiba. I'll replace you with a pinch hitter, so just wait a little bit more. I'll ride into the next battle with you. I wait for the Lord's command. Woojin returned to the throne inside the Lord's castle. Let's see. The points that was used to replenish the forces was significant, but this wasn't a problem. He was collecting taxes through his domain and colonies. He was bringing in more than he was spending on replenishing troops. It didn't take him long to find the source of the drain. It's Bibi. Bibi was in charge of Earth's colony city. She had named it Bibi's Castle, and he had spent a massive amount of points on the city. However, it wasn't a problem, since his points would be increasing as time passed. In the future, he'll be able to gather Earth's bloodstones through the colony, so the amount of insignificant in context. Moreover, Woojin had just spent twice the amount of points compared to Bibi when he built the Saurus colony. I'll go see what's going on. A massive amount of points had been expended at once. There was a small possibility that Bibi had to replenish all her troops in response to an enemy attack. He was a little bit worried. He had planned on returning to Alphen immediately, but he was curious as to see how much change had occurred at his colony. He passed through the portal to head to Bibi's castle. Pool look. The flag with the yawning cat was billowing in the wind. When Woojin came out of the portal, he titled his head in confusion. It changed a lot. The deck had been wide open, but now there were buildings obstructing the view. One could call it a town. There were some buildings that looked modern, and there were also buildings that looked similar to the ones in Alphen. It felt as if he was walking through an unfamiliar city. Bibi. Master. At Woojin's call, a puff of black smoke appeared as Bibi appeared. Ha. How's everything going? Well, everything is progressing as planned. Had. He thought about how Bibi had remade Allendale, so he could guess at what the colony would look like. However, he hadn't given her the authority to use his points, so Bibi could purchase cafes and stores. How's our defense? The fact that this was a moving fortress was the most important point in making this colony. It was very important for it to have defensive capabilities, so it could keep everyone safe. One couldn't half-ass it, and Bibi was well aware of this fact. It burned a lot of points. She was being boastful, so it seemed she must have used a lot of points by going overboard on defense. Of course, the aircraft carrier was much smaller than the Saurus Mountain. It is small, yet she had used half the points needed to construct the Saurus colony. This was why his expectation was high. Follow me, master. I'll show you. Bibi looked like a child that was showing off a toy she had made. Woojin followed her up the control tower, and he came face to face with young Minchin along the way. King. What is wrong with you? Are you sick? Woojin worriedly asked the pale-faced Minchin. Minchin's face crumpled up as he answered Woojin. Motion sickness. Ha! You are seasick? Woojin noticed the vibration beneath his feet, so it seemed the aircraft carrier was on the move right now. If it was seasickness, I would be okay, but, look. Minchin covered his mouth, and he quickly disappeared down the stairs. Woojin shrugged his shoulder as he asked Bibi a question. Where are we headed? We wanted to do the move in one sitting, so we decided to head towards Seoul. We are currently passing by Daejeon. It'll be great if we could move everything at once. Daejeon? Yes. Ha. I fixed what was broken, so we can fly again. Broken? This aircraft carrier was built a long time ago, but it hadn't been broken. Woojin arrived at the top of the control tower, and he looked out the window. Kiak! The cries of the wyverns was heard through the window. He saw 12 wyverns flying around the aircraft carrier as an escort. There were beings from one of the other race riding the wyverns. The Radic race are talented riders. We decided to always have them deployed as guards. They are also tasked to recon the surrounding area. Bibi started boasting about her accomplishments. I also built cannons, and it can fire in all directions. The engineer Nozam adapted Earth's technology, so there aren't any official names for these weapons. Why don't Master name them? Bibi spoke as she pulled up a hologram in front of him. She showed him the entire design plans for the modified aircraft carrier. There were 120 openings from front to back, and it was all equipped with cannons. The problem was the fact that the cannons weren't only equipped on the side of the aircraft carrier. It was built along the keel and the hull. It looked like a hedgehog turned over on its back. I also put aside a landing strip for the wyverns. They can be deployed immediately. He looked beyond the window to look at the spot being pointed out by Bibi. There was an empty spot on the deck, and there was something that looked like a strange-looking hill next to it. Woojin could see wyverns coiled and resting on this hill. He could see over 40 of them with his eyes. How many? If I include the wyverns on patrol, we have 107 wyverns. She looked up at Woojin with twinkling eyes as if to say, "Did I do good?" He had tasked her to come up with the defense of the fortress, so he expected this level of defensive capability. However, so we are flying in the sky right now? Of course. Woojin's expression did not change, so Bibi tried to bring up some of the things she had been working on in secret. I felt as if we didn't have enough weapons for offense, so we are developing several weapons. Moreover, it would be a drain on our points, but we are building a barrier that'll activate when our enemies attack. Ah. You can stop talking now. Woojin placed his hand on top of Bibi's head. This might be an excessive investment, but this was related to the safety of his family. This was why he welcomed it. You did very well. Ha. Woojin patted Bibi's head, and he looked out at the view. He looked beyond the flying wyverns, and he could see sunlight peeking out through the clouds. He had no idea how she came up with the idea to make a flying fortress. Woojin smiled. I really like it. Wasn't it better to fly away in a dangerous situation? They wouldn't be constrained by the sea now. Bibi also laughed when she heard Woojin's praise. Saurus colony. Most of the nearby monsters had been exterminated, and the survivors in the nearby gathered to grow the colony. As more people came in, Sungu and Jaemin had less things to do. They weren't needed for hunting down weak monsters. It was the job of the inexperienced Phantom Unit and the people of Alphen to hunt down the scrubs. During the dangerous battle, they had always pined for free time. Once they got their free time, they were bored now. Ah. When will Hyungnim get back here? I have no idea. I guess Sungu Hyungnim is now accustomed to all of this. No way. I'm not accustomed to it. Sungu felt a chill at the tip of his nose, so he rubbed his hand against it. Jaemin continued to speak. I read this in a book. If a slave is suddenly made a free man, the slave would be unable to get used to the outside world, and he would put the shackles back on himself. So I'm the slave? I'm not saying that, but... Dude. You've come a long way if you can speak those kinds of words to me. Jaemin had an apologetic expression when Sungu spoke. I didn't say it to make you feel bad. Ha. Now that I think about it, I do want to see Janie's Nim. He really was the slave in the story. Jaemin was dumbfounded as he stared at sight of Sungu's face. He had been subjected to near-death dangers, yet he still wanted to see Janie's. Was he a masochist? Ah. I want to eat ramen and kimbap. Seriously. Jaemin agreed with Sungu's words. It was as if Alphen's food wasn't edible. Moreover, they were able to purchase food through the colony, and it was decent. However, Sungu and Jaemin were natives of Korea. At times, they thought about eating rice. Their mouths watered especially when they thought about ramen. It was something they ate quite often. Should we go to Earth for a brief moment? Woojin Hyun might discipline you. Let's just be patient. When Kam Woojin returned to Alphen, he wanted permission to be able to frequently visit Earth. He was told to clear the nearby monsters, and now he felt like a student that had finished all his homework. There was an empty feeling inside him. At that moment, Elf Lord Latasha approached the two. What are the heroes of Earth talking about? Latasha was wary and abrasive towards Woojin. However, her attitude was a bit better with Sungu and Jaemin. It was actually quite favorable towards them. Ah, Latasha. We are talking about ramen. Ramen? Yes. It is a noodle-type food, and it is incredibly delicious. It is an Earth cuisine, so we aren't able to acquire it here. I heard the synchronization with the planet Earth isn't finished yet. Yes. I heard you'll be able to buy items from Earth when the synchronization ends. The dimensional store had everything. Since the synchronization hadn't ended, they could buy anything from Earthy. They could only buy items from Alphen. Of course, there were similar items, but... Once the synchronization ends, we'll be able to bring Earth items through the portal. I guess? At Jaemin's words, Sungu tilted his head. Wow. What would Hyung like to bring here? I want a car. I want a computer. When Latasha heard their conversation, she asked with curiosity in her eyes. It seems Earth has many wondrous things. Of course. When the time comes, I would like to taste the cuisines of Earth. At that point, I'll treat you to some ramen. Oh. I will look forward to the ramen. Sungu let out a wicked laugh as he looked at Latasha's excited face. There is a fantastic ramen called the fire chicken fried noodles. I'll treat you to it. 1. Jaemin was taken aback by Sungu's words, and his eyes shook. Jaemin discreetly glanced at Latasha, and she still had an excited expression on her face. Jaemin looked at Latasha, who was laughing without any pretense. He contrasted it with Sungu's face, which was filled with pretense. I really want to eat it. Hoo. I will make sure you'll get to eat it. Evil. Sungu Hyung had become a demon. Jaemin shook his head from side to side. Translator's note. Fire chicken fried noodles equals the ramen used in the spicy/fire noodle challenge. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 173, Airstrike 2. Chapter 173, Airstrike 2. Woojin looked over the hologram of the BB's castle, and he nodded his head in satisfaction. BB was doing a good job by herself, so it seemed he wouldn't have to worry too much about it. Investments were great, but it would be bad if all his points were used. He wouldn't be able to replenish his troops, and he wouldn't be able to maintain his domain. Many dimensional lords lost their domains through mismanagement. You keep this up even into the future. You have to protect the colony no matter what. However, this was for his family. Moreover, his return to Earth hinged on the existence of the colony. Understood. Woojin was about to get up. BB yelled out when she saw the hologram window. Master. Another dungeon just broke. As soon as her words ended, one could hear urgent steps as two people appeared. One was the captain of the aircraft carrier, Park Gilsoo. The other was Nozam, who was in charge of maintenance and design. It is good to see you, King. I give my greetings to the Lord. The two had hastily appeared, and Woojin turned his head towards them. Can we see what's going on below? Yes, sir. Park Gilsoo immediately used the screen within the control tower to bring up the map of the region below. When he zoomed in with the screen, one could see a live high-resolution footage. Is that 3 locations? Young Minchin still had a dark expression as he returned to the control tower. He spoke to Woojin in a weak voice. Recently, there's been numerous dungeon breaks. There was no warning before they broke. At the very least, Korea is in a better situation than the other locations. Other locations? The subjugation of the enemy forces never exceeded a day in Korea. However, several countries had monsters take over key buildings several hours before they besieged it. Woojin's eyebrows arched. Did another colony form on Earth? Not yet. However, there had been intermittent attempts to form one. What are you talking about? There are some in China who are aiding the formation of a colony. Why? This is just a guess, but it seems they want to harvest the dimensional fragments. Tisk. Woojin clicked his tongue as he closed his eyes. He had already predicted this would happen. People talked about world peace and the protection of Earth, but humans moved based on greed. In the end, they'll find out it was futile to eat one's own flesh. He wanted to protect Earth, so he could protect his family. He was also motivated by his own self-interest. He felt that he didn't have much time left. I guess I'll have to take care what is going on below, Master is busy. Please leave it to me. You? It had been a long time since Bibi had accompanied him to the battlefield. This was why her level was still low. If she unnecessarily went forward to subjugate the monsters, she might get hurt. I just have to attack with the colony city. Ah. Woojin nodded his head. This was a moving colony city. He had decided on putting a colony on an aircraft carrier, so they could escape from attacks they couldn't handle. Unexpectedly, the aircraft carrier was able to traverse the sky instead of the ocean. The weapons and troops placed the aircraft carrier wasn't only for battle on sea. Now it would be able to be used to attack the enemies from the sky. That's a pretty good idea. May I be in charge of it? All right. I'll leave it up to you. The unexpected dungeon breaks would continue to happen. Woojin couldn't take care of all of them. Woojin had to do the deeds that only he could do. Thrash's executioner. He had to solve this puzzle. If he wanted to solve it, he had to regain his Thrash set items. It might give him a clue that he could follow. He had to be an Alphen instead of Earth. Bibi. Yes, Master. No matter what you do, don't lose the colony. Leave it to me. He rubbed Bibi's head once more, then he passed through the portal as he headed towards Alphen. Hew. Let's get started. Bibi laughed as she looked at the screen showing what was going on below the control tower. They were at a snack shop near the Daejun station. 3 high school students were eating stir-fried rice cake near the subway station. They expressed their admiration as they saw a nearby group of roused. Who? My life would turn around if I roused to an ability. Put. Why are you talking about becoming aroused? You should buy a lottery ticket instead. The probability of you winning is higher than you becoming aroused. Bitch. You never know in life. Hyunsu from class 4 became aroused. I guess you have a point. If a student developed abilities to become aroused, it was a lucky break that even a winning lottery ticket couldn't rival. There was no man that didn't have ambition. Moreover, there wasn't a teen who didn't have heroic aspirations. Hey. The low-rank roused are basically manual laborers. Why do you think they are called third-rate? A low-ranked roused was basically akin to an unpopular celebrity. However, there wasn't anyone who didn't want a chance to become a star. It didn't matter if it took backbreaking work. If we are able to develop an ability, we can interview at Allendale. They only pick the lousy candidates. Well, that might be a cover for who they really chose. That's right. Allendale isn't some factory. You don't suddenly become a high-ranked roused in a short span of time. That doesn't make any sense. However, there was an obvious reasoning that could explain their actions. What if they hired roused with potential? Maybe they just allowed the flowers to bloom? I guess. Minji's dream was to become aroused, so he just scratched his cheeks. Hey. You are good at studying, so why are you trying to become aroused? Unlike the past, education wasn't the absolute ticket to success. However, it was still the most basic requirement needed to advance in life. In a world gone mad with monsters, the need for education was that much more important. Hoo. Let's just go to cramming school after we eat. Minjae and his friends inhaled their stir-fried rice cake and other fried foods. They were about to leave the restaurant when they stopped at the entrance. No, they froze in place. Kururu. Monsters were a regular part of life now. However, what would it feel like if one faced a monster that one had only seen through TV? Ku-oh-oh. The enormous monster held something that looked like a hammer or a steel club. It was about to bring the weapon down. Run! Minjae was barely able to open his frozen lips. His shout was like a catalyst that made his friends move. Cooing. The enormous monster was domineering, but it was pretty slow. Minjae and his friends ran as if their life depended on it, and they were able to distance themselves from the monster. Huck. What's going on? The nearby dungeon must have broke. Where's the shelter? Who? I have no idea. I must have dropped my phone. The 3 of them had been lucky. This was the first time they had encountered a monster. While they were looking around in panic, more monsters appeared. Kururuk. A break just happened, so there was no way only one monster would have shown up. 4 other monsters that had a similar appearance to the one before appeared. The 3 humans weren't able to escape because of fear. The monsters surrounded them. Fuck. His friends didn't even have the energy to give a reply to Minji's curse word. The break had happened recently, and they hadn't been able to find a shelter. They were now prey that'll be hunted down by these monsters. We are fucked. Hey, Min-jae. What should we do? What do you think? We'll just die. It was funny. When he realized he was about to die, he became more composed instead of being afraid. In the end, he was going to die, so why should he be afraid? When he put aside his fear, he was able to take in his surrounding. The army isn't here yet. We are the only ones nearby. It seemed the army hadn't been mobilized yet. The sound of gunfire didn't reach his ears, and he couldn't hear any sounds of battle. He could only hear the scream of people and the roar of monsters. It seemed the break happened not too long ago. There were only 4 monsters right now, but the numbers would swell. The chance of their survival was non-existent. We are dead. Min-jae. What should we do? Why do you keep asking me that? Wook. Min-jae wanted it with all his heart. If he had an ability, he could use his own powers to either fight or run away. However, he was only a regular high school student who had been about to go to his supplemental class. What will they say about him in death? Unfortunately, he had stopped near the Daejun station because he was hungry. It seemed eating stir-fried rice cake was going to be his downfall. Shit. He wished with all his heart. If he really was aroused, he wouldn't be powerless like this. He felt like a frog in front of a snake. Qua. The monsters kept tightening the perimeter, and they were about to bring down their large weapons. They would die as a bloody mess. Shit. He grabbed the hands of both his friends in fright. If this was a normal situation, his friends would have balked at such a gesture. Pot. A miracle occurred. Tiang. An unknown power blocked the weapons, and the weapons were bounced away in midair. Minji's eyes was big from surprise. Min-jae. What the hell was that? Did you see it? What happened? Min-jae didn't even register the shocked words of his friends. Min-jae knew what was going on. I became aroused. He could feel it. No, a thought suddenly intruded into his mind. It was the knowledge on how to use his barrier. Kurok? The confused monsters swung their weapons again. Ting. A loud roar emanated from the monsters when the barrier formed again. Kuaha. If there was an impediment, they'll just have to break through it. Kwang. The weapons were tirelessly striking against the barrier, and it wouldn't last much longer. Look. It felt as if the pain would break open his head. He frowned as he gritted his teeth. If he couldn't withstand the blows, they were all dead. He was finally able to develop an ability, yet he was going to die in futility. Kia. Min-jae let out words of defeat when he heard the sound coming from the sky. In the end, am I fated to die? The sky was dyed black as blackbirds plummeted to the ground. He had seen them in the news. It was also a monster that appeared in the national bestseller called Illustrated Monster Book. Wyvern. They were popular, but it didn't mean they were nice monsters. They were scary monsters that could bite off a person's head with a bite. He had no defense against this. He could see over 100 wyverns. Hua. Ta'un. The barrier exploded. His shaking body was evidence that he had reached his limit. He couldn't use his roused ability any further. The monsters approached the fallen Min-jae and his friends when the monsters were pulled into the air. Kia. The wyverns had snatched the 4 monsters, and they were dropped from high in the air. Waruok, Kwang. It wasn't just the wyvern. There were weird-looking people riding the wyverns, and they were using magic. They started sending their magical spells towards the monsters that had started gathering. What is going on? Min-jae had no idea what was going on. He had run away like a madman before he was surrounded by the monsters. He had awoken to his roused ability, and now the wyverns were dropping from the sky. Then there were the mob of monsters gathering up along all the roads. A wyvern landed near Min-jae and his friends. It was a wyvern rider from the Radic race. He had blue skin and large ear flaps. This is a rescue. Get on. Unlike his bizarre appearance, the rider was able to speak flawless Korean thanks to the language drug. Min-jae and his friends quickly got on the back of the wyvern. Kiak. The wyvern flew into the air, and the high schoolers desperately held on. Waruruk, Kwang. Each of the wyverns had 1 or 2 Radic riders, and they were tirelessly sending magical spells towards the ground. Then several artillery shells that looked like missiles impacted below. Min-jae gulped when he glanced below. I thought my luck had been bad. I guess that wasn't the case. He had thought he had experienced bad luck when the monsters had found him. Waruruk. However, the burning city below told a different story. He and his friends were the few remaining survivors from the city. Each road in the city was overflowing with monsters. It was a cave completely frozen in ice. Kwang. Zuju Juk. When the enraged yellow paced back and forth. The ice cracked as the whole cave started to shake. Lee Sungo was shaking with his knees bent. There is no God here. Please forgive me. Lee Sungo kept lowering his head as he cursed inside. There was no God on earth, so why did he have to apologize? You have to find him. You must find him. Yes. It was an impossible task, but Lee Sungo wasn't dumb enough to say it out loud. He left immediately after giving his answer. He left to find a God that didn't exist on earth. The code, the code. Yellow's hands were shaking. He had returned here, yet how can there be no code? There is no way Earth didn't have a code. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 174, Airstrike, 3. Chapter 174, Airstrike, 3. The dungeon break at Daejun Station was caused by lack of communication between the army and the Roused General Affairs Bureau. The estimated casualties are. The calm words of the anchor tickled his ears. The king of Allendale, Khan Woojin, hasn't shown up yet, but the aircraft carrier he had purchased appeared from the sky. Dozens of wyverns and wyvern riders were dispatched, and they subjugated the monsters near the Daejun Station. It was as if his neural circuits suddenly connected. His head started to clear, and he started remembering the past events. Huck! Min-jae let out a moan as he opened his eyes. The thin blanket covering his lower body fell to the floor as he caught sight of his surrounding. There were numerous beds lined up, and several people were lying within it. Min-jae had been one of the people lying in one of the beds. The world is suffering from the unannounced breaks. However, the manpower and materials needed to keep Earth safe is being diverted to Alphen. There are negative public reactions regarding. When he turned to look at the source of the sound, he found the sound was emanating from a TV mounted on the wall. It was a news program. In the past, he always watched it for any news regarding the dungeon break. The only thing different this time around was the fact that he had been at the site of the outbreak. Moreover, he had been an inch away from losing his life. He was probably at the hospital right now. You are all healed now. When Min-jae turned his head around, he saw a little girl. She was tall enough to reach his waist. Who? I'm Sua. Ha. I'll pray for you. Sua suddenly grabbed Min-jae's hand as she shut her eyes. He was taken aback at her unexpected gesture. However, his protestation lasted only a moment. He could feel a large energy transfer to him through their hands, and he could feel his heart calm down. He unconsciously closed his eyes. Ha! You are all good. You'll be able to go home in high spirits. Thank you. Min-jae awkwardly scratched the back of his head, and he gave his thanks. Currently, he felt confident as if he could do anything he wanted. Was it a blessing? Min-jae had just developed his barrier ability, so he could feel it. The girl had just used an ability called Blessing. Min-jae? The door opened, and Min-jae's friends ran towards him with happy expressions on their faces. When they saw Sua next to Min-jae, they bowed towards her. They were careful in how they acted as if they had met a teacher in the hallway. I'll see you next time, misters. When Sua left as she waved her hand, Min-jae's friends all bowed towards her. Yes. Please take care. Who's the kid? How dare you call her a kid? His friends made a big fuss when they heard Min-jae's question. She is the princess of Allendale. Ha? She is Kong Woojin Nim's Dongsung. What? She is Kong Woojin Nim's sister. Hull. Minaj was dumbfounded. He looked back and forth from his hand and the door where Sua had exited. He could still feel the warmth on his hand, and he felt a peaceful feeling that he had never felt before. He had never expected her to be Kong Woojin's Dongsung. It felt as if he had just met a celebrity. When you fainted, I thought you were going to die. I was so surprised. Anyways, where is this place? When the confused Min-jae asked the question, his friends answered in restless voices. You don't know where this is? If I had brought my handphone, I would have taken a selfie. Which hospital am I in? This isn't a hospital. It's BB's castle. What? BB's castle. It's Alandel's aircraft carrier. Hull. He was having a hard time believing that his current situation was real. It seemed his friends felt the same way. No, it seemed they were restless, as if they were excited by all of this. Something big has happened to us. They felt like main characters inside a movie. However, Min-jae felt glum as he looked at his friends. Yes. We did experience something big today. It took less than 1 second for his excited friends to have glum expressions. Doesn't Earth need to be saved more than Alphen? This is the public opinion of the international community, and this question is being asked towards Allendale. Which place really needs the help of Allendale? Is it Earth or Alphen? The anchor's words dug into his ears. He had almost died. He hadn't known the reality of situation when he watched the events through the news. The situation was completely different for him now, since he had experienced it firsthand. It would be different if the attack hadn't been at Daejeon. They would have continued to feel excited at what was going on around the world. A lot of people died. When the gloomy words exited his friend's mouth, the worries he had suppressed started to rise up again. A lot of people had been killed, and the thought that it could have been his family hammered Minji's heart. Let's go to our homes first. All right. How are we supposed to get there? We are at Seoul. We just landed not too long ago. We can ride the bus. While Min-jae was unconscious, his friends had already toured the aircraft carrier until they were about to land. What about the transportation fee? The three friends looked at each other's faces at the same time. They realized none of them had any money, so they lowered their heads. Do you think they'll loan us some money? I think they might. Right? They knew they were being shameless. The people of Allendale had saved them, but they wondered if they would be able to get some money to get home. Min-jae and his friends exited the room. He was in a PC room at Seogwipo-si of the Jeju-do Island. Click, click. The mouse was moving swiftly, and his fingers danced atop the keyboard. Hell yeah. Lee Sang-go lovingly looked at his character. It had just advanced in class. How great would it be if reality was like a game? The game was fair compared to the unfairness of reality. In a game, everyone started out the same, and the victor and the loser was determined by one's effort. If the world was like a game, he would have been able to easily dispatch that fucker, Woojin. I think I've found one, President. Lee Sang-go was still in the middle of his game. He spoke without taking his eyes off his screen. Who is it? It is a 70-year-old man. His impotence was cured through the miracle of God. What's the source? It is a magazine. What kind of magazine? It's a gossip magazine. Lee Sang-go stopped moving his mouse with his hand. He turned his head to look at his underling. No wonder his guild and company went under. Lee Sang-go had trusted men like him. You want a beating? I'll go look once more. Hoo-oo. Lee Sang-go took out a cigarette, and he lit it. He was about to focus on his game again. I found one too, President. What's your source? It is an article from the Yonhap News. When Lee Sang-go asked for the source of the information, his employee answered confidently. He looked at the employee. Yes, this one was a little bit more clever than the others. Give me a summary. Didn't Alandel's aircraft carrier get deployed when the Daejeon station broke not too long ago? 3 high school students got lucky, and they were allowed to board the aircraft carrier. They were healed and sent home. This is their interview. They had kept up their surveillance on Woojin and Allendale, but this wasn't the information Lee Sang-go wanted. He needed to find a god or someone that could perform godlike miracles. What about it? If you read the content of the interview. Fuck. Lee Sang-go was annoyed with all of this. He safely left his game character in a safe region, and he turned to look at the computer monitor of his employee. Where is it? It is over here. The employee scrolled down the article with the mouse wheel, and he highlighted a section. She grabbed my hand, and when she gave prayer, I felt my body heal. It was as if a cherubim was staring down. There were a lot of healers and buffers amongst the roused. The healing ability could occur from borrowing power from a god. On the other hand, a roused could also accelerate the natural healing process with their ability. There was no roused from Earth that could use the holy power. There was the famous Holy Maiden Melody, who used the holy power. However, she was originally from Alphen. Isn't this a little weak? Holy power was used within Allendale, but wasn't there a plausible explanation? He couldn't give a report to a yellow with just this information. Still, I think it is worth pursuing. Well, you take care of it. Yes, sir. Lee Sango once again sat back in his chair, and he started playing his game again. Several dozen of his employees were surfing the web trying to find information. Yellow's loyal retainer Lee Sango benefited from the information age. He was able to gather information in comfort. Alandal's territory near Seoul Station. BB's castle was parked in the sky. It was a stark contrast with the view of the city. Of course, everyone in the city gathered to see BB's castle. It was as if they were visiting a museum. Allendale were in the midst of moving. At the request of the reporters, Prime Minister Young Minchin was giving a press conference. Even if they declined all interviews like a proud peacock, it wasn't as if any country or media could do anything to Allendale. However, the international opinion of Allendale was declining right now. Everyone was frightened from the unannounced dungeon breaks. A calamity could appear at any time, but people felt that it could be prevented through preparation. When everyone thought about what this preparation entailed, they thought about Allendale. To be precise, they thought about Alandal's Kong Woojin. He had shown up at every unexpected event. He had blocked and solved every issue. However, he was gone now, and it caused the world to become nervous. This was especially true for Koreans. They had always thought, Kong Woojin is living next to us. He'll block everything for us. This thought changed to, I'm about to die, so what the hell is he doing? If Minchan reported the general sentiment of the public to Kong Woojin, the answer that would come back was obvious. This was why Minchan had stepped forward to solve this issue. He was smooth with his speech, and he was able to strike the right tone with his words. It was his duty to fix these kinds of problems. Can't he reschedule the expedition to Alphen? Can't it be at a later date? He must do this. It is for the safety of Earth. There is a solution that will allow us to escape the dungeons. The king is looking for this solution. After he gave a sufficient answer, he moved on to the next reporter. When a reporter raised his hand, Minchan pointed at him. Some in the public claim that Allendale is moving to Alphen. That is ridiculous. Didn't Allendale complete Kong Woojin's arc? Alandal's prime minister glared at the reporter, who had asked the question. Kong Woojin's Arkansas. The comparison to Noah's Ark was getting more prevalent. People were referring to the colony city that was placed on the aircraft carrier. They were talking about BB's castle. The people of Earth didn't know when they'll die, so they might be viewing BB's castle as a lifeline that'll allow them to avoid this disaster. There were countless articles that were written about the elites of the country that were promising Allendale enormous sums of money. They hoped to get on the BB's castle. Young Minchin was very wary when such topics came up. He was most defensive when those accusations came up. If they knew how hard our king is working, they would never say such things. Kong Woojin wanted to protect Earth more than anyone else. In truth, young Minchin wasn't afraid of their situation deteriorating in the international community. He was afraid that Kong Woojin might become disappointed in the people of Earth. He was afraid Kong Woojin would abandon Earth from disappointment when he saw the selfishness of the people on Earth. If one ignored the double standard, the king of Allendale didn't have any reason to save Earth. He was a dimensional lord. If he wanted to, he could just save his family and the guild members of Allendale. This is a tactical fortress. I feel uncomfortable calling it an Arkansas. Next question. As if he had been waiting for it, a reporter quickly raised his hand. You just called it a tactical fortress. Are you planning on roaming around the entire length of Korea to quell the monsters? Minchan let out a small smile. Of course. We'll go where the help is needed. We'll subjugate the monsters. I'm not talking only about Korea. We'll help the world. Isn't that a little bit of dangerous statement to say? We know Alandal's facilities are being emptied right now. We know that all of Allendale is moving into the BB's castle. Are you planning on throwing away Korea? We aren't throwing anyone away. We are trying to protect Earth. Aren't you all Koreans? We are Earthians. As he looked at the reporter who had asked the question, Minchan spoke in a tone of assurance. Korea has to withdraw its mentality of leaning on Allendale. A nation should protect itself. We are just helpers. Weren't they looking down on their nation's self-defense capabilities? Or are they throwing a tantrum out of desperation? I might have done something unnecessary, but... Minchan had been frustrated, so he hadn't thought over what he was going to say. He regretted his word. He didn't know about the international politics, but at the very least, the people of Korea might not look favorably at Allendale. I'm worried about the articles that'll come out tomorrow. The pens were moving furiously over notebooks and notepads owned by the reporters. It felt as if the sounds of the pens were stabbing at his heart. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 175, Aria's Temple, 1. Chapter 175, Aria's Temple, 1. Minchan surveyed all the reporters. There's a mountain fire. What would you do about it? When Minchan asked a question out of left field, a reporter in the first row answered in an unguarded moment. We have to put out the fire. What if it wasn't a fire? What if it was an active volcano? Minchan met eyes with the young reporter. Then we have to run away. What if eventually there is nowhere to run away? What are you trying to say? I'm saying we have a different role to play. Minchan spoke in a confident tone. When one is at the scene of a fire, one would separate the rescue team and the firefighting team. The king of Allendale is finding a way to permanently stop the dungeons, which erupts more often than the volcanoes. Shouldn't we do our best to block and endure the attacks until he does? The reporter had a cold expression on his face. What are you trying to say? You don't understand what I just said? Do they let people who hadn't graduated primary school become reporters these days? The reporter's face turned red at Minchan's combative words. How can anyone not understand something of that level? I'm asking for Allendel's official stance. Are you willing to search for this method even as all Koreans are wiped out? Minchan stood up from his seat in response to the angry words of the reporter. There was nothing more ugly than a reporter who had lost his cool. It was rarely worth it to engage such a person. The reporter stood up as he immediately tried to take back the words he had spoken. He had said those words when he was in an agitated state. Minchan glared at him. What would his king have said in such a situation? Would he endlessly accept such selfish tantrums from people? It seemed being a prime minister of Allendale wasn't that great a job to have. If you can't comprehend what I am trying to say, I'll try to lower myself to speak at your level. Minchan's eyes widened at his own rough words, and the reporters looked at him with surprised rabbit eyes. There should be a limit on how much you all should whine. Take responsibility for guarding your own lives. Even if you bastards don't cry about it, Allendale is devoting all our resources into saving Earth. Minchan turned his back on them, and he was about to exit the press conference. Woo Sung-hoon quickly came up to him, and he whispered into young Minchan's ears. Is it okay to just leave like this? Let the chips fall where they may. It seemed the prime minister was under considerable amount of stress. Woo Sung-hoon nodded his head heavily. The words had already been spoken. Moreover, even if they were dual citizens, weren't they more of a citizens of Allendale than Korea? We'll conclude the press conference. While the reporters were speaking noisily to each other, the press conference came to an end. The end was more disordered than the beginning of the press conference. Allendale taking the independent route? What about the cooperation between Korea and Allendale? The request given by the people of Korea was ignored. Congress wonders if Allendel's Korean citizenship should be revoked. An announcement was made by the Prime Minister of Allendale. He is working for the world, not Korea. Even if one excluded the copycat articles that were being put up by the minute, over several dozen new articles regarding Allendale was being put up. Young Minchan tore his eyes away from the monitor, and he sunk deep into his chair. Are you doing okay? Minchan smirked at Woo Sung-hoon's words. It is frustrating that they don't understand what we are trying to do. He wanted to save Earth. Korea was important to him. However, the forest was burning. Would it make a difference if a single tree was saved? In the end, it was more important to put out the fire. Kong Woojin was working harder than anyone to make this happen. Well, nothing has changed for us. Did you forget what our king said? There will be no nations soon. A world where morality collapses will come. He did remember Kong Woojin saying that. However, at the time, he had thought Woojin had said those words to ramp up the sense of crisis. If one considered what was happening around the world right now, Kong Woojin's words didn't sound like an idle threat anymore. It could happen for real. If people lost trust in their government in such a tense environment, there might really come a time when there will be no governments. The scary part was that this scenario didn't seem too far away. I'm fine with the status quo right now. What are you talking about? Woo Sung-hoon shrugged his shoulders. What right do I have to talk about the defense of the human race? I just know that everything will turn out well if the king succeeds in his mission. I don't feel the need to go beyond my own pond. He went from being a handphone salesman to being a founding member of this guild. Now he was the personal secretary of a king, who had massive influence over the world. He was satisfied with his station, and he didn't feel the need to advance more in life. No, he had been placed in a position he was underqualified for. He didn't plan on getting greedy, so he didn't feel any pressure. He'll do the work he had always done. He just had to do well in running errands for Woojin. He just had to do what he was told. Woo Sung-hoon still held this mentality even now. You really are. Young Minching shook his head from side to side. He was Alandal's prime minister. He didn't deny that the pressure and responsibility was recently getting to him. Yes. We just have to follow our king. Of course. They had always picked up after Kong Woojin's accident. However, young Minchin had caused the accident this time. You were right to roast them. Even I feel better after it. Hoo. He regretted turning the press into his enemies by saying something unnecessary, but his feelings were comforted a little bit. I guarantee it. You were 100 times more lenient to the press than our king. Song-hoon. You? Ha ha. Minchan started to laugh. So this was why the king kept Woo Sung-hoon by his side. Minchan thought he had a little bit better understanding now. He was on the road after finding the location of Aria's temple. Woojin was atop his phantom steed Xing, and he was picking at his ears. Ah. My ears are itching. Maybe we should rest a little bit before we go any further? Melody was behind Woojin, and she grabbed him tightly as if she was afraid of falling off. No. It's all right. When silence greeted him, Woojin glanced backwards. He saw the pale-faced Melody. It seemed she hadn't said those words in concern for Woojin. She wanted to rest. Let's take a break. Woojin stopped Xing, and he looked at his surrounding. There was a small hill, and a stream was flowing between a rock outcropping. However, the water smelled foul as if something had died upstream, so the water wasn't fit for consumption. Gaby. Check if there are any dungeons or colonies nearby. I will do so. Gaby's true form slipped out of Woojin's shadow, and he started scouting the surrounding land. Woojin didn't plan on avoiding his enemies. If they were present, he would clean them up. Woojin opened his inventory to take out water he could boil. He was also going to take out simple ingredients he could cook. They ate it all. Jaemin was the only one he had given access to his inventory through the dimensional storage. Numerous survivors of the coalition were gathering at his colony, and it seemed the food and water in his possession was given to these people. However, the colony city was formed now. They would now have the means to purchase items from the city's stores with bloodstones. They didn't need to raid his inventory anymore. Let's see. Woojin opened his achievement store. He purchased food, water, chairs, and a table. He set it up in front of him. Melody silently watched the sight. Woojin nodded his head towards her. Why don't you sit? Yes. Melody had used her holy power called Aria's Blessing. Woojin's familiars were extremely incompatible with Aria's power, so she hadn't been able to use her powers on the phantom steed. She got motion sickness from riding a horse she was unfamiliar with. When she got off, she immediately asked for Aria's blessing. She sat in the seat. You aren't using the power of the colony. You are using the power of creation. Well, this is a little bit different than that. The achievement store was similar to the point store, yet it was slightly different. Like a god. Ha! To be precise, I'm not creating anything. I'm just purchasing it. I've also used the point store before. Melody was well aware of the existence of the point store. She had lost the privilege, but she had once been a dimensional lord. It is something very surprising. It is able to mimic God's miracle. Is that so? Woojin had only thought about it as an item shop. However, such an obvious system was being called God's miracle by Melody. You planted a world tree. You created the castle and homes. Then you created bread and food. What are you trying to say? Woojin's brows furrowed. Melody had a cautious expression. She carefully asked her question. I wonder if the immortal is already a god. A god. Woojin emptied a cup of water, and he bit into the bread. Anything he bought from the dimensional store and achievement store was formed in reality. It could be seen as an act of creation. How should he resolve this misunderstanding? No. Was it really a misunderstanding? What is your definition of a god? She was a holy maiden who worshipped a goddess. Was this question too simple for her? Or was it too complex for her? Melody couldn't easily answer the question, and the silence stretched on. There is a dungeon to the north. Gaby had returned from his reconnaissance. Woojin got up when he heard Gaby's words. Well, I'm going to go clear out a dungeon. You should wait here for a moment. Yes. Woojin got on Xing Xing, and he disappeared into the distance. Melody sat for a long time as she struggled over her thoughts. There was no easy answer to the question posed by Woojin. Her expression became complicated. Colony City Euros. A drilling ground that doubled as a square was built at every key location. People were gathered in the square as they watched the fire. The enormous flame alternated between expanding and shrinking. It was like a forge's fire being stoked by a bellow. Waruruk. A person could be seen standing within the flame. Phew. I'm having a hard time getting this right. Sungu tilted his head, and he once again created a flame. Waruruk. It took less than 1 second for his body to burn. Sungu purposefully turned his body into fire. It looked as if Sungu's body was getting a bit larger. However, his body kept returning to his original size. He kept repeating this process. People seemed to be entertained by the sight, especially the children. Also, several people had their 2 hands clasped. It looked as if they were giving a prayer. What are you doing? Du Jaemin had been passing by when he saw a praying girl, so he asked her a question. The surprised girl lowered her head. Ah, Count Jaemin. He was a noble of the night. Du Jaemin had inherited the blood of a count, and he was now a vampire lord. He was famous in the coalition for his considerable battle prowess. Du Jaemin and Hong Sungu was known as the vassals of Immortal. Then there was Blanca, Che Haesol, and the Phantom Unit. The people gazed at them with awe. I'm praying for a wish as I look at the elemental spirit. Elemental spirit? Yes. The girl nodded her head as if it was obvious. He glanced at Hong Sungu. Ah. Well. In a certain way, he did look like an elemental spirit. I always thought the immortal is someone to be feared. However, it seems he is someone very extraordinary. He has the Fire Spirit King and the Count as vassals. All the people under him are powerful. Yes. Well, that's... They hadn't been strong from the beginning, but he didn't want to argue every one of her points. He just laughed. Now he had a good idea what the people on this planet thought of him. Well, you should continue watching the site. Yes, Count. Jaemin looked at Sungu in admiration. Sungu didn't care if people watched him or not. He was able to maintain his concentration. I would be too embarrassed to do that. Was it the case of his concentration being great? Or was he too oblivious of his surrounding? Du Jaemin shook his head as he left his seat. I wonder if Woojin Hyun got there safely. He planned on legitimizing Melody by making her the official Holy Maiden of Arya, and he wanted her to receive her holy item. Basically, he wanted to take the holy item away from her, and it had been 2 days since he had headed towards Arya's temple. It was located in the middle of enemy territory, yet he felt relaxed since this was Woojin he was talking about. If we gain Goddess Arya's holy item, then I guess we have only one left. This was according to Woojin's words. Once he obtained the God of Time Here's holy item, Woojin would have obtained all the items needed to make his set. Since the hint about destroying the dungeons hinged on this set, Jaemin wanted it to be found as soon as possible. It wasn't too bad being dispatched to Alphen, but Jaemin was already homesick. He wondered how Woojin Hyun was able to push away his loneliness for 20 years. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 176, Arya's Temple, 2. Chapter 176, Arya's Temple, 2. The large symbol grew on top of the Saurus mountain. Latasha, who was the lord of the remaining elves, lay beneath the World Tree. Latasha was better known by the name Silver Arrow. She watched as sunlight reached her from between the foliage, and it was heavenly. She was lying still as she felt the trees breathing. She reminisced about the time when the forest sang to her ancestors. She never had the privilege to live in such peace, yet maybe it was an instinct that was passed down through her bloodline. What are you doing here? She had been silently communing with the silent past, but Du Jaemin's visit broke her out of her thoughts. Ah, Count Jaemin. He was a human of Earth that had turned into a vampire lord. He was in a weird and dangerous position of being the brother of the Immortal's woman. Were you taking a nap? No. I was feeling the world tree breathe. I thought it was merely the colony's symbol. It is a special existence to me. Jamin silently looked at the grown tree. Latasha was the first to laugh. She saw that Jamin had also put on a serious expression on his face when he heard her words. Hoo. So why were you looking for me? Ah. Tariq is gathering all the heroes. Understood. Latasha accompanied Jamin, and they walked towards the castle built near the world tree. The castle built by the immortal was too large for only the 10 heroes to occupy. It felt empty. Silver Arrow. What is it? Latasha queried when she saw the heroes gathered in one place. Each of the heroes were put in charge of a team, and they were supposed to expand out from the Saurus Mountain as base to clear the monsters nearby. It was also the reason why this type of gathering hadn't happened in several days. A massive amount of monsters are gathering south at the Nero Plateau. That's the worst news we've heard in recent days. Actually, it get worse. Tariq spread a map on the table. It was a map that specifically showed the details between the Saurus Mountains and the Nero Plateau. It was a distance that could be traveled in around 2 weeks. A human kingdom had once occupied that region, but it was currently ruled by a dimensional lord named Anan. It isn't just Anan's army. Shirao, Patu, Leia, and Gong Gong are all gathering there. Latasha's eyes widened at Tariq's words. It looked as if her eyes were about to fall out. My God! Are you saying the dimensional lords are working together? Unfortunately, that is what is happening. Dimensional lords never cooperated with each other. They weren't like blood enemies that fought constantly, but they did fight over territories. This was a reason why the coalition was able to exist on this planet. The dimensional lords fought wars with each other, and the people of planet was merely their quarry. If they cooperated with each other, it would have taken them 1 year to decimate the entirety of Alphen. So what is behind this unforeseen move? The coalition was on its last leg, and they were gathering their remaining troops. Were they that big of a threat? They should have been beneath the notice of the dimensional lords. The gathering of the coalition hadn't even aroused the attention of the dimensional lord Goshushu, Juliel, and their armies. In the past, the coalition had gathered their forces quite often in the past without such a severe response. I'm not sure. If I had to guess, it might be caused by his return. Immortal. There was only one existence that was excessively burdensome to the dimensional lords. The dimensional lords started working with each other when the immortal suddenly showed up. The cause behind their actions was obvious. Even a single dimensional lord was an overwhelming opponent, yet they would have to face 5 dimensional lords. The coalition's forces were like a candle facing the wind. Moreover, the existence that could block the wind was with Melody right now as they headed towards Aria's temple. They were in deep enemy territory beyond the Nero Plateau. If the immortal isn't here, it will be too hard to protect this fortress. We have to find a new hideout. When King of Hanshukan spoke up, the Archmage Graham agreed with him. That's right. In the first place, the Saurus Mountain was the worst place we could have chosen to defend an enemy's attack. There's the risk that our enemies might isolate us. We have to move our base first. No way. How could you throw away a colony so easily? Sungu yelled out. The colony wasn't merely a place where they could purchase items using bloodstones. For the people who came over from Earth, it was the location of the gate. The gate would allow them to go back to their home world. The Fire Spirit King is correct. Also, I won't leave behind the World Tree. I'm the Fire Spirit King. Sungu mumbled at Latasha's words. Graham tried to convince her with great care. Oh, Elf Lord. I believe it is a stretch to call it the World Tree. No. It is the World Tree. Latasha ignored Sungu's words, and her answer was full of conviction as she spoke to Graham. The current Elf Lord said it was the World Tree, so how could a human magician say otherwise? However, it wasn't a wise decision to stay here. They would be slaughtered. What can we do? Anan is a high-ranked great general. He occupies the 36th throne. He built the city, so he'll protect it. It hurt her pride to rely on the immortal, but she spoke those words quietly. Jamin, who had been quietly listening from the side, stepped forward. I can contact him. Jamin had been appointed to be the tactician of Allendale. He could trade thoughts with the dimensional Lord Woojin. He'll be able to come here immediately using the return portal if we are in a dire situation. That is good news. The gloomy atmosphere immediately improved. The immortal was only one person, but his existence was enough to wipe away the worry of losing the battle. Everyone firmly believed the immortal wouldn't have problem with these foes. Please inform him of our plight. At Graham's insistence, Du Jaemin quickly tried to contact Woojin. Woojin Hyung. Everyone looked at him with eyes full of hope. Jaemin kept calling for Woojin, but there was no response. Jaemin nervously licked his lips when the anticipation turned into doubt. Will it not work if he is in a different dimension? He was appointed to be the tactician, but he wasn't fully aware of the power and the communication capability possessed by a dimensional lord. Jaemin scratched his head as he spoke. I think he is clearing a dungeon. Whom? You can't contact him if he is in a dungeon? I guess so. As if they didn't believe him, the atmosphere was turning a bit weird when they heard his answer. Taurik stepped forward to clear up the air. Since the immortal and the holy maiden wasn't here, the first monk of Skia became the psychological pillar for the people. I know we've had some complaints initially about setting up here, but in the end, we agreed to it. We settled here because it was the ideal place for a counteroffensive campaign. We cannot run away at the first sign of the enemy's gathering. You are right. The great orc chieftain Krugar had been quiet since Latasha had spoken, and now he raised a closed fist. Kuru. I don't want to die while running away. We shouldn't be fighting for our survival. We have to fight for victory. They had always pushed and delayed their plans into the future. How many comrades were left behind as they ran away? Maybe the time they had been waiting for was at hand. Allendale and the coalition are allies. If we can't defend a colony from being taken over before he returns, there is no point to this alliance. Dwarf King Raoul stepped forward. Let us fight. If we build a fortress as we accelerate our pace in gathering our forces, there is no reason why we won't be able to defend this place. When everyone's opinions came into alignment, Taurik let out a declaration. Let's get ready to defend the colony. Ooh. There would be no retreat anymore. Since they had gained a sword they could use to counterattack, they couldn't let go of it even if it was heavy. They just have to wait until a sharp and dangerous sword named the Immortal came back to them. The earth was so poor and sticky that it made one wonder if it was really dirt underneath their feet. It gave off an unpleasant feeling. The large trees were rotten, and an unknown fungus covered the branches. There was a musky foul smell. The air was poisonous, and there were no living creatures inside the forest. Woojin grumbled. Why did Nunim build a temple here? Melody was protected by a blessing she asked from her goddess. She answered Woojin's complaint. The goddess did not shy away from penance. She chose to be in this harsh environment. Woojin cut off Melody's words. Stop making shit up. I'm not making it up. It was passed down. Ah. Whatever. There's a saying that says idle words can become law. She was full of counter-arguments she wanted to say, but Melody tried hard to hold back her words. If it wasn't for Woojin, she wouldn't have been able to traverse through the enemy territories. She wouldn't have been able to reach this place. It would have taken her 2 months to walk here. They had taken down every dungeon and colony on their way here, yet it took them only a month. If they had just rode on the phantom steed through the whole journey, it would have had the time further. I never heard about such a bizarre place. Woojin shook his head from side to side as he looked at his surrounding. Reeds, which was as thick as a person's thigh, had grown high into the air before they died. There were only stumps left, and there seemed to be fossilized remains covering the floor. It was creepy. He could see a corpse of a wyvern-sized dragonfly, skeleton of an 8-limbed bear, and dead trees. They were all very large. If a town was changed into giants and mutants, it would look like this place. Sniff. I don't think this is petroleum. What is this? The black and sticky liquid covered the floor, and it somehow felt out of place. We are almost there. It should be over there. She was being guided by her goddess as she walked the maze-like forest road. In the end, they arrived at their destination. They went past the unpleasant forest and the ground boiling with the black liquid. Afterwards, a large crater greeted them. It was as if a meteor had fallen to make this deep crater. In the middle of the crater, one could see a small building covered in black moss. At a glance, it looked like a pointy rock, but the site was strangely incongruous with its surrounding. What the hell is that? It is Goddess Aria's temple. You know I'm not asking about that. Woojin went to the edge of the crater, and he slowly descended. PSHHHH. The ground crumbled every time Woojin brought a foot down. The ground was unstable as jagged stones kept catching on his feet. Are these bones? He had thought they were jagged stones, but they were bones. He didn't know if they were from animals or people. Several thousand, tens of thousand unidentifiable bones made up the ground. Woojin silently walked forward. Melody was following behind him, and her face had also turned serious. Have you been here before? This is my first time. She would have needed to come here to become the official holy maiden, but this was Melody's first visit. She was here to receive her holy item. It would signify that Melody was the closest servant of Arya. This is Goddess of Prophecy Arya. Melody had called it a temple, so he had thought. Woojin and Melody went to the heart of the deep and large crater. They stood in front of a black building that looked like a pillar curved like a horn. Doesn't it look unbalanced? She didn't even have the words to answer Woojin's question. She also hadn't heard anything about Arya's temple. She felt a tug from the goddess revelation, and she only knew how to get to this place through instinct. Zzz juke. The black moss started to rip away. A rectangular outline could be seen as the door shifted. Tu shu shone. The moss fell to the floor as the door opened. Woojin was silent as he saw what was across the entrance. Oh goddess. When the door opened, a large amount of the goddess energy flowed out into Melody. Melody fell to her knees as she prostrated on the floor. At her reaction, Woojin's sense of incongruity, which had bothered him, reached its. It's a spaceship. There was no other explanation. If he wanted to know the reason behind all of this, he'll have to face this head on. Woojin took his first step across the door. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 177, Defense, 1. Chapter 177, Defense, 1. Shoshung. When Woojin and Melody entered the building, the door closed. They were completely sealed off from the outside air. Zing. There was a ringing in his ears, and he felt a headache alongside it. Woojin frowned as he massaged his temple. What the hell? He felt some unidentifiable sense of danger, and he instinctively became wary of his surrounding. He looked around, but nothing had changed. There was a clean corridor, and there was hole with a ladder leading down. It was something one would see in a typical spaceship. It wasn't something outwardly that had changed. It was something within. He couldn't feel any magical energy. Ramzan. Woojin called for him, but he couldn't even feel the presence of his familiar Ramzan. Dulcie. Janice. His voice didn't reach his familiars. His voice just echoed back to him in this space. You won't be able to hear anything except the goddess Arya's voice. When Woojin turned around to look, he could see a soft energy surrounding Melody's body. He knew Melody was filled with magical energy, since it was manifesting itself as the light around Melody. Interesting. Was this Arya's absolute space? This was Woojin's first time visiting a goddess temple, so he didn't have much knowledge regarding the temple. He could only make guesses. Whether it was Earth or Alphen, he'd never been this far away from his familiars. I guess there was that one time. It was when his level was initialized. When he didn't have the prerequisites fulfilled, all his familiars had been sealed. This was still true for Yong Yong. He couldn't meet it until he reached level 90. You do what you came here to do. Then you will be. I'll do what I came here to do. What business did the immortal have at Arya's temple? Melody stood still with a worried light in her eyes. Woojin pointed towards the entrance heading below with his chin. Go. I'll see you in a little bit. Melody followed the dearth of energy coming from Arya. It was as if she was being called through the energy. When she was gone, Woojin looked around the inner structure of the temple. From the outside, the building looked angular, but the space inside wasn't that large. In the end, it seemed he had to descend through a hole in the middle of the room. When he grabbed the ladder, he found the ladder to be cold as ice. Ton. Every time he descended a rung, it sounded as if a shoulder was being rammed into a wall. It registered to him as an oddity as the sound rang out. Took. After he descended for a long time, he came to an open stretch of land. The round hole descended much deeper, and he could see the top of Melody's head as she descended further down the ladder. It seemed her destination was much deeper. Woojin decided to step onto the lower level, and he started touching the walls. Chuck. Tuing. His hands didn't come across any switches, yet the lights turned on in the room. His hand was raised in the air with nowhere to go, so he clenched his fist as he looked around. It's huge. There was a hole in the roof and the floor. The frame of a skinny ladder extended through the hole. Is it really a spaceship? He possessed a dimensional domain, and he had seen strange creatures and marvelous items from various dimensions. Somehow he wasn't too surprised at finding a building he assumed to be a spaceship on Alphen. There was no proof that something like this was on Earth. The only thing that tickled his curiosity was the fact that this was Aria's temple. Woojin looked around his surrounding, and he approached some unknown table. He stretched out his hand. Weeing. A clear sound rang out, and a screen popped up on top of the table. Woojin grinned. Interesting. This if fun. Indecipherable symbols and letters were displayed on the touchscreen. It wasn't English or Korean. He couldn't read it, but it was a familiar interface. It's a computer. Amongst the feelings he had experienced for the past 20 years on Alphen, the feeling he felt right now was the most special one. He didn't know if this had anything to do with Earth or not, but why was he having this odd feeling? Was this a connecting factor between Earth and Alphen? Or was the Earth's modern technology similar, because it was introduced by someone else in the past? Was it part of the ancient legacy of Alphen? Woojin randomly pressed his fingers against the touchscreen. A sound alert kept ringing out as if an error, but he didn't stop moving his fingers. Should I just break it? When he made up his mind to do so, the table projected a holographic figure made out of light. What? You were listening to me the whole time? Woojin looked straight at the woman, who he was acquainted with a baffled expression on his face. It has been a while. This is my second time meeting you. Woojin thought about the first time he met Aria. Is this real? Is it a dream? Or is this just a hologram? Is it really important to determine what is real? Well, I don't know if it is important or not. It was important to determine if this unknown being's intentions were friendly, but he had more important things to worry about. This was especially true for Woojin in this point in time. What are you? I'm the goddess of prophecy. They call me Aria. Are you some kind of prediction program? I have no idea. You are giving me a headache. Woojin pressed his temple with his fingers. All right. If I ask you questions, will you answer it? Or will you be like the last time? Are you going to speak in nonsensical double talk? It was like that in his first meeting with Aria. He didn't know if he had been in a dream or a different dimension. He had spoken to her in a nebulous location, and he hadn't particularly liked the conversation. At the time, he felt like an elementary student being called into the principal office. She gave him praise, and it had been an uncomfortable experience. She pretty much said she had her eyes on him, and she gave him words of encouragement to work harder. Does this mean you can't bring me to your location at your whim like before? Woojin grinned as he looked at what was surrounding the table projecting the hologram. It would be in your best interest to answer me. You should do it before I destroy everything here. All right. However, you don't have much time left to ask your questions. What is the code? It is something everyone has. You have the code to Earth. It is like a residence certificate for a planet. It is something like your nationality. That's an unexpected answer. Woojin's face crumpled into a harsh visage. The Dimensional Lords are making such a mess for something so insignificant? They are trying to find the master code. Master code? It isn't a code that allows one to reside in a dimension. It gives one the authority to rule. What a muddled mess. So they want to become a god? Woojin shook his head when he realized the meaning behind Aria's silence. How can you gain this code? You've already guessed it. What had the Dimensional Lords done up until now? They took control of dungeons and built colonies to search the entire planet. They destroyed and killed. So I have to kill the one that has the code? Correct. All right. Does a planet have only one code? It varies. How many does Alphen have? We have 5. Is it Aria, Skia, Lisha, Heres, and Kors? Correct. Alphen had numerous gods and goddesses. However, amongst them, only 5 holy items were needed to make the Thrash's set. Am I the only one who was creeped out by this? Thrash. Is he a code? Hidden code. It is an authority that we agreed to seal. This was the riddle he couldn't solve for the longest time. Woojin hit his trembling heart as he asked the question. Where do I find Executioner? You'll only be able to gather the keys on Alphen. The true hidden code can be completed at a different location. Woojin's eyebrows twitched. He had been summoned from Earth to Alphen. Thrash's set was an item specialized for a necromancer. It was for him. Are you saying it is on Earth? Woojin's face crumpled. He looked at Arya with an angry expression. Answer me. Correct. What can the hidden code do? Does it also allow one to become a ruler? Does it allow one to become a god? The figure in the hologram blinked. It is quite different from the right to rule. It is used to delete. So it gives you the right to delete. He had been searching for this. This was what Woojin wanted, and it was the function of the Thrash's executioner. This was what Janies always insisted they had to find. The riddle was solved. The answer was on Earth. Woojin was about to turn away with a relieved expression on his face. However, the hologram's mouth moved as a ringing noise prevented him from walking away. You have a lot of competitors, and they are starting to take you seriously. I've always been the focus of their attention. Even if all the dimensional lords were against him, Woojin didn't care. Unlike his confidence, Arya's worry was large. There are a lot of beings trying to take away your gateway. Are you talking about the colony? I just have to use my return portal. You don't have Alphen's code. You cannot use your return portal here. Wasn't that a pretty big problem? Really? Yes. Now he could understand why dimensional refugees and lords put a special significance to their home planet. Residence code. Woojin was able to use the return portal without restriction on Earth. It was because he was from Earth. If he couldn't use his portal, the only way he could get to his domain was through the dungeon or the colony's gate. Woojin thought about his struggle to return to Earth for the past 20 years. Does Melody need more time? She'll be up soon. While Woojin was feeling restless, he suddenly had a question, so he asked it. The Oracle. Was it talking about my current predicament? Yes. This is why you shouldn't have taken your time to get here. Didn't she say he would find the answer, but lose his way? Ha! Instead of that vague mumbo-jumbo, couldn't you have spoken in blunt terms? Woojin was shaking his head from side to side when a disc suddenly appeared from the hole in the middle of the room. Melody was standing on it. She wore a shiny circlet, and he was glad to see her. Woojin hurriedly moved towards her. I'll see you next time. I wish you good luck. The disc held Woojin and Melody. It ascended quickly like an elevator. Arya's hologram was left alone, but the hologram didn't disappear. I wish you good luck. The entrance to his dimensional domain would not be the only place under attack. The gateway that would lead him back to Earth was also in danger. Woojin would need a lot of luck to save Earth. On the other hand, Alphen's salvation was a certainty. Alphen had gained a hero called the Immortal. His rage would be directed towards the dimensional lords with gates on Alphen. Saurus Colony. The atmosphere was beyond heavy. It took 10 days for the mood of the people to become ugly. Their army is over 100,000 in number. We have to make a decision. Didn't we make the decision already? We have to protect the colony and the world tree. Graham shook his head at Latasha's words. In reality, it is an impossible task. The difference in number is too stark. We won't be able to hold on by putting faith in the fortress castle wall. On top of it all, we can't even contact the Immortal. If we do run away, what can we do? If we are alive, we can always come up with a different plan in the future. If the Immortal was here. If one wanted to use the unique advantages of the colony city, the owner had to be there to use his points. This was the only way their forces would become replenished. Latasha turned to look at the tall world tree. Mother! Jamin had been brooding in the corner when he suddenly stood up. He let out a shout. Yes, Hyung. He was so excited that he had spoken out loud the message he was sending through his mind. Of course, everyone's gaze focused on Jamin. Jamin's face was flushed red as he conversed mentally with Woojin. Afterwards, he relayed the message to everyone there. I was able to contact him. He is on his way here. Ah, geez. Hyung Nim made us worry too much. Ah. Sungu mumbled to himself. Latasha let out a sigh as she prayed. The Immortal was her father's killer, yet she was so happy that he would be returning. Fate was a fickle mistress. He said it'll take him 1 week even if he comes here at full speed. He was so far away that it'll take him some time to arrive here. The people gathered here didn't know whether they should laugh or cry. Taurek stepped forward to take control of the situation. It was still dire news, but they had hope now. Let us protect the colony for a week. They had to protect the colony until Kong Woojin's return. This was for the coalition, and it was for the alliance with Allendale. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 178, Defense, 2. Chapter 178, Defense, 2. You met the goddess? I did. Why are you surprised? This isn't your first time. I'm just surprised you were able to meet her for the second time. Woojin shrugged his shoulder at Melody's reaction. Are you saying you've never seen her before? Yes. I've only heard her voice. Woojin shook his head from side to side, and he summoned Xing Xing. Anyways, I have to get back quickly. The oracle or whatever is annoying, but it seems to be legitimate. Woojin used his will to contact Du Jamin, who was his domain's vassal. What are you doing? Hi Aneng. Woojin was greeted so fiercely that he could easily guess that Jamin needs something from him. Do your best to hold out. I'll be there quickly. Yes, we'll protect this colony no matter what. He had one dungeon and one colony. He only had 2 gates, but it seemed the nearby dimensional lords seemed hellbent at attacking him. The dimensional lords were pooling their strength together, and they were gathering enough forces to finish this deed on its first try. I'll have to return quickly. Is the situation really that bad? I've been told around 100,000 monsters have gathered at the Nero Plateau. How can that be? Is it close to the Saurus Mountain? It would take the land monsters about a week to travel that distance. 1 week. He had to get there before the week ended. How could the coalition stop an army of 100,000 monsters by themselves? Moreover, it was obvious that the dimensional lords would take part in the fight. We have to fly back. Woojin got on Xing Xing. What are you doing? Woojin extended his hand towards her. He was just standing there blankly. She grabbed his hand in a moment of bewilderment, and she got on behind him. Puru Rook. The icky holy power could be felt through her, but, so Xing Xing neighed. However, it was able to be easily ignored. Hold on tight. If you fall off, I'm leaving you behind. Yes. He didn't have to say it like that. However, she knew his words weren't an empty threat, so she clung tightly to Woojin's waist. Schwack. The phantom steed stepped onto the empty air, and it started galloping through the sky. Taurek had climbed a watchtower, and he worriedly looked out into the setting sun. Waruruk. A fireball fell from the sky, and it landed lightly on top of the watchtower. The flame resolved into the shape of a man. Oh, Fire Spirit King. Ah. I'm not a spirit. But. Whatever. So how's everything going? Somehow, Sungu felt as if he was being mocked, so he frowned. He quickly brought up his business. Can you see them? Their numbers keep increasing, but they haven't shown any signs of moving yet. It wasn't as if the monsters were showing up from some capital on this planet. They were coming from the Dimensional Lords' colonies. They were using their points to bolster their forces. When do you think they'll move? Since I'm not the god of prophecy, I wouldn't know such information. I hope they don't move towards us until Hyungnim arrives. Taurek agreed wholeheartedly at Sungu's mumbled words. How great would it be if things turned out that way? Taurek wasn't confident that they could take on such a massive number of troops. Currently, if one excluded children and the wounded, their own forces numbered in the 3,000. It was a small number. Just let me know when they start to move. Taurek was curious as to why the fire spirit from Earth kept bringing up this topic. If they start to move, we have about a week before they reach us. This was also the time frame given by the immortal regarding his return. This was why Taurek and the people of the fortress held out hope. If they could keep out the vanguard, they believed the immortal would take care of the rest. You never know what will happen. If they start to move, I might have to delay their progress. A massive army, which numbered in the 100,000, was going to march towards them, yet he wanted to delay them by himself? Aren't you afraid? If I screw up here, I won't be able to return home. I'm more afraid of that possibility. If Taurek thought about it, this being was from Earth. Even now he could use the portal to run away to Earth, yet he was still fighting for Alphen. Taurek's face was full of emotion as he bowed his head. I want to give my deepest gratitude for the Fire Spirit King's courage and favor. Geez. You don't have to thank me. Sungu tried to wave it away with his hands. Didn't everyone have their own motivation for fighting here? These beings were fighting for Alphen's survival and salvation. Sungu was fighting for the chance to return to his home. Currently, the gate in front of the portal was unusable, since the owner of the colony wasn't present. If Woojin had designated someone to be in charge of the colony's defense, this person would have been able to use the points and gate freely. However, there would be nothing to be gained by regretting past decisions. The only thing he could do was to pray for Woojin's swift return. Ah. It seems King Raoul is looking for the Fire Spirit King. You should go meet him. Is that so? Sunggu was curious as to why the king of the dwarves was looking for him. Please alert me immediately when you see them move. Yes. I'll do so. The worshippers of Skia, the god of adventurers, were scouting the enemy. Therefore, they'll know the exact moment when the army starts to move. Waruruk. A haze emanated from Sunggu's body before he ignited. Accompanying the scorching heat, he flew from the watchtower to one of the walls. Several short dwarves were gathered to check on the defense weapons mounted on the castle walls. These were magical weapons, which could be activated using bloodstones. There were also several primitive-looking weapons placed on the walls too. It didn't matter if it was cold water or dirty water. Every weapon they had was being deployed. You were looking for me, Raoul? Oh. Earth's Spirit King. Did he have to accept the name now? Sunggu ignored Raoul's words as he asked a question. What business do you have with me? I've found an interesting item. I thought it might be very compatible with the Spirit King. What is it? Let's go together. He was led away by Raoul. From the castle wall, they climbed to a clearing at the mid-slope of the mountain. This is where the research facility of the magicians is located at. When Woojin was constructing the fortress, he had built several types of building including the research facility. I had an interesting item, and since the Earth's Spirit King deals with the source of fire, I remodeled it to fit you. Raoul was proud of his research room, and he pointed towards the round cylinder in front of the room. What is this? It is a magic amplifier. When I was making it, I made it so that it'll grow one's magical energy. If you stand within it and shoot your amplified magic, it'll become a splendid weapon. Ho-oh! Sunggu got up on the round platform. Weeing. The entire platform was engraved with complicated magic circle. It let out a light, and it made Sunggu feel a profound and mysterious sensation. When he touched the crystal ball in front of him, the round cylinder was pointed frontward like a cannon. The cylinder had a hole where a single person would be able to fit through, and it was also engraved with various magical circles. How much can it amplify my magic? As Sunggu asked his question, he discreetly pushed his magic into it. Waruruk. A small amount of energy had gone out of him into the crystal ball, and it traveled through the tube. An unexpected result occurred. Kuulung. Accompanying a large explosions, a flame rose high into the sky as it left behind a trail of fire. Sunggu, who was surprised, took his hands off the crystal ball, and he looked at Raoul with a dumbfounded expression. Do ha. No race can hold a candle against the magical engineering of the dwarves. To be precise, it'll amplify your power by 9 times. How many times did you say? I said 9 times. Raoul proudly unfurled 9 fingers. Sunggu looked at the amplifier with a pale face. This is quite the item. The durability of the item was a problem, but if one considered only the power it could generate, it was an incredible weapon. It felt as if he had gained a much-needed item. The only downside was the fact that this was a fixed defensive weapon. Could you make this a bit smaller so I can carry it around? You are talking about a portable amplifier? Do you mean a magician's staff? Ah. The magicians carried around a staff, because it acted as an amplifier for their magic? When Sunggu nodded his head, Dwarf King Raoul shook his head from side to side. You can't get such results with a staff. It merely amplifies one's magic by 3-fold. Did his ears hear wrong? 3 times. Did you say 3 times? That's right. A staff can't generate a power of this magnitude. I don't mind it. May you make me one? If we had enough ingredients. Raoul smirked at Sunggu's shining eyes. How could a magician not even know about the existence of a staff? Was it because he was a spirit? I'll gather the materials from the other heroes, and I'll make you one. At Raoul's words, Sunggu's face became flushed from the anticipation. If he had this item, it felt as if he would be able to hold out against the enemies until Woojin came back. Xing Xing had been running through the sky, and it came to a stop. Neither Woojin nor Melody was able to speak when they saw the sight in front of them. Ki-ah! The sky was filled with dragonfly-looking monsters, and the ground was filled with ground-type monsters. When they said an army of 100,000 had gathered, did they mean here, Woojin was dumbfounded as he looked at the monster army in front of him. There was so many of them that it was meaningless to count them. So they want to block my way back? It was either his enemies trying to delay his return to his colony, or they thought the massive amount of monsters would be able to take him down. Either way, it was an unpleasant situation. This was especially true, since he was in a hurry. Open a path, Janies. Who dares to stand in front of our lord? Who? Kuang. The summoned Janies let out his flame. It shot into the front line, and several hundred dragonfly monsters were burnt to crisp. Xing ran through the newly opened path. However, it didn't take long for the monsters to get in front of his path again. Shuk. The interference occurred not only in the sky. The monsters on the surface shot poison darts or magical spells. They were doing various acts to bother Woojin. They are being annoying, but if he wanted to smash through this, it might be better to do it on the ground. There were too many enemies for Woojin to handle by himself. Moreover, Melody was riding behind him, and it was complicating the use of his power. The holy power of Melody and Woojin's necromancy were at odds with each other. They reduced the effectiveness of each other's power. If he wanted to cut open a path through slaughter, he would be better off going forward with his familiars. When Xing landed, the monsters in the surrounding tried to mob him. Kwang. Woojin detonated the souls hovering around him as he pushed back the monsters. The immortal summoned his familiars in the clearing. My dudes. At their master's calling, every Death Knight except Kiba, who was protecting the dimensional domain, appeared. Ku-hoo-up. It is the smell of the battlefield. What do you want us to do? Woojin took out his warrior's weapon, and he pointed forward. We are going straight towards the Saurus colony. It is a battle. I'll bring down the blessing of death. The Death Knights charged forward like madmen, and the monsters crowding them were cut down helplessly. Did they really think such small fries could stop the Immortal's advance? It would delay him a little bit, but on the other hand, he would also gain something from this encounter. You can do whatever the hell you want, Janies. I like that command. Janies didn't need to worry about friendly fire, so he indiscriminately used his magic against the monsters. As the monsters started to burn, his EXP started to climb steadily. Look over there. It is one of Tronet's commander. Melody yelled out in dismay when she saw the familiar flag. Woojin turned to look up into the sky. The large stingray monster Ferris was flying in the sky, and there was a familiar symbol drawn on the belly of the beast. Isn't that Ilrak? The 44th throne. Woojin's face turned serious. He had always referred to them in terms of them being Tronet's subordinates and commanders. However, it felt different now. This being was considered to be a god in 44 different dimensions. Now the Dimensional Lord was here on Alphen for a code that'll make him qualified to be a god in 45 dimensions. What? One could describe this as being amazing. This noble personage was special and holy. However, it was funny to Woojin. Utter nonsense. These divine beings were allying themselves to each other to bring him down. Woojin could feel their fear. It is up to you to follow me, Melody. Woojin put Melody on the ground, and he gripped the reins. Puru-rook. Xing blew out air from its mouth as it galloped into the sky. It headed towards Ilrak's Ferris. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 179, Defense, 3. Chapter 179, Defense, 3. Indulgence. This was the only reason why a being with 44 admin codes decided to put a colony on Alphen. He wanted to become the administrator by taking Alphen's code as his own. There were only 5 spots here. There's always a finite number of admin code, and the competition to gain it was fierce. The Dimensional Lords with other admin codes were concentrated on planet Alphen, because there was an admin code that was yet to be settled. Unlike other places, this place had too many gods. It had taken them a very long time to find who had the real codes. It had taken them over 200 years. Still, all the Dimensional Lords were easygoing in finding the code. They wanted to enjoy their eternal life. No, they were living a life where death was no longer the end. The process of acquiring the codes gave them pleasure, and it gave them a goal to pursue. This was true until the being that was the exception to the rule appeared. On the back of the enormous flying stingray Ferris, an extraordinarily extravagant throne was placed there. Ilrak had been sitting on the throne. He yawned as he got up, and the guards around him moved alongside him. Ilrak's 7 knights. They served as the tools of Ilrak. The 7 knights were first-grade vassals, who helped Ilrak rise to his throne. Ilrak left behind his throne as he walked slowly forward. He brushed back his long unruly hair. Ah! You were always an eyesore. He made invidious remarks as he watched Woojin arrive on Xing Xing. It's been a while. Woojin half-heartedly raised his hand once, and he looked at the 7 knights lined up behind Ilrak. The knights were probably the reason why Ilrak didn't try to stop Woojin from landing on Ferris' back. Ilrak trusted his guardian knights too much. Woojin got off Xing Xing's back. Cook. How funny. Ilrak found Woojin's relaxed attitude to be funny. What's so funny, Dot? I find it funny that you are acting so calm. Didn't you die at my hands before? Why should I not be relaxed? From Woojin's memory, he knew he had killed Ilrak on 3 occasions. The deaths were a very valuable experience. Have you never considered the possibility that I might have learned from those experiences? I've made some preparations to use against you. Ilrak was still enjoying the situation right now, and there was good reasons to be happy about it. He was about to see the relaxed expression on the immortal's face crumple as desperation took hold. It'll be very enjoyable. Even if you made preparations, I'm sure you made it in error. Cook. Your arrogance still remains as same as before. It is confidence. It seems you still don't realize what kind of situation you are in. Ilrak removed the smile from his face. Anan has gathered the nearby lords, and they are in the process of attacking your colony. Selrak also gathered an elite unit to clear your dungeon. You guys really have a hard-on for me. Cook. That's right. We are tired of your bullshit. Why do you have to unnecessarily try to awaken the god of destruction? When Ilrak mentioned the god of destruction Thrash, Woojin laughed. They were being vigilant. No, at this point in time, they looked to be afraid. In other words, the Thrash's executioner was definitely an item that threatened the dimensional lords. It was the solution to stop the war and pillaging between dimensions. Our problems will be solved if we get rid of you, yet everyone is too scared of you. You are only a mere human. Woojin smirked. So what allowed Ilrak to have so much confidence in himself? How will you do it? Cook. I bet you thought I was sloppy in my planning. Ilrak raised both his arms. A soft light leaked out from Ferris' back as it made a round barrier. However, that isn't the case. You walked into a trap on your own volition. Ilrak had the smile of victory plastered on his face as he looked at Woojin. He wanted the immortal to feel flustered. Ilrak wanted him to hurry up and feel the despair. It can only be a trap if it is a threat to me. Ilrak's smile soured when Woojin continued to act relaxed. It seemed the bastard's bravado was on a different level. This barrier blocks any summons. So what? Cook. None of your familiars will be able to stand here. Ilrak let out a belly laugh when Woojin stayed silent. Ha. Do you understand it now? You are a necromancer without his familiars. It'll be too easy for me to lop off your head. Ilrak let out a smile of victory when he saw Woojin doing nothing. Anan and Selrak were a bit lacking in their dignity as great lords. They were so afraid of a new dimensional lord that they planned on isolating him. These were actions taken by cowards. Ilrak decided to conduct a research on the immortal, and when he found a viable hunting method, he decided to take the hunt into his own hands. Bring me that bastard's head. We obey your order. The 7 knights walked slowly towards Woojin. Ilrak smirked when he saw the immortal still rooted to the same location. He gave up really fast. 1, 2, 6, and 7. They weren't wearing armors. They were wearing similar clothes akin to suits. Moreover, their faces looked similar that it wouldn't be strange to call them septuplets. Woojin remembered that all of them were outstanding at armed conflicts. They were even able to stand up against his tyrannical death knights. Schwak! Ha. Ilrak roared with laughter when his guardian knights swung their swords. It was his victory. Anan and Selrak were dumb. They were so scared of this noob dimensional lord named Immortal that they were wasting points to take out the Immortal's assets. Ilrak had succeeded in eliminating this troublesome necromancer, so his standing amongst the great lords would. Cha-chan, Kong. The warrior's weapon in Woojin's hand turned into a long sword. The summon of the weapon and the swing was almost simultaneous. He had looked as if he had given up on resisting, so his sudden retaliation took a knight by surprise. Woojin's sword was already embedded in the knight before he could even flinch. Schwak! Okay. When the sword pierced through the throat of a knight, the surprise lasted only a moment. Their formation broke in an instant, but all the knights except the dead one reacted swiftly. Kakong, chwak. Even if they hadn't underestimated their opponent, they would have been found lacking. Uuk. Every time Woojin's sword passed by the knights, blood fountained forth as they fell dead. Ilrak's smile of victory had been very wide, and this smile froze in place. What the hell, dot. He was only a mere necromancer, yet. He was supposed to be a necromancer who controlled dead knights. When did he learn how to use a sword? Was it after he became a dimensional lord? Or was it from before? Shit. This fact wasn't important now. The bastard had killed his last guardian knight, and the immortal was charging towards him. What the hell are you all doing? Come out now and take that bastard. He quickly tried to summon his guards, but he had to give up on that idea. Zing. The barrier spread across Ferris' large back blocked all summons. It sealed off access to this dimension. What? What's the rush? Woojin's words were spiteful. Ilrak couldn't believe he would be killed again by this odious bastard. However, he wasn't afraid of his eventual death. The annoying part was the fact that he hadn't been able to take care of this bastard, who had killed him on 3 previous occasions. He personally conducted the research to get his revenge, yet. The source of his trouble was the fact that he had been disinterested in the immortal for far too long since revenge didn't net him any profit. Ilrak gave up on running away. He glared at Woojin. If he couldn't get out of this, at the very least, he wouldn't act in an ugly way. I regret that I didn't nip you in the bud. You are right. Woojin agreed with that statement. The territory of Allendale had occupied a significant portion of Alphen. When he had declared himself the king, the dimensional lords had left him alone. If the dimensional lords were human, they probably would have come at him for revenge. However, they had died several hundred to several thousand times before, so they were dull to such emotions. Instead of the desire for revenge, they were more worried about losing their points. Moreover, Woojin was so foul that they had avoided him. He was akin to shit to them. Since he was merely a human, they knew he would die someday. The dimensional lords had thought Woojin was playing at king amongst the dead corpses. However, he had been devious, and he was aiming for the revival of the god of destruction. If Ilrak knew about this, he would have killed the immortal long ago. The dimensional lords would have united to work against any plans regarding the god of destruction. It is as you have said. I made a mistake. My preparations were inadequate. Woojin smirked at Ilrak's words. These bastards were really deluding themselves. I'm saying the preparation itself was the mistake. Woojin's smile deepened when Ilrak couldn't comprehend what he was trying to say. You guys look like a delicious buffet table to me. What do you mean? You don't need to know anything. Woojin's sword moved gently across Ilrak's throat, but the result of his action was gruesome. In a flash, Ilrak was slaughtered, and his body was surrounded by grey light before it disappeared. This is the mother of all grinding. He would have had to sweep through Alphen to find each and every one of his enemies, yet hundreds of thousands of his enemies were gathering to attack him. He was thankful for their actions. Woojin leisurely raised the 7 guardian knights as zombies. He made them move towards the head of Ferris. Gu-ah! When they arrived at the head of the large stingray, he caused the corpses to explode. Gu-ang! Accompanying the explosion, the stingray flopped in the air as it fell towards the ground. Woojin summoned Xing Xing, and he got on. Even as he was falling towards the ground, he looked at the great monster army covering the ground beneath him. All the dimensional lords of Alphen was aiming for him? He was so thankful that he didn't know what to do. Shall I start my power leveling? The already dead souls wandering around the battlefield was sucked towards Woojin. It was as if he was a black hole. Waruruk, Kwang, dot. The magical energy emanating from his body passed through the staff, and the amplified flame magic flew towards the enemies. It was very destructive, but it was also well below Sungu's expectation. Shit! They were reaching the 1-hour mark, and he had poured out most of his magic. He had killed over 1,000 monsters. His hardened expression refused to relax, because the enemies were endless despite his kills. It was as if he had taken a bucket of water out of the sea. He couldn't delay the great army. The bastards didn't even stop to pick up the corpses of their comrades. They just stepped over the wounded and the dead as they advanced. We are royally screwed if things continue along this path. Sungu had immediately mobilized when they received the news that the large army was on the move. Even though the dimensional lords hadn't taken active roles in the battle, there was no change to the progress of the army as Sungu darted in and out to detonate his magic. It would take the Great Army about 5 days for it to reach the Saurus colony. Should they defend the colony by putting their trust in the castle walls? It was impossible. The Saurus castle wouldn't be able to hold out for more than half a day. The colony would merely be a brief impediment to their charge. Schwak! The swarm of bats gathered in the sky, and they coalesced to form Jaemin. He appeared next to Sunggu. Hyung! Anan is personally coming here. We have to get out of here. Who? All right. The army of 100,000 monsters was beyond what he had imagined. The army was so large that the advance party was a day ahead of the main force. This was also the reason why Sunggu was able to conduct a guerrilla warfare. However, it would be dangerous if he was caught by the Dimensional Lords. This was why he had teamed up with Du Jaemin. Jaemin used all his efforts to keep track of the Dimensional Lords. Jaemin consoled Sunggu, who looked depressed. Don't despair too much over this. Who? My feelings doesn't matter. We really might die here. That's. Sunggu wasn't feeling despair. He was angry that his abilities couldn't make a difference. Hyung. Why don't you attack the terrain instead of the monsters? What are you talking about? If we change the terrains, we'll be able to delay their advance. Ha? Sunggu's eyes turned round. What would the monsters do if he got rid of the roads? No matter how they responded to it, it'll delay their advance. As expected of someone who took school seriously. Ha ha. Sunggu Hyung went to college, so he should be more knowledgeable. Jaemin let out an awkward laugh. Let's get out of here first. All right. I'll have to scout the surrounding again. Sunggu and Jaemin quickly got out of there. It was easy to predict the movement of the army, since they knew their final destination. If they were able to pick and destroy the treacherous parts of the roads, it would surely help them delay this army. There was 5 days left until Woojin's promised return. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 180, The Defense, 4. Chapter 180, The Defense, 4. Kuru Rook. The imposing sounds of the monsters advancing was heard between the spires. There were rhinoceros-like monsters on the march. There were also several thousand minotaur warriors amongst the army. One could see occasional rhino monsters that were larger than elephants. As expected of something so large, a massive amount of luggage was hanging off their enormous body. On an exceptionally large rhino, a platform made out of wood was strapped onto the back of the monster. An unusually handsome man, who looked out of place in this monster army, was lying on top of this platform. Kuung, kuung. Every time the rhinoceros monster took a step, the wooden platform rolled as if it was on a large wave. The man vacantly looked up into the sky as he lay there. There was no guardrails to the platform, yet no one was worried about him falling off. He wore his long black hair loose, and he had thin lips. He was the 36th throne Anan. He was using his 2 hands as a pillow, and he had his legs intertwined. If it wasn't for the sight around him, he looked like a farmer taking a break during a picnic. Schwak. The small dot in the blue sky was getting larger, and something was approaching him. It was Harpy Queen Shirao. She had black wings and a sharp face. When she dropped out from the sky, she gripped the edge of the platform with her bird's feet. Shirao? This isn't the time to be lounging around, Anan. Anan discreetly opened his eyes to look at Shirao, then he closed his eyes again. As if she was frustrated, the Harpy Queen puffed out her cheek. Those bastards cut off the road again, Anan. You don't have to be in such a hurry. They'll all die eventually. The immortal is getting closer by the minute. Anan unfurled the arms he was using as a pillow, and he sat up. The platform was made from ash trees. It was his longtime hobby to smell the fragrance of the wood as he lay on top of it. We'll have to fight that bastard eventually. What if he goes back to Earth? I don't think he'll be able to. He still doesn't have the key. How can you be so sure? If he had it, it wouldn't take him this long to get here. The effect of the Thrash's set items were huge. It was able to amplify the power of Undead Army by several magnitudes. When the Immortal had Thrash's set, the Dimensional Lords had no choice but to give up a huge part of Alphen to the Immortal's army. This was how powerful the effects of the items were. Even if the Dimensional Lords were focusing their attacks on him, the Immortal would have halted their progress already if he had those items. It was evidence that the Immortal haven't acquired all his qualifications yet. Aren't you worried, Anan? Of course, I'm worried. I would have never guessed that he was a human from Earth. Anan smirked at Shirayo's words. True. If he had known the immortal was from Earth, he would have eliminated the immortal immediately. Many necromancers pined for Thrash's set, and Anan had thought the immortal was one of those necromancers. If he originated from Alphen, there was no way he could obtain the most important piece of the set. He wouldn't be able to acquire the executioner. You lived for a very long time, so you probably know about it. Weren't you there when Thrash was sealed? No. I wasn't alive back then. I guess it happened in the far distant past. Harpy Queen Shirao had already folded her wings, and she modestly sat on one side of the platform. You aren't going? My heart has calmed down after talking with you, Anan. Anyways, we just have to prevent the immortal from getting back to Earth. Yes. If the immortal died, he would be revived. He was now a dimensional lord. The immortality was a rule and a promise that had to be kept for anyone that earned the dimensional fragments. It felt as if the immortal had slyly entrenched himself by exploiting a crack in the system, and he was trying to pull a fast one on them. If they couldn't eliminate him, they had to deny him the opportunity of reaching his goal. Alphen would become that bastard's jail. So when are you going to Earth, Anan? Earth has only one code. I'm not interested. So you want to keep staying on Alphen? It isn't too bad here. Alphen still had 4 codes left. Only one dimensional lord was able to earn the code for this place. Only a single great lord of the 72 thrones were able to get his hands on a master code of Alphen. Should I stay here with you? You don't have to. Oomph. Even you are giving up on Earth, so how will I be able to compete over there? Moreover, that place hasn't gone through a proper synchronization yet. The planet hadn't gone through synchronization yet. Even if they did find the code, it would be useless since the Earth hadn't flowered yet. Well, you can stay if you want to. Oomph. Shirao let out a sullen sound at Anan's apathetic words. Let me ask you this, Anan. Do you think he'll really be able to acquire Thrash's executioner? It is impossible. Her eyes turned round. So why did they have to work so hard to kill him? They even had to waste a lot of points. Shirao saw Anan's most serious expression since she started this conversation. Still, it is dangerous. We have to keep Thrash asleep. Anan. We can never let the god of destruction to appear once again. She could feel the fear hidden beneath the surface, and she unconsciously shuddered. The great Lord Anan, who had 36 master codes, was speaking this way. It was like the story of old. She felt the terror of the god of destruction indirectly through him. Qua. Block them. Aim for their eyes. The Saurus colony was on fire. The soldiers were fighting a desperate battle, but the enemies were being pushed towards them like a wave. Siege equipments weren't even necessary. The corpses piled up like a mountain, and it acted like a ladder. None of the defenders could stop the enemies from coming over the wall. Before a proper siege could even take place, several hundred defenders were already killed. This won't work. The outer walls are at its limit. We have to retreat to the inner walls. Their enemies were using their overwhelming numbers to send continuous waves of attack. If we retreat to the inner castle walls, we'll be completely cut off. It isn't too late. Let us charge through their lines. We have to get away. The opinions on what to do was split, so Tauric searched for Dujaman. He was the only one who was able to contact Kong Woojin. He is almost here. Please wait a little bit more. He has already exceeded his promise by 2 days. That's right. We can no longer trust his words. Graham and several other heroes revealed their foul mood. They had trusted Kong Woojin's word without a hint of doubt, and they had been waiting as they prepared for the defense. However, 2 days had passed since the promised time. The enemies were much stronger than they had expected, and a lot of people had already died. This was their lives on the line, so they were showing resentment now. It was inevitable. But he really is almost here. Dujaman didn't have anything else he could say. Woojin had promised that he'll be back in a week, but 2 days had already passed. Fortunately, Sungu's remarkable activities were able to delay the army's progress by over a day. The enemies had started their attack only 5 hours ago. In just 5 hours' time, the outer castle walls were practically in ruins. Moreover, the dimensional lords still hadn't attacked in earnest. Basically, there was no guarantee that they'll be able to last for a day. Oh, Skia's monk. If we don't run away now, we'll all die. Tauric put on a pained expression at Archmage Graham's words. He would be committing several hundred to several thousand lives to this decision. Of course, he felt afraid and tormented. Waruruk. At that moment, a flame erupted from the middle of the mountain where the research facility was located at. Kwa Hong. The burst of flame rose into the air like fireworks, and it exploded. Rain of sharp fire started to drop to the ground. Pushu-shushuk. It was as if several thousand archers were shooting fire arrows. When the magic fell into the enemies, the effect was incredible. Taorik gritted his teeth as he watched the sight in front of him. Han Sunggu. If it wasn't for the Fire Spirit King from Earth, they wouldn't have been able to resist against the enemy's advance. They wouldn't even have a fighting chance. They probably would have pushed the fight into the future, and they would have run away. Taurik's lips opened. Even if we do manage to get away, we won't have any future. If we break right now, we'll just be walking down the road towards destruction. Some will run, and some will stay to fight. However, he no longer had full control over his men. Let us abandon the outer walls, and we should retreat towards the inner walls. Let us focus on defense. Several people complained about Taurik's words, but they didn't argue against him. Graham. I want you to put up a barrier, so our forces can retreat. Understood. The Archmage Graham's magic was a necessity. If not for him, they would have fallen in the initial moments of the battle as the dragonfly-like monsters had attacked from the sky. Taurik turned to look at Jaemin. Count. You should inform all the heroes about the retreat. Yes. Jaemin waved his hand once. A flock of bats exited from his ripped sleeves, and they flew in all directions to deliver the news. Let us make our last stand at the research facility and the barrier around the colony. There was the barrier erected by the World Tree, and the research facility had the magic amplifier, which Sunggu was using. They'll be able to hold out for a little longer. Since this was a fight they couldn't win, the only important thing right now was for Woojin to return before their losses got too big. Please hurry up. Jaemin sent his desperate desire towards Woojin. Kwon. The soul spears, which had extended out from Woojin's body, was flying all over the place as they pierced through the bodies of the enemies. It took only a flash for the enemies to become corpses, and the corpses exploded in a chain reaction. It was an endless chain of corpse explosion. Kwon. The advance of the immortal was followed by blood, pieces of bodies, screams, and the crazed laughter of the undead army. Oh my goddess. Melody trailed behind him, and she witnessed live the immortal that had been a fixed concept in the minds of the coalition. He was cruel, domineering, and inexorably strong. His army expressed their instinctual and unfettered anger towards the living beings. It even made her feel sympathy towards the monsters being slaughtered. As she continued to follow behind him, she felt a sense of distance and dissonance with the Woojin she had recently come to know. She wasn't confident as to whether she would be able to speak naturally with him. The advance, which had been filled with poison, corpses, and the cries of the souls, came to a stop. They were only a day ride from the colony. There were monsters lined up in front of them, and there was a red-haired man standing in the front. Cook. Who is this? Mort. Al. The king of the dead. He made invidious remarks as she slowly walked towards Woojin. Woojin was thankful, since this being came to him on his own. Woojin wouldn't be satisfied even if this being was killed over and over again. Selrak. Tronet's 27th throne. This bastard has been successful in clearing his dungeon 2 days ago. Kiba wasn't able to stop him from clearing Rot's temple. Selrak let out a mocking smile as he looked at Woojin's angry face. Why are you so angry? Isn't it your fault for leaving behind your domain? He had a better understanding now. He never understood why the Dimensional Lords rarely exited their dungeons. He understood why the exploration and hunt of the surrounding was done by the domain residents and the forces of the domain. This was especially true on a planet where one didn't have the code. One couldn't use the return portal, so one had to stay near one's dimensional domain to protect one's dungeons and colonies. Or one could put several trusted defenders to defend the location. Since Kiba had fallen, it seemed he had consumed all of Alandal's points in its defense. I don't get you. Why do you search for the whereabouts of the forgotten god of destruction? Don't you have the means to become a god? It is eternal life. At Selrak's words, Woojin changed the warrior's weapon into its axe form. He wanted to split open Selrak's head. Selrak grinned at Woojin's murderous intent. It seems you really want to protect your home planet. Isn't that obvious? There are many ways to protect it. You could become the god of your home planet. What? On the day when my home planet was synchronized, the first thing I did was to kill my god. Then I became the god of my home planet. Cook. You should forget about the god of destruction. Just become a god. This is the fastest way to protect one's home planet. Those on my home planet are living very rich lives. Sacrifice is only momentary, but peace is eternal. My words won't fill your ears right now, but you should take my advice to heart. There will come a time when you'll thank me someday. Woojin let go of the rigidity he had expressed in his initial greeting. He let out a broad smile. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 181, Bone Dragon, 1. Chapter 181, Bone Dragon, 1. You want me to become a god, Selrak raised his eyebrows when Woojin answered with a question. The immortal was a stubborn being that was incapable of being controlled by others. Was the immortal really being persuaded by him? Yes. Instead of allowing others to steal your home planet, wouldn't it be better if you protect it this way? He would be protecting it. Or should it really be considered protecting his home planet? He would rule over Earth rather than letting someone else rule over it. I guess I can see why you think we are gods. What are you saying? Will you really agree to stop this war? Selrak put on a slightly hopeful expression. Woojin's laughter deepened when he saw this. A retard is talking about retarded things. Come at me, retard. Selrak's eyebrows twitched. How dare you? Selrak raged as the back of his shoulders exploded. Wings erupted from his back as it kept getting larger. The wings unfurled, and it was over 10 meters in size. Tuduk. The wings weren't the only parts that got bigger. It was as if Selrak's body was trying to grow in proportion with the large wings. His body steadily grew, and it was 3 times larger than a normal person's body. How dare you order me around? The angered Selrak moved his feet. Kuung. The ground shook as clouds of dust rose into the air. The army organized formation showed signs of charging too. You are striving for something useless. Your era will never come to pass. The god of destruction. This bastard was mad as a hatter. Chua hung. When Selrak extended his hand in mid-air, his weapon appeared. It was a spear containing the power of lightning. The white electricity crawled over the spear as it let out a menacing sound. Pa-ji-jeek. Selrak saw a small needle in front of his eyes. Shuang, pa-ji-jeek. He reflexively swung his thunder spear, and something bounced off of it. It was a bone spear thrown by Woojin. Bastard. His chest voice exploded forth as he folded his wings. Kuung. It was as big as a titan, yet it was as fast as an elf. Amongst Tronet's great lords, he was one of the top-ranked lords in terms of battle capabilities. Moreover, Selrak had fought the immortal thrice in the past, and there had been no victors in any of those fights. Their battles always resulted in both sides wasting their resources. The immortal brought back the monsters he killed, and the dimensional lords wasted all their points by replenishing their armies with new troops. This was why it was important to kill the immortal before he could turn the tables. Selrak never joined a fight where there would be no gain for him. However, he now had a reason to kill this bastard even at the cost of losing points. If he used his points freely, there was no reason why he wouldn't be able to win against this bastard. The undead army would be able to continuously add to their ranks, so it would be a fight of wills. However, it wasn't as if the immortal was all-powerful. Since Selrak had come here with tens of thousands of monsters, his army would occupy the undead army. While they fought, Selrak just had to kill the immortal. The immortal was the summoner, and if he was killed, the undeads were easy prey. I'll show you my full power. This wasn't a battle where he had to weigh the advantages and disadvantages to change strategy. He had to pour everything he had into this fight, and he had to tear the immortal into pieces. It is too late for you to run away. What did you say, retard? Kang Woojin had suddenly appeared next to his ear, and Selrak was barely able to block the sword strike by swinging his thunder spear. Pa-ji-jeek. The electric sparks flew into the air, and it spread in a threatening manner. Bastard. Selrak quickly found him again, but the immortal had already planted his sword within Selrak's leg. Quajik. Was he always this fast? Goo-ah. The corpses strewn across the ground suddenly stood up. They ran towards Selrak, and they grabbed onto both his legs. How dare these insignificant undeads attack me? Hu-ulung. Selrak unfurled his large wings, and he rose into the sky. He tried to shake off the undeads clinging to his legs, but unfortunately, the explosions occurred before he could act. Guang. The walking corpse zombies started to explode, and Selrak's legs disappeared. There was nothing left behind. Schwung! A light arrow pierced through his wing. Selrak flailed around before he plummeted to the ground. Kuwook! What a shameful scene. If only he had the Alphen's master code. He'll be able to immediately regenerate such minor wounds. He could shape and mold everything within this planet. Woojin walked to the head of the fallen Selrak. The warrior's weapon in his hand turned into an axe. You'll be able to see the world in half now. Selrak glared at him when Woojin raised his axe. You bastard! Have you been hiding your power? No matter how he saw it, this wasn't the movements of a necromancer. Was he a warrior? Woojin grinned. Retard. Kwajik. The axe fell, and it split Selrak's head into two. His body turned into grey light. Selrak was dead, but his tens of thousand underlings still remained. Their commander was dead, yet the monsters weren't flustered. They didn't run away. Instead, they charged towards Woojin, and they were full of killing intent. This was why dimensional lords used monsters as underlings. If they had orders, they fearlessly charged their enemies. Woojin welcomed this sight. Come, my sacrifices. The day when all his familiars would be able to gather in a single location wasn't too far off. Kwakwakwon. After shooting several dozen fireballs, Sungu came down from the amplifier. Uuk! He couldn't find his balance, so he swayed on his feet. Dujamin quickly helped Sungu stay upright. Hyung! Are you okay? Yes. Sungu didn't look okay, but he tried hard to put on a smile for Jamin. Graham looked surprised when he saw the pale-faced Sungu. Please calm your magical energy. What? Your magical energy might go on a rampage. Please hurry up and come here. Sungu was helped by Graham, and he started stabilizing his magical energy. He calmly sat as he tried to calm his insides. Graham clicked his tongue. TSK. I already know you aren't a spirit king. That fact was so obvious that Sungu didn't know what to say. I'm really curious as to who taught you about magic. Should he say he learned it from Woojin? Or should he say he learned it through books, since he obtained the skills through magic scrolls? Sungu was thinking about what he should say when Graham kept berating him in a dignified manner. That person has no right to call himself a magician. You have to harmonize your magic, yet your teacher taught you to focus only on fire. If your equilibrium falters a little bit, your body will be burned into ashes. How should he answer such a speech? Should he say he was self-taught? Or maybe he should tell Graham about his lich teacher, who deserved to be cussed at. I believe you should be fine now. You should use your magic recovery technique as you bolster your weakened body. Thank you. When Sungu bowed towards him, Graham shook his head. This man had the potential to become an archmage, yet he was an incomplete mage only capable of producing fire. It was too bad. So who is your teacher? Do all magicians on Earth use magic like you? The person I call my teacher is from Alphen. Who is he? I really want to question him immediately. Graham became surprised, and he started showing his gallant spirit. Sungu let out an awkward laugh. He said his name is Janies. However, he is already dead. At Sungu's words, Graham put on an embarrassed expression as he let out a fake cough. HRM. My regret at your situation made me badmouth the deceased. I'm sorry. It's okay. I'll introduce you to him soon. How was he supposed to receive such words? He said he'll make Graham meet a deceased person. Was Sungu saying he'll kill Graham? Graham wasn't sure if it was a joke or a forewarning of an assassination. Graham had an odd expression on his face when he heard Sungu's words. He was akin to a fire spirit, yet he was strangely a half-a-mage. What should he do with this magician from Earth? While Graham was thinking over what to do, Dujamin let out a shout. He's here. Hyungnim is here. Where? Energy suddenly welled up from his dry reserves. Sungu abruptly got up to look for Woojin. However, the only one able to communicate with the Dimensional Lord was the vassal Dujamin. He said he is just around the corner. This will now come to an end. He had tried hard not to show it, but he was quite exhausted inside. Sungu started to breathe easy again, but Graham shook his head as he looked below at the colony. It is the end. I know. Our lives are at an end. What? The confused Sungu followed Graham's finger. Ku-oh-oh. Two beings showed their clear presence from afar. There were two dragons flying towards them. One was red and the other was yellow. Can't you do something with your barrier? My barrier can't block a dragon's breath. Ha ha. Sungu wished Woojin would show up before the dragons could let out their breaths. Woojin let out a sigh when he saw Anan and Shirao block his path. Couldn't you guys have just fight me at once? Why fight me in order like this? I don't know. Anan really looked like an Asian man. If he said he was Korean, it would have been believable. He was wearing thin hemp clothes, so Anan looked like an ancestor from medieval times. It evoked a weird feeling inside Woojin. Whatever. Just hurry up and attack me. His colony was right in front of him if he pushed past these bastards. In some ways, Woojin had been fortunate. The most dangerous dimensional lords headed towards him instead of going to his colony. It would be hard to face the army of monsters, but he thought the coalition would be able to hold out until he got there. Why are you in such a hurry? Anan's easygoing attitude got on Woojin's nerves. Are you worried about your comrades? I miss it. I miss the ability to worry about others. He had lived so long that he wasn't able to feel such emotions. Anan let out a bitter laugh as he looked at Woojin. Fatu and Leia is already heading towards your colony. Those lizards. The dragons were considered to be incredibly powerful compared to humans, but they didn't rate too high amongst the great lords. Maybe this was true, because humans were much more proficient at domain battles. Amongst the Tronet's great lords, there were an unusually high number of humans. Even if one observed old records, one would find that humans built nations. They were quite talented in ruling and supervising their lands. Dragons were shown to be poor leaders. They were a race that would rather cause fear and destruction rather than rule. Weren't the dragons the 6th and 9th throne? If they were on their way to his colony. Even if you leave right now, it'll take you 10 minutes to get there. It is enough time for them to raise the colony to the ground. Even if he left right now, he would be cutting it close. No, it might be too late for him. Well, how long will it take for you to take me down? Anan. He had reached the extremes in regards to techniques dealing with the body. Anan was a hard opponent to face even if he received help from the Death Knight. On top of that fact, Anan wasn't by himself. He had a large force of minotaurs with him. Is that impatience I see? Was this what he was aiming for? Was he trying to slightly increase his odds by using such a tactic? Unlike his relaxed appearance, it seemed he had been thorough in his preparations. It was cute. Geez. Woojin shook his head from side to side. Well, this should be just the right amount. What are you talking about? I'm short around 5%. It'll be here soon. I prepared this just for you. He had been looking at Woojin to decipher the meaning behind his words. Anan suddenly tilted his head up until it looked as if his neck would snap. He could see a shining star in the clear sky. Ku-ah-ah. Anan's eyes opened wide when he saw the meteor slicing through the atmosphere. When did he use the meteor summon magic? You are already too late. As you said before, I'm in a hurry, yet I've been talking to you in a relaxed manner. Why did you think I was doing that? What this his plan? It felt as if he had the table turned against him. Anan had thought he was the one waiting with the trap prepared, yet the immortal had used his tactic against him. The meteor summon magic had a long preparation time, so he must have used it earlier. The immortal had just been waiting for them to show up. This doesn't change anything. Anan clenched his fists. The meteor couldn't tell the difference between allies and enemies. It would destroy both the monsters and the undead army. Moreover, Anan and Shirao would be unharmed. The two of them would be enough to stall the immortal. Once the immortal's colony was destroyed, he would be stuck on Alphen. He would be trapped until he was able to acquire a new dungeon or a colony. Goo-ha-ha. Is this the last sacrifice needed for our friend? Janice had perfectly completed his mission. After appearing next to Woojin, he immediately formed a barrier. Woojin was able to unsummon his Death Knights and undead army just in time. Kwak-kwak-kwang. The meteor impacted the surface, and the incredible explosion obliterated the monster army. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 182, Bone Dragon, 2. Chapter 182, Bone Dragon, 2. Fear. The beings, who were always the predators, felt an emotion only felt by their preys. Goo-oh-oh-oh. Their domineering roars sounded like wails now. Several thousand Minotaurs in the Minotaur army was in panic, and they were running around in confusion. In front of the overwhelming marvel from space, they were merely a speck of dust. A very small speck. Goon. It was only a single meteor, but when it impacted on the surface, an incredible amount of energy and shockwave was released. It turned everything into dust. Ku-ai-ong. The emitted shockwave swallowed even the farthest monsters running away. Ku-oo. There was a massive crater, and one couldn't even see traces of corpses in the aftermath. It only left behind the traces of this incredibly destructive magic. The mastermind behind the attack could feel the aftereffects of the shockwave even from within his barrier. Poo-shi-shi-shik. Before the dust could settle, Janie's barrier started to fade away. Guong. Anan's kick was concentrated at a single point on the barrier, and it broke in an instant. Why are you in such a hurry? Anan frowned at Woojin's words. It seems I wasted my precious points. Was it completely pointless to bring a great army to hunt down the immortal? Maybe, it would have been better to form an elite unit like Selrak to clear the immortal's dungeon repeatedly. Your points. His loss didn't just end at losing his precious points when his monster army was wiped out. It also gave a new source of life energy to Woojin. Can't you feel it? He spread both his arms. The air was hot from the heat, and it was full of dust. Anan glared at Woojin. He was dumbfounded at the fact that his army was wiped away in a single move, but the immortal was in the same boat as him. Now he just had to delay the immortal for a short amount of time. The dragons, Fatu and Leia, should be at the immortal's colony soon. It seems you also lost all your subordinates. Really? I'm certain that hadn't occurred. Was the immortal trying to trigger him into feeling nervous? It was nonsensical tactic. Choo-choo-choo-choot. The dust was moving in a strange way. The bone dusts from the tens of thousand monsters were coalescing. Anan frowned. He could tell the immortal's emotions hadn't changed much, so his response sounded out of place. The Harpy Queen Shirao, who bowed beside him, glared at Woojin. I'm pretty sure you'll have your hands full fighting us. The immortal's undead army was in excellent health. He could just resummon them again. However, Anan and Shirao thought they would be able to delay him for a certain amount of time. I'm not your opponent. Before she could answer Woojin's words, the bone dust started to form a figure. A long spinal column formed from head to tail, and the ribs started to form. Just by looking at its skeletal structure, one could tell that this creature had been massive in life. Its wings were only made out of bones, and it was refined to sharpness. The wing in itself would be a fantastic weapon. Then there were two pits in its enormous head. Red lights flickered to life as it flared into large flames within the pits, and they started emitting light. Cool. It was the undead army's biggest problem child. Yong let out a long roar. Kururu. The long neck swung, and its large head faced towards Woojin. You have summoned me. What is your wish? Woojin smirked at the familiar voice. If Bibi was here, she would have made a big fuss as she rubbed her cheeks against Yong. Kill them, then follow me. Kururu. Yong turned his head, and his gaze reached Shirao and Anan. I've received your wish. I'll see you a little bit later. Woojin summoned Xing, and he got on. He-young. Xing galloped into the sky, and Janice flew beside them using flight magic. That bag of bones. It seems he still has dementia. Goo ha ha. It's all good. Woojin smirked. Yong was the first dragon. He had lived so long that he hadn't been able to escape the curse of forgetfulness. It had been a while since he had seen Yong. He was just glad to see him again. When the phantom steed and the lich quickly escaped the battlefield, Shirao quickly tried to follow them through the air. Kwajik. Where are you going, my cute little bird? Eat? Let me go. Shirao struggled, but she was in Yong's grasp. He moved her towards his mouth. Shwak, Kwang. Anan desperately kicked him, but the undead dragon's bones were too sturdy. Kwajik. Yong took a bite out of the Harpy Queen as if he was eating a biscuit, and he moved to squash the being that was kicking him. Kwang. However, Anan had trained his body to the extreme, so his movements was extraordinary. There was no way he would be easily caught by Yong's claws. Ku-rook. The angry Yong let out a sigh, and he started to curl up. The dry bones of his wings quickly covered him, and the dragon curled up as if it was going to sleep. Anan looked at the dragon with disbelief on his face. What kind of From 1 to 10, he hated everything about the immortal. He hated all of Immortal's familiars. Yong wasn't showing any will to fight, so he turned to look at Woojin and the Lich, who was flying far into the distance. Kwajik. It had been a brief moment, but Anan had took his eyes off of Yong. A long bone that looked like a hook was protruding from Anan's stomach. Kururu. Yong took a bite out of Anan, who was stuck on his claw. His sharp canines separate Anan's body from its head. Yong licked his chops when Anan disappeared into a gray light. He once again looked at Woojin flying into the distance. Your wish has been fulfilled. Kung. Soon, it started running after Woojin. It looked clumsy running on all 4 feet, but it was so large that the sight was scary rather than it being funny. Too bad. Kururu. Yong flapped his bony appendages. His wings had lost the ability of flight, so it looked pitiful. Fatu and Leia. They were similar to the gold dragon Rajaki, who appeared on Earth. They were dimensional lords from the dragon race. Amongst the dragons, Fatu and Leia were the only great lords who possessed codes. They enjoyed ruling over other beings, and they would rather accept a bribe rather than pillage. These 2 beings had come out of their dungeons, and they were aiming for Woojin's colony. Is Thrash really worth this much fear? Tronet's great lords were pooling their strength for this all-out attack. Janice and Woojin could see the pointy peak of the Saurus mountain, and they could also see 2 large creatures approaching the mountain from the sky. They were so big that Woojin could see them from afar. Is it more useless dragons again? Janice looked a bit wistful. A dimensional lord's body was never left behind after death, so Janice wouldn't gain much from killing them. He wasn't a dragon slayer, but dragons left behind pretty useful ingredients. Who cares if it is a dragon or a person? They were great lords of Tronet. The fact that they had to die wouldn't change. This isn't good. Janice felt the resonance of magical energy, and it alerted him to the danger. The dragons were arched like a bow, and their stomachs were bloated. It seemed they were about to let out the dragon breaths from midair. They were already too late. You should blink us above them. It was a short-distance teleportation spell. One could move anywhere where one could see, and the range was dependent on one's control over magical energy. Woojin had the best magician by his side, but Janice was also the worst magician for this situation. That is a good idea. Woojin was riding on top of Xing, and Janice placed his hand on Woojin's shoulder. Hurry! I'm not in range yet. Woojin's face was filled with anxiousness. The engorged stomach of the dragons looked very large. Are we there yet? A little bit more. The dragon that had been lagging behind the other one brought down its head as red flame erupted from its wide-open jaw. It headed towards the colony's symbol. The dragon's breath shot towards the world tree like a laser, and Woojin felt his heart lurch. If he lost the gate, he couldn't return to Earth. He would be able to gain another dungeon, but he had to wait for the synchronization. Hurry! Accompanying his shout, Janice and Woojin disappeared at the same time. However, they appeared above the dragon's head. Woojin was in freefall as he brought out his warrior's weapon. After changing its form to an axe, he brought it down on the red dragon Leia's head. Block it! Woojin let out an order, which was filled with desperation. He hoped Janice's barrier would be able to protect the world tree. Too late. He had blinked across a large distance, so his magical consumption had been quite significant. In a flash, Janice had run out of magical energy. He quickly tried to gather more, but Janice doubted he would be able to block the dragon's attack. On the other hand, Leia had been defenseless, since it was about to let out its breath. Woojin had brought down his axe in anger, and Leia's head was split open. Kuwa-ah! Leia let out a roar as she plummeted to the ground with Woojin and his axe. Woojin's gaze headed towards the world tree. If his colony took a direct hit from the breath, it would burn. It didn't. It is a miracle. The coalition had blocked it. Woojin let out a sigh of relief, and he pulled out the axe embedded inside Leia's head. Drop Fatu. That won't be difficult. Janice started to pour out the magical energy he had gathered towards the gold dragon Fatu. Gulung. The meteor fell a long distance away, but the aftershock was felt at the Saurus mountain. It even made the monsters, who had been tirelessly attacking the colony, to pause. That's Janice. My teacher is here. His teacher was the only one who could use delay on a meteor summon spell of that caliber. Sungu let out a shout filled with joy. Graham's eyes became round when he saw Sungu's behavior. Didn't you say your teacher was dead? He is dead, but he is still very energetic. Was there a difference in definition between the word from Earth and Alphen? Graham had a frown on his face as Jamin laughed from the side. The tension and the oppressive feeling that had been suffocating them vanished just from the appearance of Woojin. It felt as if the sense of responsibility they felt was lifted. Janie's is a lich. Lich? A single eyebrow twitched on Graham's face. If he was referring to a lich, it was understandable to refer one's magical teacher as dead. Lich? Graham became startled. There was only one lich, who traveled with the immortal. Why, your teacher is the sovereign of pestilence. He was the worst, the strongest, and the best magician. His existence itself was a calamity. My God. Sungu let out a broad smile at the shocked Graham. Ha. It seems teacher is quite famous over here. He was famous, but he was known for being bad. When he comes here, I'll introduce you to him. Should he run away? While Graham mulled over useless worries, Jamin pointed towards that sky. Is that Hyung Nim? It is. Sungu nodded his head when he saw Woojin streaking through the sky. The lich was trailing behind Woojin using flight magic. Sungu had seen Janie's in flight, so he was able to identify Janie's. One was Xing, and the other one was the lich in flight. We just have to hold out a little bit more. Kong Woojin was back. Since the colony was intact, it would be trivial for him to recover the destroyed castle. Moreover, he would be able to replenish their troops. The monsters running across the outer wall wouldn't be a problem. This also held true for the two dragons in the sky. They had unintentionally looked up towards the sky, and they became surprised. It's a dragon's breath. The first one to come to his senses was the Archmage Graham. He reflexively put up a barrier, but it was broken too easily by the dragon's breath. Leia's dragon breath was heading towards the world tree. Sungu ran forward. If they lost this location, they would lose the ability to get back to Earth. Will I be able to do it? He wasn't confident he could do this. No, he was a little bit confident that he'll be able to pull this off. It will work out somehow. Waruruk. His running body was engulfed in flame, and Sungu quickly stood in front of the world tree. When the breath arrived right in front of him, the burning Sungu opened both his arms wide. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 183, Descendant of a Dragon, 1. Chapter 183, Descendant of a Dragon, 1. It was hot. After he started working with fire, he had thought he had forgotten such sensation. However, the heat he felt through his two hands couldn't be described as fire. He was someone who had digested the conflagration from hell. He couldn't lose to a mere dragon's breath. A red dragon's breath was made out of fire, so he'll be able to absorb it. I'm melting. His two hands were disintegrating into a haze. When he saw this sight, the confidence that had been creeping into his head disappeared. His confidence hit rock bottom. I'm dying. The moment he felt fear, he could no longer resist against the breath's nature. Wa'ak! The flames were consuming him, and it felt as if his hands, feet, and hair would all burn away. No, it might have already happened. The only thing his two eyes could see was the red flames. The flames was so strong that it felt as if his soul was burning away. There was no way he would be able to gather his disordered mind. The faint memories and past life events were passing in front of his eyes when he heard a voice. Sungu. It was a familiar voice. Was it his parents' voice? Was it the voice of an angel? Hey Sungu. He didn't know if he was hearing through his ears, or maybe it was a hallucination ringing inside his mind. His consciousness was fading away, and in the end, Sungu blacked out. Holuuk. The burning heat was spreading to the surrounding. The air was so hot that most people couldn't get closer to the source. Move. Lich Janie's formed nested barriers as he blocked the dragon's breath. Sungu. Woojin had arrived in great haste, and he saw the mushy body of Sungu, which was melting away. The bastard was dumb yet sweet. Sungu was someone who followed his order at all cost. Why did he have to do such a reckless act? Woojin's gaze headed towards the world tree, which was rustling from the wind. He saw the portals in front of it, and the light looked especially profound and mysterious today. The colony had been safeguarded. Hey Sungu. There was no reply as Sungu's soul shook as if it was miserable. Woojin cooled his heart. He had worried for the past 20 years about dying on Alphen without being able to return to Earth. These memories flitted through his head. The first person from Earth to die on Alphen shouldn't be Sungu. There was no way he would let that happen. Don't worry. Woojin sat near the fire. His hand headed towards the body, which seemed to be melting away as it tried to reconcile with the flame. I want you to command all my familiars, genies. Lord. What do you want me to do? The lich's body was currently existed as a flame. It brushed by Sungo, and it came to rest next to its master. Usually his voice was filled with playfulness, but it no longer had that tone. I want you to eradicate all the dimensional lords and monsters on Alphen. As the Lord wishes. Genies turned away. As he headed towards the outer walls, his robes trembled from pure bliss. He'll finally be able to save Alphen. He'll also relieve the lives of the beings that stood against the immortal. Hyung. Jaemin approached them with a face full of worry. Woojin was terse with his words. I'll save Sungu. You should return to Earth first. How can I be the only one to? If this place is any indication, Earth probably isn't in a great state either. Go and protect them. Why, you want me to protect them? Jaemin was taken aback. He had received the Vampire Lord's blood, but he wasn't at Kang Woojin's level. He didn't have the power or the guts to protect Earth. Woojin looked at him with earnest eyes. Sua? No matter what, you have to protect Sua. Yes. I'll be there soon. Please just hold out until then. Yes, Hyung. Jaemin quickly headed towards the portal. When Woojin gave his approval, Jaemin's body was sent across the portal. He was sent to Bibi's castle. He was sent to the aircraft carrier being governed by Bibi. Who? Woojin wanted to go to Earth immediately to see what the dimensional lords were up to. However, he couldn't. Waruruk. The flame still refused to die down as it enveloped Sungu's body. If one called him a fire spirit, he fit the description now. His entire body had melted away. His soul was just boiling like a ball of flame. Don't die. If he couldn't even save a single person, how could he claim that he will save Earth? Wiang. The evil spirits, which circled around Woojin's body, started to crawl forward. Shuang. The black evil spirits circled around Sungu as they restricted the movement of Sungu's soul. It was as if they were trying to prevent Sungu's soul from escaping. Woojin spread out his two hands, and he didn't move an inch as if he was frozen in place. He concentrated, then he concentrated again. He was making sure the evil spirits couldn't harm Sungu's soul. Shuang. Woojin was tethering Sungu, who wasn't ready to depart from this world. This was when the gold dragon Fatu let out a roar. Ku-oh-oh-oh. Red Dragon Leia had died by the Immortals' attack. The raging Fatu landed on the outer wall as it let out a roar. Its influence was immediate. The monsters, who had been milling about in confusion, stopped for a brief moment before they started gathering around the dragon. It seemed the dragon wanted to continue the siege. It wanted to continue until the world tree was destroyed. A mere dragon dares to bark in front of the king. Janice walked forward. He was letting out a black energy, and his unfiltered murderous intent was rushing out of him. As Janice continued forward, the heroes of the coalition was busy retreating from fright. Shwak. Black smoke were coalescing one by one behind the lich as the Death Knights were summoned. Our Lord has given us an order. Ramzan accepted Janice's words. Ah. Did everyone hear that? Is that Yong Yong? We'll be able to fight to our heart's content. Each of the Death Knights said what they wanted to before they summoned their skeleton warriors. Hundreds of thousands of skeletons ripped themselves out of the black abyss. We'll have to kill the dragon first. Shwa. From behind the lich, several thousand skeleton magicians appeared. These were the magician troops under his direct command. Shwan. Various types of magical spells were shot out at once towards the gold dragon Fatu. Poo-poo-pong. The dragon had its shield magic engaged, so these attacks couldn't hurt it. However, the nearby monsters were hit, and they struggled in pain. I won't forgive you, immortal. Tens or hundreds. Not much significance was placed on the number of deaths suffered by the dimensional lords, who lived for a very long time. Leia and Fatu. However, it meant a lot for these two beings. Weak beings died in the tens or hundreds of times, but they were dragons before they became dimensional lords. There were only a handful of times where they had experienced death. Of course, Fatu was pissed. Weeing. Fatua's stomach became engorged as it took a deep breath. It wanted to decimate all the skeletons with its breath. The enraged dragon's mouth was about to head towards the Saurus Mountain's peak when the ground shook. A big body was running up the mountain. It's someone from my race. Yong smashed through the forest as it jumped on Fatua's back before it could let out its breath. It looked skinny, but Yong wasn't light at all. Its hook-like feet pressed Fatua's head into the ground. Guru-roo. What is your wish? This was probably how a prey felt before being eaten by a predator. The two beings matched eyes. Ancient. Your wish? Get off. Kwajik. Fatua's head was crushed when Yong's claws were clenched. Guang. The breath and magical energy were mixed within the body, and it exploded forth as if a dam had broken. However, even if this maelstrom occurred beneath Yong, it only briefly lifted Yong's body into the air. After the bone dragon landed on the decimated land, it looked at the numerous monsters in its surrounding. Your wish has been granted. If they wished death, he'll grant it. Gu-oh-oh-oh. At Yong's roar, the monsters started to run away in fright. It's a hunt. The Death Knights summoned their phantom steeds, and they swept over the battlefield. It has come to an end. Someone had mumbled out those words, and it acted like a signal. The nervousness that was suffocating them was washed away. The monsters were running away. Their roars were moving farther away. Then there were their injured comrades. Let us sweep the battlefield. Please gather the injured. Skia's first monk Taurik yelled out the instructions. Several people came to their senses, and they started gathering their injured comrades, who were moaning in pain. In the end, we were able to protect this place. Elf Lord Silver Arrow Latasha was already next to Taurik as she spoke. He let out a sigh. He protected it. Immortal had arrived right on time. No, he might have been late, but in the end, he was able to protect this place. The Fire Spirit King. Will he live? I'm not sure. Woojin was sitting in front of the World Tree as if he was meditating, and there was a flickering flame in front of him. The size of the flame was getting smaller, and it seemed to portend the death of the Fire Spirit. It was regretful. He might already be dead. The Immortal was trying his best to save the Fire Spirit. The Immortal's expression was so serious that she couldn't express such sentiments. Latasha looked around her surrounding, and she tilted her head in puzzlement. Did the Holy Maiden not come back yet? That's... Taurik swallowed his words. Melody had left with Woojin, yet he had returned by himself. It wasn't as if he could ask the Immortal about her. He was between a rock and a hard place, so he decided to wait for the Immortal to finish his work. It isn't time. He is calling for you. Be strong. The sound tickled his ears, so Sungu opened his eyes. No, he couldn't tell if his eyelids were open or not. The only certain part was the fact that his consciousness was awake. You are awake? Hyung. Yes. It's all right. Sungu tried to get up. You should stay still. Just look straight up. Woojin quickly gave instructions, and Sungu just looked upwards towards Woojin's face. He could tell that Woojin was genuinely worried for him. Hyung. Am I still alive? You are for now. However, you are slowly dying. First, let me put an insurance in place. While Sungu was conscious, Woojin quickly made him a vassal of his dimensional domain. Sungu would be the second vassal from Earth after Dujaman. I became a knight? Yes. Still, you should avoid dying at all cost. It was as he implied. This was just insurance. If things went wrong, Sungu could be revived using points, since he was a vassal of Woojin's domain. However, it wasn't a guarantee that Sungu would come back as his old self. Moreover, when he died, Sungu would lose his inherent ID code. When he was born, he was given an ID code for Earth. This was what allowed him to immediately re-enter Earth. He didn't have to wait for the synchronization. If he lost his code, he'll basically be in the same category as the aliens and monsters. I'll save you. You have two choices. What is it? Before your soul is destroyed, I can revive you as a lich. Why was Hyung speaking those words with such a serious expression on his face? Do I have another choice? You can overcome it. Your body can fight and win against Dragon's Breath and the curse left behind by the dragon language. Isn't that the better choice? However, it'll be painful. It'll be very painful, and there is a very low chance of it succeeding. What kind of choices were those? Why did his life always drive him into a spot where he had to make such difficult decisions? Hyung. I've never been in a romantic relationship. Woojin, who had a very serious expression on his face up until now, smiled for the first time. Since he had the time to crack a joke, it seemed Sungu had found his equilibrium. He was joking around even as his corpse was being destroyed. If you become a lich, you won't lose your code. That is the safer. No way. I'll do it. I'll overcome it. I'll only die after I experience being in a romantic relationship. How will I accomplish that if I'm revived as a skeleton? Woojin's expression hardened. Sungu. He hadn't been joking. All right. Woojin took out the dragon's heart from his inventory. It was a treasure he had been lucky to acquire at Mivich's laboratory. It is only a dragon's curse. You will overcome it. He'll overcome the lizard's curse. Yes. Woojin placed the dragon's heart on top of Sungu's soul. You'll be able to do it. No, he had to do it. If he wanted to avoid becoming a pitiful dimensional refugee looking for one's home planet code, he'll have to do it. He'll overcome the dragon's curse even if he had to become a draconian. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 184, Descendant of a Dragon, 2. Chapter 184, Descendant of a Dragon, 2. The flame in front of the world tree had grown. It looked like a black flame. The color looked to be the manifestation of impure blood. When one got closer, one could see the evil spirits swimming around it. Within the black flame, one could see a white flame burning within. There was a dragon's heart slowly melting away, and the white flame was using the dragon's heart as fuel. Woojin had already sat in front of the burning fire for well over 10 days. He was focused solely on the evil spirits, so he didn't have the time to take stock of what was going on around him. It was a private battle that drew the attention of the people around Woojin. However, when it continued on for over 10 days, the heroes of the coalition started focusing on their assigned roles. It would have been great if Woojin fixed the colony using his godlike power, but he was too busy. So the coalition had to fix the place themselves. It took them 20 days to roughly secure the surrounding. The corpses of tens of thousands of monsters were gathered in a single location, and an enormous mountain was transformed from it. One could see blood-stained patches in various locations on the mountain. The immortal stayed steadfastly in place, but his undead army was razing the nearby regions as they slaughtered all the monsters. Their activities allowed the people of the coalition, who had been barely hanging on by a thread by hiding, to gather in droves around the Saurus mountain. However, there were still a lot of suspicious people, who thought this was a trap made by some dimensional lord. So they weren't rash in coming to the mountain. This was why the heroes of the coalition had to expand their base of operation as they rescued the people. They were steadily growing their forces. The Phantom unit being led by Blanca and Che Haesol was also achieving great results in Alphen. It has been a while, yet the rear troops haven't come through yet. We might be the last one to cross. Supporting troops had been sent in an effort to save Alphen. Woojin, Hong Sungu and Du Jaemin had been the first wave, and the Phantom unit was the second wave to arrive. Everyone was a member of Alendal. Whether it was to exploit or putting a presence on Alphen, many guilds from various countries wanted to come to Alphen. However, none of them had shown up yet. Either they gave up on coming here themselves, or there was a reason why they weren't able to come here. It seems something grave may be happening on Earth. Hong Sungu lay near death, and Du Jaemin quickly returned to Earth using the gate. Their king hadn't moved an inch after sitting in front of the flame, so they couldn't even ask him questions. Their curiosity was driving them nuts. They had several suspicions, yet they had no choice but to wait. They decided to stick to the initial plan. The Phantom unit trained as they helped the coalition. I'm a little bit worried. What if we aren't able to go back home? I'll be okay, Blanca. Do you doubt our king? If there is no roads, he'll pave one himself. Hoo-oo. My mother sometimes appears in my dreams. I'm really worried. Haesol calmly soothed Blanca, then she went to meet Taurik. Ah, Captain Haesol. What can I do for you? Taurik welcomed her. Even amongst the freaks that came over from Earth with the immortal, Haesol, and the Phantom unit was a bit special. They worked very well together, and they were very good at carrying out missions. They were a group that specialized in search and rescue. Have you found the Holy Maiden yet? We are trying our best, but we haven't found her yet. Aside from the people from Alendal, the Phantom unit was most familiar with Holy Maiden Melody in the coalition. She had already been missing for several dozen days. She had left with Woojin to find Aria's temple, yet she hadn't returned yet. Several cynics spread a false rumor that Melody had been murdered by the immortal. Since the accused couldn't defend himself, there was no way they could completely dismiss such a claim. Taurik. Latasha lightly ran down the road leading from the castle walls, and she came to a stop in front of them. There was an excited expression on her face as if she had met an old friend. Her face was flushed. The Holy Maiden of Aria is back. Oh. Really? She is coming up from the base of the mountain. It seems all the spirits within Alphen is trying to help us. Since the Holy Maiden was back, she would be able to cure those who weren't recovering from their wounds. She was basically like a savior sent by the gods. There was no one who could rival Melody in terms of holy power. Moreover, since she had acquired Aria's holy item, her power would have grown much stronger. The gathered heroes ran down to greet the Holy Maiden of Aria. They went to greet her with a happy heart. A big crowd was gathered around her to celebrate her return, but when they caught sight of her, Melody didn't have a bright expression on her face. What happened, voice of Aria? Skia's monk. Melody's voice somehow sounded sorrowful. The immortal was short on time, so he went ahead of me. I just followed behind. Oh. Is that so? You went through a lot of hardship. You did very well. Even as Taurik fiercely greeted Melody, he immediately asked her for a favor. Since he was the leader, he had to deliver the difficult messages. It was the right thing to do. I know you've just arrived, so I'm being shameless. However, there are people crying out from pain. Could you give them the blessing of Aria? Of course. Melody let out a weak laugh as she followed after Taurik. I want to welcome you back. I am so happy that you came back safely. Thank you, Holy Maiden. She was being congratulated by the people, but she barely smiled. Her smile indicated that she was uncomfortable with something. It seemed as if Woojin would wake up in a short amount of time, but 20 days had passed. He wasn't showing any signs of waking up. Many people wondered how a person could live without moving or eating. However, if one thought about the immortal's past exploits, this was nothing. Moreover, people were more worried about the state of the planet than him. The political landscape of this continent had gone through a seismic change. The immortal had reappeared, and the fractured coalition was being rebuilt. Moreover, the dimensional lords, who had taken over almost the entirety of Alphen, were being taken down. The undead army had swept through the battlefield, and they had already cleared a wide area. They had cleared about 1/3 of the planet. In other words, even as this large area was being pacified, the immortal hadn't woken up. He stayed in place to protect the waning flame of a life. A woman was watching the immortal. Immortal. Melody looked at the nearly melted dragon's heart, the small flame, the black evil spirits, and Woojin. He was sitting in front of these elements, and she monitored the situation. Oh goddess. How could you give me such a tribulation? She felt resentment. After giving everything of herself to her goddess, this was the first time Melody felt resentment towards her goddess. Melody couldn't understand the latest oracle. You have to burn the world tree for Alphen. They were barely able to bloom this symbol, which had become the hope of the coalition. Yet she had to burn it with her own hands? Moreover, this was the last gate leading to Woojin's dimensional domain. If the gate was destroyed, he'll be trapped in Alphen. He'll be trapped here until he could gain another dungeon. It wasn't as if she didn't know what her goddess was aiming for. However, she questioned whether such an action was just. She felt tormented. The feelings inside her heart fought each other to fill her with anguish and suffering. It was a big burden for her. What are you doing here? Melody was so surprised that her heart almost jumped out of her chest. Hick. What's up? Woojin smirked when he saw the hiccuping Melody. Are you a pervert? Why are you spying on me? I'm not a pervert. Hick. Melody's face was red for no reason, and she couldn't look straight into Woojin's eyes. She was feeling embarrassment, guilt, and sorriness. Moreover, her heart was pounding. What made you move right now? Melody took a glance behind him, and she couldn't locate the evil spirits nor the dragon's heart. The only thing left behind was a small red and white flame. It was lighting up the surrounding like a candle. Well, I pretty much did all I can. How's Sungbanim doing? It is all up to him now. I hope he comes out okay. Melody's eyes turned round. What do you mean? He's being reborn without experiencing death. He'll probably come out after remolding himself a little bit. Melody was still confused by his words, so her puzzled expression refused to leave her face. Woojin changed the topic. Give me your holy item. Melody hesitated. As soon as he got up, he was asking for her holy item. Hurry up and give it to me. I lost it. Woojin suddenly pushed his face towards Melody, and he looked straight into her eyes. She didn't have the courage to look into the fathomless depth of his eyes, so she lowered her head. Well, all right. Woojin backed off without making much of a fuss. I want it found before I get back. He still had one more holy item to acquire besides Arya's holy item. Where are you going? Is he going back to Earth? What if he never returned to Alphen? She looked at him with worried eyes, but Woojin spoke in an offhand manner. Where else? I need to go catch Here's follower. The 5 holy items were sub-ingredients for the Thresh's set items. He just needed the ingredient for the belt. Afterwards, his task would be complete once he received Arya's circlet. The other ingredient items were across different dimensions, so he could just use his points to purchase it. I want you to protect the colony until I get back. Why aren't you answering me? Yes? Then I'll be putting my trust in you. When Woojin walked away, Melody was alone. The strength in her legs drained out of her, and she sat on the ground as if she was collapsing. Oh goddess! Her anguish deepened. The wyvern's screech stabbed at her ears. Shwa! She would have preferred a dragon's roar. She was used to the sound of the wind brushing by her ears, so the sound of the wyverns was painful to the elf. Why do I have to go with you? The headwind was making her skin scrunch up. The poor elf complained about her unfair situation. You were the only one who looked completely free. The immortal spoke in an offhand manner as if her troubles were over nothing. Latasha's clenched fists shook. Of course, I have things to do. The one that has least to do has to become my guide. Why do you keep insisting I was doing nothing? Am I on the right path? The surface of the ground was passing by quickly. When Woojin indirectly asked her a question, she looked around in a disgruntled fashion before she spoke. Over there. You have to go past the rock mountain. The one with the best eyesight has to be my guide. She couldn't refute the immortal's argument, so she kept biting at her blameless lips. God of time. 5 gods had the master codes of Alphen. He'll have the last holy item in couple days. Sizzle sizzle. The meat was spitting out fat as it cooked deliciously over the campfire. Wow. It looks incredibly delicious. 6 children were gathered in a small group. They were sitting around the fire with meat skewers in their hands. When the meat was done, one of the children started chewing on it. Oh wow. It is really tasty. Wow. You're right. All the children started taking a bite out of the meat, and they had a happy expression on their faces. Up until now, the children had been busy trying to follow the adults as they fled for safety. However, they were very quick to adjust to anything thrown at them. The very first change that happened when they arrived at the Saurus mountain was the fact that smiles returned to their faces. Laughters of children erupted from within the mountain. One child spoke in a boastful manner. I heard it from my mom. What did she say? I heard the flame spirit king died here. Really? Yeah. She said it is the reason why this flame never goes out. Wow. It was the first time they heard this story, so the children's eyes shone brightly. The fire spirit king from Earth had performed a lot of weird shows at the square, so he was very popular amongst the children. A flame remained where he had died. So that's why our meat is cooking so deliciously. Let's cook here again tomorrow. Yeah. Let's do that. The children were in a world where deaths and goodbyes were too familiar. The innocent children made a promise as they swore to meet again tomorrow as they locked their dirty pinkies. Waruruk. The flame continued to get smaller and larger. It was breathing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 185, Last Holy Item, 1. Chapter 185, Last Holy Item, 1. God of Time Heres. The god was reported to have been born alongside Alphen, but he didn't have many followers. No, the existence of the god hadn't been spread, so the normal people didn't even know about his existence. Only his priests worshipped Heres, and their missions were conducted in secret. They secretly traveled across the continent, and they only opened their doors to their successors. Scholars and the long-lived races were the only ones who knew about the existence of Heres. The exclusive and secret order of the god was located on a land covered with ice. 2222. A phantom steed was running above this land. Ha! A white plume of breath came out of Latasha's mouth. The elf lord was once again co-opted as a guide, because she knew the location of Here's temple, and she had good eyesight. Are you sure we are on the right path? Yes, I'm sure. I don't see anything here. Woojin tilted his head in puzzlement, yet Xing didn't stop running. It is located at the land of ice. Here's temple is located at the deepest and coldest location. Where is that supposed to be? We can see it now. Woojin's eyes lit up when he looked at the location pointed out by Latasha. One could see an enormous ice mountain towering over this flat lands. As they got closer, his eyes kept getting larger. It wasn't a mountain. Ice castle? Yes. You are correct. The ice castle was placed in a location where the cold made it impossible for any creature to live here. However, the enormous castle was as big as the Saurus mountain. Ha! This was beyond it being grand. Its overwhelming size gave even Woojin a pause. It was the same for Latasha. The information about this place was passed down through oral tradition, and this was the first time she was seeing this place. Well, let's head in. They circled the castle once, and they were able to find an entrance halfway up the castle. When the phantom steed approached it, one could see a very small door big enough to allow only a single person to enter. Kwang. I think it is locked. Latasha knocked on the door, then she turned to look at Woojin. He stepped forward. Move aside. He saw no doorknob or keyhole. Moreover, when he put his palm to the door, he could feel the coldness through the door. Weeing. Wait a moment. When she felt the nearby magical energy move, Latasha tried to stop him. Woojin gathered his power into his palm, and he detonated the door. Guong. Accompanying a shock wave, the door flew inward. It's open. Why are you so rude? Did you want me to knock and wait for someone to come to the door? She didn't know why she bothered with words. The immortal wasn't a good candidate for her to lecture about manners and etiquette. Latasha's cheeks puffed out as she turned her head away. Woojin ignored her, and he started climbing the long staircase made out of ice. Why is it so dark in here? Please wait. Latasha elegantly waved her hands before cupping her hands together. Pot. A small fairy made out of light appeared atop her palms. It gave a bright smile before it flew in front of the party. It is a spirit of light. I didn't ask for one. A few. Latasha shook her head from side to side as she walked in front of him. They climbed long enough that they were starting to get bored. At the end of the stairway, a door appeared. Unlike the one before, the steel door had a deeply recessed handhold. Latasha pulled with all her might, yet it refused to open. Are you going to blow it up again? Of course. Woojin placed his palm on the door, and he gathered his magical energy. However, the door opened before the explosion could occur. Shriek, weeing. After looking at the opened crack, Latasha looked towards the immortal. What should we do? Should we not go in? We'll go in. Shriek. When they went in, the door locked itself. Woojin frowned, and Latasha was taken aback. What the hell happened? I can't hear the voice of the wind. The temple severed the inhabitants from the outside. It seemed the immortal wasn't the only one who had his power taken away. Latasha also lost her power, and she floundered at this alien feeling. Let's go back out. This is too dangerous. In an unexpected turn of event, an unknown power had made her lose her power. The pitfall of such a situation made her feel agitated. It's all right. It is always like this. We'll leave after we find the holy item. But? Latasha frowned. However, she inferred from the immortal's expression that this was normal. Woojin walked as if he was used to such a situation. It isn't shaped like a spaceship. The light attached to the ceiling reminded him of the ones at the Aries temple. He didn't have to see Skia, Lisha, and Kor's temples to know what was in it. Still, he wondered why these 5 gods held the master codes of Alphen. As they walked down the long corridor, they came to an intersection. The space partitioned into sections, and they arrived at doors as they followed the walls. However, none of them were open. Tongue. He tried punching the door, but he knew it wouldn't be easy to break through the doors. Shall we continue forward? Since we came in without consent, maybe the god Heres is mad at us? I have no idea. Maybe it was the absence of her power, but she was unusually chatty right now. She continued to speak as they searched the place. A high priest must exist somewhere, so they continued the hide and seek. Geez. If he had his abilities, he would have used Gaby to scout the surrounding. It was very unfortunate that this option wasn't available to him. He walked through the long corridors, while he drew a map inside his mind. While he was searching, he came upon a door with a different-looking door handle. He tried opening it. Pooh shook. He only put a small amount of pressure on it, yet the door opened automatically. The sight across the door was familiar to Woojin, but it was foreign to Latasha. A pool table and a refrigerator. It was a pretty large room, and at a glance, one could tell it was being used as a break room. Woojin opened the refrigerator, and he saw the familiar sight of a cola. This is Kong, cheek. Woojin opened the can, and he started drinking the soda. Latasha was taken aback. What if it is poisoned? You should try drinking it. He unexpectedly threw another can of Coke towards Latasha. She caught it, and she looked over it in confusion. Tick, tick. She didn't know how to open it, so she struggled to open the drink. He smirked at the sight, then he looked at his surrounding. He saw a sofa and a TV. Beyond the screen, he could see a locker room. He saw familiar letters on each locker. Woojin looked at it with narrowed eyes. He could read some characters. Sorry, yellow, gang, Nadamube. There were around 8 lockers, and the letters looked similar to English, but he wasn't sure if it was the same language. He wasn't sure if he was reading it right. If this was a spaceship, it would have had a crew. If this was a building, it would have had custodians. He opened all the lockers, but it was all empty. He looked through the items within the break room, and he was sure of one thing. There's a connection here with Earth. Woojin had finished searching the room, and he was about to move on when Latasha was successful in opening the can. Wow. She looked at it with a face filled with curiosity. She took 2 gulps before she sprayed the liquid into the air. Poo-oo-oo. Ooh, okay. As expected, it's poison. She felt her throat being tickled as the carbonation of the drink attacked her. Latasha grabbed her white neck as she rolled around on the floor. When she felt a pressure rising from her stomach, she gave into it by opening her mouth. Burp. She had been rolling on the floor, but now she lay perfectly still. She was surprised as she stared at the ceiling. Woojin let out a sigh. Stop playing around. Let's go. What are you doing? Her face was bright red from embarrassment, but at the same time, her eyes widened. There is movement over there. Huh? He looked towards where Latasha was pointing at. He saw a small camera installed on the ceiling near the kitchen. Ho-oh. It seems someone was here. Woojin approached the lens of the camera, and he had a wide grin on his face. Since you've invited me, should we talk face to face? To be precise, he hadn't been invited. However, Woojin sent a warning towards the unfriendly owner of the temple. I saw some tools over there. If you don't come out now, I'll destroy everything. He gave the camera a wink, and he headed towards the bags containing tools. What are you doing? You should carry one too. Yes. Woojin took out a long claw hammer, and he passed the bag to Latasha. The bag was quite heavy. She was a woman, yet she wasn't laboring under the weight. Her magical energy had disappeared, but it seemed her strength as an elf lord remained. Well, shall we start now? If all the doors were locked, he'll force it open. Woojin exited the break room to force open the locked doors. This was when a light turned on in the corridor. To be precise, a guiding light in the shape of an arrow appeared on the floor. Ho-oh. You should have done this in the first place. Woojin and Latasha walked through the maze-like corridors as they were guided by the arrow. Afterwards, they arrived at a pretty large hallway. Shweek. A door opened from both sides, and they entered a small room. The ground is shaking. It is called an elevator. As if taken aback, Latasha grasped at the guardrails. This sight amused Woojin. Weeing. When the door opened once again, they came out to a large hall. Woojin walked forward with a long claw hammer that was as long as a baseball bat. He could see numerous computer screens placed everywhere. Even at a glance, one could see a screen that was placed at the head, and the screen was on. A bald man was standing inside the screen with a subdued smile on his face. What should we do? I think he is trapped inside. You should go stand over there. Yes. Woojin distanced himself from Latasha, who was making a big fuss. Then he addressed the screen. Hey Race? Yes. No, should I be referring to you as one of the crew members? Both aren't really suitable. If you are asking about why there's no one here, they didn't exist in the first place. I don't plan on humoring your riddles. Just give me your belt. You should have a lot of questions. Aren't you going to ask me about it? Do you plan on answering it? Of course. Does the ancient civilization of Alphen have any connection with Earth? I only record. I don't have the authority to browse the records. You? Ha! Nothing would come from his cussing at it. Rather than wasting his effort with words, it would be better to ignore it. Well, even if he hadn't asked about it, he wasn't too interested on finding those answers. Give me your belt. I can give it to you, but it isn't time. What nonsense are you talking about? I'll give it to you when it is time. I'm asking what time? The bald man inside the screen didn't answer him, so Woojin started to swear. Do you want to die? If you want to terminate my system, it isn't possible. You won't be able to get close to my physical server. Woojin had a big frown on his face. Server? What are your goals as gods? We want to maintain and protect Alphen. That is all. A few. Woojin shook his head from side to side. He never expected to find a god that was harder to talk to than Arya. So basically the gods were like a firewall protecting and preserving this planet. However, the gods always spoke in obscure ways, and this one in particular was speaking in stiff tones that made Woojin's blood boil. If you won't give it to me, I'll find it for myself. You won't be able to find. Kwajik. Woojin took the sharp end of the claw hammer to the screen. Pai-ji-jik. The screen let out a spark, and the screen next to it turned on. You won't be able to find it. Ha! Woojin once again smashed the lit screen, and another screen turned on again. Please be ready. When the time come, I'll give you the key. I told you I'll find it. Kwajik. Woojin kept destroying the screens, and Latasha stared at Woojin from the corner with wide eyes. In all her memories, she had never seen the immortal in such an excited state. Saurus Mountain's World Tree. You rascals. If you cook meat here, you'll be punished. Uwak. It's the soldiers. Che-Haesol and the Phantom Unit arrived in front of the unquenchable fire. It was called the Fire Spirit King's last breath. The children, who had been playing around the fire, scattered into the surrounding as they laughed. A few. I wonder when our director will be back. After crossing over to Alphen, they hadn't spent much time with Woojin. Moreover, Du Jaemin had already returned to Earth, and Sungu had disappeared into this single flame. Weeing. The portal vibrated as it let out a subdued light. It was right in front of them, yet they weren't able to cross it. Who is it? Holy Maiden. Haesol smiled as she watched Melody slowly walk towards the World Tree. Whether it was on Earth or Alphen, her miraculous healing ability was an awesome power. Everyone in the coalition liked her. I came here because I would like to have a conversation with the World Tree. What? Well, please go ahead. The World Tree was only a symbol representing the colony to Haesol, but the World Tree held a special significance to the people of Alphen. Could you leave me alone with the tree for a brief moment? All right. Haesol and the Phantom Unit eyed Melody as they distanced themselves from the World Tree. When the Holy Maiden was the only one left in front of the World Tree, she looked up at it with a heavy heart. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 186, Last Holy Item, 2. Chapter 186, Last Holy Item, 2. Were the gods always right? When she had this conflicting thought, the feeling of anguish arose. This matter was such a big deal that it shook her to the core. Even if she kept worrying over the problem, the only thing she could do was sigh. Her goddess wanted her to set it on fire. Why did her goddess give her such an oracle? Was she trying to prevent Kong Woojin from returning to Earth? Or was she trying to oppose him? She couldn't discern the meaning behind the oracle, so Melody was tormented. This was the first time she had this feeling of doubt in her life. She had always considered the goddess' words to be always right, and she always followed it. Was she the holy maiden of the goddess of premonition, or was she just a puppet on a string? Melody stood still for a while as she looked at the World Tree. Her expression kept changing by the minute, and she finally shook her head. This isn't right. What was the meaning behind burning the World Tree? The dungeon, Rot's temple, was cleared by Selrak, so Kong Woojin only had the Saurus colony left. If she burned the World Tree, which was his symbol, the connection point between Earth and Alphen would be severed. Moreover, she didn't have the confidence that she'll be able to endure the Immortal's wrath when he learned of her action. The gate was needed for him to return to Earth. No matter how much she thought about it, she couldn't come to the conclusion that the act of burning the World Tree was for the betterment of Earth and Alphen. For the first time in Melody's life, she made her own decision instead of following the voice of her goddess. Moreover, I can't do it. The ramification of her choice wasn't small. Shoo. Is this what divine punishment felt like? It felt as if the soul within her head was being shaken at its roots. This was different from the sensation of pain. She felt her body be seized by a sense of futility and powerlessness. It felt as if something important was draining out of her. When the feeling subsided, she immediately realized what was missing. It was a power she had always lived with. It was a power she knew very intimately. I turned my back on the goddess. She couldn't feel her holy power. She feebly looked at her two hands. Her goddess hadn't abandoned her, since she had abandoned her goddess first. She actually felt grateful for the retraction of her holy power. She had received a punishment. This lessened some of the guilt she felt for going against the will of her goddess. It is done. Now the immortal wouldn't lose his way back home. Her goddess oracle was incorrect. No, Melody had made it so. Since Kong Woojin could still travel back and forth from Earth, he won't lose that important something within himself. Ha! She fell to her knees, and she looked up at the World Tree. The wind blew against the leaves, and the leaves moved like a wave. It felt as if the tree was trying to console her. It was the same for swaying flame of Sungu below. Zing! At that moment, the portal let out a light as a person appeared. Immort! Melody thought the immortal had returned, so she had stood up to greet him. However, someone else exited from portal. It wasn't just a single person. It was several people. Who? Is this place Alphen? The Holy Maiden approached them. Who are you? Ah. You are the Holy Maiden. I saw you in a forum in New York. My name is Nakamura. Ah. She remembered him. She had gathered the Earth's Rouse to ask of them to save Alphen. She asked for an expedition force to be formed, but the Dakin Guild from Japan fought against the idea. They had argued in terms of profitability of such a venture. However, with the appearance of Kong Woojin, the plans for the expedition group dissolved into thin air. All plans were scrapped. This was what she remembered. It seems the cleanup party is here. Yes. We are the cleanup party from Earth. We are here to help rebuild Alphen. Nakamura displayed his white teeth as he laughed. My name is Majuro Nakamura. I am in charge of the expedition group sent from the Dakin Guild. She shook his hand in the confusion of the moment, and she felt a weird sense of danger. Even if she didn't have the blessing from the goddess of premonition, her instincts told her to be wary of this man. We are the first wave of the cleanup party. Soon, there will be a second and third group from Earth crossing over to Alphen. This is good news. Wasn't this what she always wanted? The Roused from Earth would be coming over to fight for Alphen, so how could she not thank them? However, something was bothering her. It was the greasy light within their eyes. Could you explain the lay of the land right now? This region had already been swept by the Immortals' army, so there should be no forces left that could pose a threat to us. However, Melody held back what she was about to say. She hesitated before she continued speaking. You should talk to the heroes of the coalition. Ah. We will. I forgot there were heroes here. So they are S-rank roused. Nakamura turned to look behind him. He had come with an elite force that was an equal of 100 warriors. Moreover, he brought a research staff, who'll study Alphen. Well, shall we start restoring Alphen? The Japanese from the Dakin Guild, who had crossed over to Alphen, quickly started to explore their surrounding. Beep. A variable outside of the prediction simulation has occurred. The speaker, which had been frustratingly giving the same answer over and over again, broke from its patter. It spoke something different. Woojin frowned. What nonsense are you talking about? Jeek. Woojin's body was soaked with sweat from smashing the monitors. The god of time was tireless, but a human got easily tired. A change that varies from the record has occurred. A new branch point has started. Woojin's face crumpled. He didn't care if they were gods or some other form of life. What were they? There were a lot of questions yet to be answered, but he was sure of one thing. It was useless to reason with them. They only spat out words that they wanted to say. They were unfriendly, and he had no idea what their aims were. So what is that supposed to mean? It is time. PSSSH. The sound of air escaping was heard, and a hatch from the ceiling opened. Something akin to an elevator descended. It was too small for a person to ride on it. The very small space above the lift was encased in glass, and one could see what was inside. The item was treated like a relic being displayed in a museum. Hey, race belt. I'm giving you the last key. PSHHHHH. The glass window opened, and Harry's holy item was within it. What was the reason behind this move? There was a causal relationship for everything. It might seem like a coincidence, but if one looked back an incident, one could always find out what had caused it. If Harry was giving up the holy item so easily, why did it waste his time like this? Even as he made a mess of its temple, Harry hadn't stopped him. It had been frustrating experience. It kept repeating it wasn't time yet. So why did the situation suddenly change? Let me ask you one question. This is the start of a new branch, so I have no data. I just record. Prediction is not my speciality. He wanted to beat the hell out of the bald man behind the monitor. He was so detestable that Woojin would automatically hit the man if he showed up. Who the hell said he wanted to know about the future? Well, it isn't as if you answered my question when I asked about old events. True. Are you playing with? I cannot tell you about how the variable would affect you. I just record. I will not cause changes to your journey. Instead of stoking his anger, the god of time Harry's words made Woojin give up. It had been giving such shameless answers for the past several hours. I think you've done enough to change what I'm going to do. It was silent again. A few. Forget I said that. Woojin grabbed Harry's belt. He had gathered all 5 items he would need to make Thrash's armor set. The rest of the ingredients could be bought through the dimensional store or it could be gathered at a different location. He didn't have to be tied down to Alphen anymore. It was time to return to Earth. When he acquired the holy item, the door opened once again, and the long corridor was revealed. He started to slowly walk out of the room, and Latasha, who had been waiting in the corner, suddenly appeared next him. Let's go. Latasha looked at the immortal face with a dumbfounded expression. How could a man, who had gone complete batshit crazy for several hours, suddenly speak like this? Shouldn't you resolve some of your issues before you go? What do you mean? You have a lot of questions. Even if I ask them, it won't answer me. What can I do? He answered in such a dignified manner that she didn't know what to say. Latasha's own experiences didn't prepare her for making sense of the immortal's action. She couldn't help but ask him another question. Didn't you destroy his possessions to get an answer? I did it just in case. Also, I would have been bored if I had to just wait doing nothing. As expected, the immortal was born with a propensity for violence. Latasha once again had to re-evaluate Woojin. I've got everything I came here for. He hadn't come here to talk to Harry's. He just wanted to acquire the holy item. He had thought he would be able to find an answer to his stifling situation, yet it felt as if everything had become more complicated. However, Woojin was too thick-skinned to worry too much over it. He wasn't overly stressed. Let's hurry back. Yes. He was just annoyed with Harry's unnecessary actions. Elf Lord Latasha quickly got on behind Woojin. Jeek. The bald man appeared on all the screens except for the broken ones. I hope you will be able to complete your journey this time. Jeek. Woojin. Harry's voice sounded too earnest for it to be called a sound made by a machine. Phantom Unit. They were talents found through an open call. Actually, these were the people who hadn't been able to run away when Woojin and Kim Conchal suddenly got into a fight. They had all been low-rank roused, but that wasn't the case anymore. Rank B. The lowest ranked member of the Phantom Unit was Rank B. It was a high rank where they would be able to be hired as a director in most guilds. It had been only several months, yet they had grown at a breakneck pace. It was inexplicable to everyone else as to how this was possible. However, Allendale was known for growing unbelievably strong roused, so it wasn't something that happened only in a dream. The reinforcement stones were used to increase the base stats, and Allendale hadn't skimped on investing numerous skill book into them. They had been only rank E and F, yet they were given all these stuff. Che Haesol had become the leader of this newly made Phantom Unit. It was thanks to her that the members of the Phantom Unit were well trained and loyal. Still, they were weaker than the undead army, so they were given the role of rescuing members of the coalition. They were here to help the coalition rebuild. There were a lot of work to do with the Saurus colony, but in recent days, they've run across a lot of trouble. They weren't in dispute with the people of this planet, beings from different races or even the forces of the coalition. The problem arose from the people, who had originated from the same place as them. The people from Earth were causing problems. One of the top members of the Phantom unit named Kim Junyeon looked at the people from the Dakin Guild. He looked at them with disapproval in his eyes. Who the hell are they? What kind of soldier looks like that? They aren't soldiers. What are they? They are researcher. So why would researchers come here when we have to reclaim Alphen? Well, they are here to research? A few. They are here to research what? How the hell should I know? He didn't know about it, so how would other members of his unit know about it? He was being silly. He let out an awkward cough at his fellow member, who had gotten angry. Then Kim Junyeon started walking forward. Where are you going? I'm the one who is frustrated, so I'll be the one digging the well. What? I'm curious, so I'll just go ask them. He was an inherently curious man. When Kim Junyeon was curious about something, he wouldn't be satisfied until he could ask and solve the question. Excuse me. The researchers of the Dakin Guild looked at the man, who had suddenly shown up, with suspicious gazes. They looked at each other. What is it? What are you researching? We are looking at the lay of the land. That was something he already knew even if the other man hadn't said it. As a basic rule, the portal didn't allow items from Earth to pass through it. This was why the researchers had made a strange-looking stethoscope, which used bloodstones as an energy source. They were using this device to poke around the ground in various locations. This was why he was curious about it. Why? How else are we going to build a sturdy castle? But we already have a castle? The Saurus Mountain already had castle walls as part of being a colony. Geez. Why do you have to be so nosy? They just told me to conduct a search up here, so I'm searching. Oh well. Since the other man got angry, it felt awkward, so Junyeon retreated. When Junyeon had moved away, the researchers of the Dakin Guild looked around before they whispered to each other. Do they suspect what we are doing? No way. If they knew what we are trying to do, they would have shown some signs. Anyways, the amount of oil deposit below ground is much more than imagined. We might need help from the US. That's good news. They usually don't move easily. We'll bring in help from the US and several other guilds. Hoo-hoo. We were fortunate that our guild was chosen as the first group. Why wouldn't we be fortunate? This is His Majesty the Emperor's favor. It is telling us to once again seek the glory of our empire. I want you to record all the data carefully. The researchers busily found the locations of underground natural resources, and they organized the information. The faction pining for Japanese imperialism reared its head again. They had traveled through the portal to a planet called Alphen. They would use helping Alphen's coalition as pretext. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 187, Break-Even Point, 1. Chapter 187, Break-Even Point, 1. Dakin Guild's Master Nakamura stood in front of the World Tree. He looked up at it. You were here, Nakamura. Monk Taurik. Nakamura looked at Taurik with a bright smile on his face. While Woojin was absent, Taurik was the most influential person in the coalition. He was Skia's first monk. Do you need something from me? I was wondering when the next wave of troops will be dispatched. A single day on Earth equals 4 days on Alphen. They should be here soon. Oh. That is welcoming news. Most of the population near Saurus Mountain were mostly rescued. These were beings of various races, who had joined the coalition. The Immortals' undead army had exterminated all the monsters nearby, and they were marching south. When the Allied forces from Earth crosses over, they would be sent towards the north. Anyways, I've talked to everyone regarding the compensation. Taurik carefully brought up the subject. The people of Earth were putting their lives on the line by helping in the war. It wouldn't make sense if there were no compensation given for their help. Taurik was well aware of this fact. He couldn't help but worry when Nakamura had brought up the proposal. How did it go? Nakamura sounded as if he had high hopes, so Taurik replied in careful manner. I have talked to the kings about transferring a portion of their territories. I've gained consent from them. However, I'm not sure how it will be divided up. How about we discuss it further when we regain half of the planet? Nakamura scratched his chin. Well, all right. It would be a problem if our people broke up into factions to monopolize the reward. Thank you for understanding. It is nothing. Of course, we'll help you all. At Nakamura's laugh, Tariq nodded his head. When the immortal returns, you should discuss it with him. Immortal Kong Woojin. In terms of the road to restoring Alphen, his merits were indisputable. That little bastard is an eyesore. Nakamura hadn't liked him when they came across each other in New York. Kong Woojin had appeared wearing a sweatsuit. The bastard was arrogant. Of course. We'll start organizing our military forces when the next wave is dispatched here. Well, all right. When Tariq left, Nakamura let out a sneer. TSK. How greedy. The people of this planet didn't have the power to protect this land. If they helped reclaim this land, it would be their land. Why should they give back the land to its old owners? They should be thankful for having their lives spared. Hew. I look forward to it. If the immortal was the problem, it wasn't as if he didn't have a solution. Nakamura took out a purple gem, and he fiddled with it. Lee Songo. Lee Songo had suddenly appeared out of nowhere to propose a secret deal with him. Moreover, Lee Songo had given him a treasure. It was the hottest dungeon loot on Earth right now. It was the dimensional fragment, and the research regarding this item was still ongoing. Hew. As he looked up, he took in the sight of the world tree. He couldn't help but twitch when he saw the symbol. It was a situation where his shoulders wanted to dance by itself. How could the immortal be so lax in his security? He had never expected it. The immortal had vacated his seat, and he hadn't appointed an admin for the colony. Maybe, he thought no other dimensional lords would approach this place. It'll be the revival of the great Japanese Empire. Nakamura thought about the day when a man traveled from Korea to meet him. Office of the Daikon Guild in Tokyo. Shit. What is up with our second-half sales? The executive officers were walking on eggshells as they listened to Guild Master Nakamura's cry of dismay. The Daikon Guild were an assembly of roused, who dealt in real estate and businesses that processed loot gained from dungeons. They were sensitive about the recent results. They were in a market where there was an inexhaustible amount of competitors joining the market, and there was always a chance of other guilds, who started out late, catching up with the Daikon Guild. One of the executive officers spoke carefully. The Bloodstone battery market is saturated right now, and our growth in that market has stalled. Of course, the Daikon Guild still has a bigger market share compared to our competitors. Is that even worth mentioning? The US already has several dozen patents for Bloodstone weapons. How can we be satisfied with cornering a single market for batteries? Another executive officer attempted to put Nakamura's anger to sleep by proposing an idea. How about we participate in the expedition being sent to Alphen? Is that even worth mentioning right now? The risk is high, but the reward will also be great. A large sums of money were needed to conduct a war. Will they be able to convert the use of their human and material resources into money? It wasn't an exaggeration to say that there was an astronomical cost to conduct a war. The expedition to Alphen would be dangerous. Moreover, this was a venture being led by the Allendale Guild. If they unnecessarily got involved in this, there was a chance that they'll gain minimal profit, while suffering losses. If they helped save Alphen by defeating the monsters, what would they gain? Gratitude? Respect? Those were all useless. They wouldn't move, since this venture wasn't profitable. Since there were a lot of risk involved, they just have to move if everyone on Earth participated in the venture. The conference room was filled with silence and irritation when the secretary spoke into Nakamura's ear. The person who contacted us last time has arrived. After he looked around the conference room, he let out an angry scolding. I don't care if it is a plane or whatever. I want you to come up with a plan to make money in any way possible. The most important point is to stay ahead of the game. After laying out those harsh truths, he left the conference room. His secretary followed close behind him. Did he bring the item? He said he'll let us check it after he met with the guild master. It was in regards to the hottest issue that affected the world of the roused. Allendale and a limited number of countries had earned this item, and they were conducting research on it. The Daikon Guild also used multiple avenues to gather information on this item, and they also wanted to be an owner of a dimensional fragment. In the end, they had gotten in contact with a broker, and the deal was to be concluded today. After entering the reception room, Nakamura smiled at a man wearing a magician's robe. His hood kept his face hidden. Thank you for traveling such a long distance to meet me. Are you an errand boy or an avatar? When the question was spoken, the man sitting on the sofa took off his hood in a leisurely way. My name is Lee Sango. I didn't ask you for your name. Do you know of Korea's Warang Guild? You? How? This man had been killed. How could a dead man be standing in front of him? You don't have to be surprised. It is true that I did die. I was merely revived. The words were so shocking that Nakamura was having a hard time believing in it. In a flash, his brain thought through dozens of ways this man could have disguised himself. Who was he really speaking to? You don't have to think too hard on it. Before Nakamura could calm his startled heart, Lee Sango took out an item from his pocket. He took out 2 purple gems. This one is called the Dimensional Proof, and this one is the Dimensional Fragment. He had thirsted for this item, yet this man had readily brought it out like this? Who was he really speaking to? No, how was he supposed to comprehend such extraordinary topics such as death and revival? You've acquired what you wanted, and now you'll have to give me something I want. There is no reason why we shouldn't both benefit from this deal. Nakamura's eyes shook as he looked at the Dimensional Proof. He had no idea what it was used for, but a very strong magical energy was being emitted from it. The purple color caught his eyes, and it was as if his heart was mesmerized by it. What do you want? I want you to go to Alphen, and I want you to steal a colony. What do you gain from that? TSK. You ask too many questions. It is simple. I want you to steal Woojin's colony. Nakamura's forehead furrowed as he quickly made his calculations. Every movement of Woojin had been in the headlines every day, so a lot was known about him. Amongst the rumors, he remembered there was one about Lee Sango dying at the hands of Woojin. It'll be difficult to go against Allendale. No matter how he thought about it, there was no benefit for him to stab Allendale in the back. Hew. Nakamura felt a chill run up his back at Lee Sango's laugh. Lee Sango was known to be a mere rank beroused. However, he exceeded Nakamura in terms of the power he was emitting. He surpassed a rank aroused. You'll be able to gain eternal life, so what is the downside? Eternal life. Nakamura's gaze rested on the Dimensional Proof. He slowly raised his hand to grab it. Jeju's Manjang Cave. It was hard to hide the cold energy anymore. Even the cave's entrance was frozen solid. Lee Sango, who had exceeded the constitution of a normal person, walked the road inside the cave without much discomfort. When he reached the heart of the cave, he saw a throne with the ice humanoid yellow sitting on top of it. Lee Sango kowtowed in front of it. My master. What happened to your plan? There is no way the immortal will be able to return to Earth. You seem very sure of yourself. You can put your trust in me. I've put in second and third failsafe in my plan. Even if he was prostrated on the floor, he could feel Yellow's gaze. When his body started to shake from fear, Yellow spoke. All right. I'll put my trust in you. Thank you. Lee Sango had died before, so he had lost his code. Since he wasn't an Earthling anymore, he could only rely on Yellow now. Only his absolute loyalty to Yellow would ensure his survival. Did you find Earth's god? Not yet. Lee Sango, who was afraid, spoke in a small voice. He was afraid of Yellow scolding, but unexpectedly, Yellow was silent. No, he even started to speak in a warm tone. If you are able to block the immortal's return, you can be slower with the search. It is time for me to step forward. What? Yellow had been hiding for all this time, yet he was going to step out now. Did this mean he was going to take over the world using an army of monsters? Soon, all the dimensional lords will appear to take down the god of Earth. I have to make preparations. What preparations was he talking about? Didn't he have to find Earth's gods first? Your servant is ignorant. I cannot discern what you wish to do. It won't just be destruction and slaughter. I'll rule. I'll rule over the people of Earth. Lee Sango's thoughts spun quickly. The synchronization would be finished soon. There would no longer be any restriction as the dimensional lords would come to Earth to take down the god of Earth. Would anyone be able to stop them? It was unlikely, since the Immortal's Gate would be lost soon. Woojin wouldn't be able to come back to Earth. In such a period of chaos, what if a selfless hero made himself known? He didn't care about the hidden meaning behind Yellow's words. Which mask should he wear? Should he become an invader? Or should he become one of the rescuers? Yellow was gathering his strength, and he was biding his time. He'll wait until the people of Earth needed his help. 1 week passed at the Saurus colony. The promised time had passed, yet there had been no additional forces sent across to Alphen. Dakin Guild's master Nakamura looked to be flustered by the situation. It seems there must have been a problem in dispatching the next wave of troops. A problem? I'm not sure. Mr. Woojin is the one with the authority over the gate. Since he isn't here, I can really go back and check. That is a problem. Unlike his words, Taurik wasn't feeling impatient. He would be thankful if Earth helped, but the reclamation of Alphen could be done with only Woojin present. Currently, they didn't really need the help of the Earthlings. The undead army was getting larger as time passed, and at some point, all the monsters on Alphen would be eradicated. Of course, new dimensional lords and monsters would keep showing up as long as the dungeons existed. This was why it was imperative for the Coalition and the Earthlings to be able to clear the dungeons before it could link. There were too many dungeons on Alphen, and the Coalition forces were too few in number. Even Woojin couldn't solve this problem. This was a job that needed a large number of roused and the heroes of the Coalition. Unlike his frustrated outer appearance, Nakamura was laughing inside. There is no troops being dispatched. There were no additional troops being dispatched in the first place. They were the only ones that had been planned to travel through the gate. Earth did not have any additional plans of sending more troops. Our research is complete. He had separated people into groups. There were the people he'll take as hostages. Then there were the people he will share profits with. The last group were the people that will work under his rule. The leading members of the kingdoms in Taurik were all present right now. This was the best time to enact his plan. Team leader Cheheso? Please come over here. Nakamura had a bright smile on his face as he called over Cheheso, who was the leader of the Phantom unit. She was the first one he had to eliminate. Nakamura's request came out of nowhere, so Heysol answered him with a sour expression. If you have something to say, you should come to me. It seemed the underlings were as arrogant as Alandal's president. Yes, he'll go to her. Nakamura approached Heysol with a smile on his face. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 188, Break-Even Point 2. Chapter 188, Break-Even Point 2. Heysol flinched, and her body shook. Her instincts were warning her. Her senses were trying to speak to her. Nakamura had a bright smile on his face, but there was something very wrong about it. If you have something to say, you can talk to me from there. Nakamura stopped walking at Heysol's slightly sharp words. Well, I guess this should be good enough. Thankfully, the sun casts long shadows here. She didn't know what he was trying to say, and as she furrowed her brows, she winced when she felt a change come over her body. What did you do? She tried to move, but she wasn't able to move. She couldn't move to an unnatural degree. Nakamura grinned. I just touched your shadow. Nakamura's long shadow was connected with Heysol's shadow. Eat? Nakamura was a master of a large guild, and he was in competition to be the top roused in Japan. She knew his rank and ability was famous, and she berated herself for only remembering it now. No, she never imagined he would attack her. In the end, the result was inevitable. He was the prized roused of Japan. He was Dakin Guild's master. Shadow Ninja Nakamura. Ooh, look. Heysol gritted her teeth as she tried to move her body. She might have been taken unawares, but she was a rank aroused, who went through the hellish training of Alandal. When she used all of her strength, her body started to shake, and she started to move a little bit. This. Nakamura could hold a high rank roused like Heysol for only 20 seconds. However, it was enough to subdue her. Ooh, look. The members of the Dakin Guild had already surrounded Heysol. One of them injected a drug using a needle. Heysol's eyes flipped up as her body fell over. What are you doing? You are pretty slow at assessing a situation. Nakamura laughed when he saw Taurik, who was taken aback. Alphen is moaning in pain, and the Dakin Guild will help you. I'm not talking about that. Aren't you both from Earth? Why did you attack her? I'm disappointed you called it an attack. The Dakin Guild is merely inheriting the job of Alandal. We will protect you all. Taurik looked at his surrounding. Dwarf King Raoul was shaking his head from side to side. The great orc chieftain Kruger was letting out steam from his nose in anger. Kans, who was the young king of the Honshu kingdom, had a red face. The Archmage Graham had his 2 eyes shut. Holy maiden Melody. She looked as if her soul had exited her body. She just stared into the empty air. Even if Nakamura hadn't answered the question, they were already well aware of the answer. Tarek looked at Nakamura as he raised both fists. We need an ally. We do not need a protector. Geez. Nakamura let out a sigh as if he couldn't believe their answers. He had already assessed the abilities of all the heroes. The people from the Dakin Guild had made a perimeter, and they started tightening the perimeter. These were the elite members of the guild. These men made up 1/3 of the high-ranked Roused of Japan. Do you really think you can hold us off with these men? If the battle starts, people will gather towards us. Tarek calmly berated Nakamura as he saw the members of the Dakin Guild gathering around them. If he could stop an internal conflict, that would be the better option. He didn't know what prior friction existed between Allendale and the Dakin Guild. Since he didn't know the history behind their conflict, Tarek thought it was better to prevent a fight. The immortal hadn't returned yet. Nakamura was beaming. Kook. I see you don't know the reason why I tried to buy some time. He opened his 2 arms wide. It was time. The capture of the colony has been completed. An ownerless colony greeted its new owner. Nakamura's eyes turned wide when he saw the points he gained by the capture. He hadn't done much, yet he had gained an incredible treasure. He already possessed a dimensional domain through a subway station in Tokyo. Therefore, he knew about the benefits of having a colony. I'll be able to replenish new troops. The list of what he could purchase in the store was limited. He decided to purchase several thousand goblins. A black portal formed in front of the World Tree, and countless small green-colored monsters started pouring out. See, crazy. Kant's voice expressed what everyone was feeling at that moment. Why did they never think about the possibility of other dimensional lords existing on Earth? Nakamura was basically a god in the colony. Kant tried to turn back when large walls appeared to surround his group. Cooing. A ground that held nothing suddenly pushed out castle walls, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call this phenomena as a miracle performed by a god. Haha. Capture everyone. When Nakamura gave his order, the goblin soldiers started moving in perfect order. The castle walls that had erupted from the ground became their prison. Kong. Shit. Dwarf King Raoul, who had been pounding on the wall, threw down his hammer. He had hit it several hundred times, yet it was showing no signs of breaking. We fell in such a futile manner. His dejected voice expressed what everyone was feeling. It is my fault. She buried her head in her knees as Melody answered with a weak voice. Tarek tried to console her. There is no way this could be your fault, holy maiden. I went against the word of the goddess. She should have listened. She shouldn't have doubted. Still, nothing would come from her belated regret. The oracle had come true. The immortal lost his gate, and she had lost her power. She was no longer a holy maiden. She was just a powerless woman. Please don't punish yourself. Since the goddess of prophecy said it'll happen, wouldn't this have happened either way? Melody kept her head low even after hearing Torek's words. Anyways, Dame Hazel isn't doing so well. It has been 3 days yet she isn't waking up. I'm pretty sure they used poison on her. Since we don't know what kind of poison. If they had Hazel's telepathic ability, they would be able to communicate to those outside. However, she wasn't showing any signs of waking up, so they could only look on in frustration. Forest below the Saurus Mountain. Kim Junyong had climbed to the top of the tree to observe the state of the colony. The goblin soldiers had ballooned into 20,000, and they were dispatched along the castle walls. One could see some of the coalition troops between the goblins. Kim Junyong wondered what lie the Dakin Guild had told to get the people of coalition on their side. He was frustrated by the situation. Those Japanese bastards. A rolling rock had dislodged the stone in place. The Dakin Guild had started a rumor that the immortal had betrayed everyone. The Phantom Unit quickly escaped, but Hazel, who was the leader of the Phantom Unit, couldn't be contacted. It was clear that she was either killed or she was taken hostage. Junyong ended his scouting of the colony, and he descended the tree. Unit Commander Blanca. So how was it, Junyong? Do you see Hazel? No. I didn't see her anywhere. This is a disaster. Hazel is in danger. Blanca's face was full of worry. It was the same for the ragtag group of the Phantom Unit. The president has to come back. Or, we have to try to turn back the skeleton army. It wouldn't be easy for the members of the Phantom Unit to rescue Haesol. Their surplus troops were being led by Janies, and Kong Woojin had gone looking for Here's temple. It would be great if either one of them were here, but there had heard no news from both of them. Shit. Junyang let out a curse. He had risen to rank A, but nothing had changed. Whether he was a low-rank roused or a high-rank roused, he was an insignificant human. He still couldn't be of much help. A mere roused like him couldn't challenge a dimensional lord, who possessed a colony. His opponent was too strong. At that moment, the foliage above them shook as something heavy fell from the sky. The Phantom Unit, who had momentarily let their guards down, nervously vigilant against this object. All of their eyes widened. What are you guys doing here? King. Woojin jumped off the phantom steed, and he grinned at the people, who were excitedly greeting him. Hook. We are in a bad spot, President. Blanca felt overwhelmed with joy at seeing Woojin, so he started crying. Why did he have to be so late in showing up? Stop crying. Gather around me. Woojin asked a question when all the members of the Phantom Unit gathered in front of him. So who did this to us? You knew about it, Of course, he knew. His status window gave him an alert when his colony was stolen. Tell me who. It was Nakamura from the Dakin Guild. Whom? Woojin frowned. When he received the alert that said he had lost his Saurus colony, he had assumed it was one of Tronet's great lords. That wasn't the case. His colony had been taken away without suffering from any attack. An person from Earth had taken it. This is ridiculous. Woojin had never thought about this possibility, so he let out a big sigh. All right. Let's get it back. Kim Junyang became surprised, and he got up from his seat. We have to make plans. That's right. Haesol was taken hostage. It'll be dangerous. At Blanca's words, Woojin nodded his head. All right. Let's hurry up and get there. So the plan. Junyang let his words of incredulity leak out, but Woojin was already striding well in front of them. I'll follow you. It wasn't easy to be so confident in oneself. Junyang found it fascinating that Woojin was able to be so dependable under hardship. Kong Woojin didn't have his undead army, but none of the men thought Kong Woojin would lose a fight. Top of the Saurus colony. A large palace had been built in front of the World Tree. Kong Woojin is here, master. Hoo. Kong Woojin? Nakamura, who had been sitting on the throne, stood up. He now knew why Kong Woojin was so strong. He now knew why he possessed overwhelming power despite being human. He understood it. Dimensional Lord. That bastard had put one foot into the realm of the gods. How unfair was it for everyone else? He acted all superior because of this fact. I'll go. Of course. I have to go greet him. Nakamura laughed as he got up from the throne. He was also a dimensional lord. The points wasn't just used to recharge one's troops. It also allowed one to increase one's ability. 5th rank roused, His power was now on a different level, and he was brimming with confidence now. He was in the same position as Kong Woojin. King of Alendal? Arrogant. He'll kill the bastard to become the new king. After Nakamura exited the palace, his eyebrows twitched. Are you the one? Nakamura had decorated the large front yard of the palace in a Japanese style. The garden was completely devastated, and Kong Woojin was standing in the middle. The imprisoned heroes of Alphen had been freed, and they stood around Kong Woojin with gaunt expressions on their faces. How? It had been only several minutes since he had received the report. How was Kong Woojin able to come here so fast? Before he could solve this mystery, Kong Woojin walked towards Nakamura. Each step made his heart beat fast, but Nakamura tried his best to harden his heart. There was no gap between him and that bastard. He would be able to fight him on even grounds as a dimensional lord. Even he could clear out the scrubs in couple minutes if he wanted to. Nakamura's face once again held a relaxed smile on his face. Hew. It would be best if you don't get any closer to me, King of Alendal. Woojin didn't stop walking. Nakamura also didn't retreat, and when they were about 2 meters apart, Woojin stopped walking. Nakamura let out a laugh full of delight. Kuhaha. You touched it. What? Woojin tilted his head in puzzlement. Your shadow touched my shadow. Woojin furrowed his brows as he looked at Nakamura. The people from afar held their breath as they watched the two confront each other. Nakamura's shadow bind was powerful. Even Heisol was ensnared without being able to do anything. What about it? Woojin once again took a step forward. Nakamura instinctively took a step back. How are you able to move? His face showed how flustered he was. As he was taking steps backward, something surprising occurred. How come I can't move? He couldn't move his body. It was as if his shadow was bound. Are you really this weak? Woojin grinned as he placed his hand on top of Nakamura's head. He possessed a shadow imp, yet this bastard had tried to bind his shadow. Who gave it to you? Who gave you the dimensional proof? It would be impossible for the Dakin Guild could have gathered 3-dimensional fragments. If they could gather that many, it meant several dozen dimensional fragments were already gathered by people of Earth. I won't say anything. Then don't do it. Woojin grasped Nakamura's head as he started to squeeze. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 189, Lord of Ice, 1. Chapter 189, Lord of Ice, 1. That is unfortunate. Unlike his words, Woojin's face displayed his indifference. The pupils of Nakamura shook. I'm sorry. For a moment, my greed. The light in Woojin's eyes stayed steady even as he heard Nakamura's entreaty. You should just die. Why waste a dimensional proof to take over his colony? Woojin had only worried about external enemies. He had been too complacent about the enemies within. In the long history of Earth, who had killed the most humans? Monsters? After the dungeon shock, they had killed a lot of humans in a short amount of time. The fear and the threat of the monsters had somewhat united the humans, but unfortunately, humans were still responsible for killing the most humans on Earth. Humans were divided into various groups, and these groups went through numerous struggles. These continuous struggles resulted in harm and death. For a brief moment, these groups had allied with each other thanks to a big external threat. However, the signs of change was once again on the horizon. It wouldn't be strictly a fight between dimensional lords and the people of Earth anymore. The line between allies and enemies would blur. In the end, each faction would fight against each other. Nakamura, who was in front of him, was a prime example. Oh look. Stop. Nakamura screamed, but Woojin's grip continued to tighten. Nakamura felt a headache as if his head would soon explode. He was dying. He hadn't experienced it before, and the fear of the unknown made Nakamura weak. He couldn't win against Woojin. Fuck. We aren't the same. He had found out not all dimensional lords were equal. Winning wasn't even part of the equation for him. Crunch. UVE cleared the colony. Please choose between destruction or capture. When Woojin chose capture, another one of his dimensional fragment was used up, and a wait time had appeared. 1 day. If he wanted to use the functions of a colony, he had to wait 1 more day. This is annoying. He would have to waste time, because of this bastard's antics. Woojin looked at his surrounding. What the hell is this? A few. Woojin's brows furrowed when he saw the large palace built in front of the World Tree. He would need to fully seize his colony to get the exact figure, but Nakamura seemed to have spent a lot of points. Did he say he was from the Dakin Guild? When Woojin returned to Earth, he would have to regain what he had lost with interest from the Dakin Guild. What are you guys doing? What? You should go do your jobs. Taurik and the others had been imprisoned until a moment ago, so they were confused by his words. Woojin pointed towards the outer castle walls with his chin. The goblins were fighting the forces of the coalition. Some of the goblins were cooperating with each other, and they were pushing into the inner walls. It was a clusterfuck. Woojin had merely forced his way past the defense to climb to the top of the Saurus mountain. Are you planning on letting them all die? The heroes of the coalition went forth to calm the situation. The only ones left behind with Woojin was the Holy Maiden and the Phantom Unit. Hey Soul. Woojin shook the still unconscious Soul. However, she didn't move. He placed his hand beneath her nose, and she was still breathing. She just refused to wake up. What's wrong with her? One of the people from Earth injected her with something. Whom? It was unknown whether it was a sleeping or an anesthetic drug. Wake her up, Melody. I can't. Ha? The Holy Maiden can do tasks that were considered to be impossible by the modern medical science. It isn't as if I'm asking you to revive a dead person. Why can't you do it? I was abandoned by the goddess. Huh? When Woojin tilted his head in confusion, she had to give an additional explanation. Melody crumbled to the ground, and she cried. Things turned out so bad, because I didn't follow the oracle. Look. After hearing Melody's rambling explanation, Woojin stroked his chin. So it didn't matter if you burned the world tree or not, since these bastards crossed over to Alphen. Both scenario would have resulted in me losing the colony. Yes? Anyways, I need a day for synchronization. Ah. Woojin had wasted almost no time in getting rid of Nakamura, who had occupied his colony. At most, it took him an hour. Still, you did good. What? If you burned it, I would have been really angry. Yes. He would have been. She couldn't bear the consequences brought on by the immortal, so she hadn't carried out the oracle. As a result, she had lost everything. The immortal's wrath was avoided, but they had lost time. What about Haesol, President? Is she going to die? Woojin shrugged his shoulders at Blanca's words. She'll probably wake up when the drug wears off. He had no idea what kind of drug was used. Since she wasn't dead yet, he doubted she would die. Bring me any bastard from the Dakin Guild when you guys come across one. I need to know what drug they used if I want to treat it. When the colony was completely taken over, he would be able to return to Earth. Whether it was an antidote or a stimulant, Earth will have it. I'm sorry. This is all my. Woojin shrugged his shoulder at Melody's words. It's all right. Melody's dropped her head. The immortal was showing such magnanimity. So you lost your abilities in its entirety? Yes. Woojin took out Aria's circlet, and he pushed it towards her. Melody took the item in a moment of bewilderment, and she looked up at him. You don't feel anything even though you are touching it? I feel an energy, but it is completely different from before. It means you are able to feel magical energy, but Woojin looked at her, and Melody's level had remained the same. She was akin to AS rank roused, who had lost a skill. That Noonim is pretty petty. He didn't know if he should call Aria as Noonim or a hunk of machine. You are unemployed now. Come work under me. What? A holy maiden had lost her holy power, so it wasn't a problem that could be easily glossed over. When my colony is finished, you can protect it here. He made a mistake in not appointing an admin for his colony. If he had to deal with internal and external problems occurring here, Woojin would have to be tethered to the colony. He would rather appoint a new administrator. I'm going to Earth. Why aren't you answering me? Melody's shaking eyes gazed at Woojin. He'll put her in charge of the colony? Her? What was the basis of his belief in her? You trust me? Ha! Woojin laughed as he was dumbfounded by what he had just heard. What are you talking about, Dot? What if I betray the immortal again? Isn't that a possibility? Why would you? What? Woojin approached Melody, and he put his face in front of her face. Their faces were a handspan apart from each other. Didn't you ask me to help Alphen? Correct. For no reason at all, she felt embarrassed. Melody was barely able to answer him. If you betray me, I'll just throw Alphen away. At that point, I wouldn't care if the gate was closed or not. Ah. So that was what he meant. Melody understood his words, yet a corner of her heart was somehow a bit disappointed. You do what you need to do. Yes. Woojin went to the side wall of the palace. He approached a flame that was burning with fortitude. This damn guy isn't awake yet. Waruruk. It was as if the flame could understand his words. There was no winds, yet the flame danced. You are too greedy. When you think it is enough, I want you to wake up and come to Earth. I'll be heading there first. Waruruk. Woojin smirked, and he turned away. It had been a while since Sungu had digested the dragon's heart. He hadn't woken up yet, because he was very greedy. Sungu was being patient, because it allowed him to be born much stronger and more perfect. Woojin's colony was restricted, so he couldn't use the dimensional store. This was why he opened his achievement store. He had stored up a lot of points. Even now his undead army was on a warpath, and they were constantly giving him more points. Shall I get my equipment back now? Thrash's set items. The core ingredients that weren't sold in the dimensional store or the achievement store were gathered. All the other ingredients were going to be bought through the store. He didn't spare his points. He started buying all the ingredients. A mountainous amount of items were bought, and one by one it was put into the combiner. His items were being completed. 1 day had passed. The false rumor, which said the immortal had betrayed everyone, was put to rest. The coalition was being put back together again. Unfortunately, the captured members of the Dakin Guild said the substance injected into Haesol didn't have an antidote. However, they were lucky in the fact that the drug lost its efficacy as time passed. She would wake up later, but they could just carry Haesol around everywhere. You really won't regret this? Yes, sir. We'll return when our team leader wakes up. The entire Phantom unit decided to stay behind with Haesol, so Woojin allowed it without much protestation. It wasn't as if Earth was in imminent danger, so they weren't needed. Woojin knew Thrash's executioner was on Earth, and he had to find clues there. He'll be able to accomplish this by himself. Guard the gate closely. You will never lose your way again. Woojin smirked at Melody's stout words. He patted her shoulder. When Haesol wakes up, tell her to cross over. If Sungu wakes up, he should also come to Earth immediately. Yes. Shall we head back? While Woojin went through many happenings and events, the undead army had swept through a large swaths of land. The nearby dimensional lords and monsters were eradicated. Woojin called back his undead army. When he unsummoned them, they resolved into black smoke around Woojin. The black smoke swirled around before it disappeared en masse. He could feel the energy of his familiars occupying his summon room. They had an unbreakable bond with Woojin. I'll return soon. Wait for me. Yes. Woojin was sent off by the heroes of Alphen, and he went across the gate. Alandal's flying fortress, Bibi's castle. Minchan sat within the Prime Minister's office, and he let out a lone sigh. This is driving me nuts. How much gravity did Kong Woojin exert from Alandal? It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say Kong Woojin was the bulk of what Alandal is. His absence created a lot of problem. The dimensional lords and the monsters were threatening the people of Earth. There was an expectation on what role Alandal should play in this situation, yet Alandal hadn't come up with a solution. They used points through the moving fortress to eradicate the monsters, but the scale of the attack was limited to what a normal guild could do. Even defeating one of the dimensional lords forming a colony was almost beyond their capacity. Since Alandal couldn't solve the problem, the negative press was getting louder. This in turn increased the stress felt by young Minchan. Beep. Prime Minister. Bibi Nim is here for a visit. When he heard the intercom, Minchan brushed his messy hair with his hand. Tell her to come in. Dal Kok. The door opened, and Bibi took short and quick steps to enter the Prime Minister's office. She wasn't alone. Kong Woojin's Dongxing Sua followed Bibi everywhere as if they were close friends. Then there was Du Jaemin, who acted as their bodyguard. Wu Sunghun followed in behind them. What can I do for you? Bibi let out a small smile as she asked him a question. We are going to Beijing? Yes. We will work together with the Chinese government, and we'll take care of the colony. We aren't going there. What? That colony was formed by one of the great lords of Tronet. The risk is too high. However, we already promised them our help. If Alandal doesn't step forward, we won't be able to avoid an international disaster. Everyone was making a big fuss, because Alandal had been conservative in their actions in recent days. If they didn't step forward this time around, Alandal's renown as the country who protects Earth would crumble away in a single day. However, Bibi felt differently in regards to Minchan's worries. She was resolute. Rejected. Du Jaemin spoke up to give an additional explanation. Prime Minister Young. I also think we shouldn't go there. It is too dangerous. Ha! Du Jaemin had returned early from Alphen. He didn't know what Du Jaemin experienced in Alphen, but he back is a very cautious youth. He turned down doing anything dangerous, and he only stayed next to Kongsua at all times. This is a problem where the existence of Alandal is on the line. We can't always avoid the problems. At young Minchan's serious words, Bibi playfully shook her head from side to side. I don't care. I'm more interested in listening to my master rather than guarding Earth. But Wu Sunghun tried to console Minchan, who had a complicated expression on his face. Prime Minister. We shouldn't lose sight of our original intention. What was the reason for establishing the country of Alandal? Well, it was for world peace and the defense of Earth. AEE. That's just what other people guessed our mission was. Minchan furrowed his brows. Too many events had occurred, so it felt like he was dredging up an old memory. He remembered what was said by Woojin. I want to be exempt from joining the military, and I want to clear the dungeons in peace. It was as if he could hear Woojin's voice. In the first place, Allendale hadn't been founded with some big goal in mind. They existed solely for caring for Woojin. They were founded to take care of all the miscellaneous work. Ha ha! Minchan let out a hearty laugh. The thoughts that had complicated and stressed him out lessened a little bit. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 190, Lord of Ice, 2. Chapter 190, Lord of Ice, 2. Alandel's plan of actions had changed. They were being overly cautious and safety-oriented. They only showed interest in gathering bloodstones. This caused several media companies to keep pouring out criticisms. Still, Allendale was unresponsive. At first, only the brave ones threw stones at them. However, the media was piling on Allendale now. There was a consistent theme in all the news generated regarding Allendale. The king's absence means nothing will get done. The media refused to let go of the subject. They even started criticizing Woojin. Why did he go to Alphen? He left Earth to pursue the safety of another planet. Was he in the right to do this? The world was in an uncertain situation, and everyone wanted a breakthrough that would solve the problems they faced. They didn't care if a hero stepped forward to stop the war, or a sacrificial lamb that would bear all the responsibility. Allendale, who had been excessively unresponsive to all other works, was focused on a single task. Kim Hammond slammed open the door to the Prime Minister's room, and he yelled out. "We've picked up the trace of Kim Conchal, . Ha? Where?" Young Minchin had been getting ready to berate the man. However, he got up from his seat with a bright expression on his face. "He's in London." "London? England?" "Yes and yes. Damn bastard." This had to do with one of the specific orders given by Woojin. They had focused all their attention on finding Dr. Toppler and the escapee Kim Conchal. This was the first time they had found a clue. As expected, he has a connection with Professor Toppler. Minchan thought Woojin had been spot on with his instructions. London was where Dr. Toppler was last seen. Since Kim Conchal appeared there, his appearance in London was meaningful. However, there is a problem. What is it? I'm not sure if the British government will allow us entry. They were on a flying fortress roaming around the sky. Once the international opinion on Allendale turned sour, it had stayed bad. Very few countries welcomed Allendale, since they weren't of any help. This was especially true for countries like England, where there was a strong population of roused. Countries had learned about the new item called the dimensional fragments. This was why they wanted to destroy the colony of dimensional lords through their own power. They refused to cooperate with others. We'll have to negotiate. Young Minchin had already planned on negotiating with other countries. Allendale put their safety above all else, but it wasn't as if they were powerless. Even if one considered only the active Wyvern units, Allendale had more firepower than most small countries. Let's turn our nose around. The flying fortress was currently flying over India. Minchan immediately went looking for Bibi. She was a godlike figure inside the flying fortress called Bibi's castle. She had influence over the regions underneath the colony, and she was able to create anything within the area of her influence. Moreover, the movement of the colony had to be approved by her. Minchan knew Bibi was on top of the deck. If one looked down from the control tower, the deck looked like a small town. If one walked between the buildings, one couldn't even tell that everything was floating in the air. He arrived at the edge of the deck. A cafe with a large terrace was located there. "You are here, Prime Minister?" "Ah. Yes, Mother." Young Minchin politely bowed towards Woojin's mother, Lee Sugyong. "Ah, phew. I told you to stop doing that." "No. How could I?" Minchan was uncomfortable calling her by her name. Lee Sugyong, who was abashed by being called by her title, barely got Minchan to call her mother. Even now she stood up from her seat by the door to greet him. He was uncomfortable by such attention. "You don't have to greet me like that." "Ho ho. A person of high stature like the Prime Minister has come here, so how can I not greet you?" "Ah, Mother. Your son is way above me." He had tried to get that point across to her multiple times, yet she didn't change. Therefore, he swallowed what he was about to say. "Shall I prepare your usual order?" "Yes. I also have business with Ms. Bibi." A few. I was thoughtless. Hurry up and go see her. It seems I took away time from a busy man. Ah. It is nothing. I'll be going. Lee Soo-gyeon let go of Minchin's hand, and she went back to giving orders to her employees. In her mind, Young Minchin was the highest-ranked person in Allendale. From her perspective, Kang Woojin was just her son. Young Minchin gave his farewell, and he approached the terrace. Bibi and Suwa were sitting in chairs as they leisurely chatted with each other. He also saw Do Jaemin standing close to the two. Jaemin was no longer affected by the sun, so his face was impassive even in the light of the sun. Ms. Bibi. We'll have to move the fortress to London. Why London? We've picked up on Kim Dong-chul's trace there. Whom? He is the guy that ran away last time? All right. Her master had ordered the recapture of this particular human. Bibi readily nodded her head, and she immediately moved the fortress. There was a slight tremor before Bibi's castle started to move slowly. Huh, Suwa? Are you feeling unwell? No. Unlike her words, Sua's face was pale. She had been well until a moment ago. When the color of her face changed, Do Jaemin was taken aback. What's going on? Do Jaemin was asked by Kang Woojin to protect Suwa. This was the first time he had seen such a change, so of course, he was taken aback by it. On the other hand, Young Minchin and Bibi's face was filled with worry, but they weren't surprised by what was happening. She is receiving an oracle. Ah. Let us move to a different location. Suwa was letting out cold sweat as her pupils moved around in an unfocused manner. Bibi quickly carried her into a room located at the corner of the cafe. While they left, a man drinking a beverage was manipulating his handphone. The man had just taken pictures of Suwa. The man attached the photos to a message before sending it out. Possible target. Need confirmation. After the message was sent, the man finished his drink before a woman approached him. Mr. Sunggo. Your lunchtime has ended. Hurry up and go. Ah. Yes, manager. He put the handphone back into his pocket, then Sunggo got up from his seat. Cafe's backroom. A powerful energy was being emitted from Suwa's body. She was barely able to keep her eyes open, but her ghastly visage no longer belonged to Suwa. The time of our destiny has arrived. Her small mouth stood still, yet a sound rang inside everyone's head. What time is she talking about? There was no answer to Minchin's question. It was always like this. She only spoke what she wanted to say. It might be the start of a change, or the bridle may be put on us again. Since there was no point in speaking to her, everyone stayed silent as they listened. They just recorded her words, so Kang Woojin could be informed of her words. Sua's body had been floating up in the air, but now she was slowly descending to the floor. Bibi lifted her, and she carefully stroked Sua's cheek. Poor thing. She was her master's Dongsing. Why did the god of earth pick Suwa? She was still very young. Bibi looked to be the same age as Suwa, but she was a demon. She had lived over 200 years as a succubus. She couldn't help but pity Suwa. She felt for her. At that moment, Bibi's slightly wet eyes opened wide from surprise. Miss Bibi? What's wrong? Minchan questioned her in surprise, but Bibi extended his hand towards him. She stopped him from approaching. She let out an exclamation as her body started to twist. Pot. Her arms and legs exploded. Instead of fragments of blood, various parts of her body exploded into black smoke. Waruruk. When she was completely returned to being a cloud of black smoke, it started to coalesce again. She was completely different from before. She was taller and her body was bigger. It was as if Bibi was unsummoned before being summoned again. Huck. Uwak. Instead of the unconscious Suwa, Minchan and Jaemin let out shocked exclamation at Bibi's changed appearance. She had slim legs that extended for days. Alongside her increased height, her breasts but grew bigger. She still had her cute face, but her appearance almost made her look inhuman. Bibi had a different type of beauty compared to the holy maiden Melody. She was oozing with sex appeal. Moreover, a slim black tail extended out from her backside. Ha! One couldn't tell if he was letting out an exclamation or a moan. She let out a restless noise as she puffed out her cheeks. This will be troublesome. Even her voice sounded seductive. It was as if her voice was melting the ears of the men around her. Minchan and Jaemin didn't even think about turning their heads away. Their faces were beet red. Bibi turned to look at the two. Geez. Stop looking at the two of us like that. We are in a troublesome situation too. Holy crap. We are in trouble. At Bibi's words, the two men mumbled to themselves as if their souls had been bewitched. Everything is bigger. Oh, say, can you see? By the dawn's early light. 1. The two men continued to mumble to themselves as if they weren't of sound mind yet. Bibi furrowed her brows as she looked at them. Please come to your senses. Ayuk. Huck. She spoke with a serious expression on her face. It seems Earth has finished going through its synchronization. What? Minchan replied with a question. Bibi still had on a serious expression as she turned to look at the unconscious Suwa. So was this the time of destiny mentioned by Earth's god? The dimensional gates will now be wide open. Minchan and Jaemin also put on a serious expression. Even now the dimensional lords were appearing quite frequently. If the dimensional gates was thrown wide open. If the earlier attacks were exploratory attacks, the attacks from now on will be. The real war was about to start now. Block them. Guahak. Do. The hail of bullets were shot as the brave Roused charged forward. They died in an ill-advised manner. Their enemies were powerful, and they had all show up on the world at the same time. It was the second dungeon shock. It was the name coined by the media of the world, and it described the incidents that were occurring daily. However, it wasn't a topic of conversation anymore. There were places where tens of thousands of people were being killed, and the odd phenomena of an entire city being vaporized into nothing had occurred. The entirety of Earth was in chaos. The owners of businesses and the upper crust of society had already evacuated to several regions that were considered to be safe zones. It was ironic that these people evacuated to third world countries, who possessed no subway stations. Was clearing dungeons the safer option? The dungeons were reset several dozen times a day, and the Roused couldn't continuously attempt to clear them. It only took a single day for dimensional lords to appear at these unkept dungeons. Moreover, it wasn't just the dimensional lords. There were the dungeon owners and the dimensional refugees appearing on Earth. A problem that arose from these events was the fact that not all of these beings were monsters. There were races that looked exactly like humans. Even the dimensional refugee classified as humanoid were mixing into the population of Earth. The previous dungeon shock couldn't be compared to this current great catastrophe. In a situation where it was hard to tell who should be helped or not, Bibi's castle arrived in the skies of London. Are the British government still unresponsive towards our request? They want us to wait. They'll allow us entry soon. He zoomed in on the surface with cameras, and he could see the situation beneath was very bad. It was hellish. It was unknown as to how many dungeon breaks had occurred, but there seemed to be more monsters than humans below. London was a lawless land now. Hoo! Hurry up. They had come here to find Kim Conchal, but that problem was inconsequential now. The solving of the moon world's secret was a moot point if the entire Earth fell into ruins. No, Earth wouldn't fall to ruins. The population would be eradicated. The core members of Allendale were gathered in the control room, and they were still waiting for permission from the British government. Bibi and Jaemin simultaneously let out an exclamation. What's wrong? Master is back. Hyung Nim. As soon as he returned to his dimensional domain, Woojin sent messages to his vassals. How's Earth doing? If it isn't busy over there, I want to gather some points in Allendale. It is busy. Earth is in trouble. Master. The synchronization was completed. He heard the two voices simultaneously, and Woojin became silent. Is it bad? Yes. The dungeons are continuously breaking all over the world. People are being evacuated to regions without any subway stations. Where are you guys? We are at London. I'll be heading over there. Yes. Please hurry. Young Minchin wasn't able to hear Woojin's voice, so he reacted when he heard Jaemin's words. Young Minchin answered with a pale face. If the king comes this way, what'll happen to the employees dispatched at the Seoul station? Jaemin immediately updated the situation, and Woojin asked a question in response. Who's there? Chief Secretary Wu went there. He wanted to improve upon the relationship with Korea. That guy is always quite troublesome. After mulling over it for a short time, Woojin gave an answer. I'll go to Seoul. I want you guys to kill all the monsters over there. The British government hasn't given us permission to enter. At Jaemin's words, Woojin didn't even have to think about his answer. You have my permission. Go. Yes, Hyung. Jaemin no longer heard Woojin's voice. He turned around, and everyone was focused on him. He wants us to kill them all. Young Minchin immediately turned on the control room's microphone. Wyvern units. Get ready to deploy. Ready the cannons. The heads of the cannons started to extend out from the floor of the flying fortress, and they started pointing towards the surface. 1. Jaemin sings the Korean national anthem. I changed it into the US national anthem. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 191, Lord of Ice, 3. Chapter 191, Lord of Ice, 3. Seoul Station. Fortunately, this place hadn't been cleared by anyone yet, so Woojin was able to appear at this location. Is it fine to leave this place like this? After the dungeon shock, this region had gone through a lot of change, but now it had gone through another change. The old Allendale guild offices were in ruins, and the training ground was razed to the ground. For the past 5 years, humans had experienced going through the dungeon breaks, so they had developed numerous techniques using heavy equipments to bring about rapid repairs. However, the area around the Seoul Station looked desolate. If the monster attacks was still ongoing, it would have been understandable. However, he could see the roads being cleared, and heavy equipments fixing the other buildings. He could guess at what was happening. So they are saying they won't fix anything that aren't on their lands? The region near the Seoul Station was the territory of Allendale. This region was the only place where the recovery efforts weren't occurring. Woojin walked towards the fallen buildings. He headed towards where he could hear the sounds of human activities. He arrived at a clearing where an excavator was clearing away debris. In the middle of this clearing, a temporary tent was erected, and he saw a familiar face beneath this tent. He is leading a charmed life. The world was going to hell, yet Woo Sung-hoon was lazily sleeping beneath the tent as he listened to the radio. Chi-jeek. This is our next story. It was sent in by grandmother Omisun from Gyeongju. Hey. Wake up. Prez. No, my king. At Woojin's appearance, Woo Sung-hoon turned his head, and he quickly scrambled to his feet in surprise. The workers, who had been working, looked to see what the fuss was about. When they saw Woojin's face, they came running towards him. Why are you rebuilding this place? What? Well, we have salvaged whatever we can. Also, shouldn't we have a base camp near the dungeon? It's all right. All of us are going back to the flying fortress, so I want you to gather everyone. Excuse me? I have to stay behind here to work on our diplomatic relationship with the Korean government. From what I saw, you don't look like you have much to do here. No way. Just my mere presence here. When Sung-hoon talked back to him, Woojin's eyebrows arched. Sung-hoon quickly simplified his explanation, so Woojin could understand his intention. At the very least, shouldn't there be a hostage present here? It isn't as if Allendale has fully renounced Korea yet. Hostage? You are one? Yes. At the very least, the king's chief secretary should stay behind. Well, I'm the least useful one, so I should do this. Woo Sung-hoon wasn't aroused. If one excluded Young Minchin and Kim Haman, he was the next highest-ranked officer amongst the founding members. However, what he brought to the table was minuscule compared to how high his position was at Allendale. Since he always tried to find a role for himself, he did the miscellaneous works. No one ordered him to do so, yet he always volunteered himself for these tasks. It was admirable. It's all right. Go gather all of our luggages. He didn't care about leaving the diplomatic channels open or not. It'll be more convenient for him to gather everyone at the flying fortress. His mind would be at ease as he worked. At his command, the remaining employees of Allendale present in the Seoul Station were all gathered. There were 25 of them, and none of them were roused. The regular employees were hired by Young Minchin's discretion, and Woojin decided to take over the recruitment of roused. However, he hadn't hired any new roused, since he hired the members of the Phantom Unit. There were other roused employed on the flying fortress, but they weren't of the human race. To be precise, they were dimensional refugees. They weren't from Earth. So how are we going to get there? We are going to get there by. Woojin spoke as if it wasn't a problem, yet he let out a sigh when he looked at them. They weren't roused, so they wouldn't be able to pass through the portal. Woojin had no choice but to use a physical method to transport them. We'll fly there. What? Most of the flights were cancelled. When the number of flying monsters increased, it was too dangerous to fly in airplanes. This was why most airlines indefinitely suspended their flights. Few companies dared to fly their airplanes, and there was no guarantee one of these airplanes were present at the Incheon airport. Yon. At Woojin summon, a black smoke coalesced to form atop the fallen remains of a building. What is your wish? Accompanying a heart attack-inducing sound, a large bone dragon was summoned. It was like the fossils one could see in a museum. It was made out of bones, and there was no way it'll be able to fly. It really can fly? Woojin smirked as he looked at Yong, who was preening in an arrogant manner. There's always a way. When Woojin was approaching Yong, it suddenly raised its head into the air. Kururu. It was gazing into the sky. Everyone followed its gaze, but nothing was there. Unlike the world that had gone to hell, the sky was clear, and there was only a single cloud in the sky. Ho-oh? Woojin couldn't see it with his eyes, but he could clearly feel the energy. It was a grave situation. It's Ibrit. Is that so? When Yong confirmed it, Woojin's expression slightly hardened as if this development wasn't welcomed. A really troublesome bastard has arrived. He was the king of the knife-beak crows. Undying Crow Ibrit. Kia. Accompanying a screech, a large body appeared. It was covered with black feathers that rippled like water. As soon as I returned to Earth, I come across the 70th throne. He was an existence that was worshipped as a god in 70 dimensions. When Ibrit appeared, he took out all his equipments from his inventory, and he put it on. Jeju's Manjang Cave. It is time. After a long wait, he had took on a tangible form on Earth, and he was close to the time of his triumph. This was why his time hiding in the Manjang Cave felt slow. It felt like an eternity. The day when everything will culminate was here. Deering. After he earnestly looked at his handphone, Lee Sango gave his report. A black mysterious bird appeared above Seoul. Bring it to me. The handphone was handed over to Yellow, and he smiled when he saw the picture. It is Ibrit. Ibrit was of the 70th throne, and it was a very troublesome opponent. Amongst the great lords with thrones, one wasn't ranked based on power or battle capability. The ranking measured who had the better management skill. It was merely a number. A strong opponent could have a low number, and a weak one could have a high number. If one looked only at the pure battle capability, Ibrit was within the top 5 amongst the great lords. Yellow was the 25th throne, but he was also one of the top great lords in terms of battle capability. Yellow exited the Manjang Cave with a confident expression on his face. I'll start hunting at my leisure. Even amongst the planets, Earth was a special. Since the synchronization was finished, several hundred lords will converge in an attempt to gain the master code. If he wanted to come out on top, he would need to make allies of the native people. He would use them as his allied army. He'll defeat the villain, and he'll become the savior. Enough. This will be adequate. Ibrit was a being that was absolutely wedded to the role of a villain. Would Earth's existing military force be able to withstand the assault of this being? Their best efforts would only be able to drain the health of Ibrit. When the time comes, he'll defeat Ibrit, and he'll become the hero of Earth. He'll present himself as a vassal of Earth. Lee Sango had already finished the preparations under the table. Kiak. Ibrit had not descended alone. A flock of several thousand crows appeared with him, and they swept across Seoul. The blackbirds occupied the sky, and they dove between the buildings to pluck out and eat the hearts of humans. They also caused explosions by attacking the vehicles and gas pipeline. Puwung. Kwang. Several crows were swept up by the explosions, but only few died. The crows were like a black storm, and they nested at an islet located at the Han River. Kuwung. The undying crow's size rivaled a dragon. Ibrit's landing broke apart the bridge that ran over the islet. Cooing. Ibrit made the island float above the river, and it immediately planted a thorn tree. Ryu Ahuk. An enormous tree kept growing as if it was trying to defy the sky. After the synchronization ended, there were no restrictions placed on the symbols. The trunk of the tree kept getting thicker, and it was thick enough to occupy half the island. The branches were so long that they reached the banks of the Han River. Ibrit landed atop the bizarre thorn tree, which held no leaves. It was impossible to think that this enormous tree belonged on Earth, yet it had grown to full height in 10 minutes. Kia. From the top of the tree, it could see the entirety of Seoul at a glance. There were several hundred dungeon entrances nearby. It could tell by the energies that there were millions of people clustered together in various locations. Ibrit let out a cry. I declare this place to be the territory of Ibritnim. His domineering words weren't spoken in any languages spoken on Earth. The cry rang out as it moved to the far reaches of Seoul. Only one person understood its words. You're talking shit. Woojin jumped off the phantom steed to land on top of the thorn tree. The thorns were the size of a full-grown man, so there were a lot of places where he couldn't stand. Necromancer. Ibrit's red eyes blinked. Its domineering gaze shot towards Woojin. Are you going to submit to me? Or do you want to be hunted down by me? I'll choose the hunt. I'll repay your bravery. Ibrit opened its wings wide. Its wings were enormous, and the feathers on its wings stood on end. The feathers became as sharp as knives. Even if one was brushed by its feathers, one would become cut into tatters. Since it was such a threatening sight, Woojin sharpened his senses as the tension within him increased. This is exciting. This was his first time facing Ibrit. He just heard stories about Ibrit from Janice and Yong. Now that he was in front of it, its overpowering nature was no joke. He was fighting it for the first time, but Woojin was confident in himself. He wasn't alone. Shwak, Kwajik. Its speed was unbecoming of such a large body. Ibrit dashed forward at an incredible speed, and one wing was sweeping towards Woojin. Woojin jumped to avoid the attack, and since he didn't have wings, he started falling to the ground. However, Phantom Steed Xing appeared, and it stopped Woojin's fall. Kia-ha! The knife-like feathers were as sharp as Ibrit's screech, but Woojin's soul armor was able to block all the projectiles. When it saw Woojin heading below the island, Ibrit rotated its body as if it was about to free fall towards the ground. Shushu-shashuk. The feathers were seeped with incredibly strong energy, and the feathers fell towards Woojin like rain. This time his spirit armor couldn't stop all of them. Choo-choo-choot. Several blades brushed by Woojin, and he suffered multiple wounds. His stored souls immediately absorbed into him to heal the damage. It had been a long time since he had faced an opponent of this caliber. It was the first after he reached the pinnacle as a necromancer. Now, while he kept descending towards the ground, Janice and the skeleton magicians focused their magic on Ibrit. Waru-rook. The hellfire charred the black feathers, but it couldn't be set on fire. Several death knights were also summoned. They appeared from very locations to latch themselves onto the body of Ibrit. Small fry. Ibrit shook its body, and it let out a loud screech. Kia-ha. The fear's influence didn't take hold on the undead, but this sound wasn't meant for them in the first place. Kia. Several thousand knife-beak crows flew into the air. They blotted out one's vision as they attacked the undead army. So you want to do this with me? He would never lose in terms of numbers. Woojin immediately summoned his undead army on the island. The skeleton warriors and the black crows fought each other, and it created a chaotic scene. Moreover, when Ibrit was nearly to the floor, the enormous bone dragon pounced. It opened its jaw, and it bit Ibrit's neck. Ku-hung. The two enormous beings rolled across the ground, and as the trees nearby was uprooted, the rim of island started to sink into the ground. When Yong refused to let go of Ibrit's neck, Woojin yelled out to him. All right. Just keep it immobilized like that. Gu-oh-oh-oh. Ibrit's head was being held to the ground. A being that looked like a steel puppet ran across a broken branch of a thorn tree. After he jumped high into the sky, he brought his fist down on the crown of Ibrit's head. Guang! The shockwave was big enough to cause waves on the Han River. However, the blow wasn't strong enough to chase Ibrit back to its dimension. How dare you! The crow used powerful strokes of its wings to shoot into the air. Kuong, cooing. The crow and the dragon impacted on various parts of the thorn tree as they flew into the air, and Yong was eventually dislodged. Yong fell to the ground. Ki-aha. Ibrit flew at a higher elevation than the thorn tree and it let out a cry. Amongst the continuously resetting dungeons, several subway stations reacted to the cry. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 192, Bone Dragon, 1. Chapter 192, Bone Dragon, 1. The sound of the ground shaking tickled one's ears. The vibration was transferred from the ground to one's feet. One's entire body shook. Cooing, dot. The sound of clashes was heard from all direction, so one didn't even need to look around to find the source of the sounds. Enemies were everywhere, and it was a mishmash of all races. orcs, ogres, elves, and even humans. The creatures of his dimensions answered the call of Ibrit. All of them charged forward to fight Kong Woojin and his undead army. All the monsters, who had crawled out of the dungeons of Seoul, stopped destroying the city. They headed towards the immortal. Cooing. The roads that should be filled with vehicles were now clogged by the marching monsters. The roused and soldiers on standby looked on with confusion. From their perspective, it as if the monsters were retreating. However, if one looked at it in a macro view, the monsters were gathering at a single point. The monsters were all rushing towards the islet. Enemies were everywhere. Their eyes were red with resentment. They were sending out an almost instinctual killing intent towards Woojin, and it was laughable to him. It seems all the trashes from the other dimensions are gathering here. Dimensional refugees. These were beings who had lost their codes. They were unfortunate individuals who had lost their home planets. They were puppets that could be summoned if one had points. These beings bared their teeth toward him, and Woojin's personality wasn't benevolent enough to try to passively explain the situation with his words. He resided closest to death. He was the king of that defied death. I'll clean this place. With death. Shwa. The souls materialized around Woojin, and they were formed into a large soul barrier. Zing. The cape on his armor fluttered as if it was about to be ripped away. Thrash's guardian. When he repaired the damaged chest armor, all the restriction was lifted. He could now use and store an unlimited amount of souls. It also increased his power by 3 folds. Woojin also switched his shoes. Thrash's march. He left behind the energy of death at every step he took. It acted as a multiplier of undead's battle capability. Moreover, his footsteps corrupted the ground with poison. It lured all living being towards death. Then there was the belt decorated with skulls. Thrash's dignity. In front of the Thrash's dignity, the number of subordinate he could control increased. Just this single item doubled his control ability. The only thing lacking right now was 2 remaining set items. He didn't have enough ingredient items to make honor and punishment. The flying fortress needed points for its defense, so he couldn't be careless with his use of his points. He had already depleted his achievement points by buying from his personal store. He was only able to complete 3 items. He would have to gather all 5 items to bring out the full set effect. His undead army would become much stronger numerically and quality-wise once he had them all. Shall we go? Shwak. When barrier was taken down, the sound of pitched battle between the undeads and the monsters rang in his ears. Wook. When Woojin started walking, souls gathered at his feet to assist his steps. Even if he wasn't riding Xing, Thrash's march allowed him to use phantom gallop. It was child's play to be in the air now. He could walk to anywhere he wanted to. Woojin jumped into the empty air, and he started running towards the orc warriors, who were crossing the Han River by jumping on a congregation of alligators. How should I use this? Woojin held up his warrior's weapon. Shwak! His weapon was long, and it wrapped around an orc's head. It was a whip. When he reached level 90, his weapon could now transform into a whip. It could move in unexpected ways, and it possessed a sharp cutting force. It could slice through anything. Kuaak! Before the orc could stop its scream, its corpse exploded, and a skeleton appeared. Keek. His control ability had doubled. The enemies kept dying one by one, and the undead army kept getting larger. Kill the necromancer. Kill that bastard. Humans, elves. Even dwarven warriors were starting to cross the Han River. There were so many of them. If one didn't know this was Seoul, one would think it was the territory of the monsters. Pot. Light pillars were shooting consecutively into the skies of Seoul, and one could tell a lot of dungeons were being reset. Since the dungeons could forego the synchronization, the monsters kept crawling out of the dungeons. The guilds and the army didn't have the time to stem the flow. Even the residents of Seoul didn't have the time to evacuate. People were becoming stranded in the streets, and they were being killed. This was a great lord of the 70th throne. Ibrit's authority made every monster gather at the islet. Ironically, this gave time for the civilians to run away. Some ran towards the opposite direction as the monsters. Some gave up running away, and they decided to wait for a rescue. A very small number of people watched and filmed the battle occurring on the islet. Cool. It is too bad Kiba cannot join us. Death Knight Ramzan swung his hammer with regret. Even for the Death Knights, who were quite used to battles, it was rare to face a continuous stream of enemies. They killed and killed, yet there was no end to the enemies. The air of the battlefield was oppressive and dense from the fear and madness emanating from the living. How great is this? The Death Knights willingly became drunk on this atmosphere. Waruru, Kwang. The Hell Hydras appeared from various locations, and they spat out fire from their mouths. Lich Janes used his enormous staff to shoot consecutive magical spells. The magical energy around him was so thick that Janie's face looked red. Come to me. I will save you all. If living caused pain, he'll save all of them by killing them. The Lich's magic was endless. Gu o o. Che 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 chung, ti ting. Every time the iron golem moved, the nearby trees fell and the corpses piled up. The monsters that seemed to have stepped out from literary fame died. The swords, shields and anything made out of metal were pulled towards the body of the golem. The golem was like a magnet, and its body kept growing in size. The corpses kept piling up, and now it was filling the Han River. Blood was flowing out of these corpses, and it was like a river made out of blood. Ku Wong. An enormous being was raging around as it raised violent sprays of water. What is your wish? The bone dragon kept asking a question that no one answered. It kept chewing up its praise. Guaguan, dot. The red water sprayed into the air, and the rolling of the water doused the surrounding. Before one knew it, there were mostly undead and corpses left around Woojin. It happened at that moment. The undying crow, who had shot high into the air, was diving towards the ground. Kuang! The bone dragon leaped into the air to ram into Ibrit. Ibrit became lodged in the thorn tree. It shot out its sharp feathers indiscriminately, and it decimated the surrounding. Schwak! The whip flew in like a snake, and it encircled the crow's neck. I caught you. Woojin was speaking with a smirk on his face. However, when Ibrit jumped, Woojin and his whip was dragged along by its enormous strength. Ha! Geez! The whip was sharp, yet it couldn't even pierce through Ibrit's skin. It couldn't even harm the feather on its body. Woojin hung onto his whip, and Ibrit kept increasing its speed as it ascended into the sky. He could do nothing by being dragged around everywhere, so Woojin unsummoned his warrior's weapon. He landed atop a branch of the thorn tree. Schwak! I guess I'll watch you perform more cute tricks. Ibrit spoke after climbing high into the sky, and Woojin tried to hold back his bitter laugh. The bastard was waiting for him to tire out. Moreover, the dungeons nearby were resetting, so Woojin surmised Ibrit had some kind of a scheme. 70th throne. It had the codes to 70 planets, so how much points did it have saved up? How large of an army could it field if it used all its points? So you are saying you can't take me on yet? It was waiting for Woojin to tire out, so basically, it was admitting to a weakness. Ibrit's combat ability was below his. Woojin looked down from the thorn tree. The undead army was surrounded by dead bodies, and the still living enemies were being slaughtered. The corpses were clogging the Han River, and now it was acting as a bridge. The monsters, who were still arriving at the Han River, used the corpse bridge to cross. Woojin smirked. Unsummon. Schwak. The skeletons, Death Knights, Lich and the Bone Dragon disappeared. Woojin was the only one left on the islet. The necromancer has run out of magic. Kill that bastard. The monsters. To be precise, the dimensional refugees ran towards Woojin as if it was a race to reach him. When they arrived at the islet, some tried to climb the tree. The impatient ones threw their spears, or they shot their arrows. In a flash, tens of thousands of enemy troops gathered on the island. Do you guys really think I'm short on magical energy? Woojin's two hands were pointed downwards. There were corpses and screaming souls everywhere. How could he be low on magical energy? Corpse explosion. Gu-ah-hang. All the corpses exploded. The explosion swallowed everything nearby. The explosion caused more corpses to form. The number of corpses was much higher than before. Blood and chunks of flesh flew everywhere, and the surrounding looked like a scene from hell. The aftermath of the explosion destroyed the island. Kuulun. The thorn tree shook fiercely. It seemed as it would fall over, but the roots suddenly hardened as it pierced into the surface. Half of the Han River's water evaporated, and the red water rushed in to fill the void. Moreover, Woojin's eyes could see tens of thousands of souls. Shwa. All of them were sucked into the Thrash's protection. He absorbed several hundred souls, and his almost depleted magical energy was filled to the brim. Moreover, if he wanted to use skeleton summon again, he had more than enough sacrifices. His surrounding was filled with blood, bones and corpses. Summon. Gu-o-o. He summoned his undead army again, and they met the charge of the roaring monsters, who were coming towards him again. Woojin looked up to see the undying crow, then he looked towards his bone dragon. Hey, Yong. It is our turn to counterattack. What is your wish? What is your wish? The dragon, who suffered from dementia, was usually chatty. However, it was silent now. The corner of Woojin's mouth started to turn up. It was his baddest and strongest familiar. After a short silence, Yong spoke a desire he always had for the past couple thousand years. Give me wings. A flightless dragon wasn't a true dragon. I'd love to give it to you. Woojin smiled as he looked at the iron golem. Gu-ah. Kung, kong, coo-cooing. The chunks of steel, which made up its armor, started to fall off. In the end, only the wisp-like heart of the golem was left. It started to suck up the nearby blood. Shwaak! It was like a fog made out of blood. The blood swirled like a whirlwind, yet it unexpectedly gathered around the bone dragon. The golem's heart had settled within the enormous ribcage of the bone dragon, and it sucked in all the blood nearby. Gua-ah-ah-ah! The dragon roared, and it stretched itself out. Blood started to stick to the bones. The blood coagulated, and it started resolving itself into flesh. The bones of the wings, which looked like spears, started to grow a membrane. Blood started covering the reddened bones and the bridge of its nose. Shwa! It absorbed an endless amount of blood. Blood. Tens of thousands were sacrificed to combine the power of his two baddest familiars. Coo-oh-oh-oh! The blood dragon let out a roar, and the fear made the monster army flinch. My wish has been granted. What is your wish? The imposing ancient dragon had revived. Woojin laughed in a playful manner as he pointed towards the sky. Go bring me that crow. It'll be my pleasure. Coo-wong. It left a big mark as it pushed off, and the blood dragon climbed into the air. One's magical energy had once again bottomed out, so he used the souls to replenish it. Woojin once again used his control ability to its utmost on the corpses. Pop-pop-pot. It was as if consecutive explosions were occurring. The skeletons were ripping themselves out of the corpses. The crow had been waiting for a necromancer to become exhausted? His undead army had doubled in size, and they waited for the immortal's command. Sweep them. Coo-oh-oh. At Woojin's order, the Death Knights roared, and the skeletons followed them into battle. They charged in all directions. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 193, Blood Dragon, 2. Chapter 193, Blood Dragon, 2. Shwaak! An enormous red body was flying through the sky. What is my name? It didn't remember previous name before it was named Yong. Blood was being pumped by the golem's heart, and it was a familiar sensation to the dragon. Ancient dragon. It felt as if the surging blood would allow it to regain its sense of self. Shwaak! The dragon flew up into the sky at an incredible speed, and it barreled into the crow, who had been flying in circles. You are an odd one. At the crow's short observation, Yong opened its jaw in response. Kwajik! The crow planned on dodging, but it couldn't. After gaining blood and wings, Yong's movements couldn't be compared to before. Moreover, his strength had become so strong that Yong's teeth was able to plunge into Ibrit's wing. It broke through the knife-like feathers and its leather. It was a simple act of biting, yet the damage it dealt was beyond imagination. Kwajik! Yong gripped Ibrit's body with its claws. While its teeth were lodged inside the wing, Yong twisted its midsection. Kuwa-ak! The sound of destruction was loud. The wing was ripped away as Ibrit writhed. Huwung! It wouldn't have been strange if they plummeted to the ground, but Yong's powerful beat of its wings kept both of them in midair. You brutish bastard! Kwajik! Yong spat out the wing that filled its mouth, then it immediately bit Ibrit's head. This doesn't make any sense. Ibrit could smell a foul stench coming from the dragon. The smell of blood gave Ibrit a headache. The black maw of Yong had encased the whole head of Ibrit, and the crow's body started to burn. Waroo! The black body was on fire, and the flame ran along the feathers. The wings were now made out of fire. Once the fire died down, Ibrit would be able to regenerate itself. The heat was filling up Yong's mouth, but there was nothing within its mouth that would be burned by the immense heat. Kwa-doo-dook! Yong bit off the crow's head, and he swallowed it alongside the scorching heat. Pop-pop-pot! Ibrit's body turned into gray light as it disappeared, and the blood dragon roared into the air. Your wish has come true. Once it finished what it had to do, Yong started to descend. The monsters, who had been madly charging forward, came to a halt. These beings had been blindly charging forward towards their target, but the battle ended when these monsters started worrying about their own lives. When Woojin saw the confused monsters, the tension left his body. It seems Yong has killed it. Once Ibrit was killed, these monsters were no longer an army. The only thing left was for the monsters to be slaughtered by the undead army. As if to confirm his conjecture, the blood dragon landed next to him. Kulung. The waters of the Han River made waves, and islands of corpses started to form in some parts of the river. If he had completed the Thrash's set, he might have been able to revive all the corpses here as undeads. The blood dragon trampled over the corpses. It asked a question as it brought its head towards Woojin. What is your wish? Woojin smirked as he placed his hand on its horn. I want to fly with you. He jumped on the back of Yong. Kulung. Accompanying a powerful push-off, the dragon flew into the air. Shelter. Wu Sung-hoon and the employees could only monitor the outside situation through the enormous monitor and the radio. They focused on the stations that were still able to broadcast. This is amazing. The Prime Minister said before that all of Alandal's power resides within its king. We had assumed it to be a lie. However, before the situation could devolve into the worst possible situation, he saved Seoul. Ha! I have no words to say. Shit. Why did it take him so long to come back? Dong Mina. My baby. Hoo hook. Some shouted with joy. Others yelled out with words full of despair and complaint. Wu Sung-hoon and the employees quietly exited the shelter. The surrounding was a mess as if a bomb had been dropped in their midst. The soldiers enroused were patrolling the streets as they took down the pockets of remaining monsters. They also rescued the injured people. Hoo! Our king is incredible. It makes me proud to be a citizen of Alandal. The employees had been conscious of the people inside the shelter, but they started speaking their mind when they exited the shelter. When Woojin went to Alphen, Alandal had received international pressure. They had faced a lot of stress because of it. Moreover, Koreans had been the strongest in their criticism. They threw around words like traitors, deserters, and even cowards towards the people of Alandal. They kept trying to chip away and disparage Alandal. The media scraped the bottom of the barrel in bringing out their criticisms, and it had caused the people of Alandal to become sick and tired of them. Look over there, chief. When Wu Sung-hoon looked towards the direction pointed out by the employee, he saw an enormous monster flying towards them. Kulung. The being made the wide 10-lane road feel cramped. The monster landed, and it pushed through the cars on the street. Everyone gulped at the sight. It feels as if an apartment building is crawling towards us. They were frozen by the monster's overwhelming size and pressure. When the blood dragon reached the group, it dropped its head towards the ground. Woojin slid down the neck before he stopped on top of the dragon's head. The fear and tension on the faces of the employees receded. My king. Get on. Let's go. Woojin spoke stiffly as if nothing unusual was happening. Wu Sung-hoon quickly moved to comply. Where should we get on? A single talon was larger than a person, and a regular person would have to climb up the dragon as if one was climbing up a cliff. When Woojin raised his hand, a soft magical energy surrounded the employees. They were lifted onto the back of Yong. Ha! Hook! This was contrary to their expectations. The smell of blood was thick, and the faces of several employees darkened as they gagged. Woojin titled his head in confusion as he looked backwards. We haven't even lifted off, yet you guys are already suffering from motion sickness? Ha ha. I guess so. Wu Sung-hoon's face was also blue. However, he let out an awkward laugh as he agreed with Woojin. Woojin put up a barrier around them again. Kulung. The blood dragon pushed off the ground, and while in the air, the employees didn't have time to worry about the smell of the blood. The barrier was blocking the wind, but it was up to them to cling to the body of the dragon. The blood dragon quickly left Seoul. The news helicopter flew over the battlefield as the sound of the battlefield died down. King Woojin of Alandal has left without giving any comments. The army and the guilds are clearing the camera panned the surrounding, and one could see beings that looked similar to humans amongst the monsters. There were people that looked too human to be called beings of a different race. The camera also took in the sight of the enormous and unreal symbol called the thorn tree. Is this the moment when the invasions from alien planets hit their stride? Koreans might have to abandon Seoul. There were too many dungeons in Seoul. He would become the ruler. Zuju Jung. The ground near a yellow froze, and a pillar of ice extended from the ground. It stretched towards the thorn tree. As the road of ice formed, Lisago surveyed the cluttered surrounding. Isn't this place a bit too quiet? This was supposed to be the site of a fierce battle, yet he felt a weird sense of dissonance. He looked at the corpses and the broken buildings. Every sign indicated that this was the site of the battle, yet it was too quiet. There were no sounds of explosions or shouts. Ring ring. His handphone had let out an alert. Lee Sango's face hardened when he read the screen. Woojin has already pilfered that place. Recommend retreat. Lee Sango's expression crumpled when he saw the text from his employee. He quickly searched the internet. He saw the breaking news informing the defeat of Ibrit and the pacification of the wide outbreak of dungeons in Seoul. There was also a video showing an unknown red dragon fighting Ibrit. Shit. We were a step too late. He had implemented a plan with a failsafe, yet Woojin had managed to return from Alphen. Those damn Japanese. His expectation had not been high. However, he expected them to stall Woojin for a couple days. However, they had only delayed Woojin for a day. The battle had already come to an end. Yellow Nim. Currently, The pillar of ice kept elongating as if water was being shot out from a fountain. The pillar of ice was still growing, and it was approaching the thorn tree. An ice human had made his entrance on an already concluded battlefield. Shit. He wouldn't be viewed as a savior. He would be perceived as a new invader. Kulung. The enormous flying fortress wobbled. The wyverns had gathered at an empty spot on the deck. However, they were chased away when the blood dragon landed. The appearance of the blood dragon created a big fuss inside BB's castle. Huck. They didn't have the energy to throw up anymore. However, it seemed when the tension had left their body, they felt the need to gag even though nothing was coming up. Woojin jumped off the dragon as he left behind his employees. Master. In a single bound, the succubus jumped into his arms. Woojin's expression stiffened at BB's hug. He didn't really care if she was wearing a risque outfit. She could no longer be called a little demon. She was in a form he became familiar with on Alphen, and there was only one reason why she would be in this form. As expected, the synchronization has come to an end. Yes. I can use all my powers now. BB spoke in a proud manner, but she didn't seem too happy. The illusion which was powerful now, but this also meant their opponents had regained their strength too. All the dimensional lords would be able to use their power as if Earth was their home. We've been waiting for your return. Young Minchan gave his greeting. Sua and his mother stood next to Minchan, and Du Jaemin stood behind them as a reliable guard. Then there was Du Jaiwan. You've done well. Woojin grinned at his mother's words. Sua held her mother's hand, and it seemed she felt awkward, since she hadn't seen her appa in several days. Mother is busy, so I'll see you later. You do what you have to do. She knew he was busy. After she saw his face, his mother excused herself. My king. Shouldn't you go meet? Woojin shook young Minchan's hand as he cut him off. Why did you send the Dakin Guild? What? They volunteered to be the advance group in using the gate. It seemed Minchan still didn't know about their betrayal. Woojin nodded his head as if it wasn't a big deal. Well, we can talk about it later. So how many locations had dungeon breaks like Seoul? Almost every one of them suffered the same fate. There are still a lot of cities that are unable to recover from this event. Fortunately, England was in the final stages of stabilizing the situation. In the first place, most of the population had been moved to an enormous refuge where they were far from the subway stations. Since they didn't have to worry about civilian casualties, the army would use their weapons with abandon. Still, the situation in England is almost stabilized thanks to BB Nim's efforts, but... When Woojin turned to look at her, BB had a bright smile on her face. I killed a dimensional lord by myself. Good job. So what's the closest country going through an ongoing break? It's Greece. We were about to head there. However, there is someone here you should meet before we do that. BB's castle was moving across the sky. Their destination was Greece. Who is it? Young Minchan answered in a careful manner. After resolving the dungeon breaks in England, a person had come aboard BB's castle in an attempt to meet Woojin. It's Kim Konchul. Ho-oh! Woojin's eyebrows twitched. He came here out of his own volition? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 194, Moon World 1. Chapter 194, Moon World 1. The room was too Spartan to be called a reception room. There were no windows, and the room was thoroughly isolated from the outside. There were only 2 chairs present, and a man was sitting in one of the chair. Eek. Kim Conchul saw the tightly shut door open up. When he saw Kong Woojin enter, he stood up from his seat. I've been waiting for you. Woojin smirked at Kim Conchul's nonchalant words. You have big balls. Kim Conchul had been barely able to escape after suffering a defeat, yet he had come here out of his own volition. When Woojin sat in the chair, Kim Conchul also sat down. What do you have to say to me? Woojin always went straight to the point. Usually, a person used levity and delay tactics to assess the intent of one's opponent. However, Woojin didn't even attempt to use such tactics. I'm here to deliver a message. Whose message? Toppler? Tell him to come here himself. He can't come here yet. Whom? Woojin folded his arms, and he leaned back into the back of his chair. It was funny, but the uncomfortable seat helped him organize his thoughts. Why can't he come? Does he think he'll die? Are you planning on killing him? I don't like people who approaches me with some secret agenda in mind. This is true for you too. Woojin gave a non-subtle threat, but Kim Conchul's expression remained relaxed. No, it was as if he had fully accepted the consequences of this meeting. He was beyond worrying about his own death. This isn't my first time meeting you. I know. We met last time. No. I'm talking about meeting you in this place. Woojin's eyebrows twitched. Kim Conchul expressed his feeling of uneasiness in a frank manner, and the atmosphere took a turn for the worse. I'm not afraid of dying. Everyone who said such nonsense ended up dying by my hands. I'm only afraid that I'll have to repeat this meeting again. I want you to speak in terms that I can understand. Woojin stood up from his seat. As Woojin looked down from a higher vantage point, nervousness assaulted Kim Conchul. Your actions are always the same. It is as they predicted. My patience is almost at an end. Woojin backed up his words by unfurling his hand. Weeing. A ball of magical energy was in his hand. Kim Conchul glanced at it for a moment, but his gaze didn't falter. If his role ended here, he didn't mind dying. The only regret he had was not being able to see Earth being saved. If my death is needed to save Earth, I'll willingly give it up. However, I have words I must deliver to you. Kim Conchul spoke quickly. You return to Earth later than the time decided by your destiny. Was Kim Conchul talking about his return from Alphen to Earth? So what? I'm not sure why, but the appearance of the Yellow occurred earlier than expected. Yellow? He had heard of that name before. Everything has been accelerated, so you haven't gained your full qualification yet. It is a shame. Woojin's expression crumpled. He didn't like this. It felt as if these people were playing above his head. Fate, oracles, prophecies, and gods. It was a gift set of everything he hated. He wanted to plug Kim Conchul's mouth shut. What was fate? He wasn't someone who walked down a preordained road. When you are ready, Dr. Toppler will contact you. Only you can save the moon world and Earth. Why are those bastards so secretive about their identities? If they had the same goal as him, shouldn't they lay the cards on the table like Melody? The moon world was an unknown dimension to Woojin. Dr. Toppler had come from that place, and he was the first human encountered by Woojin with an unobservable soul. When a person encounters something one doesn't understand, one feels fear and resistance. If they truly wanted an alliance, if they truly held the same goal as him, they should explain the situation in a way he could understand it. Toppler should have come here instead of a messenger like Kim Conchul. Weeing. The ball of magical energy in Woojin's hand hardened. A single punch would obliterate Kim Conchul's head. This is the last message I was tasked to deliver to you. He licked his dried lips, and he accepted his approaching fate. Have you ever asked yourself why you are able to level up? Kim Conchul closed his eyes. He had fulfilled his role. He had believed in the prophecy as if it was scripture. He trusted the godlike beings. He had not hesitated in his efforts to save Earth, and his role had now come to an end. Weeing. The ball of magical energy dispersed. Kim Conchul cracked open his closed eyes. He saw Kong Woojin, who had a dumbfounded expression on his face. It was as if he had been smacked in the back of his head. Kim Conchal asked questions, but Kong Woojin didn't respond at all. He decided to wait this out. A significant amount of time had passed. Kong Woojin's eyes were unfocused from the confusion, and his eyes was shaking. Why did I never question this point? It was unnatural. No, it was unbelievable. Leveling up. This wasn't a game. When a question formed in his mind, more questions cropped up in its wake. Why was he summoned to Alphen? What was the relationship between Alphen and Earth? Toppler. When can I meet him? He said he'll look for you when you are ready. Ready? Was he talking about his level up? Or was he talking about the key called the Thrash's Executioner? He had gained treasures within Alphen to make his defensive gear. What did he need to gain on Earth to make the Executioner? Earth and Alphen. There was no end in sight for his worries, and his thoughts were clogged up inside his mind. There was no way he could find the answer, and he was running out of time. If he needed to choose one of two things, he would rather abstain from choosing, so he could have both. You should stay here and don't do anything. A new emotion sprouted on Kim Conchal's resigned face. Why didn't you kill me? Me? Why? The act of murder didn't always need a reason behind it to be carried out. If your information turns out to be rotten, I'll kill you at that time. Did Kim Conchal think he killed someone on the basis of not liking someone? If Kim Conchal didn't have impure intentions, there was no reason for enmity between them. He was only a messenger sent by the moon world. Cocoon. The closed door opened, and Kong Woojin left the room. Kim Conchal stood up from his chair as if he had just seen a ghost. He has changed. The last pages to his book of fate had come to an end, yet his story hadn't ended. He had never planned for his life after this point in time. Tears fell from his face. He'll be able to see the savior, who'll open up the new world. Young Minchin, who had been waiting anxiously, asked Woojin a question. What happened? What do you mean? As if his head hurt, Kong Woojin put pressure on his temple with his fingers. Just leave Kim Conchal imprisoned. If he tries to escape, I believe he'll succeed. Are you sure? Kim Conchal was a high rank roused. If he wanted to secretly escape, how were they supposed to stop him? If he wants to leave, he'll leave. If he wants to stay, he'll stay. He didn't care if Kim Conchal left or not. At the very least, he'll be able to read the intention of the moon world, who kept the truth hidden from him. He didn't care if Kim Conchal stayed here as a hostage, or leave to advance his agenda. When will we arrive in Greece? We'll be there in 3 hours. He was a spitting distance from level 99. Should he continue to hunt? Or should he earn points, so he could gain his 2 remaining pieces of the Thrash's set? I'll do both. What? Tell J-Men to come to me. Then you go do what you have to do, Odot. After giving his instruction, Woojin ascended towards the deck. Young Minchin kept following behind him. I told you to go do your work. It is my job to help the president. Basically, you don't have any work to do. He was the prime minister. How busy could he be? The flying fortress traveled towards sites where large dungeon breaks had occurred. However, Bibi was in charge of the battles. His job was basically changing the schedule when he received requests for help from various countries. However, even this was being done by his subordinates. Your job is cushy. Anyways, I saw some people with very dark souls. You should crack down on your employees. What? While Woojin walked back and forth on the ship, he had crossed paths with employees with souls so dirty that a bad stench emanated from them. It seems you were too loose in how you picked the employees. I'll immediately investigate this problem. Young Minchin answered with a serious expression on his face. Aside from the roused, he had handpicked all the regular employees. He had looked carefully at the 1,000 employees he had hired, but it seemed he hadn't been able to filter out all the bad apples. Woojin left behind Minkan, who quickly headed towards his office. He went to the corner of the deck. He approached Yong Yong, who was taking up the entire wyvern's nest by itself. What is your wish? Woojin smirked as he summoned Dulcie and Bibi. Papat. Aat. Master. Bibi, who had been playing inside the control room, was abruptly summoned in front of Woojin. Bibi. I have some other work to do. I want you to work with Dulcie and Yong Yong to kill all the dimensional lords. Oh ho. Please leave it to me. Afterwards, he summoned his Death Knights and Janies. Schwach. An overwhelming sense of danger was felt when they were summoned. They looked at Woojin with trust in their eyes. I want you all to kill every enemy you see. As the Lord commands. Their hunt would increase his EXP. Were you looking for me, Hyung? Du Jaemin appeared right on time. When Jaemin arrived, Woojin took him towards the portal. You'll be coming with me. Are we going to Alphen? Are we going to go pick up team leader Haesol and Sunggu Hyung? They aren't children. They'll come when they are ready. So where are we going? We are going to increase our point total. What? Jaemin, who was full of question, was taken to the dimensional domain of Allendale. My lord. Kiba, who had been guarding the ownerless castle, kneeled in front of him. I really will take you to a battlefield next time. I'll be waiting for your order. He would have to rotate Kiba out with someone else. The Death Knights were causing havoc to their heart's content outside. Kiba only had the chance to fight occasional adventurers, who arrived to this dimensional domain through the dungeon. Jaemin. Yes, Hyung. I need points. What can I do to help? We are going for an endless run of dimensional battles. At Woojin's words, Jaemin grinned. He had inherited the Count's blood to become a vampire lord. He had escaped the curse of the sun, and he now had the ability to be able to control his thirst. He was basically a human if one took away his strength, reflex, sight. It had been a while since he had far outstripped a human in terms of overall ability. Please leave it to me. He'll be able to show off his enhanced capabilities through this. Du Jaemin sat in the tactician's chair. Woojin didn't even bother to sit in his throne to look for his opponents. He just chose a random opponent. He didn't care if they accepted or not. He'll plunder all the dimensional lords. He needed a massive amount of points to be able to craft the remaining 2 thrashes set item. You have requested a dimensional battle with Leonim. He had picked a random opponent, yet when he saw the name, Woojin let out a smirk. It's her again. Woojin's war against the dimensions had just started. Jiaong, Gung. The sound of steel clanging against each other was loud, and the sound rang out into the surrounding. This is your ration, Toppler Nim. Toppler stopped hammering out the crumpled steel plate. He smiled at the child, who had come to him with a small basket. Thank you, So-So. The little girl named So-So gave a bow and farewell, and she quickly walked away with her basket. Phew. He let out a sigh after he pulled himself away from his intense labor. When he opened what was brought to him, he saw a canteen with water, and a bowl with some unknown gruel. He ate gruel that tasted like nothing. It dribbled down his throat, since there was nothing to chew within it. His simple meal didn't take too long to finish, but he was still thankful for the food. Toppler drank all the water he was given, and he turned his gaze towards the window. He looked out at the black sky. Anticipation and worry filled his eyes as he looked at the twinkling stars. Ho-oo! This time we have to. This place had already reached its limit. If another reset occurs, the moon world might no longer have a future. All the keys were in that man's hands. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 195, Moonworld 2. Chapter 195, Moonworld 2. Let's rest for a little bit. Yes, Hyung. What is our winning streak? That was our 75th win in a row. Jaemin didn't look too tired, so Woojin looked at him in surprise. Aren't you tired? Ha. We've been playing this game for only a day. Yes, a game. Woojin let out a bitter laugh at Jaemin's words. So shall we continue? Yes. I'll rest when I get tired. You do that. Woojin's only work was to fight the dimensional lords, who requested duels, because they lost the dimensional battle. Only a very few warlike dimensional lords requested duels as revenge. Most didn't even bother avenging their losses in the dimensional battle. When he saw Jaemin immerse himself into the dimensional battle once again, Woojin stood up from his seat. He had been sitting on his throne, and he had been buying ingredient items as soon as the points started to come in. However, he had yet to complete a single item. After the Earth finished its synchronization, there was no time difference between Earth and his dimensional domain. A day passed on Earth if he spent a day inside his dimensional domain. Shall I go back for a visit? The dimensional space between the planets was called the dimensional domain. He was able to message between all the vassals of his domain from this location. It didn't matter if it was Melody on Alphen or BB on Earth. However, none of them were contacting him, so it seemed nothing significant was occurring. If a duel request came in, Kiba could do it in his stead. Once Kiba loses, Woojin could come back to avenge him. Woojin stood in front of the gate that would take him to Alphen Saurus colony. Zeung. After he passed through the portal, he saw that nothing had changed at the Saurus colony. He was a bit let down by the lack of progress. What the hell? You are still in there? The small flame was still burning, and Woojin shook his head as he looked at it. Sungu was being too greedy. He was still in combustion. If you can hear me, you should come out. It is enough. Waruruk. Woojin couldn't tell if Sungu could hear him or not, since he was unable to speak. While everyone was making a big fuss about the immortal's appearance, Melody pushed through the crowd. Immortal. She seemed very glad to see him, so Woojin felt his mood improve. Melody had been thrown away by the goddess she had served for her entire life, and she had lost her power. This did make him worry a little bit about her. Anything unusual? Yes. Somehow the number of dimensional lords living in Alphen's dungeons had noticeably decreased in number. Several dozen dungeons had been cleared. The resets were occurring from time to time, but most of the dungeons were being purchased by low-ranked dimensional lords. These were beings who could barely buy a single dungeon by investing all their resources. Opponents of such caliber could be cleared by the heroes of the coalition. It is understandable. From the bastards who could fly to the ones that could crawl, all are appearing on Earth to make a mess. The overall ability of the roused, and the modern weapons made Earth a superior fighting power compared to Alphen. It looked as if Earth was still holding up quite well. However, in the end, it would turn into a battle of attrition, and the Dimensional Lords would win. If one thought about the 200-year-long war on Alphen, the Dimensional Lords knew how to conduct a battle of attrition. They had all the time they needed. The only ones desperate was the people of Earth, who had to defend their planet. Even the ones who traveled from Earth to Alphen was feeling the same desperation. My king. Woojin smirked at the strong greeting he got from Blanca and the Phantom Unit. How's Haesol? She is awake. At the Phantom Unit's Sub-Commander Junyang's words, Woojin started looking around for her. Where is she? She left after leaving behind this letter. Ha? Junyang gave the letter to Woojin. The letter was short. However, it got the point across. I'm useless right now. I'd rather die than become a burden. I'll return after I become strong. Woojin looked away from the letter, and he laughed. Isn't this a suicide letter? I don't think so. What a pointless. Woojin didn't want Haesol, because she was strong in battle. She was very knowledgeable about tactics and strategies. Moreover, her telepathic ability allowed her to run the roused unit in an efficient manner. If she wanted to increase her battle capability, she should have increased the ability of the Phantom Unit. Do you guys have anything to do these days? What? I guess. It's been. Then let's head back. What? Blanca, who had been silent as he listened, asked the question. What about us saving Alphen? We have to help them. We are allies now. Earth is in bigger danger right now. I want you guys to pack up. We are heading back. Team leader Haesol isn't back yet. Well, she'll come back when she is ready. Woojin glanced at the flame. You shouldn't be late to the party either. Hurry up and come back to Earth. Waruruk. Woojin was about to head immediately into the gate when Melody hesitatingly stood in front of him. What's wrong? I have request for the immortal Nim. What is it? A blessing. Could you give me a blessing? Ha? Woojin's eyes turned round at the unexpected words. What the hell are you talking about? Melody bit her lower lips. She might be barking up the wrong tree. However, the loss of her power had created an emptiness within her. The pain was almost unbearable. I would like you to place the Thrash's blessing on me. Woojin stroked his chin as he looked at her. What did she think he was? How could he give her Thrash's blessing? I'm not a priest. He was speaking the truth. However, he advanced the cause of the god. He was closest to his god. At the very least, it looked like that to her eyes. This was why she was all the more desperate. If Melody chose to worship a different god, would this other god accept her? She had been abandoned by Arya before. No god would gladly accept her. However, it might be possible if it was the immortal. You can keep looking at me like a constipated dog, but I don't know how to do it. You just have to grant me your blessing. What kind of blessing was she talking about? Woojin shook his head from side to side as he looked at her. She was asking for it, so he'll attempt it. I take no responsibility if this doesn't work. I won't resent you. Woojin stood in front of her. Kneel. Melody gently got on her knees, and she lowered her head. He raised his hand, and he gripped her head. Is this how I'm supposed to do it? He was doubtful, since he never thought about Thrash through the lens of religion. He had just seen himself as someone who received an inheritance. This was the first time trying his hand out on missionary work. Of course, he didn't know how to do it. He didn't have any convention he could follow. I name you as the priestess of Thrash. When Woojin's words ended, no change had occurred. Well, I guess it didn't work? He unnecessarily felt bashful about this, so he scratched his head. Don't be too discouraged. I'm not. At that moment, the phantom unit gathered near the gate. We are ready, my king. All right. Let's go. Melody bowed towards Woojin. Please be careful in getting back here. Well, all right. The gate was going nowhere, so what problem could occur going back and forth from this place? I want you to take care of everything while I'm gone. Yes. Melody was the administrator of the Saurus colony. She had yet to waste any points. She actually used the existing soldiers of the colony and the forces of the coalition to gather bloodstones. She had increased his point total instead of using it. The great lords of Tronet had several dozen to several hundred colonies. If they were all bringing in a surplus of points, he could understand why the great lords was able to pour out monsters like it was nothing. I'll be back. She kept her head down until he passed through the gate. She didn't have Aria's power of premonition anymore. So why did it feel like she would never be able to see Kong Woojin again? Please be victorious. She wished he would end the dimensional war that had only brought them invasion and plunder. Hooah! How long has it been since we've been on Earth? It's the Wyverns. The Phantom unit set foot on the flying fortress. Some were so moved by this experience that they kissed the floor. The Phantom unit were all trained as Wyvern riders, so they were very familiar with the Wyvern's nest placed at the corner of deck. You are back? Young Minchin always came running out to greet him in haste, and Woojin always asked the same question. Anything unusual? There was something. What is it? Did Kim Conchal run away again? No. Unlike his worries, Kim Conchal had behaved very well. He was still imprisoned inside the reception room. So what is it? Where's Bibi? He wondered if the undead army was struggling out there. However, his worries was off the mark. They have pretty much wrapped up the battlefield, and they are returning right now. Then what is it? We caught a spy. Geez. I thought something big had happened. Woojin reacted as if this was a matter of no importance. Young Minchin put on a serious expression, and he started looking around before he spoke in a whisper. This is related to Lee Sango. From my research, there hadn't been any volunteers to head towards Alphen. However, the Dakin Guild suddenly stepped forward, because they struck a backroom deal with Lee Sango. Lee Sango? Who is that? Young Minchin calmly told him the information. He is the former Warang Guild master who was killed by your hands, but... Is that so? Maybe he earned a dimensional fragment from somewhere. Woojin didn't show any surprise at this information, so Young Minchin swallowed his musings. Of course, this was a world where monsters were running amok. Should revival from death be that big of a deal in such context? We haven't figured that out yet. However, the problem is the fact that Lee Sango was acting as spokesperson for a newly arrived dimensional lord named Yellow. Woojin tilted his head at Minchin's words. He became a vassal. Lee Sango's revival now made sense. A vassal's revival only needed consumption of points. If Woojin didn't like the actions of Lee Sango, he just had to kill the dimensional Lord Yellow. However, was it worth going through with it? Please look at this. Young Minchin handed him a tablet. The screen held a footage of Soul filmed from a distance. I guess they haven't dismantled that thing yet, but... He had taken care of all the monsters, so he had thought the Korean government would take down the thorn tree. This was why he left it alone. However, the thorn tree was frozen. On top of that, the Han River was also frozen. On top of a frozen branch of the thorn tree, a doll made out of ice was talking as it opened both its arms. That's a Yellow? Correct. He looks a bit familiar. Please watch the next footage. Woojin played the next footage, and it was a closer shot. Lee Sango's voice could be heard. Yellow Nim wants to help the people of Earth. He wants to protect the people of Earth from the monsters from different dimensions. This is akin to a god descending amongst. After watching the footage of Lee Sung-go's speech, Woojin turned his gaze towards Minchan. What is he talking about? It is as he said. The real problem is. What is it? Several countries are already in progress of making a defense alliance. With him? Yes. Ha! They are giving a fish to a cat for safekeeping. Lee Sung-go had been the one to cause the irregular dungeon breaks. Woojin had always wondered how he had pulled it off, but it seemed a dimensional lord named Yellow had been behind Lee Sung-go. Where is he? Where's the spy? We put him in isolation. Let's go. Woojin walked in front as he headed towards a room being used as a cell. Where are we now? We are above Taiwan. In a flash, they were in front of the room where the spy was imprisoned. Open the door. Cheek. When the closed steel door opened, a man with a worried expression caught sight of Woojin. His face quickly darkened. I have nothing to say. You won't be able to make me talk. Unlike his words, the man was shaking violently. Woojin swung an open palm. Ba'ak. The man couldn't tell if an open palm or a fist had impacted on his face. His lips broke open, and he was sent flying towards the corner of the room. Woojin grabbed the fallen man by his head. He held the man in front of him, so he could look into the man's eyes. Name? Ooh. It's Lee Sung-go. Good boy. Woojin relaxed the pressure he was putting on the man's head. Lee Sung-go fell to the floor, and his teeth started to chatter. Hey Minchan. Give me your handphone. Yes? Yes, sir. He took the handphone, and he pushed it towards the spy. The man's eyes shook from fear. Woojin laughed as he looked at him. Call your president. What? I heard you smashed your handphone. Call him with this one. When Lee Sung-go's cover was blown, he immediately destroyed the handphone to get rid of the evidence. Hurry up. Call him. Yes. Even such casual words carried an incredible amount of pressure. It was as if he was meeting a never-before-seen psychopath in this world. Woojin looked as if he was capable of killing a person as he laughed. Lee Sung-go felt death creeping towards him. It was like facing a god of legend, who harvested death. Dee-ree-ree. The phone rang couple times before Woojin heard a familiar voice. Hello. It's me. Who's me? It's Woojin. Woojin? My memory is. Woojin? You son of a bitch. Why are you calling me as if you are my friend? You crazy mofo. Why the fuck are you talking to me in a familiar manner? Lee Sung-go's disconcerted feelings could be felt through the receiver. A smile formed on Woojin's lips. I'll be there soon for you. Be prepared to die. He dared to target Sua? He was looking for the god of Earth? With a cold expression on his face, Woojin put down the phone still transmitting Lee Sung-go's swear-filled rant. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 196, Tronet 1. Chapter 196, Tronet 1. Won't it be dangerous? That is why I'm going to preemptively get rid of them. He had to protect Sua. If he wanted to do that, he had to eliminate his enemies. Woojin made up his mind. Let's go to Seoul. Understood. Minchan gave his assent, and the course was set. Kulung. Bibi's castle tilted before it righted itself. I guess they are back. It was an impact that shook the large fortress. This could only mean that Yong had landed on the flying fortress. When Woojin came out to the deck, he was greeted by his undead army. They had returned after defeating the dimensional lords trying to form colonies in Taiwan. Master. Get ready, Bibi. We are going to go catch Yellow. Oh ho. He's a great lord. Even amongst the dimensional lords, the 72 great lords were powerful beings. Bibi brought up the information regarding Yellow, and she furrowed her brows. He's a troublesome one. Lee Sung-go blommed onto that batard. We have to eliminate them before they become a bigger problem. Lee Sung-go had died once, so he had lost the code to Earth. He was basically a dimensional refugee now. The only thing going for him was the fact that he was the ex-guild master of the Warang Guild. This was why he had a high profile amongst the people of Earth, and he had stepped forward to endorse Yellow. In such chaotic times, how would the people of Earth react to a friendly dimensional lord? Moreover, the fact that Lee Sango was helping a yellow by his side would lower the hostility of the people by a significant amount. Moreover, the existence of Kong Woojin also worked in the favor of a yellow. He commanded the undead army. Kong Woojin's subordinates were basically monsters to the people of Earth, but the only reason why they were accepted was the fact that a person from Earth was the leader. He had control over his subordinates, and he was able to use them to fight against the monsters considered to be enemies. If a yellow was aiming for a similar role, it'll be troublesome. If the people, who already made a pact with a yellow, got in Woojin's way, he might have to war against a block of humans, who had the support of a dimensional lord. Still, the situation wasn't all too bad. The undead army had raised a significant amount of achievement points through their diligent hunting. Moreover, he also gained a good amount of points through the dimensional battles. He used both his achievement store and dimensional store to purchase the ingredient items needed to forge the Thrash's set. I was barely able to make one more. Woojin put on the black gloves. Thrash's punishment. The god of fertility Leash's treasure was now imbued with the power of the god of destruction. The holy item had the power to sprout any seed, but now it had changed into an item of calamity. It allowed Woojin to extract souls from all beings. Now he just needed the helm for his defensive set item. However, he had already regained 4 of his equipments, so he felt his confidence buoy. Jaemin was doing very good work as he continued to fight the dimensional battles, and soon he'll be able to equip all his gears. He will have gathered the 5 keys that'll allow him to gain the Executioner. It wouldn't be too long before Thrash's power descended upon him. I'll be back before we arrive at our destination, so wait for my return. Yes, Master. If something happens, contact me. I will. Woojin ruffled BB's head once, and he used his portal to head towards his dimensional domain. He had to use every minute and every second to gather points. He might be able to gain the last set item called Thrash's Glory before he arrived at his destination. Bam Island, Han River. The thorn tree had grown atop the island, and ice covered the entire tree. A palace made out of ice was built atop the tree like a bird's nest. Yellow was within and he was incensed. Shit. His anger made the palace shake, and Lee Sango was prostrated on the floor as he waited for Yellow's anger to subside. Kong Woojin is coming here? Yes. However, I don't think he'll be able to attack us without cause. Why? The official statement has not been released yet, but we've finalized the defense treaty with Japan. This will greatly limit his options. It hadn't been announced yet, but Yellow and Japan had already finalized the defense treaty. Japan had always been jealous of Korea for being allied to the newly formed country of Allendale. This was why it had been unexpectedly easy to achieve alliance with Japan. We are also hearing favorable words from Korea, so we just need to wait a little bit more. Kong Woojin's Allendale was impossible to control, so there were some within the Korea government who looked favorably at the appearance of a Yellow. Lee Sango was saying all the right words to the leading members of the Korean government. However, there was a problem. He had put in a lot of work to bring all of this about, but it had no effect in easing the rage of a Yellow. The source of the problem was Kong Woojin. Do you really think that bastard will think in those terms? That's... Lee Sango had been mercilessly assaulted by Kong Woojin when all the cameras were on him. Kong Woojin was the worst type of terrorist, and he didn't need much provocation to start a war. He was that kind of a person. Lee Sango's expression darkened, and this sight stressed out Yellow mightily. Yellow's plan had gone off the rail, and he didn't think it could be righted. He should have waited a little bit longer. He would have never expected Ibrit to be so powerless against Kong Woojin. Moreover, he had appeared in plain sight after Kong Woojin had left Seoul. Lee Sango had done a good job bringing order to a chaotic situation when a new dimensional lord had made his appearance. However, this was also the crux of their troubles right now. Yellow had awkwardly thrown his hat into the ring, and now he couldn't go back into hiding. To make matters worse, Kong Woojin was heading straight for them. We have to put up barriers. Speak. There are several groups within Korea who look at us in a positive light. If we bring them into the fold as allies, Kong Woojin wouldn't dare to attack. Shut up. Pa-on. His yell created a shockwave, and Lee Sango was embedded within the wall of ice. Useless bastard. The usefulness of having a vassal who originated from Earth seemed to have come to an end. His opponent was too terrible to use conventional wisdom to predict his moves. Should he find a peaceful solution? However, the fight with the bastard couldn't be avoided. His only regret was the fact that this was supposed to be an easy fight on Earth. However, things kept getting more complicated, and now a direct conflict was inevitable. He had waited for others to cook the meat, so he'll be able to just pick up and eat it. Now he had to roast it himself. If I'm going to do this, I'll do it for certain. Great Lord Yellow. He was able to gather only 25 dimensional codes, but he possessed something that the high-rank Great Lords didn't have. He had gathered numerous low-ranked dimensional lords as subordinates under the guise of an alliance. I'll gather all of them. Yellow started gathering all his warriors. He'll be in a war to gain the most important dimensional code. There was Rajaki of the Yellow Lizard Alliance from planet Jakku, Izuril Alliance of the planet Litan, the Alliance from the planet Jojoro. Then there was the Dimensional Lord Nakamura from Earth, who pledged his loyalty to him. It didn't matter what level of power they had. Yellow summoned all the Dimensional Lords. New National Assembly Building, Sejong City. What should we do? The Chief Secretary whispered into Kim Byung-man's ears. One could clearly hear the worry in his voice, so Kim Byung-man swallowed his groan. Was he the last president of Korea, who will share the final fate with Korea? Currently, the situation in Korea was akin to walking a tightrope above an endless abyss. It was a very tenuous situation. Shouldn't we at least agree to discuss the terms given by Yellow? The civilians are very nervous right now. No way. He suddenly appeared without warning, and he is trying to coerce us into accepting a deal. We shouldn't listen to his words. Several members of the legislative body raised their voice to give their opinions. When the Black Undying Crow Ibrit made its appearance on Earth, Seoul was swept up by a widespread dungeon break. However, Kong Woojin had appeared out of nowhere to succeed in defending Seoul. However, after Kong Woojin left, Yellow had appeared immediately. Yellow was a unique dimensional lord in that he used the Xwarang Guildmaster Lee Songo as a go-between. It was possible to communicate with Yellow. The National Assembly squabbled in regards to the proposed alliance. Both sides refused to compromise on the issue when the monsters suddenly appearing again. The dragon Rajaki, who had invaded Seoul before, appeared once again. Moreover, dimensional lords were setting up colonies all over Seoul. If those synchronized, we lost Seoul overnight. We have to make a decision. They offered the alliance first, and we fell for their trick. While we were discussing the issue, they took advantage of our indecisiveness. They already made their camps. Some suspected that the request for an alliance was a ruse. It bought them time to start building their colonies. Since events have turned out like this, we should ally with Yellow. Events were already stacked against them, so some members were pushing for an alliance. How can we trust his offer? He isn't human. He is just a chunk of ice. Japan has already allied themselves with him. If we decide to fight Yellow, we become enemies with Japan. Yellow was probably afraid of attacking Japan, so he is trying to take over Seoul. How can we let this be? The members of the legislative body were shouting at the top of their lungs as they fought. The president's worries deepened when he saw this. Yellow had appeared suddenly out of nowhere to propose an alliance, and now he was basically occupying the main room of the house by residing within Seoul. Yellow had basically invaded Korea, yet they had to ally with him. Now he was expanding his forces, so his actions weren't trustworthy. When one of the senators caught sight of the silent president, he spoke barbed words towards the president. At the very least, give us some measures we can take. The status of our alliance doesn't matter, since Seoul has already fallen. The president immediately shot back with his words. Is this your official stance? Are you declaring the Dimensional Lord Yellow as an enemy? Please lower your voice. I'm just speaking the truth. The president increased his voice as he spoke about the current situation. Currently, it didn't matter if this was an attempt at an alliance or an invasion. The other side held all the cards. In such an uncertain situation, Yellow's talk of an alliance were sweet nothings. We are already allied with Allendale. What will you all do if there is bad blood between Allendale and Yellow? At the president's question, a senator, who had been antagonistic from the start, yelled out as if it was a no-brainer. The king of Allendale does whatever the hell he wants. Wouldn't it be better to trust Yellow? At the very least, he isn't out of control. President Kim Byung-man let out a bitter laugh. As I've said before, we hold no bargaining chips that can be used in negotiations. It brought him to tears, but it was the truth. Allendale's flying fortress is approaching. The flying fortress had turned its nose at Taiwan, and it had headed northward. The Korean government sent an inquiry, but Allendale hadn't given their official reply yet. This was only a guess, but everyone assumed the flying fortress was returning to start up a big fight. It is a war between Allendale and Yellow. It would be a war fought on Korean soil, yet their thoughts were elsewhere. The Korean government didn't have the power to stop the fight. They weren't even united enough to choose sides, so there weren't a lot they could do. We have to focus on evacuating civilians from Seoul. The president's words set off the members of the legislative body. Are you saying we should abandon Seoul? Should you be saying this as the president? Kim Byung-man stood up as he looked at them. A vein was popping out on his neck. Where are we at right now? They had left their old National Assembly building. The only ones that were left behind in Seoul were the people who didn't have the resources to leave. The elites and the leaders of the country had already pulled out all their families from Seoul. They were long gone from Seoul. I'm not saying we should abandon Seoul. The tears he had been holding back fell from Kim Byung-man's eyes. I'm saying let's save our citizens. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 197, Tronet 2. Chapter 197, Tronet 2. Professor Toppler. Ha? What is it? Toppler heard the unusually urgent voice, so he followed suit by asking his question in an impatient manner. The day of the decision was getting closer, and it felt as if he was walking on thin ice every day. Kong Woojin went to meet Yellow. What? Professor Toppler yelled out in surprise. It was still too early for them to meet. No, this had never happened before. Currently, they were off the preordained path, so it made him worried and anxious. What has caused this change? Things weren't going as planned. However, none of their plans had succeeded before, so it was true that Toppler felt a sense of expectancy. Kong Woojin was meeting Yellow before he acquired his qualification. Please ready the Toppler's ship. What? Wouldn't it be too dangerous? Toppler got up from his seat. He had dedicated his whole life to this old research room, and he took in the whole room. There was no longer a future on the moon world. If he didn't want to miss this opportunity, he had to be in a place where he could instantly react to changes. I'm going to Earth. Professor Toppler looked to the sky as he looked at the black planet. After Woojin exited the portal, he looked over the pictures taken by his recon team. He just blinked at what he saw. Their number increased this much in just a day? Yes. Even the government forces stationed at Suwon was told to retreat to Pyeongtaek. Woojin stroked his chin. The soul reflected on the screen was already a paradise for monsters. No, it wasn't just the monsters. The place was crawling with dimensional lords. Amongst the dimensional lords, he saw some familiar faces. He saw the enormous octopus named Dread, and the golden dragon Rijaki. Now he was sure that the previous dungeon breaks in Seoul was directed by Yellow. This guy is worse than Ibrit. He saw a lot of dimensional lords. They were acting as middlemen for controlling the monsters. The death of Great Lord Yellow wouldn't stop all of this. Woojin would also have to kill the several dozen dimensional lords under Yellow. These beings were all gathered in Seoul, and they were making preparations. It was obvious as to whom they were waiting for. They were gunning for him. They had all their ducks in a row to face him. Woojin had a smile on his face as he looked at the obvious trap. This will push me to max level. The sacrifices needed for him to reach level 99 was all present. How could this be words of a person who should be worried? However, he no longer had to travel to various locations to hunt. This would make his task less laborious. Currently, Jaemin was going all out as he continued the dimensional battles. Thanks to Jaemin, he was gaining a lot of dimensional points. Now his return to Seoul would allow him to increase his achievement points. He'll be able to gain a massive amount of points. He'll have enough points to purchase the miscellaneous ingredients using the dimensional store and the achievement store. When the battle ends, he'll be able to gain the last item called Thrash's Glory. There were two possibilities. He might gain a clue when he gathered the Thrash's set items, or he might gain a clue when he reached the max level of 99. He could feel that he was close to Thrash's executioner. We don't need to land. I'll be back after I finish this. Yes. Please return safely. Woojin patted Minchin's shoulder, and he walked out onto the deck. Appa. Why did you come out here? I told you stay inside. Woojin lifted Sua, and he came face to face with her uncomfortable face. Are you ill? No. Then what is it? Can you not go? It's nothing. You rascal. You should stay inside with mother. You shouldn't come out on a whim. Yes. Woojin put Sua down, then he started walking again. Let's hurry up and go, master. It had been a long time since she had stepped onto the battlefield with her master. This was why she was excited as she urged Woojin forward. By his side, the Death Knights and Lich Janies was making preparations as they waited. The end is near. Yes. If we can't find clues to finding the executioner. If he couldn't gain any information after completing the 2 requirements. Woojin turned down Lich Janie's worry. We'll think about it when we run into that problem. Lord. There was a Death Knight ahead, taller and bulkier than all the other knights. It has been a while since you've come out. How is it? I just carry my master's orders. Kiba had always been left behind to guard the dimensional domain. It was boring work, yet Kiba didn't show any signs of complaint. Woojin tapped Kiba on his shoulder bone before he headed towards the blood dragon. What is your wish? When it came down to it, the dragon wasn't able to grant a wish, yet it kept asking the question. It was his dragon, who suffered under dementia. Then there was Golem Dulcie, who had turned itself into blood for the dragon. Do whatever the hell you want. Run amok to your heart's content. It'll be my pleasure. The blood dragon flopped over the deck as if it was diving. Schwack. When it unfurled its wings, the enormous body descended towards Seoul. Let us go too. Oh. Woojin summoned Xing Xing, and he got on. The Death Knights got on their own phantom steeds, and they jumped off the deck. Hoot. Bibi no longer looked like a child. She summoned her staff for transportation. She'll show everyone the true power of the illusion witch. Who? We'll focus on defending our fortress. Yes, sir. At Minchin's order, the employees moved in perfect order. The members of the Phantom unit were each assigned a wyvern, and they were placed on standby. They were ready just in case. They weren't going to be used in battle. The king had ordered all of them to protect the fortress. He wanted to monopolize the EXP, but he also wanted to prepare for a possibility for a sneak attack. Sua had to be protected. That bastard is coming. Yellow was at the ice palace located at the center of the thorn tree. He looked into the sky. Let us rescue the contaminated earth from this most troublesome thorn. As he stood up from his seat, he gave an order to the several dozen dimensional lords, who followed him. Kill the immortal. They'll kill the bastard, then Yellow would find the Earth's code. This was the only way he'll be able to rule over this perilous Earth. Oh. The gold dragon Rajaki pushed off the roof of a building. The several dimensional lords and the monsters capable of flight rose into the air. Quaguang. The gold dragon and the blood dragon crashed into each other. They rolled across the ground. You are too young to be able to handle the passage of time. Hong. You ugly ball of blood. Kuang, Kong, dot. The roads became a mess, and the buildings impacted by their bodies crumbled. When the dragons started to fight, both armies clashed against each other. My soldiers. Slaughter all of them. All the skeleton soldiers and skeleton magicians under the Death Knights were summoned. The already chaotic battleground became much more chaotic. Immortal. A bitter sound forced its way out from Yellow's lips. If the immortal had remained as being Kong Woojin, they could have painted a big picture together. If they couldn't do it together, Yellow had to make up for the other. I'll kill you. He'll do it by killing him. He's coming. Kong Woojin and the Death Knights looked angry as they descended from the sky. Lee Sango yelled out in fear. ZZZZZZNG. Blades made out of ice started to grow from Yellow's hands as they stacked. He formed an enormous saw blade sword. Chwak. Yellow pushed off the floor of the ice palace, and the body Yellow shot up into the sky like a needle in flight. Ga-ang. Woojin changed his warrior's weapon into a sword, and he blocked Yellow's attacks. Kaong, Guang. Each attacks were increasing in strength, and the shockwaves started to ring out into the surrounding. King of the Dead. The Death Knight respected their king more than any other being in existence. This was why they went past Woojin to charge into the battlefield. Bastards. Lee Sango pushed both his arms forward as he tried to use his telekinesis. Kwajik. Quack. The crude axe passed by, and Lee Sango's 2 arms fell to the floor. Scream for me. Death Knight Kiba snarled as he revealed his grotesque tusks. My king has arrived. The royal procession was occurring, so a march had to be present. Scream louder for him. Chwak. The enormous blade of the axe sliced open his neck. Slaughter and the screams of madness would open the path of his king. Kiba's axe started to dance. The fragments of ice was sent towards him like a hailstorm, and it impacted on his defense. It was more annoying than the endless sword strikes flying towards Woojin. You are pretty good. Yellow's transparent face moved at Woojin's invidious remark. Woojin's eyes narrowed when Yellow refused to reply. Have I seen you before? I won't converse with a bastard who lost his sense of self. The only thing Yellow wanted was a mortal combat. When one gained a dimensional fragment, one could be revived after time passed. It would be enough. Everything will end, and everything would just turn back to the beginning. Then he would live an eternal life as a ruler. Bullshit. He had lost his sense of self? If what he had lost was his sense of self, then he'll make Yellow lose his life. Qua Hong. The sword of Woojin and Yellow started to clash against each other again. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Third gate runway, Moonworld. I cannot let you depart. What? Did you forget who I am? At Toppler's baffled voice, the gate guard shook his head from side to side in a firm manner. Who doesn't know about Dr. Toppler? Then I want you to immediately open the gate. Our future and lives depends on me solving this problem. If you want to use it, please receive permission from the council. What? Professor Toppler's face crumbled. The council was getting in his way. It doesn't matter if you try to convince me. It would be much faster if you attend the council meeting. The gate guard was just doing his job. Shit. Dr. Toppler changed direction, and he headed towards the council. The walls were like windows of a greenhouse. It was transparent. Toppler could see bright stars across the ceiling. He looked at the closest star. It was a dying black planet, and the sight made his heart feel more desperate. The soldiers guarding the council chamber became nervous when he showed up. Open immediately. You need permission to enter. PSHH. Before the soldiers could protest again, Toppler opened the door. He walked towards the council chamber where he could find the council members. 12 council members were sitting in a circle. They welcomed the professor. Please allow me to use the space shuttle. At Toppler's determined voice, an old council member spoke. You shouldn't be going to Earth, Professor. We should lock you up in isolation. What? You willfully went out of your way to contact the admin in charge of the deletion. Another council member took up the thread of the sentence. A middle-aged woman with a sharp face spoke. She didn't hide her anger. You dared to scheme such dangerous plans without our knowledge. This is for the survival of the Moonworld. Ha! You want to revive the god of destruction for our survival? It is possible. Ka-ung. A middle-aged man with red hair sat in middle seat. He slammed his hand on the table. Speaker Schelt. Your theory has merit, but the risk is too high. Yes, it was true. This was why he had a plan, but he hadn't received permission to carry it out. Professor Toppler had secretly attempted to carry his plan. He had attempted to contact Kong Woojin away from the eyes of the council members, because they opposed his plan. It is possible to carry out this plan. There is no point in supporting the recovery admin. We are just wasting our time. When Professor Toppler spoke with fire, Speaker Schelt tried to convince him with a calm voice. Toppler's ability was undeniable, but his actions tended to be extreme at times. We can shore up the shortcomings in the professor's plan, and we can implement it next time. I'm sure it won't be too late to do so. Professor Toppler's face was filled with despair at the speaker's words. Did the Moonworld have a future? Their resources were almost depleted, and they couldn't survive under their own efforts. The fear was preventing them from stepping forward, and they might die in place. We might not have another chance if we don't act right now. The professor's rash actions had already caused a change. Kong Woojin hadn't acquired all the keys, yet he had met a Yellow. The result of this meeting couldn't be predicted, so everyone in the council had their nerves on edge. For a short amount of time, let us place the professor in isolation. At the speaker's declaration, the soldiers grabbed both of Toppler's arms. It isn't a threat. This is an opportunity. Just because the horse is exhausted doesn't mean we have to climb atop a lion. They wanted to be rescued. He was still the Moonworld's only hope. A despairing Toppler was dragged away, and the speaker spoke into the microphone to finalize the decision made by the council. Please send Leon's ship to Earth. Please help Yellow achieve victory. The large number of reset was proof. They had to do as they always do. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 198, Tronet, 3. Chapter 198, Tronet, 3. Qua qua quang. The fragments of ice flew in all directions. The sharp dagger-like ice was turning the surrounding into rubble. Kuwang. Their bodies shook every time the swords clashed. The aftershock was considerable, so an endless amount of dust rose into the air. The fierce battle continued. Neither the monsters nor the undead army was able to approach the two. In contrast, the undead army was slowly gaining the upper hand. It was a free-for-all where the allies and enemies were jumbled together, but this was the type of battle most favored by the undead army. Several Death Knights, who could spare the time, hovered near the battle occurring between Kong Woojin and Yellow. Should we help him? It is our king's battle. It was an enormous Death Knight with large tusks. Kiba just watched as Kong Woojin fought in a fierce battle. He was the supreme commander of the undead army. He was a necromancer, yet he was about to enter into a realm of being a true warrior. His king was about to take a step forward in this fight, so Kiba couldn't interrupt the fight. Let us clear the surrounding, so we can watch our king's fight. Let us do that. At Kiba's words, the group of Death Knights near him marched forward with their subordinate skeleton warriors to clean up the surrounding. Kuwang. A being impacted on the wall of an enormous building, and it rolled as it took down the building. This is my sixth. The enormous teeth had chewed and spat out its sixth dimensional lord. The blood dragon let out a roar. It raised its head to look for the mad magician. The being was letting out a too dangerous of an atmosphere to be called a human. Qua qua quang. The hell-flame dragon Hydra had taken shape as if it was a flower blooming. It raised all of its head. It let out streams of flame as it made the surrounding into a sea of flame. During the conflagration, Dread had become a grilled octopus. The skeleton with the red eyes stepped on Dread as he laughed. This one is my seventh. Hong. When the dragon met the lich's eyes, it let out a roar as it ascended into the skies again. Cool, cool. There is a limit on what a blood dragon can do by running amok. This was a bet against a large lizard, who had lost its dragon's breath. If Janie's lost, his pride as a lich would suffer. Bloom. Waruruk. As the lich swept his hand towards the fallen buildings, the heads of the Hydra appeared as they roared. I'll show you all hell. The hellfire was emitted from the hell dragons. Seoul started to resemble the depths of hell. Guang. Accompanying an explosion, Yellow pulled away as he glared at Woojin. The corner of Woojin's mouth lifted. You are better than I imagined. Hong. For a guy who doesn't know what he's doing, you are pretty good. Yellow's words kept getting on his nerves, so Woojin gave a response. Why do you keep speaking as if we are acquaintances? It is the truth. You know about it, Kong Woojin. Woojin's eyes narrowed further as he glared at Yellow. He had always been called the Immortal. How many dimensional lords actually knew his name? Woojin's name was extremely famous on Earth. However, there was a sense of dissonance when his name was spoken by Yellow. It gave credence to his words. You exist in this world to hand over the key to me. Thrash's executioner? You are well informed. The corner of Yellow's mouth lifted into a smirk. Chua-cha-chan, dot. The ice sword had become small as ice was chipped away. However, it grew back to become a large sword again. It is time for you to die now for Earth. Schwak. Yellow's sword came up in a flash, and it aimed for Woojin's head. Kaong. His warrior's weapon deflected the strike, but Woojin's expression was much more complicated than before. I'm sure about one thing. Woojin opened his mouth as if he was trying to chase away the thoughts cluttering his mind. Kaong Kong. The two swords had crashed into each other 3 times already, and they were about to repeat the process. What is it? You are going to die by my hands. Hong. You've already reached your limit. Yellow had poured everything into this venture to kill Kong Woojin. Time and preparation was on his side. No simulation predicted his loss. The authority would be transferred to him when he killed Woojin. This was all for saving Earth and all the dimensions. High HP, dot. Yellow's sword was aimed at Kong Woojin again. He was within a cage made out of glass. Shit. Toppler was frustrated. He would lose his mind if he didn't cuss out loud. The council was ignorant. They didn't realize how important this change of events was. They were excessive in their zeal to walk the proven path. They continuously revised the errors, yet they kept repeating the same path endlessly. Wasn't it time for them to step forward now? How long will they restrain themselves before reaching out for the light of hope? Toppler wanted to reach it before his life ran out. This was why he had met Kong Woojin. He had talked to the seed of the god of destruction. Weeing. The frosted side of the glass brightened before it became transparent. When the glass cleared, Speaker Shelt was standing on the other side. It isn't too late to stop the Leon ship, Shelt. Ha, Toppler. It isn't as if I don't acknowledge your ability. However, we have to be a bit more careful in this endeavor. We don't have time to do so. We can still survive 2 or 3 more resets. Before that happens, we'll die from natural causes. It was an undeniable truth. Toppler and Shelt was already old. It isn't as if we can't do it. You just don't want to do it. Please watch your tongue. Shelt's face immediately turned ugly at Toppler's attempt to get a rise. As if to reply with his own expression, Toppler's expression turned fierce. We've already reported this several dozen times. Don't we have to accept our failures and try something different? Our plan wasn't a failure. It's just incomplete. Ha! Toppler felt devastated. They had awakened the recovery admin, and they had tried to normalize the system. They tried hard to regain their lost home planet, yet they kept failing. They kept going back to the starting point, but they had continued to follow the same path they had traversed before. While they were doing this, the moon world's time continued to flow. Now there were only old people left in charge, and they were too afraid of making changes. The reset had restarted the events, but the time on the moon world had never stopped. Your theory has too much risk involved. It is worth trying it out. You want to bet the future of the moon world on your imagination? The mechanism maintaining our lives are failing. Is that really a path to our future? Toppler restlessly walked back and forth. He was surrounded on all sides by glass. There was a wall across the glass, and empty space was beyond that. They lived on the moon, yet they hadn't been able to colonize it. They were just the new lives that had continued the existence of their race. Please think about the children and our descendants. Please discuss the option of carrying out my prepared plan with the council. We need both of them. In the first place, the deletion admin and the recovery admin has to be summoned at the same time. Then we are already too late. The two of them has already started their fight. The former had lost his memory, and the latter had only retained partial memory. The relationship between the two was already antagonistic, so if both were summoned, it would lead to destruction. It wasn't up for debate as to who they'll choose and who they'll throw away. Zeung. Shelt glanced backwards. When the door opened, a soldier entered. Shelt once again looked at Toppler. It seems the result is already out. Ah. Toppler let out a sigh. There must be a reason why two beings each held different keys. Now one had died, and the other would hold 2 keys. What happened? That is. The soldier had come searching for Speaker Shelt, since he had to give his report. The soldier spoke with a dark expression on his face. The outcome was decided before Leon's ship could arrive, but... So who won? The blades made out of ice flew in all directions, and they left sharp marks behind. A good number of blades flew towards Woojin. His soul barrier formed automatically, and he received no wounds. Two-ing. However, each ice particle sent towards him consumed a soul. The soul disappeared after doing its role. I've reached my limit? Maybe the bastard's words were right. No, the bastard was aiming for this result. He was able to store unlimited amount of souls thanks to the Thrash's protection. However, the souls were being consumed each time to form a small barrier, and he was reaching an end to his reserves. If he didn't have any souls, it would cause problems in creating barriers. However, the bigger problem would be his inability to recover his magical energy in a short amount of time. The undead army was incredibly powerful, but all their magical energy came from the necromancer. It came from Kong Woojin. His driving for all things was the souls he collected. It was his source of energy. Tongue, pshhhk. A sharp shard of ice went past the souls, which had been blocking all the fragments. It slid by Woojin's side. Yellow smiled when he was able to wound Woojin for the first time. Tra-hung. All the fragments of ice that had pieced together to form a saw-like blade fell away. A long ice spear made its appearance. Yellow gripped it as he charged towards Kong Woojin. This is the end for you. No way. He had consumed all his souls, yet he was unbelievably calm. For a brief moment, Yellow flinched. He had almost been convinced that Kong Woojin had a hidden card he hadn't used. Kung. Woojin raised his greatsword to block the ice spear, and his body slid backwards. He had used up all his magical energy, so he was akin to a common roused. You are bluffing. Kwang. Kong Woojin was busy focusing on his defense. He was being pushed backwards by the constant attack. What a tenacious bastard. Kong Woojin looked as he was about to fall over, yet he resisted. Yellow pushed forward as he clicked his tongue. How many years of preparation in points did he have to waste to catch the single human? Kong Woojin was able to command the dead, and the ability to use souls was almost a cheat ability. Yellow had just peeled away the many shell around Kong Woojin, but he had to use most of his points gained from being the 25th throne. Who? When he saw Woojin take ragged breaths for being exhausted, Yellow reformed his broken ice spear. Zuju Jung. This is really the end for you. No way. It was a bluff. The bastard's magical energy and stamina should be close to zero. There was only one problem that troubled a Yellow. The corner of the bastard's mouth had been steadily lifting as the fight progressed. Schwak. Yellow was executing his final charge when he caught sight of a broad smile on Kong Woojin's face. 99. Level up. Pot. In a flash, his nearly non-existent magical energy and stamina was restored. He felt his weakened and damaged warrior's weapon recover its durability. Hong. The warrior's weapon changed into an axe. It split a Yellow, who was charging with his spear, in half. Paong. The bastard's body was made out of ice. The exploding fragments of ice impacted on Woojin's body, but he endured it by gritting his teeth. He had activated his basic barrier using his magical energy. Your resistance is useless. The broken body of a Yellow was knitting back together. He regenerated as if nothing had happened to him. Yellow had consumed a massive amount of points, but he didn't particularly care. However, instead of distancing himself from a Yellow, Kong Woojin grabbed a Yellow's body after he flung his warrior's weapon onto the floor. Yellow was a iceman with no heart. He didn't possess any vital spots. How do you kill a bastard of his constitution? Kong Woojin had racked his brain, but he could only come up with a single method. It was a troublesome power that could only be used if he consumed most of his magical energy in an instant. This is your punishment. Schwaunk. The glove touching a Yellow's body was dyed black. This was a punishment that allowed Woojin to destroy an opponent's soul by burning all his magical energy. Guak. Yellow was caught by the black glove, and his body started to melt. Who won? The deletion admin won. This was unprecedented. A change that had never happened before had occurred, and Shelt's face stiffened. The inside of his head was white like a blank piece of paper. Naturally, his head turned towards Toppler. Toppler also had a dumbfounded expression on his face as if he had been hit in the face by a hammer. Toppler had wanted both of them to survive. Since one of them had died, his plan was already dead. Professor. In the end, you screwed up everything. At Shelt's angry scolding, Dr. Toppler raised his head. He will soon descend, and if he dominate all the dimensions, will have no future. They had to stop him from gaining control over all the dimensions. The only way to pull this off was to turn back the time, but the recovery admin was dead. Toppler, who had his head lowered in despair, suddenly stood up. There might still be a way. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 199, Tronet, 4. Chapter 199, Tronet, 4. What is it? I'll try to persuade the deletion admin. He doesn't have his memory, so what can you do? The risk was too large. The man was crazy, and he was too unpredictable. Toppler calmly tried to persuade the agitated speaker Shelt. He already has the keys now. We have no choice but to call him here for a reset. He tries to kill any one of us that he meets, so how will you be able to persuade him? Words don't work on that bastard. I'll persuade him. Shelt glared at him, but Toppler didn't blink. I can persuade him. I have to go to Earth. Do you have any other options? Eek? He might be right. I'll have to discuss this with the council. Speaker. Toppler suddenly yelled out in anger. Are you trying to kill us all? This isn't the time for us to hesitate. We have to get in front of this as soon as possible. They were in uncharted territory. Yellow had appeared much earlier than the records indicated. Kong Woojin hadn't finished his key, yet he had encountered a Yellow. Moreover, he was able to achieve a ridiculous result. The cause of this change was numerous, but Dr. Toppler's arbitrary decision to meet him was probably one of the contributing factors. Since you caused this incident, you are in charge of fixing it. Understood. Open. At Speaker Schultz's command, the two panels to the glass door slid open. Dr. Toppler became a free man. He immediately gave a request to the soldier standing ready off to the side. Please ready my ship. He had to get to Earth as soon as possible. He had to get there before the dimensional admin arrived on Earth. Zuju Jung. The frozen Han River started to melt. The thorn tree had grown as if it was defying the heavens, and the ice covering it was melting. Even the ice castle started to melt as it fell to the ground. Warururuk. The hell hydras were crazily pouring out flame, and it was accelerating the process. Hoo! Woojin had basically consumed all his magical energy, so he started to gather the souls of the monsters. SSSSP. He absorbed all the souls at once, and his magical energy began to recover slowly. Yellow's body melted, and one couldn't even see the outline of its form. The only thing left was the damp spot on the ground. Woojin unnecessarily kicked the ground. Didn't I tell you I'll kill you? The activation condition was troublesome, but Thresh's punishment was powerful. How could an elemental body avoid the god of destruction's punishment? The monsters and the dimensional lords, which had filled the surrounding region, were close to being settled. He had been able to achieve his level up thanks to the extermination of the monsters, which caused a steady increase in his EXP. Schwack! A black smoke flew to the side of Woojin. It coalesced to form Janie's. What happened to the executioner? I'm not sure. There was no noticeable change. Woojin opened his status window, and he carefully looked over it. His level had changed to 99, but the only discernible change was the increase of some stats. I guess this has nothing to do with level. Do I have to gather all of Thrash's set item? He had hunted an incredible number of monsters, and he had amassed an incredible amount of achievement points. He immediately opened his achievement store, and he started purchasing all the ingredients needed to make Thrash's glory. I think I'll be able to purchase all of them. If he could do this with only the expenditure of the achievement points, he didn't have to work so hard to gather the dimensional points. Jamin was still soloing the dimensional battles, and his dimensional points was still going up. Let's see. Woojin put the purchased ingredient items and Aria's holy item into the combination box. When he pressed the combination button, several dozen ingredients mixed to form a circlet. It looked like a crown with a skull embedded in it. Thrash's glory. Woojin took it out from his inventory, and he put it on. Thrash's glory, protection, punishment, dignity, and march. He had gathered all the 5 defensive gears, so all the set effect became active. His control ability increased, and now he would be able to control an army 5 times larger than his previous undead army. He would also be able to summon the death field, which was the ultimate battlefield for the undeads. Aside from those powers, all the basic abilities he commanded in Alphen was also restored. The desperate feeling he had was wiped away, but his expression eventually stiffened. It's not working. The executioner. He had gathered all his set items, and he had raised his dual class to level 99. Still, the Thrash's executioner hadn't appeared. The Earth's master code. Stop. However, he blocked Janie's from talking any further. Don't say it. Janie saw Woojin's expressionless face, and it could no longer continue its words. Janie's could feel Woojin's anger settle. Janie's was Woojin's teacher, and it had witnessed him on the battlefield. If not, Janie's would have needed to see his anger with its own eyes. Let us slowly look for it. I bow to the Lord's will. Schwack! Janie's body turned into black smoke, and it swirled out of existence. Woojin let out a bitter laugh when he saw Soul, which was raised to the ground. This was hell amongst hell for him. There were the corpses of beings, who looked similar to humans, mixed in with the monsters. The corpses were everywhere, and there was only one being alive there. It was a bad feeling, but it was also a familiar feeling. Rise! At Woojin's command, the corpses exploded as the skeleton warriors appeared. He was now able to command more skeletons than before. He assigned the skeleton warriors to the command of the Death Knights, and he replenished his undead army. My king! Kiba came to his side, and they faced each other. Its large tusk and the shaking red flame in its eyes revealed its concern for him. I'll call you next time. I bow to the Lord's will. Schwack! It started with Kiba, then all the other Death Knights turned into smoke as they disappeared. Kuo-on! The sound of impact was heard. It was hard to tell if it landed or crashed. He looked at the blood dragon. Unlike its usual self, the blood dragon was silent. Woojin unsummoned it. Weeing. Blood started to evaporate, and the blood surrounding the blood dragon sloughed off. Dulcie, who was in its golem's heart form, revolved around Woojin before it disappeared. Even the bone dragon dissolved into black smoke, and the only one left by Woojin was Bibi. Master. I want to go back. All right. Woojin summoned Xing Xing, and they flew towards the flying fortress in the sky. The clue to the executioner. He hadn't found it yet. No, even if he hadn't acquired the answer, it didn't matter. Toppler's ship parted the black atmosphere, and it landed on Deadland. PSHHHHHH. The thruster engine turned off as the ship landed onto Earth. Shahong. The floor to Toppler's ship opened as a ladder descended. Tahung, tongue. Earth's air was no longer breathable by humans. Dr. Toppler descended the ladder wearing a spacesuit. Tuwook. When he stepped onto the surface of Earth, the soldiers detached to Leon's ship approached him. I received the news, Professor. We don't have much time, Captain Leon. We've secured the tunnel leading to the target. Captain Leon had taken care of everything, so Dr. Toppler nodded his head. The plan is simple. I'll approach him. If I'm successful in persuading him, please be ready to rescue him. Wouldn't it be best if we pull him out immediately? We can't say for sure that he is an ally yet. I have no idea what he'll do. Let me talk to him first. All right. Please hurry. The concentration of energy looks quite serious. I believe the dimensional admin is getting ready to descend. Understood. Where's his current location? Captain Leon fiddled with the tablet attached to his wrist, and a hologram map appeared. A bright dot could be seen. Leon gave an answer. It is the Seoul Station's first exit. The energy loss rate is 28%. Understood. What if you aren't able to persuade him? The code needed for a reset wasn't with the yellow anymore. Kong Woojin possessed it. If they wanted to revert the already damaged Earth, they needed him. We need him even if he have to force his cooperation. All right. Then let us start. The captain shook Toppler's hand before he went on his way. Leon's ship locked into the target, and Toppler used the spaceship as a dimensional interface. Flying Fortress BB's castle. The serious atmosphere around Kong Woojin prevented young Minchin from opening his mouth. He decided to delay the report to another time. The battle between the Yellow and Kong Woojin started not too long ago. This was why Japan had already announced their alliance with the Yellow. Now they had sent a strongly worded request to Allendale asking for an explanation. Young Minchin was in a bind, because Japan was showing signs of starting a war over this incident. He had no choice but to ignore it. If he gave the report at an ill-advised time, Woojin might want to invade Japan. They would be in a deeper mess if such a thing happened. Did something happen? Please leave Master alone. Yes. Even BB sounded serious, so Minchan had to accept the situation. When Woojin arrived at the Flying Fortress, the first person he visited wasn't his mother or his sister. It was Kim Conchal, who had been locked up. Eek. Kim Conchal was just sitting in place, yet Kong Woojin suddenly threw a punch in Kim Conchal's face. Guadong. Kuok. Kim Conchal unceremoniously fell over. Woojin grabbed him by the back of his neck, and he spoke as he grinded his teeth. How will I be able to meet those Moon World bastards? Kook. Even if you ask me. Guadong. Kim Conchal was roughly thrown to the floor again, and Woojin growled at him. Call those bastards to me. Shouldn't you go ask this of the Holy Maiden of Earth? When he spoke about the Holy Maiden of Earth, Woojin grabbed Kim Conchal's neck. Woojin easily raised Kim Conchal by his throat. Hetchuked as his legs futilely struggled. You want to die? Kuwook. Earth's god is in their world. When it looked as if he could no longer breathe, Woojin put him down. Woojin's eyes narrowed as he perked up at his words. The god of Earth is on the Moon World? Kuwook. That is true to my knowledge. He knew the executioner could sever the connection between the dimensions. If this was the only solution, he had to acquire it. However, the Earth's master code. What if it was a task that required his dongsing? If there was a way to save Earth, while he saved his sister. Moon World. How do I get there? He opened his dimensional store to find a dungeon that linked towards the Moon World. He couldn't find it. If one wanted to link to a location, a dungeon was needed. Eek. At that moment, an unexpected figure stepped in as he opened the door. "We meet again." At Dr. Toppler's greeting, Woojin's expression remained crumpled. "I want you to guide me to the moon world. If the god of Earth was there, he'll kill the god for his Dongsun. He'll acquire the master code. You can't reach there using conventional methods. If you know what is good for you, you'll guide me there." Woojin took a step forward. It was just a single step, but the sense of danger made Dr. Toppler flinched. However, he held his ground. It was the same for him and the moon world. They no longer had the luxury of stepping backwards. "I'll guide you. However, you have to listen to my words before I do so." "I don't need to. It is related to the origin of the dimensions. It is also about the origin of the dungeons, which allows travel between dimensions. Everything I'm telling you is the truth." Woojin's eyebrows twitched. "The origin of Tronet. Don't you want to know about it? Stop talking shit. Just tell me about the dungeon that leads to the moon world." "There are no dungeons on the moon world." Woojin's face crumpled further. "You can summon me." It was a method that worked on Alphen. He just had to accept the summon. However, unfortunately, you cannot go there through a summon. There are no portals, and it isn't possible to use dimensional shifts. However, I do know of one method that'll work. Woojin's eyes twitched. If there wasn't a way, Kim Conchal and Toppler would be dead already. "What is it?" "You can log out." Toppler calmly accepted the fearsome glare of Woojin, and he gave a prayer inside. "Please listen to my words before you do anything. Tronet. This is about origin of the transcendent travel between planets, and it is about the future of humanity." Woojin took another step towards Toppler. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible."